Why, aren't we family? In an old, rarely visited house, the cries of a little girl echoed. Through the broken window, one could see a 10-year-old girl tightly bound to a bed with a middle-aged man wiping a blade standing beside her. Hurry up, our time is limited, a woman in luxurious clothes said softly without even glancing at the little girl on the bed. Heh, you don't need to be so nervous. After all, she is an outsider, an old man beside her said with a chuckle. If it weren't for her immortal bone, who would risk their life to raise her to this age? Hearing their conversation, the little girl felt nothing but a coldness in her heart. She had thought she had found a family that would embrace her, but in the end they were no different from others. They only coveted her immortal bone. Hasn't Fenger arrived yet? At this moment the young woman asked the man guarding outside. Soon, fifth brother has gone to fetch him. Meanwhile, a young boy followed a middle-aged man, looking at the desolate surroundings, feeling a sudden unease in his heart. Fifth uncle, where are we going? Heh, don't be nervous, fifth uncle said with a smile. We are preparing a surprise for you. With this, your path of cultivation will be smooth sailing. The boy lowered his head and fell silent. He had already guessed what the surprise was. So I still ended up with the villain script, didn't I? He was Bai Feng, a transmigrator. One night after work he was hit by a truck while crossing the road, and then he was reborn in this world where cultivation was possible. Unfortunately, his talent was mediocre. However, fortunately, when he was young, his father brought back a little girl who possessed an immortal bone named Bai Yumei. Now it seemed that his sister Bai Yumei had already been caught by fifth uncle and the others. He didn't know how many people were involved, whether this was his father's idea or something done behind his father's back. However, in the past few days, he had also noticed something off about the atmosphere at home. For instance, his mother's attitude toward Bai Yumei had suddenly become much warmer. Based on the vast number of web novels he had read, he judged that something was fishy. So he wrote a letter and placed it in his father's study. If someone was hiding it from his father, it might be okay. But if it was his father's idea, then he would truly be tied to the villain's chariot by his family. Ding, detecting host's behavior villain system has been bound. What do you mean by my behavior? I didn't even know about it before, damn it. Bai Feng couldn't help but complain. But despite the complaint, he still opened the system to take a look. The system interface was very simple, with nothing but a fortune value of 10 points. However, there was a mark above the fortune value. When he focused on it, a page of explanation appeared. In simple terms, as long as he targeted the child of fortune, dampened his spirit, messed with his mindset, he could gain fortune value and also receive generous rewards. However, he couldn't cleanse himself and become a child of fortune by increasing his fortune value. On the contrary, the higher his fortune value, the more he would be targeted by the children of fortune. In order to better target the children of fortune, he also gained a skill to detect them. Currently, its range was limited to one city. So he casually activated it. Although he was sure in his heart that his sister was a child of fortune, he still wanted to see the system's confirmation. Sure enough, among 3 light points, one was located just tens of meters ahead. Wait, 3 light points? Bai Feng was stunned. He instinctively looked toward the directions of the other 2 light points. If he remembered correctly, one direction pointed to the Lin family next door. The Lin family did have a genius with excellent cultivation talent, but it could also be some ordinary disciple. As for the other, he had no idea. But this was too absurd. How could there be 3 children of fortune in one city? Were they having a team-building event at my home? He looked at the villain system, then at the 3 light points. The little idea that had risen in his heart instantly extinguished. In the end, he decided, to hell with being a villain. I'm giving up. Think about it, he was the young master of the Bai family. Though his talent was mediocre, his family was wealthy. He would never have to worry about food and drink for life. What was the point of going out of his way to target the children of fortune? If every city had 2 or 3 children of fortune, once his fortune value got high, he would probably be chased and beaten every time he stepped out. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and said to fifth uncle, "Is it Bai Yumei? You are indeed exceptionally intelligent." Fifth uncle nodded with a smile. "That's right, the surprise is her immortal bone. I know you are close to her, but she is just an outsider after all. You are different. You are Tianya's son. You are meant to lead the Bai family to glory." "I don't need the immortal bone." Bai Feng shook his head. "I can cultivate without it." "You are really stubborn boy." Fifth uncle directly reached out, grabbed him, and headed toward the broken house. "What are you going to rely on to cultivate? Your ordinary talent. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Without the immortal bone, with your talent, you will only be trampled by others. You'll understand later." Bai Feng did not dodge. He knew with his chi refining cultivation he couldn't evade. He raised his head, looked at fifth uncle, and said softly, Shouldn't you have asked for my opinion? Fifth uncle smiled. Important matters like this are naturally decided by us elders. Don't feel wronged. Everything we do is for the Bai family. You'll understand our good intentions in the future. After speaking, the two arrived outside the house. Bai Feng began to feel anxious. He pretended to agree and nodded. All right, I understand. Can you give me some time? After all, she is my sister. Heh, of course, but don't take too long. Our time is limited. Fifth uncle laughed and let go of him. Time limited? That means they are doing this behind someone's back. Bai Feng suddenly caught on, so he deliberately started a conversation to stall. After the bone is extracted, can she survive? I don't know, but no matter what, she won't survive. Fifth uncle shook his head, his kindly face uttering cruel words. Don't worry, we will handle it cleanly. I see. Bai Feng lowered his head and said softly, all right, let's go in. Wait a moment. I don't want to see my sister's disgusted expression. Bai Feng didn't finish. He turned to look in the direction of the Bai family home. Bai Yang, how dare you? Do you even regard me as the family head? As soon as the voice fell, Bai Feng felt a blur before his eyes. When he came to, he was already embraced by a man with a dignified expression. This man was Bai Feng's father, Bai Tianyu. Few, so I guessed correctly. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With this, Bai Yumei should be safe. Family head, we did this for the Bai family. Are you sure you want to take action against us for an outsider? Fifth uncle showed no fear on his face, even raising his head and shouting at Bai Tianyu. Family head. I see that you don't take me as the family head at all. Bai Tianyu put down Bai Feng. It seems I haven't acted for a long time and you've forgotten my reputation. The next second he struck directly. Although fifth uncle hurriedly defended, he couldn't withstand even one move and fell unconscious. Fenger, wait here. I'll be right back. With that, Bai Tianyu dashed toward the broken house, followed by sounds of quarreling and fighting. Bai Feng instinctively shrank his neck. Although his father rarely got angry, every time he did it was terrifying. A few minutes later, Bai Tianyu came out holding the unconscious Bai Yumei, but his face looked weary. Let's go. Is Yumei okay? He reached out to the unconscious Bai Yumei, but the next moment she suddenly woke up looking at him with fear and caution in her eyes. Bai Feng stopped his right hand and slowly lowered it. He sighed inwardly. After this incident, a pitiful thick barrier stood between them. She was no longer the little girl who used to call him brother while following behind him. Even though he was not involved, he was still a beneficiary of this incident. Moreover, he had chatted with fifth uncle to stall for time. Maybe she had heard their conversation. In the future, suspicion and distrust would become a thorn in their relationship, constantly pricking them and making them uncomfortable. Never mind. He was now bound to the villain system. It was better to stay away from the child of fortune. Years had passed since the bone extraction. Bai Feng sat on a chair holding a custom-made pencil, continuously scribbling on paper. The impact of the bone extraction was greater than he had imagined. The third elder and fourth elder who participated were removed from their positions and went to live in retirement at the back mountain with the grand elder. His mother was no exception. His relationship with his sister Bai Yumei also became distant. In recent years, she had entered the Tianjin sect to cultivate, basically meeting only a few times a year. However, she did not resent him for the bone extraction, which was good news. He was not affected by the aftermath of the bone extraction. Even if there were any, his father suppressed them forcefully. In these years, what he did most was travel to various cities, feeling increasingly glad that he had not made a move against the children of fortune. Although the children of fortune were not so many as to have one in every city, there were still quite a few. Especially when passing by a certain sect, he discovered 4 children of fortune. What was wrong with this world? Was the heavenly Tao formerly a pig? How did it give birth to so many children of fortune? After several travels, he had to start taking this matter seriously. Although his fortune value was not high and wouldn't provoke the hostility of the children of fortune, he still had the villain system. Maybe one day some foolhardy child of fortune would come looking for trouble. He would avoid going to sects. Literary works like novels and poems were even more off limits to prevent crossing paths with a child of fortune. Listening to music in pleasure houses. Occasionally going once was fine. As long as he didn't tip the leading performer, he wouldn't worry about being targeted. So after considering multiple factors, he found a field that children of fortune would not touch: drawing lewd pictures. He picked up his old trade. Now he was a famous great painter in the underground world of Qinghong City, under the pen name Chunqiu, known as Master Chunqiu. There couldn't possibly be a child of fortune who also drew lewd pictures, right? Outside a small shop, a man in a black cloak wears a black mask over his face, leaving only his eyes visible. If he removed the mask, people would discover that this man was none other than Lin Yan, the once fallen genius of the Lin family, who had lost his cultivation, now rising again. He stood excitedly outside the shop, waiting for it to open, not worried about his appearance drawing attention, for many around him were dressed similarly. This had even become their trademark. The fan support attire for Master Chunqiu. Master Chunqiu's new book is finally coming out. I've waited so long for this day. I didn't even dare touch it when I went to the bathroom. Yes. Every night before bed I keep my hand outside the covers. Qinghong City is truly blessed to have Master Chunqiu. Indeed, every time I look at Master Chunqiu's art, I get a new feeling. Nothing is explicitly shown, yet it's incredibly alluring. So different from those blatant, vulgar works. While waiting for the shop to open, several black-clad men gathered and chatted. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. He recalled the day he first encountered Master Chunqiu's art, because his cultivation had regressed. His fiancée had come to break off the engagement. Filled with rage, he made a 3-year vow, but deep down he knew he was doomed to lose. That day, restless and aimless, he stumbled into a bookstore and saw several tightly wrapped people buying a book. One of them, noticing his downcast state, bought an extra copy and pressed it into his hands. "Brother, I don't know what you've been through, but no difficulty is insurmountable. When it gets too heavy, take a look at this. Everyone needs a little indulgence sometimes." With those words, the tightly wrapped figures left. Lin Yan looked down at the book thrust into his chest. The cover was blank except for the words Chunqiu. He opened it and his eyes widened. This disgraceful. He quickly closed the book, face flushed, and raised it to throw it away. But in the end, he lowered his arm. He didn't know what drove him, but he tucked the book into his robes and went home. He planned to hide the book somewhere out of sight and never open it again, but the images lingered in his mind. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he took out Chunqiu and began to leaf through it. The contours, the shading. It looked almost real, yet different from reality, possessing a unique aesthetic beauty. For a moment, Lin Yan didn't know how to describe it. After much thought, only one word came to mind: art. In a world that valued artistic conception over realistic form, Bai Feng's sketch-like creations were like firecrackers stuck in cow dung, delivering a shocking baptism of sensual art to the people of this world. Lin Yan had seen such books before, had found several in his father's room as a child, but none were as exquisite as this. Compared to this book, his father's collection was worthless. After finishing it, his mind churned for a long time. The next day before dawn, he rushed to the bookstore. From then on, he gained a new hobby and once again looked forward to tomorrow. Facing others' ridicule and stagnant cultivation again, he rarely felt anger or resentment. He wanted to keep reading Master Chunqiu's art. How could he let such trivial setbacks defeat him? He loved a line from Master Chunqiu in an interview: "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." Though in that interview Master Chunqiu was referring to the censorship of his earlier works, and his forced name change, Lin Yan felt the words suited him perfectly. A bit narcissistic perhaps, but it felt tailor-made for him. It was thanks to Master Chunqiu's books that he emerged from that low point in his life. The doors open. Everyone charge. A shout from beside him jolted Lin Yan from his memories. He quickly looked up and darted through the crowd like an eel reaching the front in the blink of an eye. Master Chunqiu's signed new book is mine. Damn it, one step too slow. Damn it, I'm going to learn a better movement technique tomorrow. Let's see who dares compete with me. Friend, please wait. I'll pay double. I'll pay triple. But Lin Yan ignored them, quickly paid, and used his movement technique to escape the chaotic crowd. On the way back, the old man in his ring hesitated to speak. He couldn't understand why Lin Yan, instead of training at the sect, would go to a bookstore to grab an erotic book. Disciple, we can't be too indulgent. You're still young, but you can't. Don't worry, master, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yan glanced around, confirming no one was nearby, then ripped off his mask and cloak. I simply admire Master Chunqiu's art. In every stroke, I can see the resolute spirit that Master Chunqiu embodies. The old man opened his mouth but said nothing. What resilient spirit could one possibly see in erotic pictures? Had his long slumber absorbing qi caused his disciple's mind to deteriorate? Whatever. It's just a love for erotic pictures. Not that strange a hobby. Let him be. Qi Fortune won. Bai Feng put down his brush, frowning slightly. Here it comes again. Over the past year, system notifications kept popping up at random. Every time it just added 1 or 2 points, but frequency made it unstoppable. Now his fortune value had exceeded 100. It was already 114. He thoroughly reviewed recent events, confirming he hadn't encountered any child of fortune. If anything different had happened, it was that his younger sister had joined Tianjin sect. Could this fortune be coming from her? Forget it, no more thinking. Since it's release day, I'll relax a bit. Go listen to some music. Bai Feng changed his clothes, swapping his plain blue robe for the flashy attire of a frivolous young master, a fan in hand and a light smirk on his face. He changed from a simple blue robe into the flashy clothes of a dandy holding a fan with a frivolous smile. Just another ordinary playboy at first glance. One should dress like this to listen to music, blending in with a crowd of wealthy young scions to appear unremarkable. Carefully slipping out through the back door of the Bai residence, Bai Feng swaggered with an arrogant gait. Except for the lack of a flunky, he was the spitting image of a dandy. Should I get a flunky? Without one, I'm a bit conspicuous. Bai Feng pondered this, but finding someone willing to play along was not easy in the short term. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. Bai Feng frowned slightly. His luck today was indeed terrible. Had encountered the child of fortune on the street. He hoped not to be noticed. He should have just stayed home today. Lin Yan walked slowly through the streets in a cyan robe. Anyone familiar with the Heavenly Sword sect would recognize it as the uniform of its inner disciples. Ever since the awakening of Dan Lao, the old man residing within his ring, his cultivation talent had naturally returned. With Dan Lao's aid, his training speed surpassed even its former pace, allowing him to smoothly join the Heavenly Sword sect and become an inner disciple. As the saying goes, one only cherishes what is lost. Now he devoted nearly all his time to arduous cultivation, using even his rest periods to learn the art of alchemy. Occasionally, he would thrash any disciple who dared to provoke him. Though he yearned to return and continue training, Dan Lao advised him to balance exertion with rest, suggesting a day of leisure. Thus he decided to revisit Qinghong City, and in the process sell the pills he had refined during this period. But on his way to the Clear Wind Pavilion, he suddenly halted. A figure came into view. Nothing particularly special about this person with mediocre cultivation, though his clothes appeared quite expensive. The man's demeanor, that of a wanton scion, made Lin Yan frown slightly, reminding him of the group of spoiled disciples he had beaten up in the Heavenly Sword sect. Just as he intended to take another route to the Clear Wind Pavilion, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the fan in the man's hand. Isn't this one of the mere 10 fans released alongside Master Chunqiu's first collector's edition? He took a closer look. Engraved at the fan's tip were the characters Chunqiu, and the ornament hanging from it was the wine gourd, the signature item of the Drunken Master, one of the most beloved characters created by Master Chunqiu. Though the fan was not opened, he knew its design was no ordinary landscape. Instead, it depicted the Drunken Master gazing at the moon hung high, half-shrouded in mist, with a robe slipping off to reveal a fair, delicate back. A slight turn of the head exposed a flushed cheek, and a hazy, alluring gaze seemed to beckon the reader, stirring a restless longing. This illustration was, in his opinion, one of the most aesthetically stunning among Master Chunqiu's works. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. If he had obtained this fan, he would have found a safe place to treasure its content, to merely take it out and gaze upon it each day. Then a realization struck him. If this man owned such a rare fan, didn't it mean he was also a devoted fan of Master Chunqiu? In an instant, Lin Yan found this person far more agreeable. Even the arrogant, swaggering gait now seemed to carry a hint of righteousness in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Feng felt extremely uneasy, even breaking into a cold sweat. Why is the child of fortune staring at me? I only have a little over 100 points of fortune. Surely that's not enough to attract his hostility. No, I should take another path to avoid him. But before he could turn away, he saw the child of fortune striding directly toward him. Damn, him done for. Bai Feng quickly reached for the talisman hidden in his sleeve. This was the reward from the system when his fortune reached 100 points. Talisman mastery. He had since crafted numerous talismans, even consulting a talisman master within his family, all in preparation for this very moment. Is one speed talisman enough? With swift step boots, I should be able to escape. Should I add an earth burrow talisman? Just as he clutched the talisman, ready to flee, the child of fortune stopped a meter away and whispered, "You read Chunqiu too?" Bai Feng, I don't just read Chunqiu. I am Chunqiu. Still seeing that the other showed no aggression or intimidation, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He wasn't sure where the other had learned about the book Chunqiu, but as long as he wasn't here to cause trouble, it was fine. I'm a die-hard fan of Master Chunqiu. I've been a follower since his first book was published, and I've collected every single one. He nodded subtly, quietly observing the other. The man's expression seemed excited, not angry. Could it be that a child of fortune had truly infiltrated his fan base? Then the other's words confirmed it. Me too. Well, not exactly. I only became a fan in the past year, but I've still bought all of Master Chunqiu's books. Bai Feng forced a strained smile, but inwardly he cursed. What's wrong with you children of fortune? I'm off drawing lewd pictures, and you still won't leave me alone. You're children of fortune. Why are you looking at such things? Go cultivate properly. The excited Lin Yan didn't notice Bai Feng's forced smile, and continued, it's a pity I discovered Master Chunqiu too late. Many merchandise items are either sky-high in price or simply unavailable. Hearing this, Bai Feng finally understood why the other had approached him. He glanced at the fan in his hand. If he had known a child of fortune was among his fans, he would never have brought it. What should he do? Bai Feng calmed his nerves. There was no need to overthink. He should treat this person as an ordinary fan. The more he fixated on the child of fortune's identity, the more likely he was to slip up. I understand, I've been in that situation too. He nodded. But don't worry. Master Chunqiu is aware of this and is considering reprinting old merchandise. Really? Lin Yan's excitement surged, but then doubt crept in. Wait, how do you know this? I asked the bookstore owner. Bai Feng lied without batting an eye. He's not tight-lipped and lets slip some info during casual chats. I see. I'm enlightened. Lin Yan cupped his hands in gratitude. No problem. We're both book club members of Master Chunqiu. It's only right. Bai Feng waved his hand, then exchanged a few more words to send Lin Yan on his way before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Yet a flicker of hesitation lingered in his mind. Should he still draw the lewd pictures? Forget it, let's go listen to some music first. Meanwhile, Lin Yan hadn't left. Instead, he stared at Bai Feng's retreating figure, lost in thought. During their conversation, he had recognized Bai Feng's identity, the eldest son of the Bai family. He seemed quite different from the rumors, rather pleasant, and also a fan of Master Chunqiu. Is this the Bai Feng rumored to have dug out his sister's immortal bone? Dan Lao emerged after their chat. Master, what do you think of him? Does he match the rumors? Not at all. In fact, this whole persona is a deliberate act for others. A true scion isn't played this way. Do you think changing clothes and strutting makes one a scion? Back in my day, Ahem. Master, what happened back then? Nothing, it's not important. Dan Lao quickly changed the subject. Besides, he doesn't seem to have given up on himself as the rumors suggest. Though his talent is mediocre, his cultivation foundation is solid. Lin Yan nodded. Master, do you think he would actually dig out his sister's immortal bone? Hard to say, our contact was too brief to judge. The temptation of an immortal bone is immense. But I can tell he's not one to bully the weak. He neither fawned over your status as a heavenly sword sect inner disciple, nor looked down on you due to his family's standing. I think Brother Bai didn't dig out his sister's immortal bone. Perhaps, as another rumor suggests, he even saved her. Dan Lao, seeing Lin Yan's confidence, couldn't help but ask curiously, why do you say that? Intuition. Dan Lao chose to ignore him and retreated back into the ring. Lin Yan chuckled. Though it was a stretch, he felt his intuition was quite reliable. Then his smile faded as he recalled certain rumors within the Heavenly Sword sect. He decided to secretly follow Bai Feng. He wasn't the only one who had left the sect this time. He had simply arrived in Qinghong City early to buy books. By his calculations, the others should be arriving soon. As Bai Feng walked, he casually glanced toward Lin Yan's hiding spot. Though he couldn't see him, the system clearly marked his location. Why is this child of fortune following me? After a few seconds of contemplation, Bai Feng decided to let it go. Why dwell on such thoughts when the music awaited? He doubted the man would follow him into Confronting Tower to listen to the tunes. Oh, isn't this young Master Bai? I heard magpies singing on the branches today, and knew a noble guest would grace us. Quick, girls. Before he could step into Confronting Tower, a voice rang out from afar. Without looking, he knew it was Madame Wang, one of the managers of the establishment. Hey, spare me the flattery. Bai Feng raised a hand to cut her off. I don't like being disturbed when I listen to music. Same as usual. Who is performing today? Madame Wang, ever cooperative, dismissed the gathered girls and hurried to Bai Feng's side, her face beaming. It's Miss Chou, young Master Bai. I guarantee you'll be pleased. Seems luck is on my side today. I have the fortune to hear Miss Chou sing. A glimmer of interest crossed Bai Feng's face. This girl named Chou had joined Confronting Tower just a year ago, and with her unique singing style quickly rose to the top, becoming the object of lavish tips from every wealthy scion. Yet she was aloof by nature and rarely performed, not even heeding Madame Wang's requests. This would be his first time hearing her. Well, luck was finally turning around. Following Madame Wang to a private room on the second floor, the space was modest but featured a large chair easily seating 3 or 4. Clearly not intended solely for listening to music. For Bai Feng, however, it was merely a seat for tunes. He casually grabbed a grape from the table and popped it into his mouth, then pulled out paper and brush ready to gather material. He hoped this famed Miss Chower would bring him some surprise and inspiration. Outside, Lin Yan watched Bai Feng enter Confronting Tower, and even he could now spot the flaw. Master, you were right. Bai Feng is indeed putting on an act. But why would he disguise himself as a wastrel? I don't know, but I suspect it has to do with those rumors. Elder Dan stroked his beard, now intrigued by Bai Feng as well. Yes, as if he's trying to solidify the gossip. Lin Yan mused, I recall Bai Feng's talent is mediocre, which is why the rumors claim he wants to extract his sister's immortal bone to defy fate. Even if false, he can't clear his name, and over time it might affect his sister. And now he plays the wastrel. Could it be to show he's given up on cultivation, no longer coveting the immortal bone, so his sister can cultivate in peace free from the slander? If that's true, Brother Bai's magnanimity surpasses mine. Indeed possible. Elder Dan glanced at Lin Yan and teased care to go in and see. This Miss Chower seems quite famous. Lin Yan shook his head, utterly indifferent. No, these people can't even compare to a single hair on teacher Chunqiu's drawings. Damn, his disciple's mental state seemed seriously off. Achoo! Bai Feng sneezed. He glanced at the chosen one lingering by the door, puzzled by his thoughts. If he knew what they were discussing, head protest and outrage, there was no grand reason. He genuinely just came for the music and to gather material. After all, erotic drawings weren't something you could just whip up on a whim. They required inspiration. And he disliked being watched during creation, nor did he want to reveal his alias. Besides, with his refined taste, the ordinary women here didn't appeal to him, and the top courtesan was too expensive. It was better to hole up alone in his room and draw. She's here. Miss Chower is here. Miss Chower, look at me. Quick tips. I won't be outdone by those brats. Miss Chower, I'm your dog. The hall erupted into chaos, even startling Bai Feng mid-sip of his tea. Though Head visited many times, Head never witnessed such a spectacle. Curious, he strolled to the window and peered at the woman strumming a zither. A translucent veil covered her face, and she wore a black gown unlike any ordinary dress. The black fabric wrapped around most of her chest, leaving a swath of pale skin above. Two straps hung from her neck, revealing delicate collarbones and smooth, fair shoulders. The lower half was fully draped, but the skirt's material was slightly sheer, offering a tantalizing glimpse of slender legs. Just enough to stir the heart without revealing too much. Though unadorned, the garment lent her an air of nobility that captivated all eyes. The moment she appeared, the once noisy hall fell silent. But unlike the stunned crowd, Bai Feng's expression turned odd. Wasn't that the outfit from his erotic drawings? If you're going to copy, at least tweak it, don't just replicate it outright. Luckily, he usually drew only this world's clothing, only occasionally sketching new designs when inspired, like the one Chower wore. The reason he avoided drawing Blue Star's clothes was simple: they were too provocative for this world's people. Head planned to introduce them gradually, but now he was glad he hadn't revealed everything. Otherwise, he, the one plundering Blue Star's resources, would be plundered instead. He despised two types of people: those who leech off him, and those who won't let him leech off them. If you're going to leech, at least show some courtesy. Buy a couple of books. Bai Feng wasn't the only one who noticed. Others, snapping out of their days, also caught on. Isn't that the outfit from teacher Chunqiu's drawings? Indeed, I remember it from issue 11, page 4. Teacher Chunqiu, you are my god. No, focus on the outfit. Does Miss Chower read Chunqiu too? Bullshit. Miss Chower is so pure, how could she read that filth? For a moment, those nearby froze. They glanced back at Confronting Tower's sign to confirm they hadn't strayed, then eyed the fervent fan and edged away. Damn lunatic. How did such an idiot get into Confronting Tower? Stay back. Being near him feels like my IQ is dropping. The commotion below didn't faze Miss Chower. She placed a hand on the strings and plucked lightly, instantly silencing the arguments and chatter. As the music began, Bai Feng returned to his chair. Her playing was indeed exquisite, and the melody seemed to hold a magic that lured one into its depths. But Shed leeched off him and used that to make money off him. I'd still stung. Boring. Head, leave. Bai Feng quietly pushed open the door. Even the maids were lost in the music, oblivious to the man sneaking away. Only Chower on stage followed his movements with her eyes, watching him leave. Better go home and bask in the sun. Bai Feng shook his head, but after a few steps he spotted several people approaching. They wore the same robes as the chosen one Head encountered earlier, inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Were they the chosen one's lackeys? As he pondered, they fixed their gaze on him. Ha, truly a waste frequenting such places in broad daylight. How shameful for junior sister Bai Feng. I go to a pleasure house to hear music. What's it to you? Damn it, a villain with a villain system being mocked by others. Who's the one with the villain system here, you or me? What's wrong? Lost your tongue. The male disciple pressed on relentlessly. For the sake of power you dug out your own sister's immortal bone, and after being exposed you've sunk even lower. You're nothing but a disgrace to junior sister Bai. If I were you I'd have found a place to end myself long ago. Bai Feng finally understood. This guy was picking a fight and most likely he was one of his sister's sycophants. Damn it, I wouldn't dare provoke a child of fortune, but a bootlicker like you dares to strut before me. If it were some other child of fortune's lackey I might hesitate, but since you're my sister's lapdog I've got to take you down. Where did this brainless fool come from? What a jinx! Bai Feng drew his longsword without a second thought. Get lost now or I'll make you roll out of here myself. Fine, fine. The male disciple, enraged that Bai Feng dared speak to him so boldly, let out a bitter laugh. It seems you a waste have no idea of the gap between us. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of junior sister Bai. Senior brother Chan, is this appropriate? One of the accompanying disciples hesitated. After all, he was still junior sister Bai's brother. Outsiders shouldn't meddle in family affairs. But senior brother Chan wouldn't listen, or rather he had his own reasoning. It's fine. He tried to dig out junior sister Bai's immortal bone. Do you think she would still acknowledge him? Perhaps junior sister Bai was only constrained by family ties and thus unwilling to act. In that case, let him take her place. The mere thought that junior sister Bai might cast a glance his way because of this or even begin to notice him sent a thrill through his heart. Idiot, you're chatting while fighting. Do you think I'm an NPC stuck in a dialogue cutscene? Bai Feng appeared before senior brother Chan in an instant and kicked him flying. Senior brother Chan twisted midair and landed steadily, his face burning with fury at this unprincipled ruffian, yet a hint of confusion lingered. How could a mere Foundation Establishment initial stage waste send him a Foundation Establishment peak cultivator flying with a single kick? As if reading his doubt, Bai Feng lifted his left foot, and in a flash was before him, Spirit Artifact Kid. Though his talent was mediocre, his family was wealthy. Didn't he understand the weight of the Bai clan of the Northern Domain? If not for the fact that Foundation Establishment couldn't wield immortal artifacts, head have at least a half-immortal artifact for self-defense. Senior brother Chen hastily raised his sword to parry. Though his opponent was only at Foundation Establishment initial stage, he was being overwhelmed, barely able to breathe. Bai Feng's longsword was not only fast but also carried immense force, nearly numbing his hands. Unseen by him, several talismans on Bai Ran glowed with golden light, constantly boosting his speed and strength. Coupled with a host of spirit artifacts, dealing with a Foundation Establishment peak cultivator was a trivial matter. As he retreated step by step, senior brother Chun abandoned all pretense of dignity. Gathering his breath, he unleashed the full aura of Foundation Establishment peak, and a surge of spiritual energy forced Bai Feng back several paces. Fine, you're good. Senior brother Chen's face darkened. He hadn't expected to miscalculate. His opponent was far from the useless wretch the rumors painted. In fact, his foundation was solid, not at all like someone who had forcibly elevated their cultivation with pills. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes. You've hidden yourself well. If not for me, everyone would have been deceived. Those rumors calling you a waste, saying you relied on pills. You spread them yourself, didn't you? It seems you haven't given up on junior sister Bai's immortal bone. Bai Feng. Lunatic. Why would I bother spreading rumors about being a waste? And yes, I did reach Foundation Establishment with pills, but I took the time to digest the medicinal power and solidify my foundation. Don't plenty of geniuses in the sects do the same? It seems a simple lesson won't suffice. Don't worry for junior sister Bai's sake, it'll spare your life. Senior brother Chan drew his longsword and sharp sword chi surged from his body. Come on, you're not the only one with spirit artifacts. Bai Feng rubbed his head. Why did it feel like the Heavenly Sword Sect was full of oddballs? This is Qinghong City. What are you barking about? Hey, are you all just going to stand there? Aren't you going to stop him? He turned to the other Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. If not, then come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Did they really think the eldest son of the Bai family only carried low-grade spirit artifacts? Just as some of the disciples raised within the sect with innocent eyes, stood at a loss, a voice suddenly reached their ears. Don't help. A few of you hurry to the Bai residence and fetch senior sister Bai. Their faces lit up with joy. It's junior brother Lin. Right, junior brother Lin's home is here too. As if finding their anchor, they quickly agreed, stepping back in unison, while two of them rushed toward the Bai residence. Seeing how cowardly his companions were, senior brother Chen's fury burned even brighter. He turned to Bai Feng, who looked utterly bored, and shouted through gritted teeth. Dealing with a waste like you am more than enough. He stepped forward, his long sword thrusting straight at Bai Feng with fierce sword chi. But before Bai Feng could resort to stronger measures, a figure darted out. and intercepted the attack with a single sword strike. Senior brother Chun bullying the weak is hardly impressive. How about you spar with me instead? Lin Yan landed his broad, long sword pointing at senior brother Chun. What are you doing here? Bai Feng asked with feigned surprise, though he had known the other was hiding in the shadows. I've been observing from the shadows all along. My apologies for only stepping in now, Lin Yan said, offering an apology before giving Bai Feng a thumbs up. Brother Bai, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Rest assured I understand. Bai Feng, what do you understand? What's wrong with the Heavenly Sword sect? Even you, a child of fortune, are acting like this. Lin Yan, seeing his strike blocked and by a fellow Heavenly Sword sect disciple, no less, Chen's rage boiled over. Are you sure you want to stop me? I just can't stand someone who's unreasonable and bullies the weak. Though Lin Yan was only at Foundation Establishment mid-stage, he showed no fear against a peak cultivator. After all, he had defeated Foundation Establishment peak opponents in the sect before. Do you think beating a few weaklings gives you the right to challenge me? Chun clearly knew of Lin Yan's record. He raised his sword and pointed forward. I'll ask one last time. Are you sure you want to stop me? Enough chatter. Fight or get lost. Lin Yan frowned. This guy had truly lost his mind. Need help? Bai Feng toyed with his long sword. No need. I can handle him alone. Lin Yan chuckled, his face brimming with confidence. Here, take this. Bai Feng tossed him a talisman he had drawn. Use it freely. I have plenty more. Seeing it wasn't anything particularly precious, Lin Yan didn't stand on ceremony and caught the talisman. Then I won't hold back. Fine, fine. Chun laughed in spite of his anger at their nonchalant attitude. It seems it's time you learned the gap between us. With that, he charged straight at Lin Yan. Senior sister Bai. Two disciples clad in the robes of the Heavenly Sword sect stood outside the Bai residence, calling incessantly toward the house. The gatekeeper beside them looked puzzled. Why were these disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect shouting from outside? If they were too embarrassed to enter the Bai residence, they could at least ask him to deliver a message. Just as the gatekeeper was about to step forward and allow the two disciples who wore expressions of innocent confusion to enter, Bai Yumei heard the shouts from outside and hurried out of the house. What's wrong? She asked, noticing the anxious looks on her junior sister's faces, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Weren't you two out shopping? Did someone give you trouble? No, it's senior brother Chun. He's fighting your brother. We ran into junior brother Lin, and he told us to find you. The two of them quickly recounted the situation in a flurry of words. Bai Yumei frowned slightly. Where are they? Take me there at once. At the same time, the image of Bai Feng surfaced in her mind, stirring a complex mix of emotions. So many years had passed, yet even now when she closed her eyes she could still vividly recall the day her immortal bone was gouged out. So much so that she still woke from nightmares on occasion. And in those dreams Bai Feng would always appear. If her father hadn't intervened back then, would her immortal bone now be transplanted into him? Although the investigation had cleared Bai Feng of any knowledge and her rational mind told her he was innocent, she still felt fear and dread whenever she saw him, the memory of that day flooding back. And so she had consciously begun to distance herself from him. From time to time, she wondered if this distance was better for both of them. Soon the three of them arrived at the entrance of Autumn Wind Pavilion, and she saw Bai Feng again. But he was no longer the person she remembered. He looked more like one of those spoiled scions in the sect. After all, ever since she entered the Heavenly Sword sect, she rarely returned home, and on the few occasions she did, she made a point to avoid him. She had no idea what had turned Bai Feng into the person he was now over the years. She let out a slow breath and averted her gaze from Bai Feng. She had thought that after all these years she had let it go. But when she saw Bai Feng again, a flicker of fear surged from the depths of her heart. At the same time, seeing her once close brother, who had often looked after her, reduced to this state made her chest tighten with a dull ache. But she quickly suppressed her emotions, forcing herself to remain calm. She turned her attention to the two figures locked in combat, and a look of confusion crept onto her face. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight between Bai Feng and senior brother Chun? Why was senior brother Chun now fighting junior brother Lin? And it looked like senior brother Chun was about to lose to junior brother Lin. I really underestimated you. Senior brother Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. Having failed twice and been humiliated by his opponent, he felt his reason burning away like a flame. But no matter how strong you are, you're only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. After unleashing such a powerful technique, your spiritual energy must be nearly depleted. He raised his sword once more. It's time to end this. Falling to my sword is an honor you can be proud of. A massive surge of sword chi erupted, far more formidable than any of his previous strikes. Not good, Senior Brother Chun has unleashed his sword core. Stop him. Amid the panicked cries, Lin Yan let out a slow breath. I agree. It's time to end this. But instead of drawing his heavy blade, he sheathed it, and a flame ignited over his hardened fists. Arrogant. Senior Brother Chun seemed to have lost all reason. His eyes bloodshot and his face twisted in fury. He unleashed a torrent of sword chi, all of it hurtling toward Lin Yan. Flame fist. Lin Yan simply threw a punch. Several disciples couldn't bear to watch and covered their eyes, already envisioning Lin Yan being torn apart by the sword chi. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The flames enveloping his fist directly shattered the razor-sharp sword chi, which melted away like snow before fire dissipating into nothingness. Impossible! Senior Brother Chun was aghast. Ignoring the backlash, he forcibly dispersed the sword chi beyond his control, sending it from all directions to strike Lin Yan. Junior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Chun, you've gone too far. We're all disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Why do you resort to such lethal means? Several disciples, disregarding their own safety, rushed forward to aid Lin Yan. But they were too far away and the sword chi was too fast. They couldn't make it in time. Lin Yan gritted his teeth but did not retreat a single step. With his current cultivation, the flame could only cover his fists. Fortunately aware of this limitation, he had already activated a defensive talisman, planning to rely on it to endure the assault. Sword chi. I have some too. A discordant voice suddenly rang out. Bai Feng tossed a talisman into the air, then thrust his sword through it. A torrent of sword chi surged from the talisman, each strand larger and more powerful than Senior Brother Chen's. Brother Lin, go ahead. Use your flame fist on him. I've got your back. Lin Yan burst into laughter. Good. I entrust my rear to you. With that, he ceased to care about the sword chi flying toward him from all sides, focusing entirely on Senior Brother Chen's face. A streak of sword chi shot toward him, but in the next instant it was struck by another and both vanished into nothing. Lin Yan walked as if on a tightrope over a bottomless abyss, his name flickering in the book of life and death. Sword chi clashed and cancelled each other out all around him. One strand came so close it nearly grazed his cheek, but in the end it only sliced off a single hair before being intercepted by another. Junior Brother Lin, that was amazing. No, isn't Senior Sister Bai's brother even more incredible? How can he control so much sword chi so effortlessly? Is he actually a genius? Bai Feng's expression remained calm. With his mere early foundation establishment cultivation, he certainly couldn't manipulate that much sword chi on his own. But he had knowledge, and a host of doting elders. After acquiring a wealth of talisman knowledge from the system, he combined it with some insights from Blue Star, and sealed a trace of a sword-wielding elder's divine sense into a talisman. Like an AI assistant from the 21st century, this sliver of divine sense helped him wield sword chi, allowing him to perform precise maneuvers even with his limited cultivation. With Bai Feng's assistance, Lin Yan soon stood before Senior Brother Chun. No. What are you doing? I'm your senior brother, a personal disciple of Elder Chun. If you dare lay a hand on me, my master will never forgive you. Faced with Senior Brother Chen's pathetic display, Lin Yan's face remained impassive. His flame-wreathed fist shot straight toward the other's face. Bang! Senior Brother Chun was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and falling unconscious. A red fist mark was imprinted on his face, and the faint smell of burnt flesh lingered in the air. Bai Feng glanced at Lin Yan, who stood tall and straight, then at Senior Brother Chun, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. He couldn't shake the feeling that the roles seemed a bit off. A child of fortune had beaten up a lackey of another child of fortune, and the reason for the fight was him, the villain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inciting a child of fortune to attack the lackey of another child of fortune. Reward luck value 20 or talent 1. Bai Feng. System, get out here. What do you mean by inciting? That's slander. He did it willingly. Brother Lin, thank you. Bai Feng, suppressing the urge to complain about the system, stepped forward and cupped his hands to Lin Yan. But Lin Yan did not speak, merely shifting his eyes to look at him. It was then that Bai Feng realized the other was not trying to show off by standing in the middle of the road, but was utterly drained of spiritual energy, lacking the strength to move. His insistence on not collapsing was his final act of stubbornness. So he turned and called out to the idle Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. Someone come and give Brother Lin a hand. The disciples, snapping out of their daze, hurried over to surround Lin Yan. Bai Feng also took a bottle of pills from his storage pouch and handed it to the female disciple beside Lin Yan. Here, help Brother Lin take his medicine. No need, I can do it myself. Having recovered slightly, Lin Yan reached out, took the pills, and poured several into his mouth. Instantly, a vast and pure surge of spiritual energy coursed through his withered body. Without bothering to circulate his cultivation technique, he hastily tipped out a single pill to examine it, a top-grade rejuvenation pill. As an alchemist, he knew well the difficulty of refining a top-grade rejuvenation pill. Even with the guidance of Master Dan, he had yet to produce one himself. Yet hailing from the Lin family, a mere top-grade rejuvenation pill was not enough to astonish him. After reclaiming his identity as a prodigy, he occasionally obtained one. What amazed him was that Bai Feng could produce an entire bottle so casually. He obtained such pills due to his status as the Lin family's genius, but what of Bai Feng? He had not pondered it during the battle, but now he realized the protective sword chi was also extraordinary. It seemed the rumor that Bai Feng, abandoned by the Bai family after having his bone excavated, had degenerated into a profligate, was easily refuted. Not only was Bai Feng not abandoned, but he was still valued despite his mediocre talent. This confirmed his speculation. Brother Bai had indeed saved his own sister. Faced with such a temptation as the ultimate beneficiary, he had forsaken the immortal bone for family bonds. Brother Bai's act was truly moving. This was a friend he would definitely keep. Meanwhile, he pondered whether he could recommend Brother Bai to cultivate at the Heavenly Sword sect. Though his talent was ordinary, he was not lacking in perseverance. With the sect's guidance, he might achieve great things. What are you staring at? Hurry up and circulate your energy to recover. Sensing the odd look in the other's eyes, Bai Feng quickly sidestepped a few paces away. If he knew what Lin Yan was thinking, he would have kicked him hard while he was still weak. How dare you repay kindness with enmity? Lin Yan stopped his idle thoughts, calmed his mind, and circulated his technique to absorb the potent medicinal power. As he recovered, Bai Yumei approached. She had intended to intervene earlier, but was a step too late. Back already? Bai Feng greeted, knowing she preferred to keep her distance, so he didn't force himself on her. Bai Yumei nodded. She glanced at the unconscious senior brother Chan on the ground and felt a headache coming on. She hadn't expected such trouble when returning from a mission. After a moment's hesitation, she turned slightly to Bai Feng and asked, "How did the fight start?" "I'd just come out of Autumn Wind Tower when I heard him cursing me and threatening to teach me a lesson. Do you think I'm the type to take that lying down? So we fought." Bai Feng shrugged and recounted the incident simply. "As for Brother Lin, he probably couldn't stand the guy's behavior and helped me beat him up." Bai Yumei looked at Bai Feng, her lips moving as if to speak. "What? It's good that you're fine. Don't go to places like that anymore." She pursed her lips. Though their relationship had grown distant, she didn't want to see him sink further. I'm thinking about that too." Bai Feng stroked his chin. It wasn't because of the trouble, but because Autumn Wind Tower had fleeced him, and he had paid for it. So he wondered, since he was getting taken advantage of, why not open his own place? Not a brothel, of course, but something like a maid cafe. Still, it was just a thought. If such a shop attracted the child of fortune, it would be troublesome. Better to just laze around. Bai Yumei turned to the others. "Does anyone have anything to add?" They all shook their heads. No, senior brother Chun was indeed in the wrong. I understand. I'll report this to the sect." Bai Yumei nodded. "Will you continue shopping, or would you like to visit my home? I heard there's a big auction in Qinghong City. I'd like to see it." "Senior sister Bai, you go ahead. Well, take senior brother Chun somewhere to rest." The disciples dared not bring Chun to the Bai residence. If he woke up and caused another scene, they'd be in trouble. Besides, having failed to stop him, they felt too embarrassed to visit. Seeing that the Heavenly Sword sect disciples wished to continue shopping, Bai Yumei did not insist. She told them to be careful and to seek her at the Bai residence if needed, then watched them leave. By then, Lin Yan had recovered considerably and planned to return to the Lin residence. "Brother Lin, wait." Bai Feng called out to him. Although Lin Yan was the child of fortune, he had helped him and shown no hostility. Bai Feng wanted to strengthen their bond, as a good relationship meant one less potential enemy. Moreover, he remembered that positive emotions did not increase fortune points, so he believed this friendship was worth pursuing. "Is there something else, Brother Bai? Thank you for your help. Without you, I might have been locked up for a few days." Lin Yan quickly grasped the implication. If he hadn't intervened, it would have been a conflict between the Bai family and the sect. His involvement reduced it to a personal matter among disciples. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. I just couldn't stand that guy. Besides, Brother Bai, you helped me a lot. If not for you, I'd be the one lying in the street. Regardless, your help was real." Bai Feng handed him the fan from his hand. "As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and a genius of the Lin family, you probably don't lack rare treasures. Please accept this fan. I hope you don't find it unworthy." Bai Yumei looked puzzled. She could tell the fan was ordinary, not a spiritual artifact. And it was used. Wasn't that rude? She was about to advise against it when she saw Lin Yan's face fill with excitement. As if facing a rare treasure, he cradled the ordinary fan with both hands. Brother Bai, are you really giving this to me? This is too precious. Bai Yumei. Precious. She had a strange, unsettling thought. Only this fan can express my profound gratitude for your immense help. Brother Bai, you truly are. Unable to refuse, Lin Yan accepted it, marveling inwardly, how could anyone in this world be so radiant? He looked up, his expression solemn. Brother Bai, if you ever encounter trouble, just call on me. I will. Brother Bai, farewell. Farewell. Bai Yumei. Had she been in seclusion so long that she was out of touch with the world? She couldn't understand it anymore. After Bai Feng and the others left, a melody ended with an autumn wind tower, and the crowd finally snapped out of the zither spell. Before they could savor it, Shower had already risen to leave. Before departing, she glanced at the now empty doorway. I'm going to see father. Do you want to come along? Returning to the Bai residence, Bai Yumei looked at Bai Feng, her tone slightly awkward. After all, it had been a long time since they had walked home together like this or spoken face to face. No, I'm a bit tired from the fight. I'll head to my room to rest. Bai Feng waved his hand. He could sense that Bai Yumei was still somewhat distant from him, and naturally, he wouldn't force himself upon her. As long as she still acknowledged him as her brother, a little distance was fine. Not being treated as a villain by his sister was already a win. Watching Bai Feng's retreating figure, Bai Yumei let out a soft sigh. In recent years, besides having nightmares, she often dreamed of their childhood. But though she cherished those memories, she knew they could never go back to how things were. Shaking off her tangled thoughts, she turned and strode quickly toward her father's study. Back. Bai Tianyu stood at his desk, brush in hand, writing on paper. Seeing Bai Yumei knock and enter, he set down the brush, a hint of a smile softening his stern face. My brother had a minor conflict with a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, but it's been resolved for now. When Bai Yumei mentioned Bai Feng, her tone was noticeably strained. Still, she recounted the entire sequence of events. Handled well. It seems I won't need to intervene. Bai Tianyu nodded slightly. This time we owe the Lin family a favor. I wonder how that brat came to know that genius from the Lin family. Bai Yumei inexplicably thought of that fan. She instinctively felt it was connected, but she didn't know what the fan signified. By the way, father, please talk to my brother when you have time. Bai Yumei suddenly remembered something. His foundation is solid. Encourage him to cultivate more and stop him from going to those places. Bai Tianyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Bai Yumei with curiosity for a few seconds, as if to say, since when did you start caring about him? Bai Yumei could easily read the expression on her father's face. Her own look turned somewhat flustered. He is my brother after all. And that incident had nothing to do with him. Seeing him now, I naturally want to offer some advice. Bai Tianyu sighed. He knew well how much that incident had hurt her, and he understood the barrier she still felt with Bai Feng. After all, his good wife had intended to take her immortal bone for Fenger. Alright, don't dwell on it. I'll make sure that brat trains. Father, I want to look into the records of what happened back then. Bai Yumei lifted her head, her expression resolute. This was also one of the reasons she had returned. The bone extraction incident had left a deep mark on her, nearly becoming her inner demon, which was why she kept having nightmares. Now that she was at the peak of Foundation establishment, just one step away from forming her golden core, it was time to break the fear within her. It seems you're finally ready to face that matter. Bai Tianyu was not surprised. The reason he had kept the third elder and those who had lost in the internal strife was in large part for Bai Yumei's sake. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have already killed those short-sighted, infighting fools. Especially when he saw the strained relationship between Bai Feng and Bai Yumei, his anger grew. Whenever it became unbearable, he would go to the back hills and, under the guise of a spar, give the third elder and his cronies a thorough beating. He walked over to the bookshelf and picked up a thick volume. I've compiled everything about that incident. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, father. Bai Yumei took the book. Instead of leaving, she began to leaf through it page by page in the study. As she frowned in thought, a letter suddenly fell out from between the pages. She quickly reached out to catch it. The childish handwriting on the letter seemed out of place amidst this serious matter, and the paper had long since yellowed, as if it had been kept for many years. Father, who wrote this letter? Bai Yumei held the letter and asked Bai Tianyu, who was practicing calligraphy nearby. Oh, that was written by Fenger. I almost lost it a few years ago, but I recently found it again. Back then, he was the one who discovered that someone harbored ill intentions toward you, which allowed me to intervene in time. Bai Tianyu gazed at the childish handwriting on the letter, a nostalgic look on his face. What a good child he was. He truly treated Yuma like a little sister. It was all the fault of the third elder and his wife. No, too infuriating. I'm going to find the third elder for a spar tonight. It was written by my brother. Bai Yumei was stunned. She lowered her head and carefully read the contents of the letter. Though it was addressed to her father, it was filled with concern for her. Especially the subtle hints that her mother's attitude toward her was poor, and when her mother suddenly became kinder in the past 2 days, he grew suspicious of ulterior motives. It was almost laughable, but in the end the facts proved him right. Their mother indeed had ulterior motives. After reading the final line of the letter, she sniffled hard. She could clearly feel that Bai Feng genuinely regarded her as his little sister. But what had she done all these years? She felt something heavy lodged in her chest, making it hard to breathe. Bai Feng had been so good to her, so why had she doubted him? Even after he was cleared of suspicion deep down, she still thought he had some hidden agenda. Her heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. It was like a poor man who finds a piece of gold. Clutching it, he sees everyone as a thief or a robber. And when the gold was nearly stolen by those closest to him, that suspicion only deepened, extending even to the most intimate relationships. At that moment, Bai Tianyu was unaware of the turmoil within Bai Yumei. Seeing her lost in thought over the letter, he seized the opportunity to ease the rift between her and Bai Feng. Don't be too hard on him. He's always cared about you. The pastries he sent you every month before you reached Foundation establishment. He was the one who told us about them. Bai Yumei nodded. She remembered that after the bone extraction incident, Bai Feng had come to her as usual wanting to take her out to play, but she had refused every time. Seeming to sense her distance, Bai Feng rarely came to her after that. But it wasn't the petulance of a child. He didn't pester her or seek revenge. Instead, he respected her feelings and kept his distance, even voluntarily moving out of the room next to hers. The thick walls of insecurity she had built in her heart seemed to crack open at that moment. Father, I'd like to read this later. She lifted her head as if she had made a decision. Bai Tianyu waved his hand. It's fine. Keep the book here. Come and read it whenever you like. Meanwhile, Bai Feng held a novel in his hands, but he didn't seem to be reading it. His eyelids kept drooping, as if he might fall asleep on the table at any moment. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a message. Ding detected that the child of fortune feels regret toward the host. Fortune value 30. Cultivation breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment. Bai Feng. Which child of fortune is trying to ruin me now? The moment he saw the system notification, Bai Feng snapped awake. Too preoccupied to wonder which lucky protagonist had lost their mind, he quickly sat cross-legged. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body, his aura climbing until it finally settled at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Damn that lucky protagonist. If I ever find out who it is, I'll definitely. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his tone turning fierce. Stay as far away from you as possible. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Forced to pause his thoughts, he rose and walked toward it. Who is it? Hadn't he already moved to a relatively secluded part of the family estate? And at his request, the servants rarely disturbed him. Could it be that his father needed him? He pushed the door open and then his movements froze. Standing outside was none other than his younger sister, Bai Yumei. But her expression was no longer distant and cold as before. Instead, it carried a hint of conflict. Wait, wasn't Yumei supposed to be visiting our father? Why is she suddenly coming to see me? She never sought me out after coming home before. Bai Feng quickly masked his surprise and subtly stepped back half a step to keep his distance. Ahem, Yumei, weren't you going to see our father? Does he need me for something? Bai Yumei noticed his retreat, and a flicker of guilt and sorrow passed through her eyes. But she couldn't blame anyone else. This was all her doing. If she hadn't deliberately kept her distance, Bai Feng wouldn't be so guarded around her. No! Bai Yumei lowered her head, her usually calm and indifferent face now marked with nervousness and fear. I wanted to invite you, big brother, to go out for a walk together. After she spoke, perhaps out of embarrassment or fear of outright rejection, she quickly added. It's just that I haven't been home for a long time, so I want to buy some cultivation supplies. If you don't have time then. She bit her lip, unable to finish the sentence about going alone, and instead changed it to, could you mark the shops in the city for me? I really haven't been back in so long. Bai Feng didn't answer immediately. His expression was as if he'd seen a ghost. Where had his wary, distant sister gone? Had she taken the wrong medicine, or was she possessed? Bai Yumei kept her head down, waiting for his reply. A mere few seconds felt like an eternity. Her fingers twisted the hem of her clothes, and as time passed her body began to tremble slightly, as if she might turn and flee at any moment. Fortunately, Bai Feng didn't stay silent for long. He pushed aside his tangled thoughts and asked curiously, "Is there something that the Heavenly Sword sect doesn't have that you have to buy it here?" If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be curious. But his sister was a possessor of an immortal bone. Upon entering the sect, she became a direct disciple. He didn't believe she lacked cultivation resources. Although Bai Feng hadn't answered her immediately, Bai Yumei breathed a sigh of relief, her demeanor relaxing a little. "There's a lot, actually. Even though direct disciples earn a lot of contribution points, they can't be spent carelessly. For ordinary materials, we buy them in the city when we go out on missions." Bai Feng nodded. He stared at Bai Yumei, whose eyes darted away nervously, and couldn't help but recall how she had been when she first arrived at the Bai family. Back then she was just like this. When she first saw him, she was so nervous her eyes darted everywhere. She was only 3 or 4 years old, but her mind seemed already mature, cautious, with everyone, her demeanor full of insecurity. When no one paid her attention, she would hide in a corner and observe. Nothing like a normal child of that age. "Did father say something strange to you?" Bai Feng thought of his father, a man skilled in combat but utterly hopeless in family matters. He always seemed to want to mend the relationship between brother and sister. And with the system notification just now, it was highly likely that the regretful lucky protagonist was his sister. "Damn it! When have I ever mistreated you that you would treat me like this?" No, it was my own doing." Bai Yumei quickly waved her hands, then looked up at Bai Feng with apologetic eyes. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Bai Feng blinked, suddenly realizing something. "You read the letter. Dad actually kept it. With his personality, he didn't lose it." Bai Yumei nodded. "But father only found it recently." "That fits my image of him perfectly." "Forget it. It's nothing important. Don't take it to heart." Bai Feng waved his hand. He truly didn't care. Ever since the villain system appeared, his attitude toward his sister had shifted from clinging to her coattails to simply hoping for peaceful coexistence. Especially recently, he noticed the system seemed anxious because of his slacking off, giving him luck points over the slightest thing. If he complained even a little and his sister couldn't take it and shed a few tears, the system would probably seize the chance to shower him with luck points. He didn't want to step outside and get beaten up by a bunch of lucky protagonists. But his attempt to comfort her only made Bai Yumei feel worse. If Bai Feng had scolded her a little, she might have felt better. But instead he acted as if it didn't matter, as if it was just what a big brother should do. Just like when they were children. And that made her feel even more despicable. Because of her own suspicions and guesses, she had distanced herself from Bai Feng. And Bai Feng hadn't clung to her or sought revenge. To spare her feelings, he had started avoiding her, and even when misunderstood, he still cared for her. She was truly unforgivable. Even waking up in the middle of the night, she would slap herself hard. "I truly am sorry." At this thought, Bai Yumei sniffled, then took a deep breath, turning her head away as if holding something back. "I'm sorry. I don't deserve to be your sister." "Wait, calm down first." Bai Feng was stunned. "Sis, you're not playing by the rules. I've already let it go. Why are you still being so dramatic?" He instinctively glanced at the system. Sure enough, a pop-up appeared. Ding, detected that the host has thoroughly made the lucky protagonist cry. Luck points 50. For the host's first active manipulation of the lucky protagonist's emotions, a special reward, immortal art. Soul-forging art. Hope the host continues to excel. What the hell? Explain to me what thoroughly made her cry means and what active manipulation of emotions is. Don't just spout nonsense. My sister hasn't even cried yet. Bai Feng suppressed his urge to complain. Right now he had something more important to do than argue with the system. He couldn't let Bai Yumei go on like this. If she really started crying, the system would definitely shower him with luck points. So Bai Feng reached out and patted Bai Yumei on the back. There. Calm down. Don't overthink it. I'm not blaming you for anything, and I haven't been wronged either. I've been living just fine these past few years. Bai Yumei looked at Bai Feng, then at the secluded surroundings. She lowered her head, and a single tear, unable to be held back, slid down from the corner of her eye. "I'm sorry, Bai Feng. Little sis, what's wrong with you? The more I comfort you, the more upset you get." In his consolation, he completely failed to realize that it was only within Qinghong City that no one wronged him. In the Heavenly Sword sect, rumors of Bai Feng stealing bones were everywhere. Moreover, he hadn't changed clothes since returning home, and was still dressed like a pampered young master. Saying such things was like stabbing Bai Yumei's heart. Swift, precise, and painful. Ding detected that the host has pressed the advantage and thoroughly crushed the lucky protagonist's spirit. Luck points 30. All stats 3. Shut up. Bai Feng felt a throbbing headache. Suddenly recalling why Bai Yumei had sought him out in the first place, he hastily shifted the topic. Alright, weren't you going shopping? Let's head out now or the shops will close. Though he sensed that shopping might bring its own troubles, avoiding it would only invite immediate disaster. For now, he just needed to brush this aside. Bai Yumei sobbed and nodded, but emotions like these were not so easily quelled. Instinctively, she leaned toward Bai Feng only to stop midway as if hesitant about something. Bai Feng naturally noticed her subtle movements. To prevent the system from funneling more fortune value into him, he had no choice but to make a sacrifice. Thus his right hand shifted from a pat to an embrace, drawing her closer. His hand, resting on her shoulder, slowly crept upward to land on her head, gently stroking it. It had been so long since he last touched Yumei's head, felt just as soft as he remembered. He sensed her body stiffen for a moment, but she didn't resist, allowing him to continue. In the end, she buried her face in his shoulder, quietly sobbing. Bai Feng remained still. Though the scene was tender, all he wanted was for it to end. Only when Bai Yumei's sobs ceased did he lower his hand from her head. Feeling better? So are we still going shopping? This time Bai Yumei's tone was much more resolute. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said, her cheeks flushed. I'll go freshen up first. Alright, I'll wait for you by the door. Watching Bai Yumei hurry away, Bai Feng opened the system interface, the corner of his mouth twitching. He did a quick calculation. Today alone, he had gained 100 points of fortune value, doubling his total. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the chosen ones tracked him down and beat him to a pulp. He felt as if Bai Yumei was now a ticking time bomb, ready to trigger a system notification at the slightest misstep. He still had to accompany her shopping, hoping no more trouble would arise. Though he could refuse, he sensed that doing so might invite something far more terrifying, like the system pulling a major stunt on him. Farewell, the carefree sister I once knew. Sorry, I took a bit longer to freshen up. Bai Feng, standing outside the door, turned at the sound of her voice, his movements freezing for a second. A strange expression crossed his face. He opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately closed it. Before him, Bai Yumei was not wearing the cyan robe of a Heaven Sword sect disciple, but a purple dress. The hem of its ruffled skirt fluttered gently in the wind, adding a lively touch, while the purple hue lent her an extra layer of charm. Bai Yumei's cheeks were flushed, and her shy expression did nothing to mar her appearance, instead evoking a sense of pity that made one want to hold her close and cherish her. But Bai Feng felt nothing, because this dress was also his design. Meow, could it be that Bai Yumei was also a fan of his? How bizarre. His mind was now filled with the awkwardness of having his risque drawings discovered by family. No, wait. A sudden flash of insight struck Bai Feng. If Bai Yumei knew his identity or was his fan, she would never wear that dress out. That meant she had no idea where this outfit came from. With this thought, he cleared his throat and asked, when did you buy this dress? It's quite a contrast. A friend recommended it. They've made many outfits, and they're very popular among the female disciples of the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Yumei lowered her head and spoke softly, sensing that Bai Feng might not like the dress. It's not bad, just unexpected to see you in this style. Took me a bit off guard. Bai Feng nodded, his emotions mixed. Thankfully, the dress wasn't the skimpy type. It was a more wholesome, cute design, head drawn to switch things up. Otherwise, head really struggled to face his sister. I'm not quite used to it either. By the way, what made you change clothes? I thought you'd still wear the Heaven Sword sect disciple's robe outside. Bai Feng didn't want to dwell on this topic, fearing he might accidentally let something slip, so he shifted the conversation. Bai Yumei's fingers intertwined nervously. After a few seconds of silence, she murmured, I just wanted to change my image. She had resolved to mend her relationship with Bai Feng, though she knew the wounds of the past few years wouldn't heal easily. So she decided to start with her appearance, at least to distinguish herself from her former self. It was a small, girlish whim. That's quite a change. Bai Feng couldn't help but quip. If he hadn't known beforehand, he wouldn't have recognized Bai Yumei in this dress on the street. Hearing his remark, Bai Yumei felt a flicker of joy inside. She recalled the times they had gone shopping together as children, and so she reached out her hand toward Bai Feng's arm. But halfway she stopped, her eyes meeting his as if seeking permission. No need to be so cautious. I'm not going to eat you. If you want to hold my hand, just do it. Bai Feng extended his hand directly. When a soft, boneless little hand grasped his, he suddenly realized how old they both were. At this age, siblings holding hands while shopping seemed a bit odd. He looked up at Bai Yumei and saw her face was flushed, her gaze darting around nervously. She seemed to realize the same thing, but perhaps out of embarrassment or other reasons she didn't let go. Noticing this, Bai Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Since she had cost him 80 points of fortune value, he'd make her suffer a bit longer. So pretending not to notice, he tightened his grip and pulled her forward. Come on, let's go shopping. Bai Yumo's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her face growing even redder, her steps unsteady. She opened her mouth from time to time, but couldn't bring herself to speak, afraid of ruining the fragile bond they were rebuilding. She let Bai Feng pull her along, only realizing how far they had walked when they were nearly at the market street. No, she couldn't let this go on any longer. She had to speak up to stop them from walking in hand. But before she could say a word, Bai Feng let go of her hand first. So, did that bring back memories of when we were kids? A hint of a smile lingered on his face, though it looked rather smug. Bai Yumei now realized he had done it on purpose. She puffed out her cheeks, slightly annoyed at having worried and struggled with her thoughts for so long. But in the end she let out a sigh, though her eyes still held a hint of grievance. Is bullying your sister that fun? Sorry, I'll buy you a candied hawthorn to make up for it. Bai Feng apologized swiftly and cleanly, but if given another chance he would do it again. Neither of them noticed that in a distant senior brother Chun had woken from his unconsciousness. Standing by the window, he spotted Bai Yumei in her purple dress, looking stunning, and beside her the useless Bai Feng. His swollen face twisted in rage. Bai Feng, you deserve to die. In his eyes, Bai Feng and Bai Yumei's relationship was still strained, and Bai Yumei's angry expression clearly showed her reluctance. It must be Bai Feng using his family's influence to force Bai Yumei into new clothes and accompany him shopping. This worthless parasite lording over others with his family's power. How dare he treat Bai Yumei like this? He would make Bai Feng pay. And Lin Yan, who helped that waste, was surely no good either. He would remember the humiliation of today's slap. Hey brother, let's go check out that place over there. Bai Yumei walked side by side with Bai Feng, her gaze fixed on the distant shops selling spirit tools and pills. I have money now, I can finally make up for the gift I promised when we were kids. You still remember that? ID almost forgotten. Bai Feng chuckled. Let's go take a look then. Your birthday is next month, and you probably won't have time to come back then. They'll give you your gift early. When they were children, because Bai Yumei was brought home by their father, many doubted her origins. Though she wasn't bullied, few played with her, and their mother rarely gave her money. So it was always Bai Feng who bought her small snacks and toys. But back then her pride was strong. She refused to accept them, and even when she did, she'd declare, when I have money, I'll get you something even better. No need, I don't lack anything now. Bai Yumei shook her head. You always gave me things, but I've never given you a gift. Didn't you give me those 2 little clay figures? You stayed up all night making them. How can you say you never gave me a gift? But those were just made of mud, and they weren't even pretty. Bai Yumei's face flushed with embarrassment. She remembered how when Bai Feng's birthday approached, she had no money for a gift. On a whim, she used mud to mold 2 little figures of herself and him. Thinking back now, it was still awkward. She stayed up late making those figures covered in mud and got scolded by Bai Feng. But seeing how happy he was when he accepted them the next day, she felt genuine joy. Remembering this, she grew curious about those childhood figures and asked Bai Feng, by the way, where are those 2 clay figures? I want to take them back and reinforce them. After all, they were just made from ordinary clay. They're already broken. Bai Feng shook his head. Don't you remember? When I was moving rooms, I didn't see the corner and accidentally bumped into you. The figures fell and shattered. You ran off in anger. Shattered. Bai Yumei stopped in her tracks, stunned. She vaguely recalled the incident. At that time, the bone excavation incident had just occurred, leaving her deeply depressed. Her mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, so she wasn't paying attention to her path. She indeed collided with Bai Feng, who was moving out of the adjacent room. She remembered feeling flustered and unwilling to be alone with him, so she quickly ran away. Why hadn't she looked more carefully back then? She recalled how Bai Feng seemed to cherish those ugly little figures, keeping them on his desk. Yet she had destroyed the birthday gift she made with her own hands. She bent over, clutching her chest, feeling as though she was being crushed by seawater, a stone pressing on her heart, unable to breathe even with her mouth open. What's wrong? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Seeing Bai Yumei clutching her chest in pain, Bai Feng immediately realized he might have said the wrong thing. Damn it, I'm probably going to get caught by the system again. Bai Yumei grabbed Bai Feng's outstretched arm and slowly looked up, forcing a smile. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention then. It's all my fault. Please stop. I really don't blame you. Bai Feng was on the verge of tears. If she kept this up, the system would really force more luck points on him. Congratulations to the host for landing a critical hit, causing the Child of Fortune to feel extreme regret. Host luck value 100. Since this is the first time the host has gained a 3-digit luck value in one go, the reward is upgraded to Grandmaster of Formations. Sigh, I'm tired. Let it all burn. Brother, am I really that annoying? Bai Yumei lowered her head and Bai Feng could clearly sense her distress. You've always been so good to me, giving me the best things when we were kids, always letting me have my way. Yet I doubted you over baseless accusations, even cutting off contact for years. I don't blame you. If I were in your shoes, I might have been even more extreme. Let's not talk about this now. How about we find a place to rest? Bai Feng noticed the stares from passers-by, their eyes judging him like a heartbreaker. If only he were a heartbreaker. But this was his sister, a child of fortune who kept shoving luck points at him. Brother, you're just trying to comfort me. I know I've been an ingrate these past few years. Maybe the immortal bone shouldn't be with me. Enough. Let's go rest over there. Bai Feng exhaled, suppressing his anger, and without another word dragged Bai Yumei away from the crowded street. He didn't notice the fiery glare fixed on them from a distance. Familiar with the streets, Bai Feng weaved through alleys until he reached a dimly lit bridge with few people around. He glanced back and saw Bai Yumei still dejected, her eyes vacant. Anger surged within him. If he hadn't interrupted in time, the system would have forced more luck points on him for some ridiculous reason. Even a clay figure has its temper, let alone him. Especially since his sister alone had racked up 180 luck points for him. He really wanted to put her over his knee and spank her. All right, stop overthinking. Bai Feng plopped down on the steps. You think I'm doing this for you? I'm doing it for myself. I couldn't care less about the immortal bone. Don't think you're that important. I'm still talking to you because you're my sister. I say a few words of comfort and you start crying. What, you want me to grovel and keep comforting you? When you were a kid, you at least knew how to correct your mistakes. Now all you do is cry. What are you even good for? You're worse than your younger self. Why did I have to end up with a sister like you? If you're too afraid to face me, then leave. Go to the Heavenly Sword sect. Stop hanging around me. You're just annoying. The more Bai Feng spoke, the angrier he got. Even if the system shoved more luck points at him, he didn't care. Today he was determined to vent his anger. If Bai Yumei kept crying and didn't leave, he'd grab her and give her a few good smacks. But the expected outcome didn't happen. Instead of crying, Bai Yumei stared at him intently. Then she wiped away her tears and smiled. Brother, you really haven't changed much. Bai Feng. I scolded you like that, and that's all you have to say. Fine, fine, fine. All those words of comfort meant nothing but a few harsh words. Make you happy, huh? Brother, you're right. Since I made a mistake, I need to correct it. Wallowing in guilt won't solve anything. Bai Yumei sat down on the steps, as well looking up at the stars. I'm not going back to the Heavenly Sword sect. I want to fulfill the promise I made when we were kids. Bai Feng. What the hell do you even understand? Bai Feng recalled for a few seconds. There had been quite a few promises made in childhood, such as Bai Yumei's vow to treat him to all the candied hawthorns he could eat when they grew up, and her promise to take him to the grandest tavern for a lavish feast. Why were they all related to food? But the promise she made most often was probably that one. He remembered sitting with her in the courtyard after dinner stargazing when their conversation turned to cultivation. Bai Yumei leaped from her chair, the gust of cold wind turning her cheeks rosy red. Brother, even if your talent is ordinary, you still have me. I will protect you for life. Bai Feng looked at her hands on her hips, her thick clothes making her look round and utterly adorable. Yet her small face was resolute and he couldn't help but laugh. Humph. Bai Yumei puffed out her cheeks, appearing somewhat angry. I mean it. Let's pinky swear. Bai Feng stifled his laughter and extended his pinky finger. All right, let's pinky swear. Under the moonlight, two small fingers intertwined. It's settled then. I will protect you for life. I swear it. He could still recall the firmness in Bai Yumei's voice. Lost in thought, he turned to glance at the girl sitting beside him. She was indeed cuter as a child. Bai Yumei noticed his gaze, and just like in childhood, raised her right hand with her pinky extended. Let's pinky swear. I know it sounds shameless to say this now, but I am willing to swear to the heavenly Tao. I will protect you well. Bai Feng slowly raised his hand, reaching for her pinky. But then under Bai Yumei's puzzled gaze, his hand bypassed hers and landed on her head, where he gave her a gentle rap. What can you protect? You're not even a golden core cultivator yet. Come talk to me when you've reached the nascent soul stage. Bai Yumei withdrew her hand to rub her head, muttering under her breath. I can still become a nascent soul cultivator in the Bai family. And become a nascent soul cultivator with no combat experience, just an empty shell. Seeing her pout, Bai Feng knew she was still unconvinced. He reached out to pinch her cheek, then withdrew his hand nonchalantly under her aggrieved gaze. Don't be stubborn. You've lived in the Heavenly Sword sect long enough to know it's better for cultivation. Perhaps the Bai family can provide resources, but what about combat experience? This was why many noble families preferred to send their disciples to sects. In a family, there were rarely peers of similar talent for sparring, let alone the secret realms that many sects possessed. With Bai Feng's guidance, Bai Yumei understood this logic, but she couldn't bring herself to return to the sect for cultivation with peace of mind. She could only sulk. So there's nothing I can do now. What do you expect to do at the peak of qi condensation? Bai Feng looked at her as if she were a fool. Anyway, get back to the Heavenly Sword sect and cultivate. Don't talk about protecting me until you've reached nascent soul. I understand. Bai Yumei nodded, but a vague idea began to form in her mind. If she returned to the Heavenly Sword sect, she would have to wait some time before coming back. But she didn't want to be separated from Bai Feng for long. She wanted to make up for the years of distance between them. She couldn't leave the sect, but if Bai Feng were to join the Heavenly Sword sect, this needed careful consideration. She would gather information about her brother from the past few years once she returned home. She remembered her father mentioning that Bai Feng's talismans were quite innovative. If his talent for talismans was good enough, he might enter the Heavenly Sword sect. She recalled that Bai Feng had also participated in the Heavenly Sword sect's trial, though he was quickly eliminated. But it showed he was eager to join, and he had just urged her to stay in the sect. If he wasn't interested in the Heavenly Sword sect, why would he say that? I won't tell my brother about this for now. They'll surprise him later. Bai Yumei stared at Bai Feng, a smile unconsciously spreading across her lips. Bai Feng found it baffling. What are you smiling about? Just thinking of something happy. Did your wife give birth? Bai Yumei. All right, since you've figured it out, let's go. Bai Feng stood up and stretched. Finally, he could send this plague of a sister away. If she stayed home, the system would probably keep deducting his luck points multiple times a day. Bai Yumei nodded and quickly got up to follow. Let's continue shopping. Aren't we going home? We haven't bought gifts yet. Not needed. Brother, do you want accessories like a necklace or ring or a weapon? If you don't choose, I'll buy you everything. Bai Feng glanced at the spendthrift girl beside him. Who gives gifts like this? Who taught her? Oh, it was him. Well, that made sense. Give me a set of basic formation arrays. I've been getting into formations lately. Bai Yumei smiled knowingly. Her brother's method really worked. When she first arrived at the Bai family, as a child, her sensitive and fragile pride made her unwilling to accept others' kindness. Bai Feng had used this method to force her to accept. Yumei, do you want candied hawthorns or osmanthus cake? If you don't choose, I'll buy both and stuff them in your arms. You don't want such delicious food to go to waste, do you? She remembered tearfully choosing the osmanthus cake, eating and crying at the same time, while Bai Feng laughed uncontrollably beside her. But she didn't know how to make up for the mistakes of the past few years. She didn't seek forgiveness, only a chance to atone. She looked at Bai Feng beside her. He had changed much compared to his childhood self, yet he seemed unchanged. Gradually, the two figures began to merge. At that moment, her inner demon shattered and dissipated. If not for forcefully suppressing her spiritual energy, she would have broken through to the Golden Core stage right then. But breaking through to Golden Core was less important than what she had to do now. Brother, what do you think of this sword formation? It looks perfect for you. No, I want the basic formation arrays. Senior brother Yi, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw Bai Feng that waist dragging a reluctant junior sister Bai around shopping. She seemed poisoned too. I saw her clutching her chest in pain when she disobeyed Bai Feng's orders. In a secluded in-room, senior brother Chun, half his face swollen, was talking to someone. Talismans capable of instant communication were exorbitantly expensive, but he was too blinded by rage to care. How dare they? The Bai family truly has no good members. A furious voice came from the talisman. First they fail to dig out his bones, and now they resort to poison. I see the Bai family has a death wish. Senior brother Chun quickly continued. And that Lin Yan. I wanted to teach Bai Feng a lesson, but he helped that waste. I think he's no good either. You're right. That guy often defies me and shows no respect for his elders. He practically doesn't see me as his senior brother. A look of delight spread across senior brother Chen's face. Senior brother Yi, should we deal with Lin Yan first? No, the priority now is Bai Feng. The talisman's tone suddenly turned flat. I can't touch him while he's in the Bai family. But if he enters the Heavenly Sword sect, the Bai family won't be able to protect him. Senior brother Chun looked puzzled. But senior brother Yi, Bai Feng's talent is truly worthless. He can't get into the Heavenly Sword sect. Hehehe, isn't that where you come in? Challenging a qi condensation peak cultivator at the early qi condensation stage and escaping unscathed. That's enough. Hearing the laughter from the talisman, senior brother Chen's face twitched and his fists clenched involuntarily. What kind of lousy scheme was this? Why should he sacrifice his reputation to let Bai Feng into the heavenly sword sect? If this got out, where would he hide his face? But Bai Feng used a spirit weapon too. He was cut off by the talisman. Can't you exaggerate a bit? Do I have to teach you everything? Senior brother Chun felt like grinding his teeth to dust. What? You disagree? No, of course not. Senior brother Yes' plan is brilliant. I'll inform the sect immediately. Despite his rage, senior brother Chun suppressed his anger and replied ingratiatingly. At the same time, he regretted ever contacting that shameless Yi Tang. Brother, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bai Feng waved expressionlessly at Bai Yumei. After she left, he pushed open the door and flopped onto the bed like a fish, bouncing a couple of times. Shopping is truly exhausting. He had intended to buy some basic array materials to test the system's array mastery skill, but Bai Yumei seemed dissatisfied with him, wanting only a single basic material. She dragged him through several more shops until she finally relented after purchasing a foolproof white flame sword array that only required infusing it with spiritual energy. Whatever his sister was leaving tomorrow anyway, today was just an anomaly and it would remain so. Today was merely a compensatory gesture from Bai Yumei after she read his letter and felt regret. Once she returned to the Heavenly Sword sect to cultivate for a while, that feeling would gradually diminish until it was completely worn away by time. But this incident wasn't entirely without benefit. Although Bai Yumei had handed him a hefty amount of fortune points, their relationship had also eased somewhat. This leg he was clinging to might not be secure, but at least he had a grip on it. If he ever encountered an unavoidable danger, like a favored son of destiny who took a dislike to him, Bai Yumei might, for the sake of that letter, lend him a hand. Oh right, the system also gave me a soul-forging art. Let me see what's so different about a celestial technique. Bai Feng struggled to roll over and open the system to take a look. He read the soul-forging art carefully and gradually he entered a mysterious state. It felt as though he was floating in the air, then swimming at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly a gust of wind and waves surged, sweeping his consciousness into the distance. The wind grew stronger and he felt as if he were being crushed by seawater. His consciousness seemed like a lump of dough constantly stretched and kneaded. This is unbearable. Bai Feng felt that if this continued, he would be torn apart. Instinctively, he began to gather his consciousness into a ball to resist the pressure of the wind and seawater. He didn't know how long passed when suddenly a morning sun rose from the horizon. The agonizing wind and seawater pressure vanished instantly. For a moment he felt a lightness he had never known. The sunlight bathed him in warmth as if he were held in a gentle embrace. Bai Feng gradually regained consciousness, though his head felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Yumei's face nearly on the verge of tears and realized she was shaking him by the shoulders. What happened? He instinctively reached out and grabbed Bai Yumei's arm to stop her shaking. It felt like his brains were being rattled, leaving his head dizzy. Wait, why was Bai Yumei in his room? Brother, you're finally awake. Bai Yumei excitedly threw her arms around Bai Feng's neck, almost burying him in her embrace. I came to wake you up this morning when you didn't get up, but no matter how I tried I couldn't rouse you. Bai Feng felt the strength of her arms around his neck. Though they looked slender, they clamped down like steel bars. He felt that if this continued he would fall unconscious again. Let go of me first. Only then did Bai Yumei realize she hadn't controlled her strength and quickly released her arms. Sorry. I just formed my golden core and am still not good at controlling my strength. Bai Feng clutched his neck, gasping for air. Oh, so you're at the golden core stage. Huh? Golden core. He quickly lifted his head to look at Bai Yumei and carefully sensed her. Her aura was indeed different. Much stronger than yesterday. He could even feel a faint pressure emanating from her. How had she formed her core already? Bai Yumei was several years younger than him, wasn't she? As expected of a favored son of destiny with an immortal bone. It was impossible for him not to feel envious. Sometimes he wondered whether he should just follow the system. With its rewards, he could quickly reach the golden core stage and become a prodigy. But then he thought of the countless favored sons of destiny strewn across this world, and he felt that being a genius for 3 seconds was far less appealing than lying low and coasting through life comfortably. Brother, what happened to you just now? Bai Yumei looked at him with concern. Is it some illness? Should we call a doctor? It's nothing. I just learned an extra technique to strengthen my divine sense for my array studies. Bai Feng waved his hand. I was just so exhausted from studying last night that I slept too deeply. You know how draining divine sense techniques can be. As he spoke, he also carefully examined his own condition. He hadn't checked his divine sense since being shaken awake by Bai Yumei, and he was curious about the effects of the soul-forging art, a celestial technique. Then a flicker of surprise crossed his heart. As expected of a celestial technique, his divine sense had more than doubled in strength. It felt like a nearsighted person putting on the right glasses. The entire world seemed clearer. Moreover, as the soul-forging art continued to advance, besides strengthening his divine sense, it offered many other wonderful uses, such as expanding his detection range, hiding his aura, and even using illusions without the aid of formations. With such powerful divine sense combined with the system's ability to track favored sons of destiny, he could perfectly avoid them when going out. Finally, the system was giving him something useful. At that moment, absorbed in sensing his divine sense, he didn't notice the expression on Bai Yumei's face. Though her face still held some worry, there was more joy. The rumors outside were indeed false. Her brother hadn't fallen. He was still as diligent and hardworking as before. She had been worried that Bai Feng, having grown lazy, might refuse to enter the heavenly sword sect, but now she was no longer concerned. Earlier this morning, she had specifically asked their father. Upon learning of Bai Feng's talent in talismans, she could confidently guarantee his entry into the heavenly sword sect for cultivation. By the way, have you had breakfast? If not, let's go together. Feeling pleased, Bai Feng even found Bai Yumei more agreeable. No. Bai Yumei shook her head. Though she had long since reached the point of anedia, and a golden core cultivator could abstain from food entirely, if it was with her brother she would eat a little. Then let's go. Uncle Bai, do you have any more dishes? Bai Feng entered the kitchen and asked the chef who was preparing ingredients. The young master is here. I just bought some fresh beef. How about I make you a bowl of beef noodles? Since Bai Feng often came to the kitchen to mooch food, and the two often exchanged culinary insights, the chef had become less formal in private over time. Sure, with extra scallions. Bai Feng turned to look at Bai Yumei, who was standing outside the door. Order whatever you like. Uncle Bai's cooking is excellent. Bai Yumei shook her head. The same as yours. All right, 2 bowls of beef noodles then. Coming right up. The chef turned back to his work. Though he wondered why the young master and his sister had reconciled, it was clearly none of his concern. At least it was a good thing. Soon 2 bowls of beef noodles were ready. Bai Feng sat at a table in the courtyard. Besides the noodles, the chef had also prepared several small dishes and desserts. Eat a little. Even though you don't need to eat after foundation establishment, life loses some flavor without meals. Bai Feng picked up a slice of beef from the noodles and savored it, speaking with a full mouth. Help yourself to whatever you want. You're grown up now, so I won't serve you. Bai Yumei nodded gently. She remembered when she first came to the Bai family as a child. Back then, Bai Feng would drag her to meals, and even put food into her bowl, afraid she wouldn't dare to eat. Thinking of this, she stole a glance at Bai Feng, who was devouring his food. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of dried beef strip, hesitated for a few seconds, then took a deep breath to suppress her nervousness. In a flash so fast it left an afterimage, she placed the beef strip into Bai Feng's bowl. Bai Feng was momentarily stunned. He looked at the beef strip in his bowl, then at Bai Yumei, who was eating her noodles with her head down. A hint of confusion crossed his face. Where did this beef strip come from? He suspected Bai Yumei had put it there, but he had no proof. Just as he lowered his head to continue eating, a blur flashed before him, and another slice of beef appeared in his bowl. He looked up at Bai Yumei again, only to find her taking small bites of noodles, while looking back at him with an innocent expression. So you became a golden core cultivator just to do this? Eat properly. If I want something, I'll help myself. Oh! After being scolded by Bai Feng, Bai Yumei finally stopped her little tricks and quietly ate her meal. But halfway through, his father suddenly burst in. Finally found you. I knew you'd be eating here. Bai Tianyu strode over quickly, a look of urgency on his face. Leave that for now. Come with me. Your Uncle Yun is here. Bai Feng found it somewhat baffling. So what if he's here? It's not like I'm going to drink with you. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Bai Tianyu's face. Ahem, he wants to ask when you and his daughter will officially get engaged. Bai Feng. Bai Feng racked his brains trying to recall. If his memory served him right, Uncle Yun's daughter was named Yun Yueyao, but from the day he was born until now he was certain he had never met her. One reason was that after acquiring the villain system, aside from the time he ventured out to scout for the children of fortune, he had always avoided long journeys. Another was that Uncle Yun's wife had been injured during pregnancy, leaving their daughter in frail health, forcing her to stay home and unable to travel far. So where did this engagement come from? As he pondered, Bai Feng couldn't help but cast a glance at his father. There was an 80% chance this mess was his unreliable old man's doing. So Dad, what's the real story behind this engagement? Bai Tianyu's expression grew increasingly awkward. Finally he sighed and smacked his head in regret. It was all the alcohol's fault. Back when you were just born and your Uncle Yun's wife was pregnant, we were drinking and came up with the idea of a childhood betrothal. Then why didn't you ever tell me? I drank too much and forgot all about it when I woke up the next day. Bai Tianyu scratched his head vigorously, as if blaming himself for forgetting something so important. Bai Feng was speechless. Damn it, how did he end up with such an unreliable father? Dad, you're the one who caused this, so you handle it. Bai Feng picked up his bowl and continued eating. Forget whether he wanted to be engaged to someone he'd never met, but in this world full of children of fortune, and his identity as a villain, the moment he met his fiancée, some brat would likely jump out to oppose it. Bai Tianyu gritted his teeth and held up 3 fingers. Triple your allowance. Bai Feng shook his head. No deal. I'm not short on money. I don't even know where to spend it. Then what do you want? Bai Tianyu sighed inwardly, knowing he was about to pay a heavy price. Over the years he had always felt he failed to manage family relationships, leading to its breakdown. Plus Bai Feng was an obedient kid, so he always felt he owed his son. Otherwise he would have slapped him and dragged him to the meeting long ago. Although Bai Feng truly didn't want to get involved with his fiancée, since this matter had already happened, he also worried his father might mishandle it. So he nodded. Dad, I want to study formation arrays. Have you fully mastered talismans yet? And you're already thinking about formation arrays? Bai Tianyu frowned slightly. If Bai Feng had asked for some precious spirit artifact, he would have agreed immediately, but something that could affect his son's future required caution. I feel I have quite a talent for formation arrays too. Bai Feng wasn't about to give up. He needed to find a way to justify his already mastered skill in formations. Seeing Bai Feng so insistent, Bai Tianyu didn't argue further. Fine, I'll arrange it. But if you have no talent, give it up immediately. Thanks, Dad. Bai Feng broke into a smile. Now he wouldn't need to make excuses when setting up arrays around their house. All right, now come with me to meet your Uncle Yun. Remember to be polite. Okay. Bai Feng put down his bowl and glanced at Bai Yumei, who had been silent, not eating or speaking. Yumei, want to come along? Bai Yumei suddenly looked up, a trace of confusion on her face. After a few seconds, she snapped out of it and quickly nodded. Sure. All right, let's go. Urged on by Bai Tianyu, the two quickly headed toward the reception hall. Bai Feng immediately spotted a kind-faced middle-aged man sitting in a chair. The moment he walked in, the man eagerly rose from his seat and approached with a broad smile. Xiao Feng, do you still remember your Uncle Yun? Oh, Yumei's here too. It's been years and you've grown so much. You were drinking with my dad just last month. Of course I remember. Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Haha, look at my memory. Uncle Yun wasn't embarrassed. He stroked the stubble on his chin. I'm sure your father has told you why I'm here today. I planned to set a good day for the engagement, but your father insisted on asking your opinion. That old fellow didn't forget, did he? Ha ha ha. He meant it as a joke, but noticed Bai Feng's expression was a bit off, and even Bai Tianyu looked awkward. He narrowed his eyes and turned to Bai Tianyu. You didn't actually forget, did you? Cough, you know I tend to forget things when I drink too much. Why didn't you bring it up these past few years? Otherwise would I have forgotten for so long? Bai Tianyu, now exposed, didn't look embarrassed and instead retorted with confidence. It's because my daughter's health wasn't good. Uncle Yun finally waved his hand. Forget it, I knew you were unreliable. Then he straightened his expression. To be honest, I didn't want to bring this up before either. My daughter was too weak to cultivate and I didn't want to drag you down. But recently she had a fortunate encounter that made up for her deficiencies. She's now at the late Qi refining stage. That's why I'm revisiting the engagement. That's wonderful news. Bai Tianyu knew Yun Yueyao had always been a thorn in his old friend's side. Now that the problem was resolved, he was genuinely happy for him. But Bai Feng's expression turned grave. A body damaged and unable to cultivate, then a fortuitous encounter that reignites the path of immortality. This template felt all too familiar. He was 90%, even 99% certain that his fiancée was a child of fortune. Even if she wasn't, she was definitely closely tied to one. No, this engagement absolutely cannot happen. But he couldn't just break it off directly, or he'd be giving the opposing child of fortune a broken engagement buff. With that in mind, an idea struck him. Uncle Yun, may I say a few words about the engagement? Uncle Yun smiled and stroked his stubble. Go ahead, Xiao Feng. Uncle Yun, you know my reputation isn't the best. I'm afraid it might affect Yun Yueyao. So I think we should take our time with the engagement. Uncle Yun waved his hand dismissively. Oh, others might think that, but I know your true character. Don't worry about it. Bai Feng had anticipated this response. He asked only to set the stage for his next point, choosing the right moment to interject. So he continued, "Also, Yun Yueyao has just started cultivating. Rushing into an engagement seems hasty. Matters like marriage should consider both parties' feelings." "You make a good point." Uncle Yun nodded, but he wasn't about to give up. "That's why I'm only here to discuss the engagement. The actual marriage can wait." Bai Feng looked up at Uncle Yun, his expression hesitant. Then he took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and continued. "Also, because of some things I've been through, I believe marriage should be based on mutual affection. I can't agree to marry someone I've never met with no emotional foundation and whose willingness I don't know." Uncle Yun furrowed his brow. He could clearly see Bai Feng's reluctance, but there was little he could say. He knew what Bai Feng was referring to, and it was no surprise he felt this way. He had also heard Bai Tianyu complain that after the bone removal incident, Bai Feng had moved to a remote courtyard alone, spending his days doing who knows what. He sighed slowly, relaxing his brow, and nodded gently. "I was too hasty. How about this? I'll arrange for Yueyao to meet you another day. We'll discuss the engagement later." Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. For now he had managed to stall the engagement. As for the meeting, he'd figure out an excuse to avoid it later. Bai Feng walked out of the reception hall. After he finished speaking, Uncle Yun lost the desire to discuss the engagement. Now Uncle Yun and his father were preparing to go out for a drink. "Brother, don't you want to be engaged to Yun Yueyao?" Bai Yumei followed beside him. She had been standing quietly in the room earlier without saying a word, only speaking up to ask Bai Feng as they left. "No." Bai Feng shook his head without hesitation. "After all, I've never even met her. She's a complete stranger. If I'm to marry, I'd rather find someone I know well, someone I've spent years with as a friend at least. Of course it's best if there's an emotional foundation and we're compatible in personality." In summary, he needed to know if she was a child of fortune or if she had any connection to one. Otherwise, given this system's tendency, he suspected that even sleeping at night after marriage could trigger system rewards and dump a pile of fortune points on him. Bai Yumei stared blankly at Bai Feng for a few seconds, then quickly shook her head as if to hide her embarrassment. She pressed on. "Then brother, do you have someone you like?" No." Bai Feng shook his head. "After all, I've been staying at home, rarely going out, and I don't know many people." "I see." Bai Yumei scratched her cheek, her gaze unconsciously wandering around. "All right, don't worry about your brother's marriage. I'm the eldest son of the Bai family. Getting married is simple enough." Bai Feng waved his hand. "You're leaving today, right? Remember to cultivate well at the Heavenly Sword sect. Don't come home too often unless it's important." Bai Yumei's mood suddenly dipped, but then she remembered the file about Bai Feng she had asked her father for that morning, and she perked up again. She looked forward to the day she would meet Bai Feng at the Heavenly Sword sect. Then her brother would surely be happy, wouldn't he? At that moment, Bai Feng suddenly sneezed. He glanced around with a hint of suspicion, feeling as though someone was plotting against him. Bai Yumei left. Bai Feng sat idly in the courtyard, staring at the sky above, feeling nothing but exhilaration. Finally, no more living in fear. Time to draw lewd pictures. Bai Feng took out paper and pen and began to brainstorm. Ever since he saw Bai Yumei wearing the purple dress he had drawn, he realized he had gained a rather special group of fans at the Heavenly Sword sect. Coincidentally, he had grown tired of drawing lewd pictures, lately running out of ideas. His readers were also feeling some aesthetic fatigue, so it was time to draw something different to change things up. Decent pictures must be drawn and lewd pictures must be drawn too. Only then can it be considered complete. He could even go so far as to create two versions of the same character, one with proper clothing and a proper pose, the other with seductive attire and a less proper pose. This contrast would surely drive his fans wild. Yes, good. Inspiration struck. Time to draw. In the days Bai Feng spent immersed in drawing lewd pictures, the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect on the other side began a discussion. The reason was that 3 letters of recommendation had appeared on the sect leader's desk. One was from Bai Yumei. The first thing she did upon returning to the sect was to tell her master about Bai Feng, and at her master's suggestion, she wrote a letter of recommendation to the sect leader. One was from Lin Yan. He was even more enthusiastic about this matter than Bai Yumei, not only seeking out his own master, but also rallying the alchemy elder, with whom he had a good relationship, to help. The last one was from senior brother Chun, but he simply wrote a letter focusing on how extraordinary Bai Feng was, with a slight mention of his own reflection, such as regretting his impulsiveness. All 3 were inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and Bai Yumei was even a direct disciple of the Green Bamboo Peaks master. With the strong backing of Bai Yumei, Lin Yan, and their masters, the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, had to take this matter seriously. Eventually, with some behind-the-scenes maneuvering, even ordinary disciples learned of the matter, and the sect was divided into 2 factions. One faction believed that since senior sister Bai and senior brother Lin had proposed it, Bai Feng couldn't be as worthless as rumored. If he met the requirements, what harm was there in letting him join the Heavenly Sword sect? The other faction argued that senior sister Bai was clearly pressured by the Bai family into recommending Bai Feng. As for senior brother Lin, since the Lin and Bai families were neighbors, some exchange of interests was not surprising. This corrupt practice must not be encouraged. Eventually a small faction emerged between the two. They agreed to let Bai Feng join the Heavenly Sword sect so they could give him a beating. But Bai Feng knew nothing of all this. He only felt that the weather was getting colder day by day. Has the identity of spring and autumn been investigated? At the Autumn Wind Pavilion, the young lady named Chunqiu, with a semi-transparent veil over her face, sat on a chair with her legs crossed. The high slit revealed her fair, smooth thigh. She asked the steward Aunt Wang, who was bowing before her. Sane. Before Aunt Wang could speak, Chunqiu interrupted. How many times must I say it? My identity is Chunqiu. Forgive me, this servant is guilty. As if recalling something terrifying, Aunt Wang's body began to tremble, and her legs gave way, causing her to kneel directly on the ground. Get up. Chunqiu's face remained expressionless. If you don't report soon, you can go stay at the Red Dust Wall. Yes, yes. Aunt Wang didn't bother to rise from the ground. She quickly relayed the information she had gathered. Miss Chunqiu, it's like this. Spring and autumn seems to be protected by some force. All our investigations into spring and autumn have been blocked, with no information leaking out. The only one capable of such a feat is probably the Bai family of Qinghong City. The Bai family again. Chunqiu frowned slightly. Last time someone from the Bai family had broken free from her influence. Although she hadn't used her techniques to avoid revealing her identity, and had only subtly influenced him with her zither music, the fact that he left so quickly still made her feel both displeased and threatened. She even suspected that he might have discovered something. To that end, she had subtly influenced a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, but unfortunately, he was a useless glutton, unable to deal with even a mere dandy at the Foundation establishment stage. In recent days, she had been quite worried about being discovered by the administrators of Qinghong City. Though she wasn't afraid, her mission was not yet complete, and she had no desire to slink away in disgrace. All right, I understand. You don't need to continue investigating this matter. Chunqiu waved her hand. Clean the floor before you leave. Yes, yes. After Aunt Wang tidied up and left, Chunqiu sat slouched in her chair, resting her cheek on one hand. She wasn't surprised by the results of the investigation into spring and autumn. When she first arrived in Qinghong City, she had already sent people to investigate, but aside from the name spring and autumn, no other information was available. Not even whether the person was male or female. The only ones capable of this were likely the local powers in Qinghong City, and spring and autumn held a high position among them. But she had no intention of giving up. From the moment she first saw spring and autumn's paintings, she had made up her mind to acquire him. Such talent hiding in Qinghong City as a lewd picture artist was a terrible waste. Only by joining the Sacred Heart sect could his value be realized. It seems they'll have to pay a visit to the Bai family. Excellent. I've done it. Bai Feng held a recording stone in his hand, but upon closer inspection one would notice the stone was somewhat different. This recording stone bore far more array nodes than ordinary ones, making it vastly more complex. A typical recording stone only possessed the functions of recording and playback, but Bai Feng had added an editing capability to his. However, it only had the most basic cutting and splicing functions. Even adding just this one feature had cost him considerable time and effort. The original array master who created the recording stone had never considered adding extra functions, forcing Bai Feng to essentially rebuild the underlying array nodes when modifying it. But it was all worth it. This will be the reward for the next limited collector's edition. Bai Feng toyed with the smooth recording stone in his hand, planning to create a short animation of 12 seconds to give the natives of this otherworld a taste of animated wonder. But just as he prepared to spend the entire day drawing, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Young master, the master requests your presence. All right, I understand. Bai Feng shook his head. Every time he wanted to work hard, someone always interrupted. He casually placed the recording stone on the table, then pushed open the door and headed toward his father's study. Shortly after he left, a maidservant carrying a broom approached, gently pushed the door open and entered. Dad, what did you call me for? Bai Feng pushed open the study door and saw Bai Tianyu, reclining in a lounge chair, holding 2 letters with a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Bai Tianyu didn't bother sitting up. He tossed the letters casually onto the table. One is from Bai Yumei and the other is from your Uncle Yun. Which one do you want to hear first? Bai Feng glanced at the letters on the table, sensing neither boded well, What do they say? Bai Tianyu didn't keep him in suspense and said directly, your Uncle Yun plans to bring Yun Yueyao over for a visit, and even intends to stay for a few days. Indeed not good news. What excuse could he find to dodge this? Bai Feng pondered as he continued, and what did Yuma say? Yuma mentioned your situation to her master, and it seems that Lin family's young master also suggested you join the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Tianya's smile was now completely unrestrained, practically stretching from ear to ear. The Heavenly Sword sect happens to be recruiting new disciples, so they'll be coming by in the next few days. Bai Feng. Truly two wonderful pieces of news. One involved a potential child of fortune staying in his home, and the other meant moving into a den of children of fortune. Did he have any other choice? But if I join the Heavenly Sword sect, how do we explain it to Uncle Yun? Compared to entering the den of children of fortune, he felt meeting one child of fortune tentatively suspected was better. Head first try to find a way to decline the Heavenly Sword sect matter. Indeed, what Mr. Lu Sun said was right. Bai Tianyu waved his hand, not seeing it as a problem. You're both still young. There's no rush for such things. At worst, we can have Yun Yueyao join the Heavenly Sword sect too. But the Yun family isn't in the northern domain. Wouldn't it be strange for Yun Yueyao to cultivate at the Heavenly Sword sect? That's true. Bai Tianyu nodded but still didn't see it as an issue. It's fine. Just meet up whenever you have time. Your Uncle Yun and I didn't cultivate in the same sect either, but we still ended up as good friends, didn't we? Bai Feng. Dad, it's weird that you're using you and Uncle Yun as an example. Brat, don't tease me. Bai Tianya's eyes widened immediately. I'm doing this for you. If it were anyone else, the engagement would have been settled long ago. Yes, yes. Bai Feng replied perfunctorily. But Dad, you know my talent. It'll probably be like last time. Better not get your hopes up too high. Then work harder. Spend less time in your room drawing those things and strive to enter the Heavenly Sword sect and cultivate properly. Otherwise, you might not even secure the position of an elder. I'll do my best. Bai Feng felt a bit embarrassed at being called out. Though Head never mentioned drawing lewd pictures at home, he was quite famous, and it was impossible to hide it from the head of the Bai family. Seeing his father about to continue scolding him, he quickly made an excuse and slipped away. Sigh, isn't there any other path I can take? Bai Feng walked back to his quarters sighing deeply. He had wanted to rely on his sister, but his mother had tricked him, forcing him into a villain system. Now, just as things had finally stabilized, his father had set him up again. If not for the fact that the third child of fortune in Qinghong City had left only occasionally appearing on the system map, when returning he would suspect the heavens were targeting him. Should he really go out and hide for a few days? But if he encountered a new child of fortune, it would be an even greater loss. As he pondered how to escape this crisis, he pushed open the door to his courtyard. Suddenly his expression turned slightly serious. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he sensed faint fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. An array. Someone had set up an array in his room. If not for the few days he had spent cultivating the spirit-forging art, he might not have noticed it so easily. He pretended not to notice, continuing to stroll slowly through the courtyard while his mind raced. This array appeared to be a trapping formation primarily meant to isolate sound and spiritual energy fluctuations. It seemed the intruder wasn't after his life, but it could also be the type who enjoys killing stealthily, then vanishing instantly, leaving the victim's family to discover the body the next day. Fortunately, this array wasn't difficult to dismantle. It just required a bit of time. With this thought, he didn't enter the house, but instead walked to a stone table in the yard, sat down, and took out a book from his storage ring to read. Master Bai is quite leisurely. Or have you already noticed me? A seductive voice crept into his ears like a feather, gently tickling his heart, stirring a restless itch within him, and even quickening his breath. Bai Feng didn't reply but turned to look at the door. A slender jade-like hand pushed the door open. She wore a black gown, a translucent veil covering her face. Every movement was so captivating that one couldn't help but want to press her against the wall, one hand reaching for that tantalizingly visible thigh, while the other lifted the mysterious veil from her face. Bai Feng quickly activated the spirit-forging art, and soon his dazed eyes regained clarity. Yet he didn't reveal himself. Instead, a smile curled at his lips as if he sensed no danger at all. So it's Miss Choer. What's the matter? Could it be that my sudden departure that day left you worried you hadn't satisfied me, so you've come to my home to make it up to me? Of course, I wonder which form of compensation young Master Bai prefers. Choer walked gracefully to Bai Feng's side, a smile playing on her lips. She slowly sat down, crossing her left leg over her right, the smooth black fabric sliding like liquid sand to reveal her fair, smooth thigh. Her voice possessed a bewitching allure that could easily ensnare one's heart, compelling submission. Yet Bai Feng, steadfast in his cultivation of the spirit-forging art, remained unaffected. What a tantalizing little vixen. Since that's the case, let me see the face beneath your veil, Miss Chou'er. The young master is indeed impatient. Chou'er covered her mouth with a light laugh. If you agree to one request, not just the veil but other parts might be revealed as well. Her voice was soft and airy, yet it hooked into his heart like a slender barb, teasing relentlessly. Any dissolute youth lacking self-control would have surrendered everything. Hiss. I've truly encountered a enchantress. Bai Feng clearly sensed something amiss in her voice, likely a charm technique. She kept conversing with him, probably aiming to deepen the influence or even control him. But unfortunately, I am also stalling for time. So Bai Feng followed her lead. Oh, what task does Miss Chou'er require of me? She reached between two spheres and pulled out a stack of papers. Bai Feng instantly recognized them as his recent lewd drawings. Good heavens, not only did you freeload off me, but you also stole my drafts. You'd better watch your step, don't let me catch you. Who would have thought the famed Master Chunqiu is none other than the eldest son of the Bai family? Chou'er waved the papers before Bai Feng, a subtle fragrance wafting from them stirring his blood. I have admired you for so long, teacher Chunqiu. Would you like to come with me? To behold even more beautiful sights. Miss Chou'er, you present a truly tempting offer. Bai Feng's head swayed as if entranced by the papers, appearing utterly captivated. But then he suddenly rose from the stone stool, his gaze clear and sharp. A talisman flickered in his hand, and in an instant he appeared at the gate. However, I refuse. As his words fell, the barrier isolating the courtyard shattered. In that moment, Bai Feng hurled the talisman, conjuring a storm of sword energy around him. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Help!" Bai Feng's seamless combo left Chou'er stunned. She never imagined he could resist her charm technique, let alone break the formation. How is this possible? Her brief hesitation cost her the best chance to strike, and now she sensed several gazes locking onto her. She looked at Bai Feng, shielded by layers of sword energy, and instead of anger, a seductive smile graced her lips. They say the eldest son of the Bai family is a useless fool, but it seems they are the blind ones. Young master, by my door will always be open for you. Come find me at Sacred Heart Sect if you wish, I'll be waiting. Before she could finish, a blade of sword energy shot toward her neck. But in the next second, Chou'er vanished as the sword struck only air, leaving a deep gash in the ground. She got away. Bai Tianyu landed beside Bai Feng, his expression dark. A Fu, investigate how that enchantress infiltrated the Bai estate. Yes, master. The steward who arrived with him nodded swiftly and disappeared. Fenger, are you all right? He turned to Bai Feng, his murderous intent dissolving instantly. I'm fine, fortunately I had a trick up my sleeve. A bit of knowledge informations. Bai Feng dispersed the sword energy, patting his chest in relief. He hadn't expected anyone to breach the Bai residence, so head slacked off on setting up protective arrays in his room. Otherwise he'd have laid a dozen traps to ensure the enchantress never escaped. He also reflected on his overconfidence in the Bai family's reputation and security. Dad, we need to tighten security. It's your fault for living in such a remote spot. Bai Tianyu, seeing his son unharmed, reverted to his usual demeanor. From today, you move next to my quarters. Oh! Bai Feng was reluctant but didn't object. After all, he knew the importance of his lewd drawings versus his own life. After a moment, A Fu returned to Bai Tianyu. Master, I've traced her. That enchantress is the 100-faced saintess of Sacred Heart Sect. She infiltrated Qinghong City a year ago and took control of Autumn Wind Pavilion. The 100-faced saintess. Bai Tianyu found this troublesome. Her combat prowess was unremarkable, but her bizarre cultivation art allowed her to change appearance and even absorb memories of those she replaced. He glanced at Bai Feng. How did you provoke her? She took an interest in my drawings and said she'd show me more beautiful sights. Bai Feng felt both embarrassed and indignant. Why was this enchantress, instead of seducing real handsome men, fixated on his lewd sketches? And not content with just the drawings, she wanted to abduct him too. Had the real-world playboys become too boring for enchantresses like her? Bai Tianyu didn't know whether to laugh or scold. I told you to stop drawing that stuff. Now you've caught an enchantress. Who knew she'd go after my art instead of real people? Bai Feng muttered. Bai Tianyu's lips curled with a hint of a smile. Who says she didn't go after a real person? She came for you, didn't she? Though angered by the near miss, Bai Tianyu felt a strange pride. Not everyone could attract an enchantress' attention. What did that prove? His son wasn't a failure. Bai Feng. What kind of father did he have? Though he escaped unscathed, the demonic enchantress wouldn't give up so easily. The Bai family couldn't stay vigilant forever. There's no guarding against thieves every day. One slip and he might not escape so lightly. But where was safer? Must I really join the Heavenly Sword Sect? As a colossus of the northern domain and leader of the righteous path, the Heavenly Sword Sect had vast experience countering demonic arts. If one sought the safest refuge from demonic threats, it was undoubtedly the place. Bai Feng's expression twisted in conflict. It felt like choosing the least filthy spot in a latrine piled high with dung. So many troubles have been piling up these past few days. Could it be that the system is finally taking action? Bai Feng muttered to himself, pondering the recent string of chaotic events. Ding, this system does not interfere with the host's affairs. Please refrain from attributing your actions to the system. Bai Feng was speechless. Suppressing his urge to retort, he had to reconsider joining the Heavenly Sword Sect when his life was at stake. First and foremost, his reluctance to join the Heavenly Sword Sect was not to avoid the chosen ones. Avoiding them was merely a means to an end. His true goal had always been to live out his days in peace until old age. Now that his current predicament clashed with his objective, he had no choice but to alter his circumstances. Moreover, a mysterious chosen one might soon stay at the Bai residence for a few days. The mere thought of dealing with another such figure gave him a headache. Thus, joining the Heavenly Sword Sect no longer seemed like an unacceptable option. After all, the Heavenly Sword Sect housed two chosen ones he knew, and he shared a decent rapport with them. With their support, he could continue his laid-back lifestyle there. With this in mind, Bai Feng sought out his busy father Bai Tianyo, and stated his intentions. Father, I wish to join the Heavenly Sword Sect. Keep this quiet. Arrange a substitute for me at the Bai residence, and I'll slip away discreetly. Bai Tianyu was taken aback. Is it really that serious? Just because the 100-faced saintess of the Sacred Heart Sect has her eyes on you, do you really need to sneak off to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Or do you think the Bai family can no longer protect you? Besides, weren't you against this before? Bai Tianyu hadn't expected that a seductress could so profoundly unsettle his son, driving him to seek cultivation at the Heavenly Sword Sect. If not for her malicious intent, he might have thanked her. Bai Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'll personally escort you there in a few days. But Bai Feng shook his head firmly. No, I've developed PTSD from that enchantress. Now I see every woman as a potential threat. Bai Tianyu was left speechless. So do I look like an enchantress to you? In the end, Bai Tianyu sighed. After all, his son was his only heir. Perhaps joining the Heavenly Sword Sect was for the best. It would allow him to investigate this matter without restraint. Fine. I'll prepare a carriage for you, and the Great Elder will accompany you. No, the carriage is too conspicuous. The Great Elder and I will walk. As my son, can't you show a little backbone? Outside Qinghong City, in a dense forest, a dark figure suddenly descended from the sky. Her once smooth and beautiful back was marred by a gruesome bloodstain, a horrifying sight. This was the 100-faced saintess known as Miss Choer. Though she had escaped the Bai residence, it had not been without cost. A golden talisman in her hand crumbled into black ash. Her seductive gaze grew somber. As expected of the Bai family's war god, ruthless indeed. She took out a pill and swallowed it with her rosy lips. Gently caressing the ghastly wound on her back, it began to heal, expelling the lingering sword chi. The 100-faced saintess donned a gold-trimmed robe. The moment she changed, her entire aura shifted, transforming into that of a shrewd businesswoman. Still need a few more subordinates. She turned her gaze to a distant road where a merchant caravan passed by. There we go. She had no intention of giving up so easily. She planned to re-enter Qinghong City. Though the city was likely on high alert, she was the 100-faced saintess, and such thrilling challenges were her delight. The Bai family probably never imagined she would dare return. This was not the first time. She always relished returning to the scene of the crime, observing unnoticed while others discussed her right in front of her face. The thrill was utterly intoxicating. Little Feng, do we really have to rush like this? An elderly man seemed to stroll leisurely, yet no matter how fast the youth ahead walked, he effortlessly kept pace. Second grandfather, you don't understand. The look that enchantress gave me was terrifying. Like I was a meal she was determined to devour. Bai Feng shook his head and quickened his steps. I doubt she'll give up so easily. She's probably watching the Bai residence right now. You're overthinking it. The old man chuckled. At this pace, when will we ever reach the Heavenly Sword Sect? Come, I'll carry you. Bai Feng halted, glancing around before whispering. Second grandfather, will your movement make much noise? If so, let's walk a bit more until we're out of Qinghong City's range before flying. The old man's eyes widened. What? You doubt your second grandfather? I was once known as the ghostly swordsman because I moved without a sound. By the time they noticed me, my blade was already at their throat. Second grandfather is truly formidable. Bai Feng clapped obediently. Could you teach me? Not for any reason. Just to experience what it's like to be a ghost. Nonsense. The old man grabbed Bai Feng by the collar, and they vanished into the distance. If you want to learn, strive to reach the golden core stage first. At the Heavenly Sword sect, a youth of about 14 or 15 stood at the entrance smiling at the elder. Senior, are you here to accompany a junior for the sect's assessment? Please, this way. Bai Feng examined the sect's gate. More like a giant broken sword embedded in the mountainside. It certainly exuded an imposing aura at first glance. Though he had participated in the Heavenly Sword sect's assessment before as the eldest son of the Bai family, he had never needed to come in person. An elder had been invited to conduct the test at the Bai residence. Thus this was his first visit to the sect. Bai Feng withdrew his gaze and hurried after the youth. As they advanced, more people appeared on the path. These individuals were undoubtedly here for the Heavenly Sword sect's assessment. The sect's assessment was unique. While talent still played a significant role, those with special skills or extraordinary determination could also join, unlike other sects that dismissed those with lesser talent. This was because the Heavenly Sword sect, a colossus in the northern domain, possessed immense wealth and resources, allowing it to nurture disciples with weaker aptitudes but strong character. Please register here. The youth stopped and turned to Bai Feng with a smile. Beside him sat a young man in his 20s, his expression blank, almost numb. Name. Place your hand on this stone and infuse it with a trace of spiritual energy. If you have none, ignore it. Bai Feng. As he spoke, Bai Feng placed his hand on the stone, which emitted a faint glow indicating average talent. But both the youth and the registrar froze. The former's smile vanished and the latter's stoic expression cracked as they fixed their gazes on Bai Feng. Are you that Bai Feng from the Bai family? Yes, what about it? Bai Feng nodded while secretly observing the expressions of the two. The young guide's face fell, his expression rather grim, whereas the registrar youth instead showed a glint of interest. Wasn't his reputation at the Heavenly Sword sect rather poor? That guide boy's reaction was normal, but what was with this registrar disciple? Since it's brother Bai, there's no need for registration. Your situation is special. An elder will personally assess you later. The youth said with a smile. But brother Bai, why aren't you in Qinghong City? Why come all the way here for the assessment? Seeing the other's friendly demeanor, Bai Feng didn't question it. Perhaps he was an acquaintance of Lin Yan. So he shook his head side and replied, Don't ask. There were some troubles at home, so I had to leave early. Seeing Bai Feng wasn't elaborating, the youth tactfully didn't press. Then brother Bai must take a good look around. The assessment here is far more interesting than an unknown with an elder. I will. After a few more pleasantries, Bai Feng took his leave, noticing the guide boy had vanished. Judging by the boy's earlier expression, he must have believed the rumors and wanted to stay far away. Oh well, since he was to be assessed by an elder directly, no one could tamper with that. Ignoring the vanished guide, Bai Feng followed the assessing senior brother's directions to the temporary lodging. Quite a few people were already there, mostly early arrivals due to the long journey. Hey, another one's here. A group chatting nearby waved at Bai Feng. Brother, you're early. What's your name? Bai Feng. The moment he spoke, the group fell silent, exchanging glances. One asked cautiously, Are you Bai Feng of the Northern Domains Bai family? Yes. Bai Feng nodded and the faces around him turned pale. Sorry, I suddenly need the restroom. I'll be right back. Wait for me, brother. Same here. Oh, I just remembered my door might be unlocked. Sorry, I have to go. And I left soup on the stove. But one clueless person grabbed someone's sleeve. Brother, why is everyone running? Let go. He's Bai Feng. Bai Feng of the Bai family. So what? This is the Heavenly Sword sect. The Bai family can't reach here, can they? His sister is Bai Yumei, the genius of the Heavenly Sword sect with a celestial bone. And he. Well, I have something to attend to. Damn. Thanks for the tip. I just remembered my wife is giving birth today. I'm off. In an instant, everyone nearby scattered like a swarm, leaving a wide empty space around Bai Feng. That's more like it. Bai Feng nodded unperturbed. He had almost thought his reputation at the sect had improved after chatting with that disciple. The elderly man accompanying Bai Feng merely stroked his beard. He wouldn't interfere with the younger generation's affairs unless they faced insurmountable danger. But Bai Feng indeed had a good mindset, just as his father had said. Perhaps even a little too good. Well, it wasn't a bad thing. Master, why did you call for me? Bai Yumei pushed open the door and poked her head in. Inside sat a tall woman in a light green robe which even in its looseness couldn't conceal her impressive figure. She was Bai Yumei's master Ning Yan, the peak master of Green Bamboo Peak. Not yet 100 years old, she was already at the late nascent soul stage, just a step away from harmony. A letter lay in her hand. Seeing Bai Yumei enter, she smiled and set it down. Good news, Bai Feng has arrived. He's waiting for the assessment outside. My brother is here. Bai Yumei was first delighted, then puzzled. Why is he here so early? Knowing Bai Feng, even if he wanted to join the sect, he wouldn't rush like this. Her letter had only been sent 2 days ago, meaning he must have set off immediately upon receiving it. Could it be? Watching her disciple's expression shift, Ning Yan smiled faintly. She had noticed the change in Bai Yumei since her return. Not only had she broken through to the golden core stage, but her personality was no longer so subdued. It meant her disciple had resolved her inner conflict, removing the greatest obstacle on her path. And this change was likely related to Bai Yumei's brother Bai Feng. Knowing more than ordinary disciples and elders about Bai Yumei's bone extraction, Ning Yan bore no hostility toward Bai Yumei's brother. On the contrary, she was curious. What kind of person would refuse a celestial bone? If Bai Feng were a prodigy, she might not wonder. Geniuses often had pride. But Bai Feng was merely an ordinary talent. Could someone truly give up the chance at immortality for an intangible bond of family? Seeing Bai Yumei's anxious expression, as if she was about to pounce, Ning Yan finally answered. It's because some demonic cultivators have targeted Bai Feng. Demonic cultivators? Who? Bai Yumei's demeanor turned icy. Did they attack him in Qinghong City? Those scoundrels are bold. No, it was at the Bai family, Ning Yan said slowly. And the attacker was the 100-faced saintess of the Sacred Heart sect. You know of that cunning demonic genius. At the name, Bai Yumei's face paled. How could she not know that lawless enchantress? How had her brother provoked her? No, knowing the saintess nature, she must have acted first. My brother. Is he all right? Bai Yumei's voice trembled. She dared not imagine what the saintess might have done to Bai Feng, driving him to flee to the Heavenly Sword sect. Ning Yan didn't keep her in suspense. Rest assured, Bai Feng is talented in formations. He broke through the array and escaped. Your father intervened in time, but she still got away. Truly worthy of the 100-faced saintess escaping from the battle god Bai. Hearing Bai Feng was safe, Bai Yumei sighed in relief, her emotions calming. Master, I'd like to go out and see. She glanced at Ning Yan shyly. I'm suddenly curious about the new disciple assessment. Just say you want to see Bai Feng. No need to beat around the bush. Ning Yan tapped Bai Yumei's head. But I'm curious too. Elder Jean is conducting the assessment. You can come with me. Thank you, master. He actually ran. The 100-faced saintess concealed herself among the crowd, but this time the expression on her face was far from the delight she had shown before. Was it a sign of cowardice or perhaps decisiveness? If he merely intended to seek refuge in the Heavenly Sword sect after being frightened by her, that would be one thing. But his retreat was so swift and resolute, leaving almost the moment she departed. Did he not feel any shame? Ah, how dull. I'm leaving. Having lost her greatest amusement, the 100-faced saintess stepped out from the crowd and gradually vanished into the streets. She could guess where Bai Feng had gone, likely to one of the righteous sects like the Heavenly Sword sect. Though she dared to storm the Bai residence to capture him, she would never dare to cause trouble at the Heavenly Sword sect. Entering that place was easy, but leaving was far more difficult. Still, she could keep a close watch on news from the Heavenly Sword sect. She refused to believe Bai Feng would hide there forever. Is there any way to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect without ever leaving? Though Bai Feng had yet to enter the sect, he was already contemplating how to slack off and do nothing. From his understanding of the Heavenly Sword sect, both inner and outer disciples were required to undertake monthly missions. Even those skilled in alchemy, artifact forging, or formations had to complete tasks, albeit easier ones. Unless one was exceptionally special, so valuable that the sect would not risk sending them out, or became an elder. The former would draw too much attention, and given his villainous identity, it would invite the ire of the chosen one. Contrary to his goals, the latter was simply impossible. Wait, his reputation in the Heavenly Sword sect was already terrible, and he was bound to be targeted anyway. So being targeted a little more might not be so unbearable. Bai Feng suddenly realized something. He was already infamous in the Heavenly Sword sect, his name tarnished. A bit more notoriety would hardly make a difference. It was like being caught in the rain without an umbrella. When one's clothes are still dry, they seek shelter, but once drenched, they become fearless. Even a heavier downpour cannot slow their pace home. With his mastery of formations, securing a position that exempted him from outdoor missions should be effortless. He could then shut his door, stay home every day, and leave his enemies with no way to strike. As Bai Feng sat on a stone pondering how to laze about in the heavenly sword sect, an elder of the sect approached, and looked at him, then at the old man beside him. "Senior." The elder clasped his hands in greeting. The old man merely nodded, his gaze shifting to someone behind the elder. Compared to an ordinary elder, the peak master of the heavenly sword sect naturally commanded more attention. And she had brought Bai Yumei with her. Old Bai Yumei still as vigorous as ever. Lin Yan greeted the old man with a smile. As the peak master of the heavenly sword sect, she had to show respect to the great elder of the Bai family, a cultivator at the divine union stage. "I'm not what I once was. Just burning the last of my oil." The old man waved dismissively. "Conduct the assessment as you normally would. Don't mind me." With Bai Feng's unique talent, passing the assessment should be a breeze. The two exchanged pleasantries while Elder Jin dared not interrupt, being merely an ordinary elder. He glanced sideways at Bai Feng, whom he was supposed to assess. It seemed the rumors were not entirely accurate. If the great elder of the Bai family personally escorted him, how could he be abandoned? He also noticed Bai Yumei sneaking over to Bai Feng, and the two seemed to be chatting. Clearly their relationship was not as strained as the rumor suggested, and the claim that Bai Yumei was forced to write the recommendation letter was baseless. Well, he would go easy on the assessment. Elder Jin stroked his beard, a plan forming in his mind. "Brother, are you all right?" Bai Yumei scrutinized Bai Feng's body, only relaxing when she confirmed he had no injuries. "I'm fine, just startled. Luckily she didn't know about my knowledge of formations, or I wouldn't have escaped so easily." Bai Feng was not surprised that Bai Yumei knew about this. Since he was leaving early for the heavenly sword sect, his father must have informed them, likely sending a letter after his departure. "That seductress is truly despicable. Why would she target you?" Though Bai Feng was unharmed, Bai Yumei couldn't help muttering. Bai Feng felt awkward. He couldn't exactly say the seductress had taken a liking to him because of his lewd drawings, could he? It was one thing for his father, as the family head, to know, but for his sister to find out. That was unthinkable. "Brother, what's wrong?" Bai Yumei noticed his strange expression and asked with concern. "Nothing," Bai Feng waved dismissively. "I just regret going to listen to music." Bai Yumei thought she understood why the seductress had targeted him. Her lips pouted slightly. "Once you enter the heavenly sword sect, brother, focus on your cultivation and stop wandering to such places." Yes. Bai Feng nodded. Joking aside, he wouldn't even step out the door from now on. "Ahem, shall we begin the assessment?" Elder Jin coughed to get their attention now that the conversation had ended. Bai Yumei quickly nodded and stepped back apologetically beside Lin Yan. "All right, senior, please proceed." Bai Feng was ready, having experienced the assessment once. He knew the process well. But this time was different. Last time he was assessed alongside other Bai family disciples. His talent was mediocre and he hadn't intended to pass anyway. Now, with his mastery of formations, passing would be a simple matter. "I've heard you're quite skilled with talismans. Let's make the assessment about talismans." But Bai Feng raised his hand. "Senior, I also have some knowledge of formations." "Oh, in that case, let's switch to formations." Elder Jin nodded without displeasure, readily changing the assessment. The test has 3 parts: navigating the 100 Swords formation, creating a basic formation, and repairing a damaged one. You need only pass 2 to enter the heavenly sword sect. Bai Feng nodded, inwardly muttering, "This elder is surprisingly agreeable. I thought I'd have to demonstrate my formation skills to change the test. Come, the 100 Swords formation is this way." Meanwhile, news of Bai Feng's arrival at the heavenly sword sect spread among the disciples. "Where's Bai Feng? I want to, make friends with him." So eager to join the heavenly sword sect. Just as I suspected. He forced Senior Bai to write that recommendation letter through his family. Alas, some will be disappointed. According to reports, Bai Feng and Senior Bai aren't on bad terms at all. They're still chatting outside. That's because the Bai family pressured her into pretending to be friendly just to get that waste Bai Feng into the sect. Exactly. They only exchanged a few pleasantries. How could that count as a good relationship? The 100 Sword formation, despite its name, is not comprised of 100 swords. This formation is quite special. It can be formed with as few as 5 swords, or as many as several hundred or even thousands depending on the skill of the formation master. The 100 Sword formation is primarily used to trap enemies. Although it possesses considerable lethality, it is still inferior to true killing formations. This formation has no controller, it relies entirely on a self-defense mechanism to combat foes. Elder Jin stood before the 100 Sword formation, explaining to Bai Feng to break through one must either possess overwhelming strength or find a flaw in the formation. But the former shouldn't count for points, right? Hearing Bai Feng's question, Elder Jin paused for a moment, but quickly nodded. "That's right. since this is a formation assessment, relying on brute force to break through would be considered a failure. I understand, senior. Please activate the formation. Alright, but if you can't hold on, be sure to say so and I will stop it in time. After being reminded of several precautions, Bai Feng, feeling somewhat impatient, was finally allowed to enter the formation. Why does this elder have to be so verbose? Shouldn't such matters be left for the disciple to comprehend? Giving so many hints seems a bit excessive, Bai Feng muttered to himself. As the formation activated, he quickly set aside his distractions and began to focus on devising a method to break the formation. Although he possessed mastery over formations, seeing hundreds of swords gleaming ominously above his head still caused him a slight sense of panic. At that moment, the sword above Bai Feng swiftly descended, and instead of countering, he took a step back. Immediately a second sword followed, prompting him to retreat once more to avoid the blade strike. Outside the formation, Bai Yumei anxiously gripped her skirt, her heart racing. Why was Bai Feng constantly dodging? As the 100-sword formation continued to activate with more swords swinging, he would soon have nowhere to hide. In contrast to Bai Yumei's anxiety, her master Lin Yan merely let out a soft hum. Even though Bai Feng appeared to be struggling inside the formation, he was not dodging randomly. Each step he took landed on the nodes of the formation. However, she couldn't discern Bai Feng's intention. If he wished to exit the 100-sword formation, it wouldn't require such complexity. Meanwhile, disciples within the Tianjin sect, upon hearing that Bai Feng was about to begin the assessment, stealthily gathered around. Some came to witness Bai Feng's embarrassment, while others, weary of the mixed rumors, wanted to see for themselves what kind of person Bai Shiji's brother was. Some simply sought to join the commotion. Lin Yan quickly noticed the hidden disciples, but did not chase them away. Instead, she allowed them to observe. Though she was the peak master of the Tianjin sect, she was aware of the rumors circulating among ordinary disciples, and she intended to take this opportunity to clarify those rumors. Ha! I told you Bai Feng is useless, struggling so much against a mere 100-sword formation, and he still wants to join the Tianjin sect. Pa! Why doesn't he draw his sword? Maybe he's worried about exposing his pathetic strength, haha. No, he's not dodging, oh he's. Ding! A disciple well-versed in formations suddenly noticed something, but before he could finish, a clanging sound of metal colliding echoed from within the formation. Everyone quickly turned their gaze toward the 100-sword formation, but Bai Feng still did not draw his sword. He had stopped dodging, and was allowing the swords to fall upon him. Bai Yumei had already placed her hand on the sword, and if it weren't for Lin Yan's hand resting on her shoulder, she might have rushed in. At the moment the sword was about to strike him, one of the swords inside the formation suddenly collided with it, deflecting the descending blade. This sound of collision ignited a fuse. In the next moment, a multitude of swords lost control and began to turn against their allies. Damn! He's not dodging, he's reconstructing the formation. Is this guy a monster? The formation-savvy disciple cursed, feeling as though all his years of study were for naught. In an instant, the disciples who had been jeering fell silent, their faces turning grim. This scene undoubtedly made them appear as foolish clowns. No wonder he's Bai Shimi's brother. His talent is nearly on par with hers. It turns out the rumors were wrong. The Bai family is hiding their true capabilities. Meanwhile, Bai Feng was nearing the end. Out of the 333 swords in the 100-sword formation, he had already controlled 300, and controlling the remaining 33 was merely a matter of time. It was his first time reversing a formation, and he was quite pleased with the outcome. He should be able to score quite high this time. At the same time, he discovered that the art of forging spirits was far more complex than described. His ability to find the formation nodes so easily was largely thanks to the art of forging spirits, which allowed him to swiftly locate the nodes with a sweep of his divine sense. Without the art of forging spirits, he likely would have had to settle for finding only the major key nodes to shut down the formation. Soon the last sword was also brought under his control. The 100-sword formation had now taken on his shape, and he had seized command over it. Senior, I should have passed, right? Bai Feng commanded the swords to align in a row, and turned to look at Elder Jean, who was in a daze. Elder Jean felt as if he were dreaming. Was this truly something a person could accomplish? Although there had been instances of reverse-controlled formations being used against enemies, those were by renowned formation masters. Yet Bai Feng was merely at the foundation establishment stage. The 100-sword formation was not some low-level common formation. How could he have done this? Elder Jean did not respond. Instead, he turned to Lin Yan. Elder Chu, I believe further assessment is unnecessary. Lin Yan nodded as well. Even though she had not studied formations, she could tell how outrageous Bai Feng's actions were. Didn't she see that 3 formation disciples had already been taken down, and 2 others were blankly murmuring, impossible, absolutely impossible. Everything is fake. I will inform the sect master about this. For now, let him. Lin Yan glanced at Bai Yumei, who couldn't help but smile, let him stay at my Chunqiu peak for now, and we will see how the sect master arranges it later. Understood. After Elder Jean nodded, he took his leave. This matter was beyond the scope of an ordinary elder like him. Ning Yan approached Bai Feng with a smile, saying, "Congratulations on passing the assessment. From now on you will be a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Aren't there 3 assessments?" Bai Feng blinked, then glanced at Bai Yumei and quickly waved his hand. "No, I must go through all of them. Even if you are Bai Yumei's master, the rules cannot be broken." Ning Yan found it somewhat amusing and playfully flicked Bai Feng's forehead. "Don't take advantage and then act coy. You have already reconstructed the formation. Do the subsequent assessments even matter?" This. Bai Feng truly hadn't considered that point. Did that mean the next 2 assessments were unnecessary? "Come on, you will stay at my Chunqiu peak for now. The sect master will help you with arrangements later." Bai Feng followed Ning Yan to Chunqiu peak. The first thing he did upon arrival was to activate the system and scan the surroundings. Lucky me, aside from Bai Yumei, I don't see too many other children of fortune. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the children of fortune were away. Meanwhile, Bai Feng discreetly glanced around. True to its name, Chunqiu Peak was abundant with verdant bamboo. "Your situation is quite special, so I need to consult the sect leader. You'll stay at Chunqiu Peak for a few days," Ning Yan said as she glanced at Bai Yumei, who was trying to maintain a composed expression. "You can stay next to Yumei. It'll be a good chance for you siblings to catch up." Bai Feng paused. Upon learning he would be staying at Chunqiu Peak for a few days, he had anticipated this arrangement. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. In a dangerous and unfamiliar environment, a well-disposed child of fortune could be an asset. "Yes, thank you, Elder Chu. I'll go report to the sect leader now. I won't disturb you too." Ning Yan nodded approvingly and instructed Bai Yumei. "Yumei, take Bai Feng around the Heavenly Sword sect and show him the various areas." She had Bai Yumei show Bai Feng around not just because she was his sister, but also to help dispel the rumors. After all, Bai Feng had joined the Heavenly Sword sect, and with his extraordinary talent in formations, it was best for those baseless rumors to fade away. Bai Yumei understood her master's intent and quickly nodded. "Yes, master." After Ning Yan left, Bai Feng turned to look at Bai Yumei and found her looking back at him. "First, take me to where I'll be staying." Bai Feng sighed inwardly. He no longer found Bai Yumei as irksome as before. Especially in this unfamiliar environment, Bai Yumei gave him a sense of security. Besides her, there was also his alter ego's fan Lin Yan, another child of fortune who provided reassurance. He thought he might find an opportunity to greet him later. The houses on Chunqiu Peak were quite simple, mostly built from bamboo and a few wooden planks. The interior was equally sparse, containing only the bare necessities: a bed, a few tables, some chairs, and a meditation cushion. "It's pretty nice, close to nature." Bai Feng offered his assessment. "It is a bit rustic." Bai Yumei scratched her cheek awkwardly. Her master was a classicist who disliked flashy decorations and advocated for cultivating the mind through introspection in natural settings. This had influenced the atmosphere of her master's peak and her disciples as well. "It's fine, it's good. A change of scenery is welcome." Bai Feng waved his hand. He was only staying a few days anyway, treating it like a vacation. "By the way, brother, let me show you around the sect." Bai Yumei's eyes sparkled with hope. "But if you're tired, we can do it tomorrow. I've been free lately." "Let's go then. I'm curious about the Heavenly Sword sect anyway." He also needed to scout the number of children of fortune in the sect. After all, this would be his home for the foreseeable future, and he couldn't afford to be uninformed. "Alright, let's start with the mission hall, which is near the main peak and easy to find." As Bai Yumei explained, Bai Feng kept an eye on the system's child of fortune detector. He had expected the Heavenly Sword sect to be teeming with children of fortune, but surprisingly, he hadn't encountered many along the way. Could it be that the children of fortune were all away? Or were they too busy cultivating to wander around? Or perhaps they preferred smaller sects over large ones? Bai Feng muttered to himself inwardly. Regardless, this was good news for him. Whether they were busy cultivating or simply scarce in number, it meant he could enjoy more peace in the Heavenly Sword sect. "This is the Alchemy Peak. You can buy pills here." Even after walking for so long, Bai Yumei remained cheerful, a smile on her face. "Brother, where would you like to go next?" "Nowhere. Let's head back." Bai Feng looked a bit uneasy. He felt as if the nearby disciples were glaring at him, as if they wanted to tear him apart, which was quite unsettling. "What am I seeing? Senior Sister Bai from Chunqiu Peak is actually smiling, and so happily. Damn it, could the rumors be false? Senior Sister Bai must be under duress. She has to be. Damn it, Bai Feng, you bastard, hand over whatever you're using to control Senior Sister Bai." Besides those who refused to accept reality, a few disciples played the role of armchair critics. Honestly, I thought the rumors were too extreme from the start. If the bone-gouging incident was true, why would senior sister Bai still feel so attached to the Bai family? Exactly, I saw it coming. I just didn't dare speak up when the tide was against it. Where were you when it mattered? Get lost. I don't believe it. This is all an act. Anyone with half a brain knows Bai Feng is behind that bone-gouging business. As the person in question, Bai Feng could only pretend not to hear. Prejudice was like a mountain hard to move. Once the sect leader arranged things, he planned to stay indoors and avoid any confrontations with extreme disciples. Bai Yumei too paid no attention to the surrounding chatter. She knew that under the deep-rooted influence of the rumors, even if she explained it would be twisted into her being coerced by Bai Feng. So it was better to focus her energy on Bai Feng. Over time the rumors would dissolve on their own. Let's go back. Bai Yumei glanced at the disciples who were shouting the loudest, then linked her arm with Bai Feng's. When he looked at her, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Come on brother, what do you want for dinner tonight? I don't think there's a kitchen in the house, is there? We can make something simple. Bai Feng didn't stop her. He could ignore the gossip, but that didn't mean he had no temper. Since others couldn't stand seeing him, and Bai Yumei close ahead, just act even closer. If it made others uncomfortable, then he was satisfied. As he expected, most of the surrounding disciples looked shocked and incredulous, especially the loudest ones whose faces showed signs of distress. But just as he was about to leave, the alchemy Pika disciple suddenly stepped out and blocked his path. Bai Feng, you really are skilled. The disciple narrowed his eyes, fury burning within them. You might fool others, but you can't fool me. He then turned to Bai Yumei, junior sister Bai. This is the Heavenly Sword sect. You don't have to worry about the Bai family. Whatever he's done to you, we can help. You have to trust the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Yumei. Though somewhat irked, Bai Yumei replied calmly, thank you for your concern, senior brother. But I have no idea what you are talking about. I am merely familiarizing my brother with the Heavenly Sword sect. The disciple, rebuffed by Bai Yumei, turned his glare venomously toward Bai Feng. Fine, very well. You dare try to deceive me. Don't force me to reveal what you did to junior sister Bai that night. Bai Feng. What night? What had he done to Bai Yumei? Senior brother, you must be hallucinating from overwork these past days. I have just joined the Heavenly Sword sect and have never met you before. You refuse to weep until you see the coffin. The disciple was almost amused. Then let me give you a hint. That night junior sister Bai was forced to wear a purple dress and painfully bent over in the street. How do you explain that? As soon as the words fell, several disciples broke into shocked murmurs. Tisk, the Bai family truly is despicable. Not only did Bai Feng escape punishment, but he even tries to control senior sister Bai. I knew Bai Feng was no good. Senior sister Bai, don't be afraid. This is the Heavenly Sword sect. The Bai family can't touch you here. Their voices were loud enough for nearly everyone present to hear, and those already skeptical of Bai Feng's character quickly joined the chorus. Bai Feng paid no heed to the surrounding gossip. At the reminder, he suddenly recalled. Wasn't this when the system had stuffed him with fortune points? The memory infuriated him. That was Bai Yumei setting him up. He was the victim. Just as he was about to defend himself, Bai Yumei, her expression displeased, spoke. First, senior brother, I had failed in my golden core formation and was unwell. Please stop spinning tales. Seeing he hadn't gotten the answer he wanted, the disciple grew anxious. Junior sister Bai, why are you still defending him? What do you mean, defending my brother? Bai Yumei's face had regained its composure, but her eyes were chillingly cold. When I am unwell, you imagine the Bai family controls me. When I chat and laugh with my brother, you imagine I am coerced. Tell me, what must I do for you to believe my actions are my own will? Junior sister Bai, that's not. The disciple felt a chill laced with a hint of killing intent. Panicked, he stammered incoherently. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Bai Yumei suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. Though she had only just broken through to Golden Core a few days ago, her presence rivaled that of seasoned Golden Core experts. Next time you spread rumors, see if my blade is sharp enough. Though also at the Golden Core stage, the disciple could not withstand Bai Yumei's murderous intent. He tried to clench his teeth, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Like a deflated balloon, he held out for a few seconds before fleeing without a word. Bai Yumei then swept her gaze toward the loudest murmurs, her eyes bearing undisguised coldness. They were like ducks with their necks seized, their noise instantly silenced. Sweat dripped from their foreheads as they felt as if stranded in winter, clad only in thin garments. Bai Yumei's stare cut like a biting wind, unbearable. Scram! Those disciples felt a sudden lightness and scrambled out of the crowd, vanishing from sight with all the speed they could muster. Having done all this, Bai Yumei exhaled a cold breath. She turned to Bai Feng, a smile returning to her face. Brother, the problem is solved. Let's go back. Watching Bai Yumei's rapid change in demeanor, Bai Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Her face changing was way too fast. He had never imagined his sister could be so terrifying. It felt like getting to know her anew. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the strategy of drive the tiger to devour the wolf to drive away the son of fortune's henchman. Reward 30 fortune points, cultivation speed 3. Seeing the system notification, Bai Feng narrowed his eyes. It wasn't because he had received more fortune points, but because the phrase son of fortune's henchman caught his attention. He had assumed it was just an extremist disciple, but now it seemed some son of fortune had taken a dislike to him. Indeed, if it were merely an ordinary extremist, how would he know about Bai Feng and Bai Yumei's evening stroll? And who had told him? What a nuisance. To be targeted by a son of fortune so soon. It seemed best not to leave for the next few days, but to stay on Green Bamboo Peak and await the sect leader's arrangements. I understand. You may withdraw. A slightly tall man toyed with the teacup in his hand, nodded, and dismissed the man before him. Had Bai Feng been present, he would have recognized the reporting disciple as the very golden core cultivator, who had falsely accused him of coercing Bai Yumei. After the golden core disciple withdrew, he turned to another man standing beside him. Junior brother, it seems your observation was lacking. You couldn't even tell whether junior sister Bai was injured or poisoned by the Bai family. His voice was icy, and then he suddenly erupted with overwhelming force, sending the man nearest to him flying into the wall. If Bai Feng were there, he would have recognized this person as the senior Chun with whom he had clashed. The man coughed up blood, clutching his chest, his face full of fear and panic. Big senior brother, I didn't. Shut up. I have no interest in your excuses. He squinted and cut him off, but then his gaze softened. He reached into his storage pouch, produced a bottle of pills, and tossed it to him. Here, take it and rest. Yes, thank you, big senior brother. The man quickly swallowed a pill, his pallid complexion improving slightly. Big senior brother, are we just going to let this go? Let it go. How could that be? He let out a light laugh, but his eyes held no mirth. Since Bai Feng dares to approach junior sister Bai, he must die. Others might not know, but as a member of the Yi family, he was privy to certain secrets of the Bai household. Bai Yumei was not blood related to the Bai family, and Bai Feng's actions had undoubtedly touched a nerve. In his view, the only one worthy of becoming junior sister Bai's Dao companion was him, and it had to be him. However, Bai Feng was indeed a threat. He believed Bai Feng had taken advantage of Bai Yumei when she was young and impressionable, and he dismissed the Bai family's explanations about the bone extraction incident entirely. Even he found it hard to resist the temptation of immortal bones, let alone a talentless eldest son of the Bai family. As a scion of another great clan, he knew well the cold shoulders a mediocre disciple endured in such families, and how their thirst for power surpassed all else. Ah, how I wish I could just lie in bed and slowly rot away. Bai Feng flopped onto the bed like a salted fish, bouncing slightly. Now that he had returned to Chunqiu Peak after all the events of today, his social energy was nearly depleted. Yet he could not afford to rest or slack off. He still had to find a way to guard against that inexplicably hostile child of destiny. Was there a method to both prevent the child of destiny from making a move and avoid gaining any fortune energy? Thus Bai Feng was forced to ponder. First, this child of destiny was different from any he had encountered before, the first to actively provoke him. Yet the methods employed were truly despicable. But upon reflection, aside from upright children of destiny like Lin Yan, there were naturally those who were selfish and utterly indistinguishable from villains, such as a certain San. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he speculated that this new child of destiny was undoubtedly the selfish type. Such children of destiny were invariably more difficult to deal with as they lacked morality and scruples. However, all of this remained mere conjecture. He fervently hoped he was mistaken, that perhaps this new child of destiny was someone akin to Lin Yan. Let me first devise some means of self-preservation, for instance setting up several layers of protective arrays. After that enchantress had infiltrated his home, his sense of security within his dwelling had plummeted. If this new child of destiny was as unscrupulous as that enchantress, he might indeed sneak into his home to cause trouble. Though he was only temporarily residing on Chunqiu Peak, he could not afford to neglect precautions due to concerns about waste. One lesson from that enchantress was enough. Thus Bai Feng retrieved a polished jade stone and placed it on the table, then continuously produced new materials. Set up a killing array. No too conspicuous. He'll layer a trapping array and an illusion array on the outside, then disguise them with a spirit-gathering array. Bai Feng toyed with the materials in his hands, beginning to contemplate and set up the arrays simultaneously. In the following days, Bai Feng remained cooped up in his room reading books, occasionally visiting the scripture library, with Bai Yumei to borrow texts related to array formations. It must be said that the foundation of the Heaven Sword sect was far deeper than that of the Bai family. He had thought the Bai family's collection of arrays was extensive, but compared to the Heaven Sword sect it still fell short. The main issue was that the system only rewarded the most basic arrays. To learn others, he had to seek them out himself. Yawn. I wonder when the sect leader and the others will finish their discussions. Bai Feng put down his book and stretched. He had initially thought he would only stay on Chunqiu Peak for 2 or 3 days, but now nearly a week had passed without any resolution. If it weren't for the fact that he could freely borrow all array-related books from the scripture library, except for those on the highest level, he would have thought the Heaven Sword sect had forgotten about him. Meanwhile, in the small meeting room where the Heaven Sword sect leader and the various peak masters convened, a chaotic brawl was unfolding. A burly bald man rubbed his smooth scalp. I believe Bai Feng should join the body-forging peak. Bah! Shameless! You, a mere body cultivator, dare to snatch a formation genius. Do you plan to carve arrays onto your own skin? Why not? Perhaps Bai Feng can pioneer a new school of thought on our body-forging peak. I recall Bai Feng also has some talent in talismans. Why not let him join the talisman peak? Abandon his far greater talent in arrays to learn your scribbles. Since the body-forging peak thinks they can make it work, then I believe our alchemy peak can too. Perhaps we can create a school where arrays are inscribed on pills. An elderly man stroked his beard with a chuckle. Then our artifact refining peak also has something to say. All of you be quiet. Stop leading others astray. A stern-faced, middle-aged man frowned. In my view, he should join our divine sword peak. Sword arrays are also a form of arrays. Ha! Then Bai Feng should join the main peak, Heaven Sword peak. Can you outdo them in swordsmanship? Stop trying to sow discord between me and my senior brother. Our divine sword peak and Heaven Sword peak are complementary and indispensable. Those who join our divine sword peak can still enjoy the benefits of Heaven Sword peak. In my opinion, let's fight it out. Whoever wins gets Bai Feng. The bald man cracked his neck, weary of this endless daily discussion. At this rate, a year might not yield a result. Another person shook his head. Humph, I think we should respect the disciple's opinion and ask Bai Feng where he wants to go. Ning Yan, the elder of Chunqiu Peak, turned to the silent sect leader with a helpless expression. Sect leader, what are your plans? The sect leader stroked his beard and shook his head. I have been observing Bai Feng these past few days. His talent in arrays is astonishing, and he is exceptionally diligent, spending every day in his room studying array-related books. I fear none of us here can teach him. At this, the sect leader couldn't help but sigh. As the premier sect of the northern domain, the Heaven Sword sect excelled not only in swordsmanship but also in body forging, alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman drawing, except in the area of arrays. This is not to say the Heaven Sword sect's arrays were weak. On the contrary, they were quite formidable with many array disciples. However, they lacked a pillar figure at the highest level. Peaks like the alchemy peak and artifact refining peak did not exist when the sect was founded. They were established later by a few exceptionally brilliant disciples. Thus, Bai Feng's appearance seemed to him an opportunity, a chance to perfect the Heaven Sword sect system. But it was also a challenge, for Bai Feng was no ordinary disciple, but the eldest son of the Bai family in the northern domain. Keeping him would undoubtedly be difficult. Ning Yan clearly understood the sect leader's meaning. After a few seconds of thought, she suggested, in that case, let Bai Feng stay at the main peak. That way no one else will have objections. But the sect leader shook his head. No, I said none of us can teach him, myself included. Then he turned to Ning Yan. I recall Bai Feng's younger sister Bai Yumei is your disciple, isn't she? Yes, Ning Yan nodded. Their relationship is quite good, not as the rumors suggest. The sect leader nodded quickly, forming a plan in his mind. Then let Bai Feng continue residing on Chunqiu Peak. Don't assign him tasks for now, let him study arrays in peace. When time permits, I'll visit an old friend to see if we can recruit a master array expert. As you command. Ning Yan naturally had no objections, as it meant gaining a formation genius for free. Yet she would not remain idle. However, she truly knew nothing about arrays, and could only seek help from her friends in this regard. Bai Feng was unaware of the turmoil his revealed array talent had caused among the Heaven Sword sect's high-ranking members. While studying arrays, he suddenly sensed a reaction from his Child of Destiny radar. And the location was right on Chunqiu Peak. Who is it? Is it the Child of Fortune who targeted me before, or is there another Child of Fortune on Chunqiu Peak, besides Bai Yumei? Bai Feng set down the book in his hand and swiftly strode to the window to look outside, only to spot a disheveled figure. The man's face was haggard with faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept in ages, and a bitter smile curved his lips, suggesting a tragic tale. Is this guy really a child of fortune? A child of fortune from a tragic story? Bai Feng couldn't help but mutter in complaint. Seeing him heading in the other direction, it seemed he wasn't here for Bai Feng, so it was none of his concern, as long as this child of fortune didn't die on his doorstep. If it were an ordinary person, he might have been curious enough to join in and watch the drama unfold, but a child of fortune was a different matter. He feared being consumed by the very drama he sought. Just as Bai Feng was about to resume his reading, he noticed the child of fortune turn back and approach the building he was in. Could he truly be here for him? Should he pretend not to be home? As he pondered, he saw the child of fortune glance toward the window. Why aren't you following the script? Who checks if someone's inside before knocking first? He should have drawn the curtains. Although Bai Feng wasn't standing directly by the window, he wasn't hidden in a blind spot either, so the man naturally spotted someone inside. The child of fortune was equally direct, stopping in his tracks and turning to walk straight to the window. Excuse me, may I ask if Senior Sister Yuyao is not on Chunqiu Peak? Senior Sister Yuyao? I think Bai Yumei mentioned her. Bai Feng mused inwardly as he sized up the man. Could this child of fortune be a devoted admirer of Senior Sister Yuyao? Yet seeing that the man wasn't here for him, he felt relieved. He shook his head. Sorry, I've only been here a few days and don't know about Senior Sister Yuyao. I see. The child of fortune looked dejected, but then perked up again, replying, I am Luo-chan from Zixiao Peak. If Senior Sister Yuyao returns, could you let me know? I will surely repay you handsomely. Perhaps I didn't make it clear earlier. I've just joined the Heavenly Sword sect and am only staying temporarily on Chunqiu Peak, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively. First, he truly only knew his sister Bai Yumei on Chunqiu Peak, and second, he had no desire to get entangled with a child of fortune. My apologies, I was too forward. The child of fortune gave a bitter smile. In that case, I'll wait a bit longer. Indeed, it was 10, even 9 times certain he was a love-struck fool. A child of fortune playing the devoted admirer. How novel. Well, not so novel anymore. According to typical plot development, this child of fortune might later be possessed by another soul, undergo rebirth, or have a sudden awakening. Just then Bai Yumei opened Bai Feng's door, as usual holding fresh spiritual vegetables and meat. Brother, let's eat. Bai Yumei stopped mid-sentence as she noticed the 2 figures, one inside and one outside the window, and her mind momentarily went blank. What were they doing? Why talk through the window? Bai Feng casually explained. He's looking for Senior Sister Yuyao. So it's Senior Brother Luo. Bai Yumei walked to Bai Feng's side and looked at the disheveled child of fortune outside. Senior Sister Yuyao is out for now and I'm not sure when she'll return. Thank you for telling me, Junior Sister Bai. Luo-chan clasped his fists in a bow, then hesitated for a few seconds before pulling out 3 bottles of pills from his robes. Could you give these pills to Senior Sister Yuyao? I'd like to ask her to deliver them to Senior Sister Ji and tell her that Junior Brother Luo knows he was wrong. Why not give them to her yourself? Faced with Bai Yumei's question, Luo-chan gave a bitter smile. Senior Sister has been unwilling to see me lately. Bai Yumei nodded and continued to look at the other 2 pill bottles, asking, And what are these for? Are they for your Junior Sister? No, I can't trouble Junior Sister Bai and Senior Sister Yu for such a small matter. Please accept these 2 bottles as a token of gratitude. There's no need for the pills. Bai Yumei waved her hand. I'll tell Senior Sister, but I can't guarantee she'll agree. Thank you, Junior Sister. That's more than enough. Luo-chan, visibly relaxed, handed over the pills and left with a word of thanks. Bai Feng watched his forlorn retreating figure and couldn't help but mutter inwardly, is he really just a devoted admirer? Only a devoted admirer of that Senior Sister Ji. So much so that Bai Feng felt this child of fortune posed no threat at all, the kind not worth guarding against. He then looked at Bai Yumei. Does this person come to Chunqiu Peak often? He's a hard one to judge. Bai Yumei briefly explained the story, which was easy to follow. He had been falsely accused of stealing a junior brother's pills, and his junior and senior sisters had sided against him. This time something similar had likely happened, prompting him to seek Senior Sister Yuyo's help indirectly. Bai Feng's expression twisted, feeling there were too many things to critique. It's a strange relationship, isn't it? Bai Yumei couldn't help but shake her head. I recall Senior Brother Luo has a good reputation and treats the disciples of Zixiao Peak well, but he's unlucky to have such junior and senior sisters. Probably the favored ones take it for granted. His personality is flawed too. Who grovels like that? Bai Feng stroked his chin as he spoke, then glanced at Bai Yumei. By the way, don't ever be like him. One-sided devotion in love never ends well. It only makes you as undervalued as he is. Bai Yumei lowered her head. She had been talking about others just moments ago, but after Bai Feng's explanation she suddenly realized she herself had once been the type to take things for granted. So her brother still harbored resentment. She hadn't done enough. Ding detected that the child of fortune, under the host's admonishment, has developed fear and regret, severely dampening the child of fortune's rising arrogance. Awarded 20 fortune points, 2 spirit power. Bai Feng. Little sis, what's wrong with you? I'm teaching you not to be a devoted admirer, and you repay kindness with enmity. What's wrong? You haven't acted like that before, have you? Bai Feng asked suspiciously. Though the system often exaggerated minor matters to award him fortune points, it was always grounded in truth. Meaning Bai Yumei had indeed experienced some emotional turmoil. No! Bai Yumei quickly shook her head, stealing a glance at Bai Feng. I was just thinking of something. Oh, if someone insists on being your devoted admirer, just ignore them. Don't feel burdened. Some people can't be reasoned with. Bai Feng nodded, almost forgetting that Bai Yumei was very popular in the Heavenly Sword sect. She probably had many admirers. Bai Yumei. What exactly did her brother mean? Bai Feng was about to say more when a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Who is it? He rose, walked to the door, and opened it to find Peak Master Chu Ningyan. She was looking at him with a smile. Want you invite me in? Please, Peak Master. Bai Feng quickly stepped aside, wondering inwardly, has the result finally come out? He wondered how the sect leader would arrange for him. Would it be to the main peak or elsewhere? UMO is here too. Chu Ningyan smiled warmly at the pair, pleased to see the close bond between the siblings. Master. Bai Yumei quickly greeted her, then her face lit up with curiosity, and even a hint of hope. Master, have you two already made a decision? Chu Ningyan nodded with a smile. After days of deliberation, it's finally settled today. Bai Feng, Bai Yumei. Then Chu Ningyan turned to Bai Feng. Instead of announcing the result immediately, she first asked, Bai Feng, have you been comfortable on Chunqiu Peak these past few days? It's quite nice. The environment here is very peaceful with no one to disturb me. Bai Feng nodded, though he noted the house was a bit simple. That's good. Chu Ningyan's smile faded slightly, and her demeanor grew more serious. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Although I'm not well versed in formations, I will find you an elder who specializes in them. However, if you have your own ideas, you may choose another peak. Bai Feng sank into thought. He truly hadn't expected this outcome. He had assumed he would end up in the talisman peak or the main peak, given his basic knowledge of talismans. Bai Yumei had recommended him to Tianjian sect precisely because of his talent in that area. He didn't believe this decision was arbitrary. On the contrary, after so many days of discussion, it must have been reached through careful consideration. Well, it couldn't be that his displayed talent in formations was so overwhelming that no one else dared to take him, could it? Chu Ningyan didn't rush him. Instead, she sat down on a nearby chair, glancing at the formation-related books that had been leafed through on the table, feeling quite satisfied. After all, who wouldn't adore a disciple blessed with talent and diligent effort? If Bai Feng agreed to be her disciple, she would do whatever it took to recruit several formation masters to teach him. Bai Yumei, standing by, grew anxious. Though she desperately wanted Bai Feng to stay on Chunqiu Peak, she didn't want to influence his choice, especially since she already owed him so much. Soon Bai Feng made his decision. He looked up and bowed to Chu Ningyan. Your disciple Bai Feng pays respects to Master. Good. From now on, cultivate peacefully on Chunqiu Peak. You need not worry about tasks. Chu Ningyan smiled, reaching into her storage pouch to retrieve a prepared bamboo sword. I imagine you have little interest in ordinary spirit artifacts. This bamboo sword was my personal blade before I reached nascent soul, and I have nourished it for a long time. Thank you, Master. Bai Feng took the bamboo sword. Though it appeared to be made of emerald bamboo, it radiated a warm, lustrous sheen, as smooth and delicate as jade. The blade had a translucent quality, and the joints between the bamboo nodes, though slightly raised, were as exquisite as jade veins, captivating to the touch. I'm glad you like it. Chu Ningyan slowly rose to her feet. I won't disturb you any longer. If you have any questions, come to me. If I'm not here, seek the sect leader. Yes, Master. Please take care. Bai Feng watched Chu Ningyan leave, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Despite the twists and turns, and the days of nervous anticipation during the sect leaders' meetings, his goal had ultimately been achieved. From now on, he could simply hole up on Chunqiu Peak, cutting himself off from all troubles. As for why he chose to stay, if it had been when he first entered Tianjian sect, he might have picked elsewhere. But after learning that he was being targeted by a child of fortune, his options had dwindled. Though his sister Bai Yumei would occasionally slip him some fortune energy like before compared to being hunted by a child of fortune having to counterattack for survival and then receive fortune energy. A little gift of fortune now and then became acceptable. Moreover, it was safer here. After all, borrowing his father's words, only a child of fortune could counter another child of fortune. With that thought, he turned to Bai Yumei, whose face could barely contain a grin and his gaze filled with affection. Sis, from now on your big brother's life is in your hands. A month later, Bai Feng was holed up in his study, brush in hand, sketching and painting. Though he had joined Tianjin sect, he couldn't abandon his old craft. Formations were work, painting was life. Someone's coming. Bai Feng sensed his laid formation being triggered, set down his brush, and stored the painting in a drawer engraved with a miniature illusion array. After tidying everything up, he left the study and opened the door. Brother Bai, you came to Tianjin sect without telling me. I only found out today. A voice of complaint rang out. It was Lin Yan, Bai Feng's fan of his alter ego. I heard you were in seclusion, so I didn't want to disturb you. Come, let's talk inside. Bai Feng explained with a smile as he led Lin Yan inside. Judging by your look, you've broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment, haven't you? By luck. It's nothing compared to a formation genius who escaped from the 100-faced saintess. Lin Yan chuckled, then sighed. Alas, a month in seclusion, and I wonder how many of Master Chunqiu's books I've missed. They'll have to pay a high price to catch up. Every time Bai Feng heard Lin Yan talk about Chunqiu, a strange feeling stirred within him. Though he had complained countless times, he couldn't help but wonder inwardly. How did this child of fortune become his fan? But Bai Feng's face betrayed nothing. Instead, he shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Brother Lin, you can rest easy. Master Chunqiu hasn't published any new works this past month. Why? Lin Yan's face showed surprise. Could it be? Could Master Chunqiu have retired? No. Bai Feng pretended to hesitate for a few seconds, then lowered his voice. It's like this. Master Chunqiu has some ties to our Bai family and occasionally visits. But some time ago, the 100-faced saintess somehow got wind of this and broke into our home. I was caught in the aftermath and had to come to Tianjin sect early. What? Lin Yan clenched his fist, itching to fight the 100-faced saintess. Brother Lin, calm down. Rest assured, Master Chunqiu wasn't hurt, but his manuscripts were stolen, causing a delay in his updates. Bai Feng quickly explained, adding in a low voice, don't tell anyone else. Master Chunqiu doesn't want his identity revealed. That's a relief. Lin Yan sighed in relief, then looked at Bai Feng with curiosity. By the way, how were you caught up in it? I heard you were almost captured by that enchantress. Don't even mention it. Bai Feng let out a long sigh. Let me ask you. If Master Chunqiu came to visit the Lin family, what would you do? Lin Yan pondered. I'd try to meet him and tell him I'm his fan. Exactly. Bai Feng nodded as if finding a kindred spirit. That's what I thought too. I even brought Master Chunqiu's latest work for an autograph. But who knew that while I was talking with him, the enchantress would attack? Lin Yan put himself in Bai Feng's shoes. Being interrupted by an enchantress while asking for an autograph. He slammed the table, grinding his teeth. That enchantress truly deserves to die. He swore even if it was for Brother Bai's sake, he would make the 100-faced saintess pay. 100-faced saintess, achoo? All right, enough of these unpleasant matters. Bai Feng waved his hand. Has anything interesting happened in the sect lately? At this, a gleeful smile spread across Lin Yan's face. Aside from some people shouting Storm Ching-Zhu Peak Rescue Senior Sister, by capture Bai Feng alive, there's really nothing amusing. Those people still haven't let up. Bai Feng was speechless. Do I really attract that much hatred? Could someone be deliberately targeting me? He had said it casually, but to his surprise, Lin Yan's expression turned serious. That's actually one of the reasons I came to see you. I found that someone is indeed stirring things up. Unfortunately, I lack the strength to find out who it is. Even Brother Lin cannot locate him. Then this may prove troublesome. Bai Feng showed little surprise. He had long known he was being targeted by the protagonist of Fortune. Alas, he remained unaware of the protagonist's true identity. This system truly was useless, refusing even to display a name. Ding! The name-revealing function unlocks upon accumulating 1,000 fortune points. Bai Feng fell silent and promptly dismissed the idea. Seeing Bai Feng fall quiet, Lin Yan assumed he was anxious and immediately thumped his chest in assurance. Brother Bai, rest easy. With me on the case, I'll seize the faintest trace of this person. Many thanks, Brother Lin. Bai Feng accepted without refusal, but added, yet should you uncover any lead, do not act first. He had no desire for incessant notifications commanding him to pit the protagonist against his own underlings. Fear not. I shall inform you before lifting a finger. Lin Yan nodded, clearly interpreting Bai Feng's words as intent to confront the mastermind himself. His task then was clear unearth the puppeteer with all haste. After a brief exchange, Lin Yan took his leave. Before Bai Feng could even return to his study, Bai Yumei pushed open the door and entered. Little sister. Fine, I won't scold you for skipping the knock. But might you devote yourself to cultivation instead of dropping by daily? Bai Feng sighed inwardly. Though he did crave security, he hardly needed her to treat his residence as her second home. Constantly drifting in unannounced. He half-joked that if he invited her to cohabit, she'd accept without hesitation. I can cultivate right here. It's even faster than at my own quarters. Bai Yumei deftly placed her ingredients in the kitchen. Brother, what would you like today? Lately the meals have been rather rich. Something light, please. Watching her back as she moved about the kitchen, Bai Feng felt an odd dissonance. When precisely had their sibling dynamic shifted so profoundly? His younger sister seemed strangely misshapen. Not a sister at all, but a doting matriarch tending his every domestic need. By the way, if you find cultivation swifter here, I could install a spirit-gathering array in your residence too. As he spoke, he watched her slip on his apron and effortlessly ignite the spirit-infused stove to stir-fry. His gaze flickering with quiet amusement. If you favor such conveniences, I'll include a full set when installing the array. Later, she brushed it off, then added, Oh, Sister Ji from Xiao Peak has invited us for dinner. Ah, has senior brother Luo-chan wed? No, her junior brother from Xiao Peak has just achieved foundation establishment. Since Sister Yu Yao maintains close ties with them, we've been invited to celebrate. Bai Feng paused silent for several seconds. Is that truly necessary? As heir of the Bai family, his own foundation establishment had merited no banquet, only an extra chicken leg added to his dinner plate. Shall we attend? Bai Yumei turned. No, we won't go. I'm uninterested. Bai Feng shook his head. Though he enjoyed gossip, not all rumors warranted attention, especially those involving sycophants. Too much exposure risked spiritual stagnation, or worse, cardiac distress. And venturing to Xiao Peak, who knew how many of the protagonist's underlings might lurk there lying in wait? Very well. I'll inform Sister Yu Yao accordingly. Bai Yumei nodded, then gracefully plated the stir-fried dish. Bai Feng assumed the matter would end there until, several nights later, seated by the window, chin resting in one hand, he listened to the distant revelry. Yet found only noise. So why had the celebration migrated to Chunqiu Peak? Little junior brother, no more hiding indoors. Come out and play. A cheerful voice rang from beyond the door. Bai Feng ignored it, only to see a small head peer in through the window seconds later. She stood barely waist-high to him, hands braced on the sill, short legs kicking earnestly to hoist herself higher. Little junior brother, I knew you'd be here. Bai Feng gazed down at the tiny figure and exhaled long and weary. This was Sister Yu Yao, though her mind, like her body, appeared arrested in perpetual youth, prompting frequent acts of endearing absurdity. Sensing his lack of enthusiasm, Yu Yao offered an awkward chuckle, her expression softening with sincere apology. I'm sorry. I noticed you seldom left your room, so I thought a gathering might lift your spirits. Ah, so that explained the venue shift to Chunqiu Peak. All because of her. He half imagined gripping her diminutive ankles and flinging her off the mountain. Might it be possible that I remain indoors to study formation arrays? Bai Feng sighed again. Truth be told, he held Sister Yu Yao in genuine regard. Over the past month since joining Chunqiu Peak, she had consistently aided both him and Bai Yumei. A kind soul, yes, but her reasoning remained stubbornly proportional to her stature. Yu Yao chuckled sheepishly. My apologies. Anything you'd like, I'll buy it for you. I am called Junior Brother solely because I joined Chunqiu Peak most recently, not because I am young. Bai Feng sighed once more, recalling that even as a child Bai Yumei had been far less taxing than Sister Yu Yao. Come along, come along. I've also invited senior and junior sisters from Xiao Peak. If you're inclined, I'd be delighted to introduce you. She lowered her voice, glancing furtively around like a conspirator. No, I hold no interest in Xiao Peak senior sisters. Bai Feng waved dismissively. Preposterous. Xiao Peak belonged to Luo-chan, the protagonist of Fortune himself. Its disciples, having overindulged in fortune worship, had long lost rational faculties. Associating with them would be tantamount to courting death. If you come, I'll gift you something special. You'll surely adore it. Yu Yao stole another glance around, this time with exaggerated caution. Don't tell anyone. This was exceedingly difficult to acquire. With that, she withdrew a book from her storage pouch. Its cover bore unmistakable elegance, the flowing characters Chunqiu striking a deep, visceral chord, as though he'd just returned home to meet a manuscript deadline. Bai Feng stared at the volume now pressed into his arms, then at Yu Yao's expectant face. His expression utterly blank, suspended between disbelief and resignation. You dare gift Xiao Huangshu to a novice who joined merely 1 month ago? What disciple could withstand such a trial? Yet the author of Xiao Huangshu, well, he could. Sister, why do you possess such a book? Bai Feng sighed. Because I heard boys always delight when gifted this, she replied, smiling knowingly. Besides, its illustrations merely feature minimal attire, not explicit intimacy. Yet aside from those 3 dots, scarcely anything remains concealed. Yu Yao blinked in genuine astonishment. Oh, have you read it too? Hasn't Bai Yumei told you? My family resides in Qinghong City. Yu Yao's eyes lit up. She scrambled onto the windowsill, leaning forward with fervent excitement. Then could you bring me several copies? Bai Feng stared speechless. A junior brother, tasked with smuggling Xiao Huangshu. Preposterous. Seeming to realize she was a bit too excited, Yu Yao quickly straightened up, a trace of embarrassment on her face. Actually, I really enjoy making clothes. Senior Chunqius books always bring me new inspiration. Oh, so it was you who made Bai Yumei's clothes, the one who fleeced me at Tianjian sect. Today I'll settle old and new scores. Yu Yao suddenly gritted her teeth. If junior brother is willing to help me, I can share a portion of the money from selling clothes with you. Oh, do tell. As for fleecing, what fleecing? Never heard of it. It's just... But before Yu Yao could lean in to share her business plan, a voice suddenly came from the side. Brother, senior sister, why aren't you at the gathering? Bai Yumei stood nearby, tilting her head with a curious smile. But Bai Feng felt that smile seemed somewhat dangerous. As Bai Yumei focused her attention on Yu Yao, he quietly slipped the book in his hand into his storage pouch. Ahem. Yu Yao was thick-skinned. She coughed twice and said with a straight face. I just saw little junior brother staying in his room all the time, so I came to persuade him to come out and play. Then why were you standing so close? Bai Yumei still wore that curious smile. Ah well, why indeed? Yu Yao was momentarily stumped. She looked at the sky, then at Bai Feng, only to see him gloating, which made her teeth itch with the urge to bite someone. Of course it's because senior sister wanted to trick me into going out using the flimsy excuse of customizing a set of clothes for you and me. Bai Feng still helped Yu Yao smooth things over. After all, they might become partners in the future, so it was better not to embarrass her too much. Seeing this, Yu Yao seized the opportunity. Yes, I wanted to surprise you. After saying this, she shot Bai Feng a reproachful look, as if asking why he had to reveal it. Then why were you so close? Yu Yao explained with a straight face. Of course I was taking measurements. Otherwise the clothes won't fit. Really? Bai Yumei looked skeptical, but ultimately didn't dwell on the matter. She said to Yu Yao, whose back was already soaked with cold sweat, Senior sister, someone from Zixiao Peak is looking for you. Oh, we'll go right away. Yu Yao breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Bai Feng and Bai Yumei. You two come too. We've prepared lots of good food and fun things. Bai Feng had returned to his lazy demeanor. Can I skip it? Come on, just think of it as me begging you. Yu Yao clasped her hands together in plea. Seeing her so humble, Bai Feng ultimately didn't make things too difficult for her. After all, he wasn't a devil. So with a smile he whispered to Yu Yao outside the window, but about the clothes. Fine. It'll make you an extra one. Yu Yao gritted her teeth, speaking in code that Bai Yumei couldn't understand. Deal. Bai Feng agreed, as they were going to cooperate, so he couldn't fleece her too hard. To prevent Bai Yumei from catching on, he added, Give the new clothes to Bai Yumei. One set is enough for me. Alright, let's go quickly. Bai Feng followed behind Yu Yao. He agreed to attend the gathering partly because after a month of researching formations he realized it was truly expensive. So he indeed needed a steady source of funding. And partly because the luck-sucking sycophant was no threat before his awakening. If it were any other child of fortune, he wouldn't come even with extra payment. And just as he thought upon arriving, he saw Luo-chan, the luck-sucking sycophant, busying himself handing grilled meat to senior and junior sisters, only to have the meat passed on to a little junior brother without even a word of thanks. If one could ignore the sycophant's behavior, Luo-chan was truly reassuring. Yu Yao, you're finally here. Just then, a well-figured woman from Zixiao Peak walked over with a smile. Judging by her familiarity with Yu Yao, she must be Senior Sister Ji from Zixiao Peak. Make yourselves at home and have fun. After saying this to Bai Feng and Bai Yumei behind her, Yu Yao quickly trotted over on her short legs, likely to discuss some details of the gathering. Bai Feng certainly didn't stand on ceremony. He found an empty seat and sat down with Bai Yumei following and sitting beside him. Quite a crowd. Bai Feng scanned the area. Many senior brothers and sisters he hadn't met before were present, and they smiled and greeted him, and he returned the courtesy one by one. Yuma, does Chunqiu Peak often hold events like this? He asked Bai Yumei curiously. Bai Yumei shook her head. No, this is the first time, so everyone found it novel and came to check it out. That's good. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be dragged to such gatherings every so often. Brother, is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll get it for you. Bai Yumei asked as she saw fresh spirit beast meat being brought over. Let's go together. Bai Feng, seeing the freshness of the meat, immediately thought of several cooking methods. So he quickly led Bai Yumei toward the spirit beast meat. On the way he passed by Luochun but didn't greet him, instead walking around him. He also got a close look at the protagonist of the celebration. Lin Yan, the little junior brother of Xiao Peak who had broken through to Foundation establishment. At that moment this little junior brother was being stuffed with meat by several senior sisters, his plate piled high. His words were sweet but his tone was overly syrupy. Tisk, a child of fortune being manipulated by this little brat. Truly one of the most useless luck-sucking sycophants. Bai Feng silently mocked. But while the child of fortune didn't cause trouble, this little villain, who had the sycophant under his thumb, seemed restless. When Lin Yan saw Bai Yumei, his eyes lit up. Though he was already 16 or 17, he put on a childish demeanor and called out, Senior sister Bai, please wait a moment. Bai Yumei stopped and turned around, her expression cold. She didn't have a good impression of this person, and his interruption of her meal with Bai Feng only annoyed her further. If not for the fact that he was the cherished little junior brother of Xiao Peak senior and junior sisters, and she didn't want to cause conflict, she wouldn't have even glanced at him. Seeming startled by Yumei's cold expression, Lin Yan quickly lowered his head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, but I heard from senior sister that it was you who helped deliver the pills to senior sister Yu Yao, which allowed me to break through to Foundation establishment. I wanted to thank you. I was just too excited. Oh, I was just a delivery person. If you want to thank someone, thank senior brother Luochen. Bai Yumei replied flatly, then turned to follow Bai Feng. But it was still you who helped deliver them. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Yan's face, but he quickly concealed it. Then holding up a plate piled high with meat, he said with a feigned shyness, I don't have much to offer in thanks. Senior sister, were you going for some meat? I haven't touched this and I can't eat it all. Why don't you take it? Bai Yumei frowned slightly. His persistent clingy behavior displeased her, especially since it interrupted her plan to grill meat with Bai Feng. Before Bai Yumei could erupt, Bai Feng stepped forward, pinched a piece of roasted meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The roasting is just right. Crispy on the outside, tender within, rich and succulent. Bai Feng nodded in admiration. Yumei, let's roast this spirit beast meat too. I wonder if this junior brother could tell me how he made it so delicious. Lin Yan's expression seemed barely maintained. He lowered his head and murmured, It was given to me by a senior sister. I don't know how it was roasted. What a pity. Bai Feng shook his head, then walked over to Bai Yumei. Come on, let's pick some meat too. Roasting is always best when you do it yourself. He cast a subtle glance at the junior brother from Xiao Peak. Selling green tea at Xiao Peak was one thing, but did he think he could peddle it at Chunqiu Peak as well? Did he believe everyone else was as gullible as the luck-sucking sycophants? A smile returned to Bai Yumei's face as she followed Bai Feng quickly, leaving the vicinity of Xiao Peak. At that moment Lin Yan looked up, his gaze fixed on Bai Feng's back with a hint of venom. A worthless cripple without any cultivation talent dared to interfere with him. Little junior brother, don't stare at the cold meat. Try this piece. Instantly a shy smile reappeared on Lin Yan's face. All right, senior sister. You should eat too. This roasted meat is absolutely delicious. These few pieces should be enough. Bai Feng selected some decent-looking spirit beast meat when a slip of paper with writing suddenly fell before him. He turned and saw it was from Luochen, the luck-sucking sycophant. A faint smile graced Luochen's face. It's the roasting method. As expected, before the luck-sucking sycophant changed, he was basically a good-natured fool. Thanks. Bai Feng didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the fortune's favorite's roasting secret. After he took it, Luochen turned and left, continuing to select fine spirit beast meat for his senior and junior sisters. Bai Feng glanced at the note twice, memorized the contents, then lit it and burned it. It was better not to keep items from a fortune's favorite with whom he had little interaction. Brother, what did senior brother Luochen come for? Bai Yumei, holding her selected spirit beast meat, cast a curious glance at the departing Luochen. He brought the roasting recipe. Bai Feng picked up the spirit beast meat on the plate. Come on, let's go back and roast it. Bai Yumei looked at the location of Xiao Peak, then tugged at Bai Feng's sleeve. Brother, let's take the other way back. Stay away from the Zhixiao Peak people. All right. Naturally, Lin Yu noticed Bai Feng and Bai Yumei's detour. His grip on the chopsticks tightened until crack. The chopsticks snapped. Ah, little junior brother, are you all right? A nearby senior sister asked with concern. How could you be so careless? It's nothing. I just broke through to Foundation establishment and still can't control it well. Lin Yu blushed slightly, a look of embarrassment on his face. I'm sorry for worrying you, senior sister. It's my fault for being so useless, still unable to control it after all this time. Don't say that about yourself. You're a genius of Zhixiao Peak. The senior sister picked up a piece of roasted meat with her chopsticks and brought it to his lips. Come on, open up and have a bite. No need, I can do it myself. Despite his words, Lin Yu opened his mouth. Not far away, Bai Feng watched the scene and felt a wave of nausea. What a fine cup of green tea. If he remembered correctly, the one feeding Lin Yu was probably Luo Chen's junior sister. He glanced at Luo Chen again. Oh, he was still roasting meat. Truly the safest fortune's favorite he had ever identified. Bai Feng averted his gaze and quickened his pace to leave this nauseating place. Afterward, Bai Feng and Bai Yumei were not disturbed while roasting. At most, passers-by would greet him and Bai Yumei. Perhaps influenced by Chunqiu Peak's master Chu, Lin Yan, the disciples there were generally easygoing. There was no situation where a group of senior brothers and sisters gathered to bombard him with questions. After all, his reputation in the Tianjin sect, whether good or bad, was quite substantial. Just then, Bai Yumei quietly picked up a piece of roasted meat and slipped it into Bai Feng's bowl. I still have some here. Stop sending it my way. Bai Feng looked at the several extra pieces of meat in his bowl, then at Bai Yumei, who quickly withdrew her chopsticks and pretended to flip the meat. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. You really came here to roast. No wonder the meat in my bowl kept increasing. I thought it was some self-replicating roast of Tianjin sect. Brother, you're only at the Foundation establishment stage. You should eat more. Unfazed by being caught, Bai Yumei retorted matter-of-factly. This spirit beast meat is rich in nutrients good for cultivation. Don't change the subject. Bai Feng reached out and flicked Bai Yumei's forehead. If I want to eat, I'll roast it myself. If you're full, sit and rest, or better yet, go back and cultivate. All right? Bai Yumei covered her forehead, a hint of displeasure on her face. But she obediently sat nearby, just watching Bai Feng eat. Bai Feng, if you've got nothing to do, go cultivate. Don't just stare at me eating. He felt like Bai Yumei was increasingly not taking him seriously as her brother. Was it because he had been too easygoing lately, causing his authority as an elder brother to erode? Oh, it seemed he never had much authority to begin with. Never mind. As Bai Feng ate, he glanced around. The senior brothers and sisters were all discussing cultivation matters or upcoming missions. He seemed to be the only one truly focused on eating. He felt a bit out of place. Still, his hands didn't stop. As Bai Yumei had said, the spirit beast meat was indeed nutritious, especially since the transported meat was of high quality. After a few bites, he could feel his body warming up and sweating with spiritual energy circulating faster. In that case, he had to focus on eating. I'm exhausted. Finally done. Yu Yao sat directly on a chair, unceremoniously picked up chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of freshly roasted meat from the grill, stuffing it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up. You roast pretty well. Bai Feng looked down at Yu Yao, who acted as if she owned the place. Why are you snatching my meat? To see little Yumei sitting alone, not even eating. Yu Yao unceremoniously snatched another piece. Some people don't know how to take care of others. And you call yourself an elder brother. I advised her. She wouldn't listen. Before Yu Yao could act, Bai Feng quickly grabbed a third piece and extended it toward Bai Yumei. See, Yumei wants some roasted meat. Bai Yumei first looked at Yu Yao sitting across from Bai Feng, then at the chopsticks Bai Feng offered. She nodded slightly, lowered her head, and ate the meat in one bite. Yu Yao blinked in surprise. You too? Isn't this a bit too much between siblings? Bai Feng glanced at his chopsticks, then at Bai Yumei, whose cheeks were flushed as she chewed the grilled meat. For a moment, even his mind went blank. Had his direct reach with the chopsticks caused a misunderstanding? Sis, if you want some grilled meat, just tell me. No need to be so eager. Bai Feng quietly withdrew his chopsticks, staring at the tips, uncertain whether to continue using them. If he didn't, it would seem like he was disgusted by Bai Yumei, and if she felt hurt, the system might shove fortune points at him. A disaster. But using them made him feel deeply uneasy. Yes, brother, you are right. Bai Yumei straightened up, adopting a docile posture. Forget it, let's keep grilling. Bai Feng didn't put down his chopsticks. Instead, he picked up another piece of meat and placed it in her bowl. Since he couldn't switch Chopstick's head, let the grease from the meat cleanse them. With Yuyo's company, Bai Feng enjoyed the gathering thoroughly. After all, eating with someone else made the food taste better than dining alone. Even Bai Yumei was drawn in eating a few more pieces of meat. Yet he felt her gaze was somewhat off, but when he looked closely she seemed no different from usual. He hoped it was just his imagination. Please, no more trouble. He couldn't bear the system seizing the chance to shove fortune points at him again. That was a great meal. Thanks for treating us, little junior brother. Yu Yao patted her small belly. I need to get back to work. Next time I'll treat you two to some grilled meat. With that she hurried off. The gathering was winding down, and she needed to clean up quickly or the elders would find the mountain a mess and she'd be in trouble. Bai Feng also felt a bit stuffed. He stood up and stretched. Let's go, time to rest. Sigh, I reek of grilled meat. I'll need to bathe and wash my clothes later. Hearing his mutter, Bai Yumei's eyes seemed to glimmer. Then let me wash your clothes, brother. Bai Feng waved his hand. No need. I'm not some spoiled brat who needs everything done for me. I can handle it myself. It's fine, brother. Instead of spending time on laundry, you could cultivate more and strive for the golden core stage. Washing clothes doesn't take that long, does it? But Bai Yumei persisted. It's okay, leave it to me. I'll make sure they're as good as new. Forget it, we'll talk later. You should go rest too. Bai Feng felt Bai Yumei was being a bit too eager. Now that she had taken over his meals, if she also took over laundry, she'd truly turn into a mother hen. A dozen minutes later, Bai Feng emerged from the steamy bathroom to find his clothes missing, replaced by a single note. He picked up the note with a blank expression. Brother, I've taken your clothes to wash. Make sure to cultivate hard. Bai Feng. In the end, he couldn't stop his sister from evolving into a mother figure, could he? Purple Cloud Peak. A slightly sharp voice echoed from a house. Senior brother, have you thanked senior sister Bai? It was a girl of about 16 or 17, her pretty face covered in frost. If little junior brother hadn't asked me to send the necklace as a thank you gift, I wouldn't have known about this. It's a disgrace to Purple Cloud Peak. Though Luo-chan was the senior disciple of Purple Cloud Peak, he hung his head in silence before the girl. Only after she finished did he murmur a few explanations. I did thank her, but junior sister Bai refused. His explanation only seemed to anger her more. Her voice rose again. Then can't you try again? Even if senior sister Bai doesn't need these things, her talentless brother surely does. Can't you give them to him? Can't you think of such a simple matter? At that moment Lin Yu, with a look of self-reproach, defended Luo-chan. Senior sister, don't blame senior brother. It's not his fault. I was the one who carelessly lost the pills. Enough, junior brother, don't make excuses for him. I understand the situation. The girl's gaze softened as she turned to console Lin Yu, then said without looking back, Senior brother, go to Green Bamboo Peak and deliver the thank you gift now. You're not even as considerate as junior brother. Yes, don't be angry junior sister. They'll go right away. Minutes later, Bai Feng stood expressionless before Luo-chan at his door. What a nuisance seeing a child of fortune standing at his door first thing in the morning. Senior brother Luo, what brings you here today? From his understanding of the fortune-favored sycophant, this visit was not a simple social call. Likely trouble was brewing. It's like this last time, I only verbally thanked junior sister Bai for all her help, which was truly improper. Luo-chan wore an apologetic smile. This time junior sister reminded me, otherwise I would have been gravely discourteous. Bai Feng looked puzzled. Shouldn't he thank Bai Yumei directly? Why was he delivering gifts at his door? Sensing Bai Feng's confusion, Luo-chan quickly added, Junior sister Bai seems to be out, and it would be improper for me to knock and disturb her. So please accept this on her behalf, junior brother Bai. Hearing this, Bai Feng instinctively glanced inside the house. Bai Yumei wasn't home because she had come over to make breakfast while he was still asleep. No need. Didn't you give me the grilled meat recipe yesterday? That's more than enough. He sensed something fishy. If he truly wanted to express gratitude, yesterday's gathering would have been the best time, especially since they had interacted and he had received the recipe. Showing up early this morning was definitely off. He suspected someone else was pulling the strings. Could the tea-brewing boy from Purple Cloud Peak still be trying to plant his tea on Green Bamboo Peak? Better to refuse. No, that simple thing hardly counts as a gift. Luo-chan shook his head and produced a prepared necklace, offering it. Please accept this. Bai Feng stared at the necklace for a few seconds. It was silvery white, shaped like a flower. He didn't recognize, and faint spiritual energy emanated from it. Clearly a spiritual artifact. The giver had clearly put thought into the selection. And it probably wasn't Luo-chan's choice. Luo-chan, an honest lad raised in the sect, wouldn't know how to please a woman he otherwise. he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As he pondered, Luo Chen's next words confirmed his suspicion. This necklace was prepared by my junior brother. As the senior brother, am truly ashamed. Just as I thought. If he didn't know the true nature of Purple Cloud Peak's disciples, hearing Luo Chen's description might have made him believe they were all good people. Isn't it a bit much to give such a valuable gift just for delivering something? If we're talking about effort, senior sister Yuyao was the one who did the most, wasn't she? Luo Chen shook his head. I will thank senior sister Yuyao in due time. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds. He didn't take the necklace but looked up at Luo Chen and asked, what if I don't want to accept it? Faced with Bai Feng's blunt question, Luo Chen gave a bitter smile. Please accept it, junior brother. It's a token of appreciation from me, my junior sister, and my junior brother. If I don't accept, you won't be able to report back. Luo Chen didn't answer, only smiled bitterly. Bai Feng watched Luo Chen's embarrassed and humble demeanor, feeling not pity but a touch of disgust. Suppressing his revulsion, he refused several more times, but Luo Chen remained persistent. Then Bai Feng gave up. Since you want to disgust me, I'll disgust you too. So Bai Feng straightened his expression without sarcasm or mockery and asked with utter seriousness. I don't mean to insult you, but senior brother Luo, don't you think you're acting like a dog? Senior brother Luo, don't you think you're acting like a dog? Facing Bai Feng's earnest yet unabashed inquiry, Luo Chen did not flare up immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brows slightly and asked with a hint of indignation. I came to express my gratitude, so why do you insult me like this? I apologize, but I am not insulting you. Bai Feng shook his head earnestly. Senior brother Luo, reflect on your experiences over the past few years. Don't you sense something amiss? He was not worried that this would provoke the sycophant favored by fortune. As long as he didn't lay a hand on the senior or junior sisters that the sycophant fawned over, the worst he'd get was a few scoldings which were utterly harmless. He didn't worry about the other party being jolted awake by his words either, for such individuals possessed a self-consistent worldview, and how could a mere label like sycophant shatter their defenses or awaken them? If it were that easy, would there still be so many sycophants in this world? Luo Chen naturally sensed that Bai Feng was not mocking or ridiculing him, but precisely because of this he felt even more anger and fear. As if his inner self had been pierced and exposed, like the veil covering his pathetic self-esteem had been torn away, revealing nothing beneath. He defended himself weakly, or perhaps tried to justify himself. This is my duty as the senior brother of Zhixiao Peak. Bai Feng did not relent. He continued his barrage. But I haven't seen senior brothers from other peaks behave like you. So servile. You're not like a senior brother at all, you're more like a servant, a dog at everyone's beck and call. Luo Chen fell silent. Faced with such humiliation, he, having grown up in the sect, wanted to refute but could not find the right words. At the same time, his upbringing prevented him from resorting to violence even in his fury, especially since he could sense that the other party bore no ill will. After his outburst, Bai Feng let out a long sigh, feeling refreshed and much lighter. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, pretend I never said anything. If anyone from Zhixiao Peak asks, just tell them you've delivered the gift. That's that. But Luo Chen, despite being insulted, still refused to leave. He shook his head stubbornly. No, that won't do. I promised my junior sister and I must keep my word. Bai Feng was utterly exasperated. How could someone be such a sycophant? He had directly called him a dog. Couldn't he show some backbone? A grown man being manipulated by his junior brothers and sisters to such a pathetic degree. Was it because he hadn't seen enough women? Since that was the case, there was no choice but to resort to drastic measures. So Bai Feng reached into his storage pouch and pulled out the book Yu Yao had given him. How about this? I'll accept the necklace, but I don't want it. So I'll entrust you with disposing of it, and this book is your payment. Remember to read it where no one can see you. It's quite an interesting read. Hey, a young disciple raised in the sect had never seen risque illustrations, right? Time to give him a little shock of erotic art and watch him fall before it. Even if the other party threw the book away after seeing its contents, it didn't matter. Given the conservative views of this world, Luo Chen would definitely think Bai Feng was insulting him. Perhaps he would even show him a cold face from then on and stay far away. It didn't matter if the hatred level increased or if the system deemed him as attacking the favored son of fortune. As long as he felt disgusted by this sycophant, especially since he wouldn't listen to advice. How utterly nauseating. If he didn't get back at him, he wouldn't be able to eat properly for a month. Luo Chen had no idea a huge trap awaited him. He accepted the book whose cover only bore the characters spring and autumn, and asked hesitantly, Is this all right? What's not all right? Giving gifts is your business, but how I handle them is mine. That's it. Goodbye. With that, Bai Feng closed the door directly, not waiting for Luo Chen's reply. Luo Chen opened his mouth to speak, but seeing that the other had already shut the door, he could only lower his head and return to Zixiao Peak in a dejected manner. Brother, who was that just now? Bai Yumei emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, curiosity in her voice. It was Luo-chan, that sick, cough senior brother Luo-chan. Bai Feng cleared his throat. He came to thank you for helping deliver the elixirs before. But that was a month ago, wasn't it? Bai Yumei's face showed a trace of bewilderment. And didn't I clearly refuse back then? Who knows? He might have been tricked by his junior brothers and sisters again. Bai Yumei nodded thoughtfully. When I ate with them yesterday, I felt something off about the people from Zixiao Peak. They didn't treat senior brother Luo-chan like a person at all. Forget it, don't bother about others. Maybe senior brother Luo-chan is enjoying it himself. Bai Feng, who had been irritated since morning, didn't mince words. Enough, let's eat. After the meal, he still had to work on his manuscript. Formations were too costly and he had to step up his efforts. Fortunately, his improved recording stones could now be mass-produced. Selling such advanced items at a high price wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Luo-chan didn't know how he made it back to Zixiao Peak. Only upon returning did he remember that he hadn't disposed of the necklace. It was still in his storage pouch. How was he going to explain this to his junior sister? He returned to his room, his mind in turmoil after being blasted by Bai Feng, and he even felt a bit lost. If an ordinary disciple had said those things, he might not have taken them to heart. But it was Bai Feng, the formation prodigy, and the brother acknowledged by Bai Yumei. In his eyes, the other was on the same level as him, making it impossible to simply ignore. Am I wrong? He pondered but couldn't find an answer. I'm just taking care of my junior sister. How can that be wrong? He couldn't figure it out. But he wasn't one to dwell on things. Since he couldn't understand, he decided to stop thinking about it. Yet his mind was still too chaotic to focus on cultivation, so he took out the book Bai Feng had given him. Expecting a novel or a play, he opened the first page and his face instantly turned crimson. This? How can the women in this book be so indecent? This is outrageous. This is simply... He slammed the book shut, his face as red as a monkey's rear. As an honest disciple raised in the sect, he had never encountered anything so stimulating. At first sight, he intended to burn the book. But thinking it was a gift from junior brother Bai, he stopped. Although Bai Feng was blunt and harsh, he wouldn't give him such a frivolous book, would he? Could it have been a mistake? Or did junior brother Bai have some deeper meaning? Despite the poor reputation of junior brother Bai in the outside world, as the senior brother of Zixiao Peak, he naturally wouldn't just believe the mixed rumors. During his interactions with disciples from Chunqiu Peak, he was clearly told that Bai Feng was not only talented but also extremely hardworking, mastering a large number of formations in just 1 month. A person so diligent and dedicated to the Tao. How could he possibly collect such books? Junior brother Bai must be trying to convey something through this book. In Luo-chan's barren concept of life, there seemed to be no room for entertainment. He lacked any clear understanding of recreational activities. To him, entertainment was for undisciplined disciples, while hardworking disciples like him and Bai Feng clearly had no connection to it. With this thought, Luo-chan perked up again, reopened Spring and Autumn, and began to read it earnestly. Luo-chan had unconsciously reached the final pages, evolving from initial embarrassment that forced him to continue reading to a proficient flipping of pages. In such a brief span of time, he had undergone growth. A sense of its nothing much even began to stir within him. Though highly entertaining, they were merely illustrations after all. These pictures could only influence his body, never shake his spirit. But what exactly does junior brother Bai mean by this? Luo-chan remained utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the intent behind junior brother by gifting him such a book. Could it truly have been a mistake? Burdened with doubt, he turned to the final page of Spring and Autumn. Unlike the preceding images revealing ample skin, this page presented something entirely different. Instead of women striking various poses, it depicted several small figures separated by panels engaged in dialogue. Initially unimpressed, a single glance brought him to an abrupt halt, as if frozen in time. The story was simple, yet it ignited an unstoppable torrent of thought. The very point he had struggled to comprehend now finally crystallized. Had Bai Feng been present, he would have recognized the final page as a small comic he had doodled in his spare time, based on memories from a past life localized for this world. Deeming it a waste to discard, he had added it as a bonus to the final pages, never anticipating its popularity. A persistent faction within his fanbase even urged him to abandon his current path and pursue comics professionally. Luo-chan gently rolled his neck, then began to read with meticulous care. Word by word, the panel showed a young man and woman. The man with a weary expression placed a pill on the table, while the girl before him mocked, Senior brother, you're so weak, can't even refine pills well, still only making low-grade ones after all this time. Aren't you embarrassed staying in the sect? The man remained silent, merely bowing his head as he endured her ridicule. After a thorough scolding, the girl had a sudden inspiration. The next day, she would go to the mediocre senior brother's alchemy chamber and find another chance to mock him relentlessly. The scene shifted to the next day. Hiding behind a wall, the girl witnessed a fierce-looking elder berating her senior brother. Why didn't you refine the chi-gathering pill today? The senior brother weakly defended himself. Yesterday, elder, you said there was no need to refine that pill anymore. But his explanation only fueled the elder's anger. Are you brainless? Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. If you delay the order, will you fucking compensate me? Listen carefully when you work for me, think thoroughly. Don't expect everyone to indulge you like your parents. The senior brother trembled, quickly nodding in apology. My deepest apologies. I'll start refining immediately. Useless trash. You'll forfeit today's pill ration. Fail again and you're out. Yes, yes. The senior brother busied himself once more, while the girl behind the wall shook violently, her expression on the verge of tears. So terrifying. The final panel no longer showed the girl mocking her senior brother. Instead, she embraced him, apologizing. I'm sorry, senior brother. You're already amazing. Luo Chen's gaze fixed on the final scene. He felt something shatter within him. It was merely a simple comic with a few lines of dialogue, yet it detonated the emotions he had been accumulating. He lifted his head, forcing his eyes wide open. Though the man in the comic was a talentless disciple, his plight mirrored Luo Chen's own, yet was also utterly different. After being tormented by Bai Feng and enduring self-doubt, a simple comic had awakened him. He finally understood what had been wrong, where he had erred. Just then his door, without a single knock, was pushed open from outside. Luo Chen smoothly closed the book, turning to face the uninvited guest. His junior sister. Previously he might have felt flustered, but now it seemed inconsequential. Senior brother, did you deliver the gift? Her inquiry was unsurprising, as if he was merely a tool in her eyes. Even when he was falsely accused, both his junior and senior sisters chose to believe a newly inducted disciple over him, someone they had known for years. Seeing Luo Chen's prolonged silence, his junior sister frowned and shouted, Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Her impatient demeanor almost made him laugh. Bai Feng's words had hit the mark with surgical precision. He had indeed been a pathetic dog that never barked one anyone could kick. Rising from the floor, Luo Chen looked down at his junior sister, his tone flat. It's been delivered. Junior brother Bai Feng has accepted it. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to rest. You? Her eyes widened in disbelief at his tone. Junior sister, please go. Remember to knock next time. With a wave of his hand, an unseen force propelled the junior sister out of the room, the door shutting firmly behind her, leaving her stunned in the hallway. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Her accusatory voice came from outside, but Luo Chen offered no reply. Finally she stamped her foot. Even if you kneel before me in the future, I will never forgive you. Listening to the fading footsteps, Luo Chen could no longer suppress his laughter, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, dripping onto the floor. Was this all his devotion had earned him? How laughable! Gazing at the book on the floor, he carefully picked it up, gently brushing away the dust clinging to it. Thanks to junior brother Bai, he might have never realized how absurd his own behavior was. He recalled the rumors about junior brother Bai within the sect. If he had harbored any doubts before now, he was more convinced than ever. Bai Feng was not the person those rumors portrayed. Moreover, the rumors themselves were deeply suspicious. He remembered junior brother Bai had been studying formations at Chunqiu Peak, rarely leaving his quarters. Yet the rumors' intensity never waned. Instead, they grew fiercer. This was clearly abnormal. Someone must be targeting junior brother Bai. Since Bai Feng had granted him a new lease on life today, he would eliminate all those who sought to harm him. Achoo! Bai Feng sneezed, suddenly feeling a chill in the air. Had the temperature dropped again? He tightened his robes and glanced at his system. Good, no anomalies. Even cursing the fate-sucking sycophant hadn't netted him any fortune points. Truly, a sycophant wasn't so easily rattled. Bai Feng finally relaxed, completely admiring his handiwork with immense satisfaction. As a promotional tool for the Memory Stone revised, now it should be called Animation Stone. To promote the Animation Stone, Bai Feng had specifically chosen a widely circulated short animation from his past life rabbit hole. Though it revealed nothing, it was exquisitely suggestive. Perfect for him, an erotic artist. He was already anticipating the day the Animation Stone would sell like hotcakes. Alright, back to work. Finally finished. Bai Feng stretched lazily, fiddling with the Animation Stone in his hand. Too bad it's just instrumental music. Still, he lacked the ability to translate the lyrics with elegance and accuracy. Even this piece of music had cost him considerable effort to obtain. Though his memory had sharpened after starting cultivation, he could still recall the melody. Yet, as someone with no musical training, transcribing it was utterly impossible. So he asked Bai Yumei to find a senior sister well-versed in music. He hummed the tune and she played it on the guqin. Thus he obtained a guqin version of Rabbit Hole that was 80 to 90% similar to the original. Though somewhat monotonous, it was more than enough for this world's level of entertainment. The next step was to have someone deliver the animation stone and the next issue of Spring and Autumn to the Bai family. Time was almost up. Just then a gentle knock came at the door. Bai Feng quickly rose and opened the door. A girl with long white hair and a blank expression stood quietly before him. When she saw Bai Feng, her placid demeanor finally rippled. Her lips moved as if she had much to say, but in the end she restrained herself and called out softly, "Young master." "Chunqiu, don't address me like that." Bai Feng couldn't help but complain. He glanced around and saw no one else. "How come you're here? Are you also training at the Heavenly Sword Sect? Where's the messenger?" Damn, what was the person in charge thinking, choosing a little girl to deliver risque pictures? Seeming to read the confusion on Bai Feng's face, Chunqiu replied in a tone as flat as ever, "I applied to come myself." "You? Forget it. Come inside first." Bai Feng eventually waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He was well aware of the enchantress lurking outside, so he wouldn't risk delivering Spring and Autumn himself. Instead, he had found a Bai family disciple training at the Heavenly Sword Sect to deliver a letter. He never expected Chunqiu to be the one. "Young master, are you doing well at the Heavenly Sword Sect?" Chunqiu followed him, asking softly. "It's fine. No different from home. Except the cook had changed from the Bai family chef to his sister. And don't call me young master. You can call me brother or sir like before." "Is brother okay?" Chunqiu looked up at Bai Feng cautiously. Bai Feng smiled and reached out to ruffle Chunqiu's hair. Then he asked curiously, "When did you pass the Heavenly Sword Sect's trial and start training here?" Chunqiu tilted her head thoughtfully. "I've been training for a long time. Didn't you know, brother?" Though her tone was flat and her face expressionless, Bai Feng could sense a hint of reproach in her voice for his ignorance. Bai Feng felt a bit awkward. He couldn't very well admit that he had been too engrossed in drawing risque pictures and had left the orphanage matters to the Bai family. "This is indeed my oversight." Bai Feng didn't try to argue. He casually sat down on a chair and poured Chunqiu a cup of tea. "After all, you've all grown up and have your own thoughts. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to meddle anymore." This was a matter from many years ago. Not long after he obtained the villain system, he had been thinking about how to avoid the children of destiny. Considering that orphans were a common breeding ground for such individuals, he established an orphanage named the Final Orphanage. If he ever discovered a child of destiny, he could simply find an excuse to transfer that child to another city. The process of building the orphanage went smoothly. Although the Bai family didn't take it seriously, he was still the eldest young master. Even a little support from the family was sufficient. With that, he successfully opened the orphanage and gathered all the orphans from Qinghong City. Chunqiu was one of them. At first, since the Bai family paid no attention, he was the one bustling about taking care of the orphans' daily needs. That was how they developed such a close bond. Later, when talents like Chunqiu emerged, the Bai family began to take notice. Bai Feng no longer had to run around visiting them only every few days. After Chunqiu and the others grew up and left, his visits became even rarer. Especially since he was still playing the role of a dissolute young master at the time, and he had a bit of an image to uphold in front of these orphans. He was reluctant to see them. But Chunqiu shook her head. "Chunqiu is very willing to listen to brother. Then you must cultivate well and protect me in the future," Bai Feng said with a smile. He then took out the sealed Spring and Autumn and the animation stone from his storage pouch. "All right, since you've taken the task, you must complete it well. Deliver it to. Just take it to the family's academy." After all, the printing of Spring and Autumn was done at the Bai family academy. Otherwise, how could his alter ego's identity have remained so well hidden? Chunqiu nodded and accepted the items for delivery. But instead of leaving immediately, she leaned forward, her big eyes blinking at him. All right. Thank you for your hard work." Bai Feng sighed helplessly and reached out to gently stroke her head. Though Chunqiu's face remained expressionless, the slight upturn of her lips and the narrowing of her eyes showed she enjoyed Bai Feng's touch. Like a little cat, Bai Feng's hand slid slowly through her silver-white hair, which was as smooth and silky as satin. Clearly Chunqiu took good care of it. It seems Chunqiu has finally accepted her own hair. Bai Feng felt a pang of emotion. He remembered that the reason Chunqiu became an orphan was her white hair, which had also made her a target for bullying. He recalled that when Chunqiu first entered the orphanage, she would often pull out her own hair, or even hack it off with scissors, leaving it a mess. He had tried many methods to stop her from this self-destructive behavior. The head-patting habit was born from that time. When neither encouragement nor frightening stories worked, he resorted to this last resort. Back then he had reached out to gently stroke her ruined white hair and said with a hint of pity, "I really like your hair, Chunqiu. Even if it's just for me, could you please take good care of it?" After that, every day, he would stroke her hair, help her wash it, comb it, and trim it. From then on, Chunqiu stopped tormenting her hair. Though she still didn't like it, she began to treat it with care. And because Bai Feng was the orphanage director and the most respected figure among the orphans, his words influenced the others. At least in the orphanage, the mockery of Chunqiu's white hair diminished significantly. "Chunqiu's hair is so well maintained. I really like it." At Bai Feng's praise, the corner of Chunqiu's mouth lifted just a little more. She had taken such good care of her hair, all for this moment. Now her heart was filled with satisfaction. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open. "Brother, I bought fresh green beef. Let's make." "Huh?" Bai Yumei stared at Chunqiu, who was almost nestled in Bai Feng's arms, her expression frozen. "Brother, she is?" Bai Yumei asked, a strained smile on her face, as she pointed at Chunqiu, who was nestled in Bai Feng's arms. "Oh, let me introduce you." Bai Feng gently patted Chunqiu on the head and said with a smile, "This is Chunqiu, an outstanding student from the orphanage I founded." Orphanage? Bai Yumei's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. She had never heard of it. Oh right, she had previously refused to see Bai Feng or hear anything about him. A soft sob escaped her. Suddenly her confidence waned, and she even averted her gaze in guilt. Unaware of Bai Yumei's shifting emotions, Bai Feng continued, "Yes, the largest final orphanage in Qinghong City is mine. Though I don't manage it much now, back then, I single-handedly raised all the city's orphans." Thinking back, he felt quite noble, even if his true aim was to discover the chosen ones in time and send them away. Bai Yumei nodded, her confidence still diminished, but she couldn't help asking, "Then what are you?" "Oh, it's a long story." Bai Feng subtly gestured to Bai Yumei with his fingers, signaling her to ask later. He then patted Chunqiu's head again and lifted her from his lap. "Chunqiu, let me introduce you too. This is my sister, Bai Yumei." Standing beside Bai Feng, Chunqiu seemed a bit scared and shy as she nodded, "Hello, miss." "Ah, yes." Bai Yumei responded instinctively. "All right, Chunqiu, thank you for delivering the items. Come find me afterward and I'll give you a small gift." "Okay, goodbye, brother." Chunqiu waved at Bai Feng and quickly left through the door. But when Bai Yumei heard Chunqiu's address to Bai Feng, even her forced smile faded. Was the only sisterly identity that belonged to her about to be taken away? And their relationship seemed so intimate. She inexplicably recalled the novel plot that senior sister Yuyao had mentioned. Something about a replacement narrative. Had she been replaced? But she had done everything she could think of. What else could she do? What should she do? Ding detected that the host has dealt a fatal blow. The chosen one's Dao heart shows signs of collapse. Reward 300 luck points, Yin Yang mark fragment. Bai Feng's expression froze. He stared at the system notification, mouth agape. "System, what the hell are you talking about? Whose Dao heart is about to collapse? Speak clearly." He first thought of that luck-bound sycophant Luo Chun, but quickly dismissed it. After all, a day had passed since his outburst, and there was no reason for a delayed breakdown. And the only chosen one he was currently interacting with was his sister Bai Yumei. Bai Feng looked up and noticed her low spirits. Why, he hadn't said anything strange. Was it about the orphanage? The more Bai Feng thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Bai Yumei had always been sensitive about their strained relationship in recent years. Mentioning the orphanage likely triggered those memories, upsetting her. "Yumei." "Ah, yes." Bai Yumei quickly looked up, though her gaze still wavered. "Sit." Bai Feng offered no comfort, his tone even carrying a hint of command. Yet Bai Yumei felt no resentment. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. She sat on the chair beside Bai Feng, secretly watching him. "You're curious about Chunqiu's identity, right?" Bai Feng avoided the orphanage topic and instead focused on Chunqiu. Bai Yumei's head shot up, but then she lowered it again, shaking it cautiously. "No, not at all." But Bai Feng ignored her denial and continued, "Do you know what she was doing when I first saw her? She was pulling out her own hair strand by strand non-stop. The ground was covered in her hair and her scalp was bald. Truly unsightly." As Bai Feng described it, Bai Yumei pictured the scene and shuddered, even feeling a tingling pain on her scalp. The reason? Because of her white hair, her parents abandoned her at a young age. She was treated like a monster, kicked and beaten. When I found her, her body was covered in bruises and her face was swollen. Bai Yumei bit her lip, unable to bear thinking further. So I decided to start an orphanage. Bai Feng's tone suddenly lightened. Since I have the ability, at least in Qinghong City, I should help them. Of course, that was all a lie to fool Bai Yumei. Though he had a shred of kindness, it wasn't much. He wasn't that noble. The orphanage's true purpose was always to send the chosen ones to other cities in time. But Xiaoqi's story was real. Bai Yumei stared blankly at Bai Feng, her chaotic thoughts vanishing. A smile crept back onto her lips as she said with a hint of nostalgia, "You really haven't changed much." When she first entered the Bai family, it was the same. Because she was alone and helpless, he took her everywhere to play. It was Bai Feng who helped her break out of her shell. Bai Feng. Though puzzled by Bai Yumei's remark, seeing it was effective, he continued, "Xiaoqi's condition was terrible. Not physically but mentally. Even in the orphanage, she would occasionally pull out her hair or cut it with scissors. So I told her I loved her white hair. To prove it, every time I saw her, I'd touch her hair. Sounds a bit perverted, doesn't it?" "No, you're amazing, brother." Bai Yumei shook her head firmly. "If it were me, I'd be very happy." It wasn't just her. The others had their own mental issues. Fortunately, I wasn't much older than them, so I had them call me Big Brother. I told them to treat the orphanage as their home, and I was the big brother they could rely on. After speaking, Bai Feng picked up his teacup to moisten his throat, while glancing at the system to ensure there were no new notifications. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Having heard Bai Feng's story, Bai Yumei no longer minded Xiaoqi's address to him. Truly worthy of her brother. She felt ashamed of her earlier thoughts. Compared to Bai Feng, she was indeed a despicable person. But Bai Yumei straightened up, silently resolving in her heart. In this world, the noble don't live long. So let her, the despicable one, protect her brother and pave the way for him. "Brother, I will always protect you," Bai Yumei declared with unwavering resolve. "Ha! Oh!" Bai Feng was bewildered, wondering what had come over Bai Yumei. Whatever, it wasn't a bad thing. After Bai Yumei calmed down, she headed into the kitchen to cook while Bai Feng turned his attention to the system reward. Yin-Yang mark fragment, a fragment that fell from the Yin-Yang mark, yet it still possesses exquisite functions. Prolonged contemplation will yield unexpected benefits. Bai Feng stroked his chin, feeling a sense of profound awe without fully understanding it. However, it seemed this item was not something that could directly boost combat power. He closed his eyes, and an extremely mysterious pattern, or rather a symbolic character, appeared in his mind. He couldn't describe what the Yin-Yang mark looked like. At first glance, it seemed to be a fish-shaped pattern, but upon closer inspection, it bore no relation to a fish. Instead, it appeared as a meaningless symbol formed by stacked lines. It was an abstract concept that transcended appearances, delving into a deeper layer. Bai Feng felt an increasing calm within himself, and the perplexing questions accumulated during cultivation suddenly became clear. If observed from the outside, a massive surge of spiritual energy would be seen rushing toward him, and his cultivation level rapidly ascended. "Brother, what's hap?" Bai Yumei, who was in the kitchen, sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations, and appeared beside Bai Feng in the blink of an eye. But in the next second, she quickly covered her mouth, afraid to make even a sound. She watched Bai Feng, who was still in a state of enlightenment, and patted her chest with a sense of relief. Then she tiptoed out of the living room and returned to the kitchen. However, this time she couldn't focus on cooking, and kept turning her head to glance at Bai Feng. After a long while, the rate at which Bai Feng absorbed spiritual energy slowed, and his cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, just one step away from the golden core. He opened his eyes, and a flash of black and white light flickered across them. Simultaneously, the faint symbols of a black and white fish appeared deep within his eyes, but they vanished in the next moment as the light receded. Phew! Bai Feng exhaled a turbid breath, feeling as though his body had never been this light. "Brother, you're awake." At that moment, Bai Yumei crept over and asked in a very soft voice, Has it been long?" Bai Feng turned to glance at the darkening sky outside the window, realizing that a mere look at the Yin-Yang mark had cost him an entire day. He also noticed that his body seemed stronger. Upon closer inspection, his cultivation had unknowingly reached the peak of foundation establishment. Even the spirit tempering art, which had been progressing slowly, had reached minor mastery. Moreover, the spirit tempering art seemed to have formed a connection with the Yin-Yang mark. "Sorry, I made you worry." Bai Feng didn't immediately investigate the mysterious changes in the spirit tempering art. Instead, he looked at Bai Yumei, whose face was filled with concern. "It seems I've also disrupted your cultivation today." "No, not at all." Compared to an enlightenment that is so rare and precious, my matters are insignificant. Bai Yumei quickly shook her head, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Brother, you must be hungry. I'll go heat up the dishes. I'll help too. Bai Feng also intended to get up, feeling a bit guilty for making Bai Yumei wait the whole day. No need. Bai Yumei appeared beside him in an instant and pressed him back down. This is the best time for you to consolidate your gains. Although the enlightenment has ended, this period afterward is also a crucial golden window. Leave the cooking to me. Feeling the firm pressure on his shoulder, and hearing her resolute tone, Bai Feng could only nod and abandon the idea of helping. Watching Bai Yumei's busy figure in the kitchen, Bai Feng decided to study the changes in the spirit tempering art. First, his spiritual sense range had doubled. Even compared to alchemists or talisman masters who primarily cultivate their spiritual sense, his was far stronger, rivaling that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. And this was just the range. His spiritual sense had also become more condensed. Previously, he could only use it to probe enemies or observe formations, but now he could even use it to assault enemies, causing them brief moments of disorientation. Since his spiritual sense could affect enemies, it meant he could now cast illusions without relying on formations. Of course, such illusions were far inferior to illusionary formations and less efficient in battle than a direct spiritual assault. However, if combined with an illusionary formation, the synergy would be far greater than the sum of its parts. Beyond that, there was the most crucial aspect, the fusion of the spirit tempering art with the yin-yang mark, or rather the fusion of himself having cultivated the spirit tempering art with the yin-yang mark. Bai Feng took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged into his eyes. In the next second, his eyes took on a black and white hue, and the faint symbol of a black and white fish appeared. In this state, he could almost see the flow of spiritual energy. He looked at the formation he had set up, and its structure was completely exposed before him, as if he had X-ray vision. He even had a feeling that if someone were to cast a spell in front of him, he could not only instantly decipher it, but also perfectly replicate it, casting the same spell alongside them. Woe a Sharingan! Bai Feng's eyes returned to normal, and his face bore an expression of shock. This thing, if used well, could be a devastating weapon. And it wasn't limited to spells. Techniques like swordsmanship, fist arts, and alchemy methods could all be copied one-ton, provided his spiritual energy could support the execution. However, things like sword intent or fist momentum, which required long periods of comprehension to master, couldn't be copied. But even so, this was terrifyingly powerful. No, I must not become complacent. Those children of destiny can't be judged by ordinary standards. Their favorite pastime is breaking limits, killing people, and then taking the spoils for themselves, using them even better than the villains. Bai Feng forcefully suppressed his swelling pride. He absolutely could not abandon his plans just because of a mere eye ability. He would continue to avoid the children of destiny and steadfastly adhere to his principle of staying alive at all costs. But if a mere fragment that fell from the yin-yang mark is this powerful, what must the complete mark be like? Bai Feng found it hard to imagine. Come to think of it, this system reward was far too generous. Was it trying to tempt him into targeting the children of destiny? A dream on. He would never gamble with his own life. Ding detected host using a borrowed knife to kill. A child of destiny clashed with another child of destiny and successfully took out their underling. Reward 50 luck points, all attributes 5. Bai Feng. Who in the world is setting me up? Upon seeing the system notification, Bai Feng was utterly stunned. Why did this happen? He first glanced at Bai Yumei, who was just emerging from the kitchen carrying dishes. Bai Yumei had been with him almost the entire time, so it clearly couldn't be her. That left Lin Yan. He had already told him not to make a move, yet the brat still disobeyed, didn't he? Rip, your future schemes are gone. At that moment, Lin Yan, still investigating the mastermind behind the scenes, sneezed. Troublesome fellow disciples. Luo Chun clasped his hands to several disciples of the law enforcement hall, while beside him lay an unconscious disciple. No trouble at all. We should thank you, junior brother Luo, for helping us root out these pests. To be honest, we've been quite troubled by these rumor-mongers, but we've made little progress. One person replied with a smile, yet inwardly he was slightly surprised. Although Luo Chun still maintained a courteous demeanor, there was something different about him now. In the past, Luo Chun had been unassuming. To put it bluntly, he was even somewhat weak and servile. Now, however, he exuded a sharp, imposing aura like an unsheathed, treasured sword. He wondered what had happened to Luo Chun during this time, and how he had come to strike against those spreading rumors about Bai Feng. Though curious, he knew such matters were beyond his scope. Thus, after expressing his thanks, he hoisted the unconscious disciple and departed. Luo Chun watched them leave, fully aware of the peculiar looks from these law enforcement disciples. In truth, it wasn't just them. Everyone who had seen him recently reacted the same way, making him realize once again how foolish he had been before. Now he no longer devoted his energy to the senior and junior sisters, and rarely even bothered with the affairs of Zhixiao Peak. His sole focus was to eliminate everyone who had framed junior brother Bai. He also realized something. The law enforcement disciples had just claimed they'd made no progress, yet these rumor-mongers were ordinary disciples. How could they possibly have remained undetected? It seemed there was a mole within the law enforcement hall, and the rumor spreaders were of no low status. But even so, Luo-chan swore to bring those who framed junior brother Bai to justice, even if the grand senior brother of the Heaven Sword sect himself stood in his way. He straightened his robes and strode away. Who's next? Damn you, Luo-chan. Instead of groveling at your senior and junior sister's feet, you dare to oppose me. Yi Tang raised his fist and shattered the table with a single blow. He had just sent his men to intercept the meddlesome Lin Yan, only to find Luo-chan hot on his heels. Why on earth were these two helping that useless Bai Feng? And Bai Feng himself? The mere thought of him ignited even greater fury. He had prepared a whole slew of schemes to target him, yet that good-for-nothing Bai Feng had holed up in Chunqiu Peak and never come down. No matter how brilliant his plans, they were useless. Even when he had his men spread all sorts of damaging rumors about Bai Feng, the man remained as deaf as a post, utterly indifferent. How could anyone be such a coward? They were practically cursing him to his face, yet he refused to respond. Especially when he thought of Bai Feng and Bai Yumei chatting and laughing together on Chunqiu Peak every day, his rage would boil over. He wished he could ascend Chunqiu Peak and strike this waste dead with a single palm. Grand Senior Brother, the brother who was taken to the law enforcement hall. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yi Tang shot a glance at the disciple who had spoken, causing the latter to immediately lower his head and fall silent. He couldn't even cover his own tracks and got caught. Does he expect me to get him out? He snorted coldly. I am the Grand Senior Brother of the Heaven Sword sect. Let him reflect in the law enforcement hall. Yes, the disciple quickly nodded. Dismissed. And remember to have someone block that Luo-chan. Yes. Yi Tang narrowed his eyes. Dare to oppose me. Sooner or later it'll make you all pay. Just then the Heaven Sword sect's grand tournament was about to begin. He didn't believe that waste Bai Feng would dare to stay holed up on the mountain. Brother, the sect tournament is in a few days. Will you participate? Bai Yumei sat beside Bai Feng. Taking advantage of his distraction, she quickly picked up a piece of meat and placed it into his bowl. Can I set up formations in advance? Bai Feng looked at the extra meat in his bowl, then flicked Bai Yumei's forehead. Eat properly. Stop putting food in my bowl. Probably not, Bai Yumei said, covering her forehead, but she completely ignored his latter words and continued to sneak food into his bowl. Then I won't participate, Bai Feng shook his head. I'm a formation master, my skills lie entirely in formations. Going to fight those battle-hardened disciples would be asking for a beating. But brother, isn't your swordsmanship quite proficient? You're almost as good as me. She had happened to see Bai Feng practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard that morning. Though he only used the bamboo thorn technique, he was remarkably skilled, its power rivaling her casual strike. Clearly not something achievable in just a day or two. Bai Feng averted his gaze uncomfortably. Of course it's almost as good as yours. I used the yin-yang pattern to secretly watch you practice. It just cost a lot. Learning one move nearly drained all my spiritual energy. He guessed it was because Bai Yumei was a golden core cultivator and a swordsmanship prodigy with a far deeper understanding of sword techniques than ordinary golden cores. Thus learning from her was far more demanding. It probably wouldn't have been so draining if he were at the foundation establishment stage. I only know this one move, Bai Feng waved his hand. And why would I use my weakness to compete against others' strengths? True. Bai Yumei nodded, thinking it over and finding the logic sound. Yet inwardly she sighed. Recently rumors about Bai Feng within the sect had been growing. Some claimed he had cheated to pass the formation trial, others said his formation talent was a sham, a product of some sordid deal between the Bai family and the Heaven Sword sect elders. In short, they painted Bai Feng as a fraud with no real talent for formations. She had even sought out her master Chu Ningyan, but her master simply smiled and told her not to worry. But how could she not worry? If not for the fear of affecting Bai Feng, she would have long since sent all those slandering her brother to reside in the Alchemy Peak. So infuriating. Ha! Bai Feng picked up his sect disciple token, which vibrated with a message, come to my cave dwelling. Is master looking for you? Bai Yumei leaned in curiously. I wonder what she wants. Bai Feng nodded, finished his last bite of rice, and prepared to go see his master Chu Ningyan. Ever since entering Chunqiu Peak, Master Chu Ningyan had rarely summoned him. He had heard she had been away recently, only returning to the sect a short while ago. He had almost begun to think his master had forgotten him. Bai Yumei recalled her master's earlier words, telling her not to worry, and curiosity stirred within her. You've never been to master's cave dwelling, have you? I'll go with you. All right, let's go. Bai Feng didn't refuse, and soon the two of them headed toward the cave dwelling on Chunqiu Peak. Entering the cave, they found it immaculately clean, furnished only with the simplest of tables and chairs. Chu Ningyan was waiting for them ahead. Chu Ningyan looked at Bai Feng and was astonished to find that he had already reached the peak of Foundation establishment. A flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. Recently, she had been preoccupied with trying to persuade her friend to return and teach her disciple Bai Feng, so she was unaware of what had transpired with him. But seeing his solid foundation, it seemed his cultivation hadn't been forcibly elevated by the rumors. Master, what did you call me for? Bai Feng, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, quickly asked. Chu Ningyan withdrew her gaze and smiled. I want you to participate in the sect tournament. Before Bai Feng could refuse, Chu Ningyan reached out and interrupted him. Don't rush to say no. I'm not asking you to fight other disciples. Then who am I supposed to fight? Bai Feng was momentarily bewildered. If he wasn't fighting other disciples in the sect tournament, then who was he going to fight? Was he supposed to fight the formation itself? Rest assured, even if you wanted to step onto the arena, I wouldn't allow it. Chu Ningyan said with a faint smile, teasing him a little. How's your formation studies going lately? Not bad. I've read nearly a tenth of the formation manuals in the library. At my current level, I can barely set up a 5th grade formation, though I'll need to take pills midway. Bai Feng slightly concealed his true abilities. If he had assistance or a way to continuously replenish his spiritual energy, he could even set up a 7th grade formation. Did he even understand the weight of achieving mastery in formations? Upon hearing Bai Feng's answer, Chu Ningyan fell silent. A foundation establishment disciple capable of setting up a 5th grade formation, that was truly alarming. Although the grade of a formation wasn't strictly tied to a cultivator's cultivation level, its power could generally be determined by its grade. For instance, the 100 Swords formation from before was a 3rd grade formation that could trap a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak and even delay a golden core cultivator for a short time. A 5th grade formation, however, could deal with nascent soul cultivators. Even the simplest 5th grade trapping or killing formation would be more than enough to handle golden core cultivators. Her disciple's talent in formations was truly terrifying, especially considering how hardworking he was. She recalled that the library had many formation books, and they were all difficult to understand. Ordinary disciples reading 2 or 3 books in a month was considered diligent. Bai Feng had read a 10th in a month. Even if that 10th included many low-level formations, this learning speed was still astonishing. You, make sure to rest more. Don't overwork yourself. It was the first time Chu Ningyan had urged her disciple to rest. She was genuinely startled. By the way, can you understand all these books? She knew Bai Feng wasn't one to speak carelessly, but the matter was so absurd that she couldn't help asking. Bai Feng nodded. Yes, I've grasped most of it. If you don't believe me, Master, I can set up a formation for you right now. No need. I trust you. Chu Ningyan waved her hand, now fully confident in the agreement she had made a few days ago. It was time to give her friend a little shock of genius. Then she explained her arrangement. I'm having you participate in the sect tournament to compete against another formation prodigy. She's my friend's disciple. If you can beat her, my friend will teach you formations for a while. Bai Feng nodded thoughtfully. So this was what his master had been up to during her recent outings. Although he had already achieved mastery in formations, he wasn't arrogant enough to think others couldn't teach him anything. Moreover, he indeed needed a reason to gradually reveal his formation prowess. So he agreed. Yes, I'm also looking forward to competing with another formation prodigy. Good. Chu Ningyan nodded with satisfaction. Rest well these few days and save your energy for the upcoming match. No more burning the midnight oil reading. Thinking about how he had been drawing lewd pictures lately, Bai Feng felt a bit guilty and replied, I'm not that obsessive. But Chu Ningyan didn't seem convinced. She turned to the thoughtful Bai Yumei and instructed, Yumei, make sure he rests properly. Yes, Master. Bai Yumei quickly nodded. She also realized why her master had told her not to rush when she had sought her out earlier. If Bai Feng could defeat another formation prodigy in the competition, the rumors spreading outside would naturally be dispelled. Master, are we there yet? A young girl sat on the flying boat looking bored at the scenery whizzing by. Almost there. If you're bored, why not read some books? A tall woman said helplessly. If any demonic cultivators were present, they would recognize her as the ghost prince who had stirred up a bloody storm in the demonic path decades ago. Born into the demonic path, she had single-handedly destroyed her own sect, severely wounded several demonic sects, and countless demonic prodigies had fallen by her hand. But now she was just a rogue cultivator named Lu Meng, who had a private good relationship with Chu Ningyan, the peak master of Heaven Sword sect. I've already read them several times. Boring. The girl seemed to think of something. She leaped lightly and landed directly on Lu Meng's lap, her eyes sparkling. Master, I want to see the books you bought before. Lu Meng was puzzled. Did I buy any books? Yes, I saw you reading them at night. Something called Spring and Autumn, I think. Hearing this, Lu Meng's face darkened. When had she ever seen the girl this enthusiastic about formation books? She tapped the girl on the head. Kids shouldn't read that stuff. But why can you read it, master? The girl, despite being tapped, wore a look of defiance. Because I'm an adult. Lu Meng felt a bit helpless. When she bought the book, she had only glanced at the title thinking it was something decent for her disciple. But it turned out to be that kind of content. Thankfully, she had flipped through it first and didn't give it to her disciple directly, or she would have lost face as a master. Still, the illustrations were quite nice. Shed by a few more next time she passed by. Seeing that her pleas were futile, the girl temporarily gave up. She decided to lie on her master's lap as revenge for the head tap. Master, do we have to go to Heaven Sword sect? I don't want to go there. Too many rules. I've already promised Ningyan. How can I break my word? Lu Meng picked the girl up from her lap. Besides, I'm a bit interested in this formation prodigy she mentioned. I bet Aunt Ningyan is just bragging. How could anyone reconstruct a third-grade formation at the mid-foundation establishment stage? I bet that person cheated. After all, even she with her spiritual pupils couldn't do it. We'll know the truth when we get there. Lu Meng was also a bit skeptical, but since it was her friend Chu Ningyan who said it, and even made a bet, she figured she had nothing to lose by going. Plus, she could mooch a few meals. Shed heard the ingredients at Heaven Sword sect were quite good. Humph, just wait until I expose his true face and make that fraud feel ashamed. The girl had already labeled her future opponent as a fraud, looking eager to rush to Heaven Sword sect and give him a thorough lesson. Lu Meng shook her head at the girl's attitude. At this rate, she would suffer in the future. Though Lu Meng was also a bit doubtful. As a long-renowned formation master, she knew well the difficulty of reconstructing formations, especially across grades. Brother Lin. Bai Feng pushed open the door and saw Lin Yan standing at his doorstep. The moment he recalled the system's notification, he felt an urge to shut the door again. So it's you who dared to make a move on the Chosen One's underlings. Though inwardly displeased, Bai Feng feigned ignorance and asked, could it be that Brother Lin has already uncovered something? Mentioning this, Lin Yan shook his head with a look of shame. I'm terribly sorry. It seems the other party caught wind of my investigation into the rumors. I found nothing at all. Bai Feng furrowed his brow slightly. So it wasn't Lin Yan. He trusted that Lin Yan, as an upright Chosen One, wouldn't deceive him over such a trivial matter. That meant someone else was targeting the Chosen One's underlings. Damn, this is troublesome. Who the hell is framing me? Upon learning it wasn't Lin Yan, Bai Feng became more courteous. He waved his hand. I'm grateful that Brother Lin is willing to help. But from this, it seems this person holds a considerable position. That's what I think too, but the information is too chaotic for me to guess who it might be. No rush. He'll eventually show his hand. Bai Feng was unconcerned. They were just harmless rumors. Lin Yan nodded, though a sense of frustration lingered in his heart. He had promised so confidently, yet ended up with nothing, unable to help Brother Bai at all. Ding detected host's aggressiveness, causing the Chosen One to feel frustrated. Host's fortune value 10, fire resistance 1. Bai Feng. System, what's wrong with you? Can you make up something more absurd? And you Chosen One, I wasn't even bothered, so why the hell are you frustrated? Are the rumors targeting you or me? Unaware of Bai Feng's shifting mood, Lin Yan continued. By the way, the sect tournament is in a few days. Will Brother Bai participate? My master has other arrangements. You'll find out then. Bai Feng shook his head, maintaining a polite smile. He felt the system was lowering the bar for granting fortune points. All right, I'll cheer for Brother Bai then. Lin Yan grinned and gave Bai Feng a thumbs up. It seemed Peak Master Chu was about to take action, so he needn't worry about the rumors affecting Brother Bai. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yan quickly brought up the main topic. Oh, I heard the new issue of Spring and Autumn is about to be released. Should I bring a copy back for Brother Bai? No need. Have you forgotten the relationship between Teacher Spring and the Bai family? Bai Feng waved dismissively. Speaking of which, aren't you going out so close to the tournament? There are still several days. A round trip is more than enough. Lin Yan chuckled nonchalantly. Missing the competition was no big deal. As an alchemist, he didn't lack cultivation resources. but missing out on Teacher Spring's new book would be a regret for years. Fine, suit yourself. Bai Feng shook his head with a hint of helplessness. By the way, I heard Teacher Spring is releasing a new product this time called Animation Stone. Since it's the first sale, the quantity is limited and the price is a bit steep. If you want one, you'd better grab it early. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. He solemnly cupped his hands toward Bai Feng. Thank you for the info, brother Bai. I'm off. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Bai Feng's sight. Bai Feng. No need to be that eager. Still judging by Lin Yan's reaction, the animation stone should sell well. On the day of sale, things turned out even more absurd than Bai Feng had predicted. Within less than half an hour, the expensive animation stones were sold out. The crowd of enthusiasts heaped praise on this novel item, and it was soon being resold at exorbitant prices on the black market. Even the 5-star critic Yen Lin commented, "If one hasn't seen Teacher Spring's animation stone, their life is incomplete." Far away in the Heavenly Sword sect, Bai Feng remained oblivious to all this. Staring blankly at the ever-increasing fortune points, he couldn't fathom what had gone wrong. On the day of the sect tournament, after several days of rest, Bai Feng had somewhat shed his lazy demeanor, though he still brooded over the incessant fortune points from that day. "Brother, have you packed all the materials for setting up the formation?" Bai Yumei kept reminding him. Noticing his slightly disheveled hair, she quickly took out her comb, stood on tiptoe, and tidied it for him. "I've packed everything." Bai Feng, feeling a bit odd as his sister fussed over his hair, said, "All right, that's enough. It's fine." "No, brother. You're going to compete against the disciple of a formation master. You represent the Heavenly Sword sect." Bai Yumei didn't stop. After finishing his hair, she even straightened his clothes. Satisfied, she nodded. "They're much better. Sis, don't you think your behavior is a bit beyond what a sister should do?" Bai Feng finally realized what felt off. It was like a wife straightening her husband's tie before he left. "What nonsense. I'm just worried you'll embarrass yourself." Bai Yumei pouted in protest. "Besides, there's no strict definition of what siblings should do. Do you think this is a play?" "I suppose." Bai Feng nodded, not dwelling on the matter. "Let's go then." He pushed open the door and strode toward Chu Ninjian's cave dwelling. Bai Yumei lagged a step behind, walking not beside him as usual but following behind. If Bai Feng had turned to look at her, he would have noticed that though her face was expressionless, her ears were completely red. "Seems I went a bit overboard." Bai Yumei lowered her head slightly, a faint blush finally creeping onto her cheeks. "I must restrain myself next time." Bai Feng Yumei, perfect timing. Chu Ningyan paused her conversation with the woman beside her and smiled, beckoning them over. She first turned to the woman and introduced, "This is the formation prodigy I mentioned, Bai Feng, and beside him is his sister Bai Yumei." The woman nodded lightly, but she didn't perceive anything extraordinary about the so-called formation prodigy. Instead, his sister exuded a sharp sword intent, and she could sense a vast power hidden within her. "And this is the formation master I told you about, Lu Meng, and beside her is her disciple Su Lanqian." Bai Feng quickly greeted, "Greetings, Master Lu." He also opened the system to check, confirming that Lu Meng's disciple was not a chosen one, which relieved him. Before coming, he had worried about going up against a chosen one. Indeed, even if there were many chosen ones, not every talented disciple could be one. "All right, let's head to the competition grounds first." Chu Ningyan waved her hand and a flying boat appeared before them. As everyone boarded, a crisp voice sounded in Bai Feng's ear. "So you're the one who reconstructed the 100 Swords formation mid-battle?" Bai Feng turned toward the voice and saw the young girl Su Lanqian beside Lu Meng looking at him with a challenging expression. "Yes, it was me." He nodded, his expression slightly hardening. This was no friendly encounter. "I've heard so much about you." Su Lanqian smiled as she walked up to Bai Feng, tilting her head to look up at him. "After learning you could reconstruct the 100 Swords formation, I've been really looking forward to meeting you. Then I'm quite flattered." But then her smile vanished, replaced by a look of disdain. She reached out, grabbed his shoulder, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, "Don't think I don't know you're cheating. Reconstructing a formation? What a ridiculous idea. If even I can't do it, how could someone as mediocre as you? Just wait. I'll expose you in the competition." With that, a sweet smile returned to her face as she waved lightly at Bai Feng. "Well then, see you in the competition. I'm looking forward to your performance, Bai Feng. Even someone who isn't a chosen one dares to act arrogant in front of me. I was planning to hold back, but now I have to teach this insolent brat a harsh lesson." The competition is divided into 2 parts. Chu Ningyan stood before Bai Feng and Su Lanqian, explaining the rules. The first part is to break through a formation. As for what formation it is, I'll keep it a secret for now. You'll find out when we get there. The second part is a duel. Each of you will set up a formation for the other to break through. This is one of the most common methods of competition among formation masters. Bai Feng nodded. He had just acquired the yin-yang pattern and hadn't yet used it in formations. This would be a perfect chance to test its effects. Moreover, compared to the first part, he was more interested in the second. What kind of formation could he set up to make that arrogant brat cry? Su Lanqian had no objections either. She looked at Bai Feng with a smile. How wonderful, I can't wait for the genius junior brother Bai to give me some guidance. Ha, just you wait until you're in tears. Bai Feng ignored her. The more you engaged with such people, the more they acted up, so it was best to simply disregard them. Soon the flying boat arrived at the competition grounds. It seemed that Chu Ningyan and the other elders had deliberately arranged for Bai Feng and Su Lanqian's duel to take place not far from the sect's grand competition. In fact, it was right on the same grounds. They hadn't forcibly silenced the rumors or the disciples' gossip. That would be an inefficient method. The best approach was to let everyone witness Bai Feng's strength, and all rumors would crumble on their own. As Bai Feng stepped off the flying boat, he saw a group of early arriving disciples whispering and pointing at him. Look, it's that Bai Feng. He finally came down from Green Bamboo Peak. I've never seen such a coward, like a turtle hiding in its shell. But I heard senior brother Bai has been studying formations day and night, even having meals brought to him by senior sister Bai. You believe that rumor? You might as well believe I'm an immortal emperor. Send me 50 spirit stones, and once I recover my memories, I'll make you the grand general of the immortal sect. I heard senior brother Bai is going to duel another formation genius. If it's true or false, we'll know soon enough, won't we? I just hope that fraud Bai Feng doesn't disgrace our Heaven Sword sect. His reputation had indeed worsened. His decision not to leave Green Bamboo Peak had clearly been the right one. He hoped these people could still be so tough after the duel. Yuma, aren't you going to participate in the sect's grand competition? He withdrew his gaze and asked Bai Yumei, who had been quietly following beside him. Bai Yumei shook her head. I don't need to participate in the early rounds. No wonder you're not the least bit anxious. Bai Feng wasn't surprised. Given Bai Yumei's strength, she had indeed earned a spot as a seated contestant. As a seated contestant, she didn't have to compete against ordinary disciples in the early stages, only joining after the top 100 were selected. This was both to avoid wasting geniuses' time on meaningless battles and to reduce the sense of defeat among ordinary disciples while increasing their sense of participation. All right, stop staring. Come over here. Your duel is about to begin. After exchanging words with the other peak masters and elders, Chu Ningyan called out to Bai Feng and the others. So soon? Bai Feng was somewhat surprised. He had thought they would wait until the disciples' matches began. An elder who had finished inspecting the formation explained. Since the second part requires you to set up formations, which takes considerable time, we decided after discussion to hold the formation breaking round at the start of the grand competition. Bai Feng nodded. He understood. It was the grand competition's opening ceremony. The elders of Heaven Sword sect were quite creative. Then let's begin. Chu Ningyan turned to her friend Lu Meng, a smile curling at her lips. Ill trouble, little Meng, to activate it. Couldn't you all handle this yourselves? Lu Meng shook her head helplessly, though she knew her friend's intentions. Clearly Chu Ningyan sensed that Lu Meng didn't fully believe in Bai Feng's talent. By asking her to activate the formation, she was also giving her a chance to inspect it and confirm that no one had tampered with it. I'm not the type to be a sore loser, Lu Meng muttered inwardly. She and Chu Ningyan were comrades who had faced life-and-death battles together. She wasn't someone who would cheat. Well, probably not. And Chu Ningyan had never shown her this much concern. Was it really necessary for a disciple? Still, she took control of the formation and infused it with spiritual energy to activate it. Instantly, on the empty ground, a pillar of flame shot into the sky, and even fiery rain began to fall from above. Then amid the blaze, a fire dragon formed entirely of flames burst forth. Its massive body burned with fierce fire as it opened its maw, revealing terrifying razor-sharp teeth, and let out a dragon's roar at the crowd. For a moment, some of the less advanced disciples covered their ears and crouched down, their bodies trembling faintly under the dragon's might. They even used dragon materials, and judging by the power, it's not just a few drops of dragon blood. They must have used at least a dragon bone. Lu Meng was also somewhat taken aback. An ordinary fire dragon formation wouldn't produce a dragon so lifelike, let alone one with a trace of draconic pressure. If a standard fire dragon formation was already among the best of 4th grade formations, then one crafted with dragon bone was one of the strongest 4th grade formations, capable of trapping even a nascent soul cultivator for a time. This doesn't seem like something meant for foundation establishment disciples. Lu Meng glanced at Chu Ningyan, who wore a faint smile. She hadn't expected Heaven Sword sect to go this far. Relax, it's just intimidating in appearance. Chu Ningyan wasn't worried. Besides, we can stop it at any time, so there's no risk of injury. In truth, she hadn't originally planned to use such a powerful formation. But after hearing that Bai Feng claimed he could barely set up a 5th grade formation, she changed her mind. After a brief discussion with the formation elders, they concluded that a formation bordering on but not quite reaching the 5th grade would best showcase Bai Feng's talent. She believed that even her proud friend would be convinced after witnessing Bai Feng break the formation. I'm just worried that your new disciple won't be able to handle it. Lu Meng watched the fire dragon weaving through the clouds. Even her disciple who possessed a spiritual eye would likely find this formation challenging. Moreover, her disciple had already reached the golden core stage, while Bai Feng, though he had somehow advanced to the peak of foundation establishment, was still only at that level. Though the gap between peak foundation establishment and early golden core seemed small, it was a true watershed. The difference was far from insignificant. If Bai Feng could truly break through the fire dragon formation, then she would gladly teach him everything she knew. Don't worry. I wouldn't have chosen this formation without confidence. Chu Ningyan didn't continue their idle chat. Who goes first? Let my disciple start. Lu Meng patted Su Lanqian's head. This would also let Chu Ningyan and Bai Feng witness the power of the enhanced fire dragon formation. Ideally, it would make them think twice. Yes, master. Su Lanqian nodded, her expression solemn, as she stared at the fire dragon. Even from a distance, she could feel the terrifying heat radiating from the flames. Others might have begun to fear, but she wouldn't. She was Su Lanqian, the acknowledged #1 formation genius of the northern domain. Even looking beyond, few could rival her. She took a deep breath and strode directly toward the formation. As she passed Bai Feng, she lifted her head slightly and cast him a sidelong glance. If you're scared, quit now. Otherwise, you'll look pretty ugly with your hair and clothes burn off. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I still have some spare clothes in my storage pouch. If your clothes get burned, feel free to come and get one for free. Bai Feng glanced at the arrogant Su Lanqian and replied in a calm, indifferent tone. Ha, you might as well say all you can while you still have the chance. Su Lanqian snorted coldly and quickly walked toward the formation. Brother, what did she say to you? Bai Yumei asked curiously from the side. She told me to be careful, and I told her the same. Bai Yumei pondered for a moment. Su Lanqian's demeanor earlier was far from a kind reminder. It looked more like disdain, which was clearly a provocation. Brother, do you need me to teach her a lesson? Bai Feng silently turned his head to look at the eager Bai Yumei. How had his once obedient sister become like this? No need. You're making me look like an unreasonable villain. Though he did indeed possess a villain system. Oh! Bai Yumei nodded weakly, but deep down she still marked Su Lanqian. Bai Feng might not care, but that didn't mean she would let it slide. She held grudges. If the other party dared to insult Bai Feng again, she would not be lenient. Meanwhile, Su Lanqian had already entered the fire dragon formation. Fierce flames surged toward her from all directions, but Su Lanqian remained calm. A barrier formed by spiritual energy blocked the flames, while her eyes glowed with a faint blue light. In her vision, the sea of fire vanished. She could sense spiritual energy converging toward several areas. It's here. Su Lanqian swiftly locked onto a node. She picked up a brush and surging spiritual energy gathered in her hand. The next moment, the brush enlarged in her grasp, stopping only when it reached her height. She swept the brush, gently shattering the oncoming flames, and seized the opportunity to charge toward one of the nodes. Like an eraser, the brush rapidly erased the nodes under her strokes, causing the surrounding flames to dissipate partially. It's not too late to regret now. Lu Meng smiled and explained to Chu Ningyan, or rather boasted. Su Lanqian is a disciple I searched long and hard for. Not only does she have exceptional talent in formations, but she also possesses a spiritual eye that can observe spiritual energy fluctuations. There are few formations in this world that can trap her. No need. I also believe in my disciple. Chu Ningyan shook her head. Although Su Lanqian's performance astonished her, she had full confidence in Bai Feng. After all, Bai Feng had only recently started learning formations and could already reconstruct the 100 Swords formation. A talent no less impressive than Su Lanqian's spiritual eye. Meanwhile, Bai Feng watched Su Lanqian intently. A spiritual eye. From the description, it resembles the yin-yang mark, but it only has the function of observing spiritual energy. There were truly many peculiar abilities in this world. He must not underestimate them. Looks like it's almost over. Bai Feng stopped pondering and focused entirely on Su Lanqian. By now, she had broken several nodes of the fire dragon formation, and the fierce attacks of the fire dragon had weakened considerably. Although Su Lanqian had expended a great deal of spiritual energy, she had done enough. Gripping the brush tightly, she tensed her calves and leaped forward, charging straight at the fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon bellowed, its entire body ablaze as it rushed toward her. But the brush enlarged again in her hand, its seemingly soft tip turning into whips of metal that shattered nearly half of the fire dragon's body. Taking advantage of the moment the fire dragon was reforming, Su Lanqian broke another node, creating a flaw in the once impenetrable formation. She turned to face the fully reformed fire dragon, which roared in fury and stuck out her tongue while making a face at it. Then, just as the fire dragon lunged, she took a step and vanished from the formation. So fast. Is this really what an early golden core cultivator can do? Compared to her, I'm nothing but trash. Next up is Bai Feng. Can he do it? If you ask me, Bai Feng should just give up now and save us the embarrassment. Senior brother, why do you always side with outsiders? What am I wrong? A guy who hasn't even reached golden core. What can he do even if he has some talent in formations? Besides, who knows how Bai Feng got in here? Based on a few baseless rumors, you dare to claim senior brother Bai is a fraud. I hope you can still be so stubborn after he breaks the formation. If he can break the formation, I'll eat my own shit. While the crowd argued, Su Lanqian had already exited the formation, leaving the fire dragon raging helplessly inside. Not bad as a warm-up. She stretched her body, then as she passed by Bai Feng, a playful smile crossed her face. Junior brother, do your best, don't lose too quickly. What an arrogant brat, but she did have the right to be arrogant. Although it seemed Su Lanqian had only broken a few nodes and severely injured the fire dragon, once the formation itself had not suffered major damage. But the fire dragon formation was a 4th grade formation. Breaking it from the inside was extremely difficult, especially for formation masters, as combat was not their forte. In fact, a battle between formation masters was akin to hackers. In Bai Feng's past life, the attacker had to find and even create vulnerabilities. Once the formation was breached, the attacker won. Moreover, she had swiftly broken the key nodes of the fire dragon formation and escaped with only early golden core cultivation. A feat even nascent soul formation masters would struggle to accomplish so quickly. With Lu Meng's help, the fire dragon formation was quickly repaired. She infused spiritual energy into it again and asked Bai Feng, "Are you sure you still want to challenge it?" "Yes, let's begin." Bai Feng nodded and quickly walked to the front of the formation. "Brother, go for it." Bai Yumei cheered from the side, shaking her fist. Seeing that Bai Feng had no intention of giving up, Lu Meng abandoned her attempts to persuade him. "Then please enter. If you feel unwell, let me know immediately and I will stop." Upon entering the fire dragon formation, Bai Feng was immediately assaulted by an unbearable wave of heat. Inside, even the air seemed distorted by the scorching temperature. As expected of a formation that could trap golden core cultivators and momentarily delay nascent soul experts, his peak foundation establishment cultivation was indeed somewhat stretched. In that case, he couldn't afford to be as leisurely as he was when breaking the 100 Swords formation. Yin Yang mark activate. Black and white colors flickered in Bai Feng's eyes as the pattern of a Yin Yang fish appeared. Even though he already knew the effect of the Yin Yang mark, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly, so clear. Every channel of spiritual energy flow within the formation was laid out before his eyes. Almost instantly, he locked onto the most critical nodes. The next moment, Bai Feng began to move. He raised his right hand and several talismans appeared in his palm. As if endowed with a supernatural perception, the talismans he cast struck every critical node of the blazing dragon formation with pinpoint accuracy. The ferocious dragon, doused as if by water, saw its flames diminish by half. With the formation now gaping with vulnerabilities, Bai Feng could leave at any moment, yet he had no intention of ending things so simply. "There's one more. Where is it?" Holding the last talisman between his fingers, Bai Feng swept his gaze across the surroundings, his eyes faintly shimmering with black and white light. He fixed his stare on the dragon's form. "So it's here." A smile curled at the corners of Bai Feng's mouth. What an ingenious design. Placing the most crucial node upon the dragon itself. The one who laid this formation must have possessed profound mastery over the blazing dragon formation. He drew his bamboo sword and pointed it at the subdued dragon. Even though its vital node was shattered and most of its flames extinguished, the dragon's majesty could not be violated. The dragon roared, forcing flames to erupt from its body as it charged straight at Bai Feng. "Well met." Bai Feng exhaled, the image of Bai Yumei practicing her sword dance emerging in his mind. In the next heartbeat, his movements seemed to merge with that mental image. He stepped forward, closing the distance to the dragon in a flash, and thrust his bamboo sword fiercely toward it. With a thunderous boom, the raging flames engulfed both Bai Feng and the dragon. Outside, Bai Yumei's hand had already fallen on the long sword at her waist, her fingers turning white from the force of her grip. Yet Lu Meng, who was in charge of activating the formation, showed no concern. She even sighed, "Lost. Master, has that fellow already lost?" Su Lanqian, standing nearby, asked curiously. "No, it is you who has lost." Lu Meng shook her head. "Disciple, we shall be staying at the Heavenly Sword Sect for some time." "Ha!" Su Lanqian's mouth slowly fell open. She quickly looked back at the flame-wreathed formation. Had she actually lost? She had lost to someone who was merely at the Foundation Establishment Perfection stage. As if anticipating the question from her proud disciple, Lu Meng shook her head preemptively. "He did not cheat. Earlier, when Yan asked me to repair the formation, she also entrusted me with modifying part of the Blazing Dragon formation." She had thought her friend was simply being distrustful, but now it was clear she had underestimated Bai Feng. Had she not modified the formation, witnessing Bai Feng's dismantling of it would have made her suspect cheating. What kind of talent was this to see through every node in the formation at a single glance? He had even spotted the crucial node hidden within the dragon, a detail that even her disciple Su Lanqian had overlooked. Could it be that he too possessed eyes akin to a spiritual perception? At that moment, the flames within the formation began to dissipate. The dragon was nowhere to be seen. Only Bai Feng remained standing completely unscathed as the surrounding flames receded from him in all directions as if they feared him. He turned to look at Lu Meng and the others. This should count as passing right. Truly terrifying talent. Even I could not have located every node in the formation so quickly. An elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect's formation division clicked his tongue in amazement. Having been one of the sect's foremost experts in formations, he had harbored some pride, but now, compared to a true prodigy, he felt utterly insignificant. And even setting aside Bai Feng's monstrous ability, the young woman who had gone first could easily outshine him in his younger days. Another formation elder could not help but ask the elder in charge of the formation, "Old Li, you didn't reveal the nodes to that disciple, did you?" "How could I? I have my pride, you know. Besides, Master Lu changed the node positions during the repair. Even I don't know where the critical nodes of the Blazing Dragon formation are." Hearing the murmurs of admiration from the elders below, the Heavenly Sword Sect's leader could not help but stroke his beard with a smile. Perhaps soon he would witness the birth of a new peak within the sect. Indeed, he must heap rewards upon him. Previously, he had lacked a good excuse to gift Bai Feng some top-grade elixirs, but now the perfect opportunity had arrived. Elixirs and medicinal herbs must be showered upon him. On the field, the moment the formation was shattered, Bai Yumei appeared beside Bai Feng in an instant. Anxiously, she circled him several times, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief. Although Bai Feng had successfully struck down the last critical node, the flames erupted by the dragon in its death throes had made her heart leap into her throat. That power had far exceeded what a Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivator could withstand. "Stop looking, or I'm fine." Bai Feng waved his hand, but a wave of weakness washed over him. Though he bore no injuries, his spiritual energy was truly exhausted. He glanced down at his bamboo sword. At the moment of the dragon's outburst, the talismans he had prepared were reduced to ash. Although he wore a spiritual armor that shielded him from mortal danger, he would still have been left disheveled and sooty. But just as the flames were about to reach him, the bamboo sword gifted by Chunqiu emitted a soft, gentle white light, appearing as smooth and warm as fine jade. That white radiance repelled the flames, keeping them at bay. Noticing this, Bai Feng quickly channeled more spiritual energy into the sword, pouring in all that remained within him. With an influx of abundant spiritual energy, the white light from the bamboo sword grew even more dazzling, standing steadfast amidst the flames, not even allowing a hint of their heat to penetrate. "Brother, let me help you back," Bai Yumei said, sensing his weakened state. She could not help but reach out and place her hand on him. "No need, it's just fatigue from depleted spiritual energy." Bai Feng shook his head, but Bai Yumei, as if not hearing him, draped his arm over her shoulder and supported him as they walked back to Chunqiu. Bai Feng had no choice. He could not overpower Bai Yumei even at his best, and now weakened and powerless, he could only let her guide his steps. "Well done. Take this elixir and you, Yumei, escort him back to rest immediately." Chunqiu encouraged the weakened Bai Feng before turning to Lu Meng. "So, was I telling the truth?" "It seems my vision was too narrow." Lu Meng shook her head. "There is no need for the remaining contests. I accept your terms." But before Chunqiu could respond, Su Lanqian, standing beside her, could not help but cry out, "No! We must continue. I have not lost." Her face flushed with emotion, especially recalling how she had mocked Bai Feng earlier. It made her seem like a fool. Shame, regret, anger. All these emotions converged within her. When her master was about to concede the final contest, the turmoil inside her reached its peak, and the thread of reason snapped. A girl raised amidst praise since childhood, a prodigy in the way of formations, blessed with spiritual perception, had never imagined she would be bested in her own domain by someone of lower cultivation. Her pride, once like a pristine scroll, was now crumpled and torn. Like a gambler who had lost everything, she placed her last hope and her confidence as a formation genius on the final contest. Su Lanqian turned to Bai Feng, who had not yet left. The composure she usually wore was gone, her eyes were fixed on him. "You wouldn't back out like a coward, would you?" Bai Feng frowned slightly as he watched Su Lanqian, who was already on the verge of hysteria. He truly had not anticipated that she would react in such a manner after losing. At that moment, Lu Meng stepped in to smooth things over. She placed a hand on Su Lanqian's shoulder and pulled her behind her, saying, "I apologize on her behalf. From today onward I will teach you everything I know." "Master, I haven't lost yet." Su Lanqian bit her lip, tears beginning to gather in her eyes. "In the next match I will definitely win." Bai Feng, witnessing this from the side, felt not a shred of guilt. In fact, he even considered capturing the scene with a memory stone. Croak, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Seeing her disciple in such a state, Lu Meng couldn't help but let out a sigh. She had done this for Su Lanqian's sake. She could discern Bai Feng's terrifying talent, which surpassed ordinary understanding. If the match continued, even a victory for Bai Feng with his foundation establishment perfection would be unglorious. But if Su Lanqian lost, it might give rise to inner demons and even damage her Dao heart. Yet now it seemed that her stubborn disciple might already be spawning inner demons. Had she perhaps sheltered Su Lanqian too much? After a moment of reflection, Lu Meng turned to Bai Feng. "Would you be willing to continue the match with my disciple? Regardless of the outcome, I will impart all my lifelong knowledge to you." "This disciple is amenable to that." Bai Feng cupped his hands. Though he had already achieved his goal, especially witnessing the scene, he thought that continuing the match was better, considering he would have to attend classes with the arrogant Su Lanqian in the future. Otherwise, that arrogant brat Su Lanqian would likely pester him for matches endlessly. But if he won the next match, perhaps she would avoid him from then on. A moment of trouble for a lifetime of ease. The choice was obvious. Lu Meng nodded and turned to Chunqiu. "In that case, please prepare the arena for the next match." Leave it to me." She turned and gave the orders, then announced the result of the current match to the impatient disciples. "This match goes to Bai Feng of Chunqiu Peak." Instantly some disciples raised their hands in cheer. Although most had already guessed the outcome after witnessing the duel, some had stubbornly refused to accept it until the very end. "Where's the one who swore to eat shit while standing on his head? Come out. This is cheating. How could he find the formation nodes so quickly? Why not? Didn't that senior sister on stage manage it too? That was because of her spirit eyes. Our senior brother Bai might have them too, maybe even an advanced version. No, in my opinion, senior brother Bai's spirit eyes are male and the opponents are female, so they stopped working when they saw him. I don't believe it. This must be a staged act. They must be bowing to the Bai family. Tisk, senior brother, do you have so little respect for our heavenly sword sect? Even if the Bai family is powerful, could they force our sect's peak masters, elders, and an array master to act in a play for senior brother Bai? Maybe they're demonic spies unable to bear seeing our sect produce an array prodigy. I suggest a thorough investigation." Under the crowd's jeers and taunts, the disciples who had made the rash oath blushed crimson. They abandoned the remaining matches, pushed through the crowd, and fled. "Eek! Coward! Don't go shit-eater, brother. I've never seen anyone eat shit while standing on their head." For a time, a jovial atmosphere filled the disciples. "Damn it!" Yitang clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. After repeated abuse, the table finally collapsed under the strain, sending teacups crashing to the floor, spilling tea everywhere. The public opinion he had painstakingly cultivated had been shattered so easily. He had originally planned to use public pressure to force Bai Feng to participate in the sect tournament, but he hadn't expected the sect to value Bai Feng so highly, even inviting Master Lu Meng to instruct him. Yet even knowing this, he wouldn't give up. "Senior brother, it's bad." Just then a disciple burst in. Yitang frowned. If this weren't one of his trusted men, he would have kicked the unruly fellow out. "What's all this fuss about? What happened?" "Senior brother, our people have all been captured by that Luo Chun." "What?" Yitang shot up from his chair, grabbed the subordinate by the collar, and demanded with reddened eyes what exactly happened. "Weren't you told to keep an eye on him?" Though frightened, the disciple relayed the news, because Bai Feng won too smoothly. Luo Chen noticed those of us spreading rumors and questioning Bai Feng. "Useless. A bunch of useless idiots." Yitang nearly hurled the subordinate out, but he restrained himself and even smoothed the man's collar. "Fine, I understand. You may leave." Before leaving, the disciple couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, what about our people?" "What? You expect me to bail them out?" Yi Tang shot a glance at his subordinate. I am the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect. Am I supposed to tell them I ordered them to target a fellow disciple? Yes. Ding. Detected that the Fate's favorite you bribed has thwarted another Fate's favorite's plan and eliminated most of his underlings. Reward 300 luck points and the Illusion Arts chapter of the Soul Forging technique created by Master Chen Huan. Bai Feng. Fate's favorite, you deserve to die. No, he couldn't let this continue. While secluding himself on Chunqiu Peak to cultivate could avoid most trouble, it also meant he couldn't keep track of external developments in time. It seemed he needed to establish his own intelligence network. Who should he start with? Brother, have you decided which formation to set up? Bai Yumei poked her head out of the kitchen and asked Bai Feng, who was sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner. Bai Feng paused his thoughts and shook his head. There are too many choices. I haven't decided yet. Since the second match required each to set up a formation for the other to break, ample time was given. 5 full days. It would also coincide with the final day of the sect tournament. There's plenty of time, so take it slow. Pick one that'll make her suffer a bit. Bai Yumei approached carrying dishes. The thought of Su Lanqian's arrogant demeanor and her inability to accept defeat made her angry. Even if she was cute, it was hard to like her. Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds. He felt it was best not to be too harsh. After all, her master was going to teach him, and Su Lanqian's emotions seemed unstable. If he accidentally crushed her spirit and made her withdraw, it would be hard to explain to his master and Master Lu. Thus he would eliminate the more dangerous formations. Well, perhaps he could set up an illusion array. With the system's reward, his understanding of illusions had deepened. He could lower the intensity, keeping it at a level where she could find a flaw but not break it immediately. Sigh. He had to go to all this trouble to save face for his master and Master Lu. He hoped that after this the arrogant Su Lanqian would face reality and leave him alone. Knock, knock, knock. Chem. Who's there? Bai Feng rose from his chair and, still thinking, pushed open the door. Outside stood a figure in white, raising a small fist and waving it at him. Brother, go for it. Go for it, big brother. Xiao Qi waved her small fist, though her face remained expressionless. It's Xiao Qi. Bai Feng smiled and reached out to pat her head. You're finally here. I was wondering why you hadn't come to see me. Because I heard you were training hard, so I didn't want to disturb you earlier. Come on in. Bai Feng stepped aside and led Xiao Qi into the house. Meanwhile, Bai Yumei, who was cooking in the kitchen, naturally noticed the new guest. Although Bai Feng had cleared up her misunderstanding about Xiao Qi, she still felt a faint sense of hostility. It was as if her unique status had been taken by someone else. Hello, miss, Xiao Qi said, timidly greeting Bai Yumei. Bai Yumei's grip on the spatula tightened. This was another thing she disliked. Why did Xiao Qi call Bai Feng big brother but address her as miss? Though they had rarely met, the form of address made her feel excluded. Xiao Qi, don't be so formal. Just call me sister. Bai Yumei corrected her with a smile. Xiao Qi shrank back slightly, an inexplicable sense of danger rising in her heart, and quickly nodded. Okay, sister. Bai Yumei nodded in satisfaction and turned back to her cooking. By the way, big brother, the academy asked me to bring you this. Xiao Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Remembering something, she quickly pulled out a tightly wrapped package, which felt like it contained several books. Oh, thank you for the trouble. Bai Feng took the package and stuffed it into his storage pouch. This bundle was, of course, the books he had promised senior sister Yu Yao, and he couldn't let Xiao Qi see them. Though curious, Xiao Qi didn't ask. She sat beside Bai Feng sipping tea. I helped catch the rumor-mongers recently. I did my part. Earlier she had heard many rumors about Bai Feng, but back then nothing she did helped. Later, when Bai Feng joined the Heaven Sword sect, the rumors only grew worse, and even she who spoke up for him was ostracized. Now that she had the chance, she was determined to strike back hard. Bai Feng. Well, thanks for that. He helplessly patted Xiao Qi's head. Since she was only looking out for him, he couldn't say much. Besides, he was genuinely annoyed by those who deliberately spread rumors. His master hadn't said a word, so why were those disciples blabbering on? However, the rumors had grown because he stayed out of sight and didn't respond, fueling conspiracy theories. Many people spread rumors without thinking, something he as a former internet surfer knew all too well. But if he responded, he'd fall into the trap set by the child of fortune. It was better to let them curse him. It didn't affect him anyway. He still ate his sister's cooking, read in the library, and slept in his bamboo grove room. Oh right. Bai Feng suddenly remembered something. He pulled a talisman from his storage pouch, adorned with several small warm jade stones, quite beautiful. He handed the talisman to Xiao Qi. This is the gift I promised. It's a protective charm I made capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a golden core stage cultivator. This talisman was one of his recent research achievements, a miniaturized formation. Constantly worried about being targeted by the Child of Fortune, he had thought about engraving formations on his body. So he studied how to miniaturize them. During his research, he understood why formations in this world only grew larger, not smaller, because shrinking them was incredibly difficult. Though this talisman could only block one strike from a golden core stage cultivator, it was the result of his utmost effort. He even considered learning artifact refining to create a lithography machine for engraving miniature formations. "Thank you, big brother." Xiao Qi took the talisman and held it to her chest. Even her usually expressionless face showed contentment. Just then Bai Feng sensed a gaze. He instinctively turned toward the kitchen, but Bai Yumei was still cooking with her back to him. Still, he was sure he hadn't imagined it. As someone who had been framed by his sister multiple times, he wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Before the system could notify him, he pulled out a second talisman. "Oh Yumei, I made one for you too. But since you're already at the golden core stage, I didn't add a protective function." Bai Yumei's ears perked up. Having her little scheme seen through, she felt a bit embarrassed. Though she knew she shouldn't expect too much after witnessing the earlier scene, an intense desire for a talisman had arisen in her heart. So much so that she had lost her composure. Without even removing her apron, she hurried over to Bai Feng, unable to suppress her smile. "Thank you, big brother." Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help muttering inwardly why was Bai Yumei, even at her age, still acting like a child. Moreover, he was now unsure of Bai Yumei's feelings. Though their relationship seemed mended, the impact of past years still lingered, making their bond somewhat twisted. He couldn't tell if her attitude and actions stemmed from guilt or genuine care and dependence. Sigh, if only the system had an affection meter, he would know how she saw him and could respond more easily. "Beep, this system is a villain system, not a romance system. Please cease your unrealistic fantasies." That sudden voice from the system was really startling. Usually it wouldn't respond when called, but now it decided to speak. Yet the system fell silent again, like an AI triggered by a keyword. After being teased by the system, Bai Feng stopped his wild thoughts and continued explaining to Bai Yumei. "Though it has no protective function, I added a few small features. It can show the current time and date, and even set an alarm that will remind you when the time comes." The greatest gain from miniaturizing formations was that Bai Feng managed to extract small gadgets from them, like the time and alarm functions on Bai Yumei's talisman. These could be found in prototypes within the Heaven Sword sect, such as the semi-punitive sword testing tower, which had a time recording function that only opened at set times, or the public alchemy rooms on the alchemy peak, where formations would remind you when your time was up, requiring payment to continue. I'll treasure it. Bai Yumei didn't put the talisman into her storage pouch, but kept it close to her body. "All right, let's eat. Xiao Qi, you'll join us." On the day of the competition, Bai Feng began setting up his formation early. As the sect tournament commenced, a distant voice made him pause in his work. Has it started already? Go for it." He looked up and saw Bai Yumei stepping onto the arena. Setting aside his work, he cheered for her from afar. Bai Yumei seemed to notice Bai Feng on the sidelines. She took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and waved back at him. Then Bai Feng watched as Bai Yumei turned around, and with a single sword strike, sent her opponent flying off the arena. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. That opponent was at the golden core mid-stage, wasn't he? Though not among the strongest disciples, being instantly defeated by Bai Yumei was still quite absurd. If before his impression of Bai Yumei was merely that she was exceptionally strong, now he had a much clearer understanding of her true prowess. Truly incomparable to a genius. Bai Feng shook his head and resumed working on his formation. He was constructing a triple illusion array, one of the favorite formations of certain cunning individuals. The first illusion was relatively simple. Even an ordinary disciple could easily break free if they possessed a keen mind and unwavering resolve. But upon breaking free, they would enter the second illusion, which was far more realistic. Having just escaped the first, their mind would relax slightly, making it much harder to discern the truth of the illusion. Even if they discovered it, the third illusion awaited, the core of the triple illusion array. Not only was it more realistic, but it also evolved based on the second illusion. Except for a rare few geniuses, most would find it nearly impossible to awaken without external aid. In truth, after studying the illusion arts chapter, Bai Feng had conceived an even better idea. However, time was too short to explore it. For instance, 2 interlocking illusion arrays. Even after breaking one, the victim wouldn't escape, but would instead be shunted into the background, while the second array evolved based on the challenger's current situation. If the challenger still managed to break the second illusion, the first would reappear, creating an endless cycle. The scenes within the arrays remained continuous. Unless one could shatter both arrays simultaneously, they would be trapped forever. Bai Feng named this the Blaze Array. And now let's add a few small bugs. After completing the illusion array, Bai Feng began injecting flaws into it. If Su Lanqian had remained normal, he wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths. But days had passed and she showed no signs of recovery. In fact, she grew more unsettling. Then he saw Su Lanqian emerge from the formation grounds. Gone was her usual composure, her hair was unkempt, her face ashen, her eyes bloodshot, and she muttered incessantly. It was as if her world had narrowed to this single competition and nothing else mattered. Bai Feng watched her leave, his heart filled with worry. Could Su Lanqian be planning to perish within my formation? Should I add a few more new bugs? Staring at the completed illusion array, Bai Feng fell into deep thought. Time quickly arrived at the final day of the sect tournament. As expected, Bai Yumei secured a spot in the top 10. As for Lin Yan being only at the foundation establishment perfection stage, he defeated a golden core early stage disciple but ultimately fell to a golden core later stage opponent. Even so, Lin Yan drew gasps of awe from the crowd and earned praises like such terrifying talent. Today marked the final match between Bai Feng and Su Lanqian, though it would only commence after the tournament champion was decided. In short, it was the closing ceremony. These elders had truly mastered the art of the tournament. Currently competing were Luo Chan, the senior disciple of Zhixiao Peak, and Yi Tang, the senior disciple of Tianjian sect. Luo Chan stood on the arena glaring at Yi Tang. Through his investigations over the past few days, he had uncovered that Yi Tang was inextricably linked to the matter. Yet the man was cunning, leaving no evidence behind. But that didn't mean Luo Chan would give up. As luck would have it, he was matched directly against Yi Tang today. He would collect a bit of interest on behalf of junior brother Bai first. Yi Tang smiled warmly, his expression amiable. I've long heard that junior brother Luo has changed. Now I see it with my own eyes. You're like a completely different person. All thanks to junior brother Bai Feng. Without him, I would still be wandering in a daze. Luo Chen's face was expressionless, his eyes locked onto his opponent, his entire being like a drawn sword. Since my epiphany, I haven't seriously sparred with anyone. I ask senior brother Yi to enlighten me. At the mention of Bai Feng, the smile on Yi Tang's lips grew noticeably strained. Yet, in front of others, he maintained his radiant facade. Then I must properly thank junior brother Bai, he said with feigned delight. Indeed you must. A faint smile finally crept onto Luo Chen's lips, but Yi Tang found it chilling. A flicker of anger stirred within Yi Tang. Could this fellow have discovered something? I intended to hold back, but now it seems I'll have to put you in bed for a few months. Senior brother Yi, watch yourself. Luo Chan drew his long sword, his strikes fierce and relentless as he pressed toward Yi Tang. Yi Tang drew his own blade to parry, but the force transmitted through the sword left him stunned. Senior brother, don't lose focus in battle. Swish. Even as Yi Tang dodged hastily, Luo Chen's sharp sword still sliced through his sleeve. His face darkened. He had never imagined Luo Chen's strength had grown so immensely. Had the man been concealing his true abilities all along? He also noticed that Luo Chen's swordsmanship was different from before. His expression turned grave. The heartless sword. I didn't expect junior brother Luo to master this technique. There is no such thing as heartless or sentimental. I've merely come to understand a bit of human nature now. Luo Chan remained impassive, his sword pointed at Yi Tang. Senior brother Yi, be careful. Faced with Luo Chen's relentless, reckless assault, Yi Tang cursed inwardly. Abandoning all pretense of dignity as the senior disciple, he reached into his sleeve for hidden weapons, unleashing every trick he knew. Meanwhile, Bai Feng was watching the battle between the two chosen ones with delight, but upon hearing their exchange, a suspicion dawned on him. His face darkened. Could it be you who's been scheming against me? The one who ruined the chosen one's plans must be this man. Damn it! What's wrong with you, you chosen one sycophant? Why did you have an epiphany just because I cursed you a few times? Is this some villain bonus? System, why didn't you tell me he had an epiphany? You love reporting trivial matters. Why keep something this huge from me? Beep. Because the host's scolding awakened the chosen one, it benefited him and did not allow for the plundering of fortune value. Bai Feng. So infuriating. He turned his gaze back to the arena. By now the battle between Yi Tang and Luo Chen had reached a fever pitch, both on the verge of defeat. He hoped the senior disciple of Tianjian sect would hold his own and keep Luo Chan from winning. He wagered that if Luo Chan won, the system would seize the chance to shove fortune value down his throat. Speaking of which, where was that chosen one who kept targeting him? Hadn't he come to the tournament? He fixed his gaze on Yi Tang. Could it be you? Damn it, now I don't want Yi Tang to win either. May you both be wounded and destroy each other. The course of events seemed to begin veering in the direction Bai Feng had hoped for. Yi Tang ceaselessly hurled his seemingly inexhaustible hidden weapons toward Luo Chun. Even though Luo Chun had mastered the heartless sword art, he still suffered considerable injuries from the barrage of projectiles. Yet Yi Tang fared no better, his body was covered in fresh sword wounds, and some cuts still harbored rampant sword chi gnawing at him like biting insects. Luo Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing firm with his sword as his sword momentum began to ascend. Senior brother, you indulge in schemes and hidden weapons day after day. Have you perhaps forgotten the core principle of the heavenly sword sect? Can you even lift a sword anymore? Shut your mouth. I haven't lost yet. Yi Tang's eyes were bloodshot, his breath ragged. He could not accept that a mere sycophant had driven him to such a state, nor could he acknowledge the flicker of fear stirring in his heart. No, he was not afraid. He was the grand senior brother of the heavenly sword sect. He had to win this battle. As he spoke, he raised his longsword while simultaneously launching hidden weapons concealed beneath the blade straight at Luo Chun. Such petty tricks cannot defeat me, senior brother. You have lost. The hidden weapons were shredded mid-flight by the dispersing sword chi. At that moment, Luo Chen's sword momentum reached its zenith. Slash! The long sword grew ever larger in Yi Tang's eyes like an insurmountable mountain. All his tricks proved futile before this towering peak. His body trembled as he mustered his last strength to raise his sword in defense. But the weapon felt as heavy as 1,000 jin. No matter how he strained, he could not lift it. Had he truly become unable to lift the sword? As the blade descended, only this single thought remained in Yi Tang's mind. In the end, Luo Chen's sword was intercepted by the elder. After all, this was a competition, not a life-or-death duel. But Yi Tang's legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. At some point his eyes had closed and he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Luo Chun had not expected to finish him off in the sect tournament. Seeing his goal achieved, he used his remaining strength to clasp his hands toward the elder. Thank you for stopping me, elder. I was too caught up in the moment. The elder chuckled and stroked his beard. Swords have no eyes. It's inevitable that one cannot hold back during a match. Otherwise, why would we be here? To watch the show. All right, you should go down and rest now. Though he had heard rumors of a change in the sycophant. Ahem, Luo Chun of the Purple Dawn Peak. Seeing it in person, he found the transformation far greater than expected. But this is a good thing. Our heavenly sword sect is about to gain another sword prodigy. It's also high time we replaced the grand senior brother. Many elders had previously raised concerns about Yi Tang, neglecting the sword in favor of hidden weapons, a practice unbefitting the heavenly sword sect's reputation. However, lacking a suitable candidate, the matter had been shelved. Now it was worth reconsidering. Luo Chun nodded. As his tense mind relaxed, a wave of weakness washed over him. His legs buckled, and just as he was about to collapse unconscious, the elder caught him with a surge of spiritual energy. Before losing consciousness, he heard the elder urgently summoning the Alchemy Peak disciples to treat him. Meanwhile, Bai Feng withdrew his gaze with an expressionless face, silently staring at the notification from the system. Ding detected that the host has used a child of fortune as a tool against another child of fortune, successfully defeating and humiliating the latter. Reward 1,000 fortune points. Breakthrough to Golden Core Cultivation. Claimable 1 sword fragment. Ding detected that the host's fortune points have exceeded 1,000. Name display function activated. Damn it! Why was Yi Tang, this child of fortune, so useless? Try harder. At least force a draw. You were so close. Damn it! My hatred value just went up again. As Bai Feng cursed Yi Tang to step in dogshit every time he went out, the second match began. But the subsequent matches held little suspense. Yi Tang was severely injured and unconscious while Luo Chun was completely drained. Both lost their combat capability. With the other children of fortune out of the picture, none of the remaining Golden Core disciples could stand against Bai Yumei. The might of her immortal bone finally began to manifest at the Golden Core stage. Brother, I got first place. After the match, Bai Yumei couldn't contain her excitement and trotted over to Bai Feng, her face beaming with expectation of praise. Very well done. I knew you could do it. Bai Feng's mood had soured after the blow of losing 1,000 fortune points, but he couldn't ignore Bai Yumei's eager expression. He instinctively reached out and patted her head. Only after the act did he realize his mistake. Not only were they no longer children, but they were also in full view of the crowd, hardly appropriate. He glanced down and saw Bai Yumei's face flushed crimson, though she made no move to stop him. Pretending nothing had happened, Bai Feng withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. All right, it's my turn now. You've just finished fighting, so go rest. Bai Yumei lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Giggle. Brother is patting my head again. Though deeply embarrassed, she also noticed that Bai Feng was in low spirits. Could it be that watching her fight had reminded him of his own mediocre cultivation talent? He must still be troubled by his talent, right? What should she do? Bai Yumei sank into thought. Hey! A voice called out. Bai Feng turned to look. Su Lanqian, after setting up her formation, had not tidied herself up. On the contrary, she looked even more haggard than before. Her unkempt hair, left loose, had lost its former luster. She wore no pretty dress, only a plain blue robe. The heavy dark circles under her eyes made one worry she might collapse at any moment. I will win. She grabbed Bai Feng by the shoulders, baring her sharp canine teeth like a tiger or leopard stalking its prey. Deep within her weary eyes lurked a hint of madness. Looking at Su Lanqian in this state, Bai Feng suddenly felt that taking her seriously was pointless. If losing to me would make you feel better, then don't joke around. Su Lanqian cut him off, tightening her grip on his collar. Fight me fair and square. I will defeat you, and I will prove that I will always be above you. Then good luck. Bai Feng reached out, grasped her slender wrist, and gently pried her hand from his collar. This girl has probably developed an inner demon. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. How fragile was she? With such a mindset, how could she ever reach the heights of the Tao? But on second thought, it was like a programming expert being utterly crushed by someone they thought was a middle schooler. Hard to swallow. Su Lanqian seemed far from regaining her composure. She took a few steps back, then turned and charged straight into Bai Feng's formation, not even waiting for Lu Meng to announce the start. Alas! Lu Meng had long perceived Su Lanqian's peculiar state, yet regrettably her counsel proved futile. A trace of apology colored her countenance. I offer my apologies on behalf of my disciple. The time she entered prematurely I shall document separately. It matters not. It was merely a few seconds. Bai Feng waved his hand, unwilling to hold a grudge against someone ensnared by inner demons. He strode swiftly to the formation laid by Su Lanqian and stepped directly inside. As the array activated, the final match of the sect tournament commenced. Could it be the 5 elements formation? Bai Feng pondered within the formation, surrounded by impenetrable darkness that obscured even his own hands, as if trapped in a sunless cavern. He recalled that the 5 elements formation was a peculiar binding array akin to a spirit gathering array with varying grades. The present array, presumably a 5th grade 5 elements formation due to the superior materials employed, and Su Lanqian's modifications, now bordered on a 6th grade formation. For a cultivator at merely the initial golden core stage to deploy such a formation, she truly deserved the title of a Ancient Millennium formation prodigy. Unfortunately, he was cheating. The array patterns are still somewhat unfamiliar, likely learned recently. Indeed, a few minor flaws have been left behind. Activating his yin-yang pattern, the intricate meridians of the 5 elements formation unfolded clearly before his eyes, and he silently appraised Su Lanqian's work. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to dismantle it. As a binding formation, the 5 elements formation lacked offensive prowess, but boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Unlike other arrays, breaching a few critical nodes would not cause it to collapse entirely. Even if nodes were damaged, the formation would not crumble. The compromised nodes would gradually restore themselves unless all 5 pivotal nodes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were obliterated in a single strike. Easier said than done. For an ordinary formation master, discovering a single node was arduous enough, let alone locating all 5 concealed ones. Coupled with the formation's renowned defensive strength, simultaneously destroying all 5 nodes was an extraordinary feat. Su Lanqian had evidently exploited every advantage to secure victory, tailoring the 5 elements formation to counter his limitations. Merely a perfected foundation establishment cultivator lacking explosive power. Yet this indicated that she now regarded him as an opponent of equal standing, no longer underestimating him as before. Indeed, somewhat troublesome. Bai Feng thrust his bamboo sword at one node, but as expected his current strength could not even damage it. Alternatively, he could exploit the minor flaws, but that would be time-consuming and more laborious. Forget it, no need for such complexity. He shook his head, retrieved a pill from his storage pouch, and placed it in his mouth, while silently addressing the system. Claim the reward. Ding host has claimed the reward. Please break through in a quiet environment. Bai Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowed the decoy pill, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body. Outside the formation, Chu Ningyan and Lu Meng noticed the anomaly within. Is he breaking through? Chu Ningyan smiled wryly. This is still a competition. I wonder if he's reckless or just audacious. Yet she was not surprised, for Bai Feng's spiritual energy was already exceptionally condensed, a mere step away from the golden core stage. She had simply not anticipated him choosing to break through inside the formation. He likely realized the difficulty of breaching the node's defense and decided to break through within. Lu Meng commented. However, your disciple is indeed bold and meticulous. The 5 elements formation is renowned for defense with only basic counterattack capabilities. He probably dared to break through inside for that reason. Chu Ningyan nodded, then inquired curiously, will breaking through within the formation have any repercussions? Some formations do, such as one I know that isolates external spiritual energy, but such arrays are above the 7th grade, Lu Meng explained, shaking her head. This 5 elements formation is merely 5th grade, designed primarily for competition with a focus on breaking the formation, so it does not obstruct contact with the outside world. Meanwhile, in her mind, the image of Bai Feng's eyes surfaced. Earlier within the fire dragon formation, the violent flames had obscured her vision, preventing her from seeing clearly. Now, without the interference of flames, she caught the fleeting, extraordinary glint in his eyes. It seemed Bai Feng possessed eyes similar to her disciples. Su Lanqian's defeat was not unjust. As the two conversed, Bai Feng opened his tightly shut eyes. Golden core achieved. All the spiritual energy in his dantian had condensed into a golden core suspended at its center. This golden core was remarkably solid, not at all resembling one freshly formed. Bai Feng stretched his arms, savoring the power now coursing through him. The golden core stage was indeed a watershed in cultivation. In terms of strength, spiritual energy, and even divine sense, it far surpassed the perfected foundation establishment stage. He closed his eyes, reliving the technique he had borrowed from Bai Yumei. If before he had merely imitated it, now he gained a profound understanding of the bamboo thrust, gradually integrating it into his own style. Meanwhile, the fragment of the sword path within him began to tremble faintly. Sword techniques that had once eluded him now unveiled their secrets. Bai Feng exhaled a turbid breath, kept his eyes closed, and placed his hand on the bamboo sword. The next moment, a sharp sword aura erupted from him. As the aura peaked, the bamboo sword in his hand thrust forward violently. The blade and even his arm dissolved into a blur. Though merely a simple bamboo thrust, it now bore a unique, profound charm. Bai Feng exhaled again, opened his eyes, and the once impregnable 5 elements formation began to collapse. Sunlight streamed down from above. Had anyone observed closely, they would have seen that all 5 critical nodes of the formation had been pierced by a single sword strike, utterly shattered. Even his master Chu Ningyan fell silent at this sight. That sword strike, even in her judgment, was exceptionally brilliant, worthy of the title sword prodigy. Chu Ningyan turned to Bai Yumei, whose mouth hung agape. Clearly, even his disciple was unaware of Bai Feng's talent in the sword path. Yumei, does Bai Feng often practice swordsmanship? Bai Yumei snapped back to reality, first shaking her head instinctively before nodding. I've only seen it once. My elder brother used only the bamboo thrust, and it was nearly on par with mine. Oh, that was after his epiphany. Perhaps he comprehended it during that moment. Chu Ningyan nodded, her gaze returning to Bai Feng. He had already retracted his sharp sword aura, reverting to his usual languid demeanor as he sauntered toward them. What an intriguing little fellow. She couldn't help but smile softly. Taking Bai Yumei and her elder brother Bai Feng as disciples was undoubtedly the wisest decision she had ever made. Brother, how did you use that move just now? The moment Bai Feng returned, Bai Yumei rushed up to him, chattering endlessly with questions. At the same time, Chu Ningyan cast a curious glance his way, as if awaiting his answer. During my breakthrough to the golden core, I suddenly recalled the way you practiced swordsmanship before and gained some insights. Bai Feng spoke with a mix of truth and falsehood, his eyes wide. But I only know this one move. The others aren't very polished. Chu Ningyan nodded. She had indeed heard that some people could suddenly comprehend something during a breakthrough. One could only say that although Bai Feng's cultivation talent was mediocre, his comprehension was exceptional. Even with just one move you can enter the Tao. Is the way of the sword truly so inflexible? Chu Ningyan encouraged with a smile. From now on you must come to me every week to learn swordsmanship. Do not waste your talent in the sword Tao. Yes, master. Bai Feng nodded in agreement. In the past, he might have found it troublesome, but now, after acquiring the sword Tao fragments, his understanding of swordsmanship felt like a blockbuster breakthrough. Learning was effortless. Besides, having an extra means of self-defense was good. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to look at the illusion array he had set up. Senior sister Su hasn't come out yet. Lu Meng shook her head with concern. No. At first she showed some movement, but after a while she grew still. Maybe I should dissolve the illusion array. Bai Feng's heart sank. As he had feared, Su Lanqian's mindset was utterly unsuited for challenging the illusion array. He wondered what Su Lanqian had seen that trapped her so deeply in the illusion, unable to escape. Although Bai Feng had set up the illusion array, its operation logic was based on the challenger's subconscious, which reduced the chance of detection. After all, it was like dreaming or playing a game. The former is hard to recognize as false no matter how absurd, while the latter, no matter how realistic, can still be known as a game, not reality. Thank you for your trouble. Lu Meng nodded without refusing. Even if Su Lanqian's Dao heart suffered a minor crack, it would be fine. If this continued, she might truly sink into the illusion and never wake again. Within the illusion array, Su Lanqian stood on a bustling square, the dark clouds overhead mirroring her state of mind. Oppressive, painful, on the verge of collapse. She had lost after all. She had successfully broken 2 illusion arrays. In the first, she had returned to her home, seeing her parents and childhood playmates. Though it seemed real, she vaguely remembered she was in a competition. So when she opened her spiritual eyes, the first illusion shattered. Then she saw herself on the competition square, surrounded by cheering disciples, while her greatest rival Bai Feng was trapped in the 5 elements array, unable to escape. She had won. She had finally won. She had successfully defended her pride. Su Lanqian watched the crowd's admiration, her master's praise, and even Bai Yumei approaching her with unstinting compliments. Meanwhile, the loser Bai Feng stood alone, ignored by all. She watched him turn and walk away dejectedly, but her heart felt no excitement, only a growing doubt. Had she truly won? Had he only set up a simple illusion array? Was his skill really that low? Had she truly won so easily? Could she really win? Su Lanqian looked at the smiles of the crowd, the smile on her master's face. At that moment it all felt so false. Crack. The scene before her shattered like broken glass covered in cracks until it completely disintegrated. Drip. A few raindrops fell on her face. She stared numbly at Bai Feng, who had broken the array earlier. He was now basking in the crowd's cheers and her master's praise. And she, like the Bai Feng in the illusion, was ignored and isolated by everyone. Even her master did not spare her a glance. If her mind were normal, she would have noticed the inconsistency. Even if she lost, her master would never ignore or abandon her. But her heart was already filled with the words, "I lost." From afar she watched the person she had once mocked, and finally, unable to hold on any longer, she knelt on the ground. Whether it was rain or tears streaming down her face, she couldn't tell. The rain grew heavier, drenching her hair and clothes. She watched as her master held an umbrella for Bai Feng, chatting and laughing while no one cared for her. Even passers-by walked around her. She had never felt rain so cold. It chilled her to the bone, making her tremble and her heart ache. Her confidence, her pride, gradually faded under the downpour. She could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed to the ground, sobbing loudly. Just then she felt the rain stop. Looking up, she saw a face she loathed. Bai Feng crouched before her, holding an umbrella, but with a mocking smile on his lips. He reached out with his other hand, lifting her chin, then slowly slid his slender fingers upward, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye. So the genius who called others a liar can also be this pathetic. Or are you planning to expose me with this act? Su Lanqian turned her head away in silence, but Bai Feng pinched her cheek and forced it back. Under her humiliated gaze she saw Bai Feng, as if in a play she had once watched, suddenly adopt an expression of 3 parts pride, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts mockery, and 1 part excitement. You do have some talent. How about being my personal maid? Maybe if you work hard enough, I'll deign to share some array knowledge with you. Su Lanqian pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Hehehe, I advise you to agree. Your master has abandoned you. What do you have left? A dark aura began to emanate from Bai Feng, but Su Lanqian was completely oblivious. Her face filled with sorrow, she slowly closed her eyes. What the hell? What is this thing? An abrupt voice shattered the serene atmosphere. Bai Feng looked at the pitch black himself and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was this how Su Lanqian saw him in her heart? Some kind of extraterrestrial demon? Then he saw the black himself lift his head, glaring at him with crimson eyes. How can you enter? I set up this illusion array. Why can't I enter? Bai Feng rubbed his chin, puzzled. Why could this version of himself in the illusion communicate with him? Could it be an inner demon? He glanced at Su Lanqian, curled up. Her face also showed bewilderment, as if she couldn't understand why there were 2 Bai Fengs. Yada what kind of Bai Feng hell is this? Die! At that moment the inner demon Bai Feng lunged at him, but the next second his body dissolved into black mist. Bai Feng's eyes flickered with black and white light, and a single divine sense blast shattered the inner demon. But the next moment the inner demon reformed, this time taking the shape of Su Lanqian, also in a black version. It's useless. She is me and I am her. As long as she harbors fear, I will not disappear. I don't care if you vanish or not. Bai Feng once again dispersed the inner demon into mist, then turned to look at Su Lanqian, who was still in a daze. He crouched down, reached out, and flicked her forehead. "Stop staring, this is an illusion. Come back to reality." Su Lanqian felt a sharp pain on her forehead and raised her hand to cover it. Suddenly her vision became clear, her mind no longer foggy, and the scenery around her began to shatter. The next moment she came to her senses. The first thing she saw was Bai Feng sitting cross-legged across from her. Her eyes were still somewhat dazed, as if she hadn't fully awakened from the illusion. She instinctively looked around and saw the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect engaged in discussion, and her master Lu Meng beside her face etched with worry. At that moment she understood what had happened. "I'm sorry." She lowered her head as droplets of water stained the dry ground beneath her. She sobbed softly, "Master, I lost." It's all right, it's all right. Victory and defeat are common in battle. If you lose, just try harder." Lu Meng quickly reached out and pulled Su Lanqian into her arms, comforting her gently. At the same time, she turned to look at Bai Feng, who had risen from the ground, and showed him an expression of gratitude. Bai Feng waved his hand. Having satisfied his curiosity, he did not linger to disturb the master and disciple, but turned and left. The reason he had appeared in Su Lanqian's illusion was simple. After acquiring the illusion chapter of the soul-forging art, he could enter others' illusions and exert influence coupled with a hint of curiosity. Earlier, when he dispelled the illusion array and found Su Lanqian still unconscious, he knew something was wrong. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to test the techniques from the illusion chapter to see their effect, while also delving into her illusion to discover what had made her unwilling to awaken. He never expected to witness Su Lanqian's inner demon as well. The soul-forging art is far more powerful than I imagined. Bai Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. There were methods in this world to influence inner demons, but they were invariably cumbersome and difficult. Nothing as simple as the soul-forging art had ever existed. Truly, it deserved to be called an immortal art. Although the illusion chapter was a supplementary skill created by later generations based on the soul-forging art, it had further expanded the art's wondrous uses. Master Qianhuan must have been an extraordinary immortal as well. In this match, Bai Feng of the Green Bamboo Peak wins. As soon as the result was announced, the disciples watching below erupted into excitement. "Oh, I knew senior brother Bai would win from the start. But why isn't anyone dissenting this time?" It seems someone was maliciously spreading rumors about senior brother Bai, and senior brother Luo happened to see it. So all those spreading rumors were arrested. Good riddance. Those rumor-mongers should have been caught long ago. Ahem, senior brother, weren't you spreading rumors a few days ago too? What nonsense. I'm just a bystander, just gossiping. Can gossiping be called spreading rumors? Junior brother, our investigation shows you had spirit stone transactions with those who started the rumors. Come with us. Now public opinion about Bai Feng in the Heavenly Sword sect had completely reversed. If anyone tried to spread rumors about him in the future, they would have to think twice. But none of this concerned Bai Feng. Compared to his reputation, he cared more about what to eat for dinner. Hee, congratulations on your victory, junior brother. Just then the petite Yuyao appeared from who knows where. She stood before Bai Feng and Bai Yumei, hands on her hips. How about a celebration? No, I don't like crowds. Bai Feng waved his hand. Although his image in the sect had improved, that didn't mean fewer troubles. The thought of chatting and flattering with senior brothers and sisters gave him a headache. Moreover, the child of fortune targeting him was only severely injured. His mouth could still move and he could still incite underlings to cause trouble. So it was better not to get too carried away. Don't worry, I don't want to organize another big gathering either. Yuyao shook her head, then pointed at Bai Feng, Bai Yumei, and herself. Just the three of us. I've been craving your barbecue for days. Also, I need to ask what kind of clothes you want. With that, Yuyao winked at Bai Feng. Bai Feng immediately understood what senior sister Yuyao meant. So she came for the little uncle's book after all. He thought she was genuinely here to congratulate him. Nevertheless, Bai Feng nodded. All right, how about we find a place tonight and have a good meal? Great, ill contact spirit beast peak to save some good meat for us. With that, Yuyao dashed off on her short legs and vanished in the blink of an eye. All right, let's head back too. Bai Feng shook his head. The competition was over and there was nothing left for him to do. It was better to go home and continue reading. Bai Yumei quickly followed but kept her head down in silence as if lost in thought. She felt that senior sister Yuyao and Bai Feng were hiding something from her. It's the grand senior brother. Lin Yan sat by the sickbed, his face filled with surprise. Yes, I found it hard to believe during the investigation too. Luo Chun nodded from the sickbed. This time I could only make him suffer a loss, but completely overthrowing him will be very, very difficult. No matter how hard, we can't give up. Even if it's not for Brother Bai with the Grand Senior Brother's two-faced behavior and malicious targeting of other disciples, he cannot be allowed to remain in that position. That's why I used my sword to suppress him in the competition. In a few days, he should be removed. Brother Luo is indeed thoughtful. Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't considered that angle before, thinking Luo Chen was just displeased with the opponent's underhanded tactics. So after Yi Tang steps down, the sect should make you the Grand Senior Brother, right? No, I have no interest in the position of Grand Senior Brother of the Heavenly Sword Sect. But I have a better candidate. Luo Chen shook his head, his mind already made up. Lin Yan immediately understood Luo Chen's meaning, senior sister by, that could work. Enough, let's not talk about things that aren't certain yet. Luo Chen waved his hand, then asked seriously, how many of Yi Tang's men are left? Lin Yan chuckled lightly. Not many left, most are in the enforcement hall. You can count on me. Their meeting was both coincidental and inevitable. Back then he was investigating the rumor spreaders when he ran into Luo Chen, who was doing the same. After a brief conversation they hit it off and decided to collaborate. Although Luo Chen was the Grand Senior Brother of the Violet Cloud Peak, he hadn't lived like one in recent years. He had few friends, only holding the title and reputation of that position. Lin Yan, on the other hand, though just an ordinary inner disciple, had climbed up from the bottom step by step and had friends everywhere. However, limited by his current status, his actions were often constrained. Thus, after they joined forces, Lin Yan took charge of the main investigation, while Luo Yan handled the cleanup. In this way, they managed to throw most of Yi Tang's underlings into the enforcement hall. Suddenly remembering something, Luo Chen quickly said to Lin Yan, "Oh, don't tell Junior Brother Bai about this yet. Wait until we've completely overthrown Yi Tang before giving him the good news. I'd be a sinner if I disturbed his cultivation." "I understand, Brother Luo, rest assured." Lin Yan nodded, then, remembering something, he quickly took out a few books with spring and autumn written on their covers from his storage pouch. "By the way, I brought the books you wanted." Luo Yan's face lit up with excitement. Good, good, good. I thank Brother Lin here. If you ever encounter any trouble, be sure to come to me. Strange, I feel like someone's plotting against me. Bai Feng mused, stroking his chin. But when he checked the system, there were no notifications. Besides, Luo Chen was also severely injured and hospitalized, so he couldn't make a move for now. Who else could be scheming against him? No, it wasn't necessarily the Child of Fortune. To be fair, he had plenty of enemies. Aside from the other Child of Fortune lying gravely wounded and Su Lanqian, who had birthed an inner demon, there was still that enchantress from outside the Heavenly Sword Sect watching him like a hawk. He really should hurry up and establish an intelligence network. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know when disaster struck. Bang, bang, bang. Just then a frantic knocking came from the door. Judging by the knock's location, it was most likely Senior Sister Yuyao. "Senior Sister, you're here quite fast." "Huh." Bai Feng pushed open the door and saw Yuyao dragging a silver-haired young woman, her face brimming with excitement. "Little Junior Brother, look what I found on the road. She wants to come home with me." Bai Feng instinctively looked at the white-haired girl and saw Xiaoqi staring at him with tearful eyes. "Big brother." He immediately pulled Xiaoqi close, shielding her with his arm, and eyed Yuyao warily. "Senior Sister, let's be clear, human trafficking is against the law." "Just kidding," Yuyao said with a grin, clearly already aware of their relationship. "But she's so adorable. Can she come home with me? I want to dress her up in a few outfits. With that beautiful white hair, she'll look absolutely charming." "You'll have to ask Xiaoqi if she's willing," Bai Feng replied, still on guard, as if fending off a creepy uncle. "No worries, it's fine if she doesn't want to. He'll just make the clothes and you can help her change." Yuyao waved her hand, her face full of anticipation. "Just let me take a look and I'll be satisfied." Bai Feng. This woman really didn't fit in at Green Bamboo Peak. How did their master ever take on someone like her as a disciple? Just then Xiaoqi nestled in. Bai Feng's arms reached out and grabbed a strand of her silver hair, examining it closely. Her hair was well-maintained, carrying a faint floral fragrance. "Is it really that beautiful?" She stared intently at her hair, but deep down, she still couldn't bring herself to like it. The wounds of her childhood had been mended by Bai Feng in many ways, but they weren't fully healed. She remained deeply self-conscious about her white hair. "Speaking of which, I have a few ideas about Xiaoqi's clothes too," Bai Feng said, stepping inside to pour 2 cups of tea for Yuyao and Xiaoqi. "We can exchange thoughts on that later." Yuyao wasn't thrilled. Instead, she asked skeptically, "Can you really do it? Designing clothes is no easy task." Bai Feng wasn't offended. He calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. "To be honest, Master Chunqiu is actually from the Bai family. I've had the chance to exchange ideas with him, and I heard he's planning a book themed around white. Slap. Yu Yao lunged forward, grabbing Bai Feng's right hand with both of hers, her eyes practically sparkling. Please, junior brother, Bai, you must discuss this with me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. That's a pretty cheap request. Bai Feng couldn't help but retort. By the way, about that book. I'll bring you a copy when it's out. Thank you, junior brother. From today on, you're my foster father. You call me senior sister and I'll call you foster father. We'll keep our own titles. Bai Feng suddenly gained a new appreciation for Yu Yao's mischievous nature. How in the world did she end up in Green Bamboo Peak? Oh right, hey, race what you wanted. Bai Feng pulled a tightly wrapped book from his storage pouch. There's also an animation stone inside. Don't lose it. It's expensive. Mwah. Foster father is the best. Yu Yao kissed the book's packaging, then eagerly stuffed it into her own storage pouch. Tonight's material was secured. She meant material for designing clothes. Beside her, Shao-Chi tilted her head. Did they have someone named Chunqiu in their family? And this book? Shao-Chi decided to stop thinking. Since Bai Feng hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't bother with such irrelevant matters. By the way, where's junior sister Bai? Yu Yao asked, realizing someone was missing as she put away the book. Changing clothes. She should be here soon. No sooner had Bai Feng spoken than the door was pushed open from outside. Wow, she looks stunning. Yu Yao exclaimed, gazing at the doorway. I knew my taste was right. Purple really suits junior sister Bai. Bai Yumei smiled shyly. She was wearing the light purple robe Yu Yao had designed. The upper half was predominantly white with purple patterns on the collar and sleeves, while the lower half was purple adorned with elegant motifs. Given that Bai Yumei usually wore rather plain clothes, this outfit was a refreshing change, enhancing her beauty and making her truly stand out. Not bad, it looks great, Bai Feng added in praise. But after seeing Bai Yumei in that lotus leaf skirt earlier, this conventional robe couldn't quite match that impact. Shao-Chi watched Bai Yumei, thoughtfully lost in her own thoughts. Bai Yumei felt a secret thrill at Bai Feng's compliment. Truth be told, if senior sister Yu Yao hadn't been there, she would have chosen something bolder. But knowing others were present besides Bai Feng, she held back. Bai Feng glanced a few times before looking away. He turned to Yu Yao and clapped his hands lightly. All right, time to eat. Let's welcome the spirit beast meat senior sister Yu Yao brought. Clothes were never more important than food. From today on, I will teach you formations until you've mastered all the knowledge I possess. You may come to me anytime, as long as I'm free. I'll guide you patiently. Lu Meng stood before Bai Feng, while Chu Ningyan watched with keen interest from the side. Yes, Master Lu. Don't call me that. Just call me Master like Lin Yan does. Lu Meng shook her head. This was also your master's suggestion. But if you're unwilling, you don't have to. I'll still teach you with dedication. Bai Feng glanced at Chu Ningyan, who encouraged him with her eyes. After a moment's thought, he understood the meaning. Since Lu Meng intended to pass on her life's work to him, it was only right to acknowledge her as a master. His master Chu Ningyan was also pleased with this arrangement. Whether it was to win over Lu Meng or to give him an additional master-disciple bond with a formation grandmaster, it benefited both him and the Heavenly Sword sect. With that, there was no reason to hesitate. Bai Feng nodded. All right, master. Good. Since I don't know how much you've already learned, well, start with the killing formations, my specialty. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Lu Meng stood before Bai Feng, explaining the intricacies of formations. Bai Feng sat below, lost in thought. Lu Meng was indeed a renowned master. Her expertise in killing formations was unmatched. Even when discussing basic theories, her unique thought processes and innovative techniques offered him valuable insights. All right, that's enough for today. If you have any questions, come find me at my cave dwelling. Thank you, master. Bai Feng watched Lu Meng leave. As he was about to head home to organize today's lessons, he saw Su Lanqian approaching him with her head bowed. Wait, that. Su Lanqian called out to Bai Feng, who was about to leave. Her eyes instinctively glanced to the side, her expression somewhat awkward. Is there something you need? Bai Feng stopped in his tracks, asking with a hint of exasperation. Could it be that she still wasn't convinced and wanted to challenge him to another formation duel? I'm sorry. Su Lanqian bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. I shouldn't have said those things about you earlier. Before Bai Feng could respond, she lifted her head, forcing her gaze to meet his. If it's possible, please. Please allow me to stay by your side. Before she even finished speaking, her face flushed a vivid red at a visible pace, to the point where Bai Feng worried she might faint on the spot. Though he didn't know Su Lanqian's reasons, he refused. Their relationship was already somewhat strained, and matters like this sounded far too troublesome. He simply couldn't think of a reason to agree. So Bai Feng shook his head. Isn't this a bit too much of a change? I still prefer your former lively self. I'm truly sorry. Su Lanqian had completely shed her previous arrogance, looking as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Whatever I can do, will do. Anything, I beg you. That kind of talk is easily misunderstood. Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly. May I ask why? I've given birth to an inner demon. Su Lanqian shrank her head, wrapping her arms around herself. Now, whenever I encounter a formation, your image appears in my mind. I can no longer be a formation master at all. Is it really that severe? Bai Feng's eyes widened. This must be an advanced stage of inner demon possession, perhaps only a step away from being consumed by it. Just how fragile was this girl's mind anyway? Su Lanqian nodded. She reached out and tugged at Bai Feng's sleeve, lowering her head, her voice barely audible. I want to find a way to dispel the inner demon, so even if I have to be your personal? Stop right there. Bai Feng cut her off directly. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Su Lanqian grew anxious. Quiet. Listen to me first. Without ceremony, Bai Feng reached out and flicked the forehead of Su Lanqian, who had leaned in. Perhaps sensing the firmness in his tone, she immediately fell silent. For the sake of our master, I'll allow you to stay by my side and seek a way to break the inner demon. Before Su Lanqian could thank him, he shifted his tone. But only during class. Don't disturb me during my rest time. Understood. Su Lanqian quickly nodded. Ma'am, thank you, junior brother. I'll be obedient. Don't go appointing yourself as my maidservant. Bai Feng rubbed his forehead. Truth be told, he deeply regretted setting up that illusion formation. He had only meant to teach that arrogant brat a lesson, never expecting her to be so fragile, crumbling at the slightest setback. Besides, there was no mortal enmity between them. Having an extra classmate to study with during lessons wasn't really a problem. All right, I'm going to rest now. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Okay. Su Lanqian watched Bai Feng leave. In truth, she had just lied. It wasn't only when she touched formations that she thought of him. Ever since she came out of the illusion formation, a voice had been whispering in her ear, as if another version of herself was speaking to her. Sometimes when she closed her eyes, she would see Bai Feng. The moment he broke through the fire dragon formation, the moment she lost. Then the voice in her ears would grow more chaotic, splitting her head with pain. But when the voice began to lead her astray, the spot on her forehead he had flicked would suddenly ache, and a single voice would shatter everything. This is an illusion. Return to reality. Su Lanqian reached up and touched the spot on her forehead that he had just flicked. Her emotions were a tangled mess, unsure of how to face Bai Feng. She had lost to him. She should have felt resentment or anger. But after being awakened by Bai Feng, she couldn't bring herself to harbor such thoughts toward the one who had saved her. Gratitude, perhaps a little but far more overwhelming, was a sense of helplessness. Maybe it was because he had rescued her from the clutches of the inner demon that she, tormented by it, instinctively gravitated toward Bai Feng. Yet by his side she was indeed free from the inner demon's interference. She didn't understand why. Could it be that her inner demon had nothing to do with Bai Feng? Look at how weak you've become. Where is the fiery spirit of the genius you once were? Let go of your mind, surrender everything to me, and I'll help you defeat him and reclaim what's rightfully yours. A voice sounded perfectly timed in her ear, but she paid it no heed, walking toward her dwelling. Oh, I see. You've already lost your fighting spirit. You're no longer the genius you once were. Just a fragile waste who can't withstand a blow. Rather than drift in this stupor, let go and leave everything to me. You'll never feel pain again. This is an illusion. Su Lanqian pressed her hand to her forehead, mimicking Bai Feng's tone from that day in a soft murmur. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt the voice in her ears had indeed grown a little quieter. Little junior brother? Just as Bai Feng was about to push open the door after school, a small figure charged toward him. By the time he realized, it was too late to dodge. His legs instinctively tensed and the miniature formation on his body activated instantly. But the expected impact never came. Though Yu Yao crashed into him, it felt soft and weightless, as if she had somehow dissipated the inertia. Senior sister, is something the matter? Bai Feng reached out and lifted Yu Yao, who was clinging to him, holding her under her armpits and instinctively raising her high. Little junior brother, even if you're my godfather, holding me like this will make me angry. Yu Yao stared at Bai Feng with a deadpan expression, her small feet already beginning to sway, as if debating whether to give him a kick. Ahem, sorry. Bai Feng quickly set Yu Yao down, then asked in a quieter voice. Senior sister, what business do you have with me? Nothing much, just too excited and wanted to share it with someone. Speaking of which, Yu Yao pulled a set of clothes from her storage pouch. Look, isn't it accurate? Bai Feng glanced down at the clothes in her hand and found them strikingly familiar. Wasn't this the bunny girl outfit from the animated stone? She had made it in one night. While Bai Feng was stunned, Yu Yao chattered on. Master Chunqiu truly lives up to his name. Just recalling it makes me blush. Such simple little figures, yet so alluring. And this outfit. I've never seen anything like it. So daring. Compared to this, the clothes from those lectures in the Union of Joy are absolute garbage. How did he ever come up with such interesting clothes? Bai Feng looked at the excited Yu Yao and couldn't help but retort. Is this really something you should be telling me? Little junior brother, are you perhaps feeling shy? Yu Yao wore a playful smile as she held the garment up before herself. Pity it wasn't tailored to my figure, so you won't get a glimpse for now, little junior brother. Bai Feng cast a glance at Yu Yao's physique and muttered under his breath. I'm not that desperate. Senior sister heard that. Yu Yao shot Bai Feng a glare. There are benefits to being petite, you know. Saving on fabric. At Bai Feng's jibe, Yu Yao clenched her fists. Senior sister is really about to get angry. After brandishing her tiny fist in a mock threat, she untied the storage pouch from her waist and tossed it to Bai Feng. Here your share as promised. Didn't I just give you spring and autumn yesterday? Are the clothes selling that fast? Bai Feng quickly caught the pouch and peered inside. It was brimming with spirit stones. This is from the clothes I sold earlier. Since I used content from spring and autumn, consider these stones as compensation. Yu Yao explained, adding a reminder, don't you dare keep it all for yourself. This is a token of gratitude from Master Chunqiu. Rest assured I'll deliver it to Master Chunqiu personally. Bai Feng patted his chest, exuding confidence. He planned to transfer it from his left hand to his right. That counted as personal delivery, didn't it? By the way, if Master Chunqiu releases a new book, be sure to tell me. Yu Yao nodded. All right, I need to get back to sewing. Talk to you later. See you, senior sister. Bai Feng waved as Yu Yao, just as she had arrived, scurried away on her short legs and vanished in the blink of an eye. He withdrew his gaze, turning his attention to the storage pouch in his hand. He took out a spirit stone and examined it closely. He had money again. Now he could buy the array materials he had his eye on. Bai Feng failed to notice that his conversation with Yu Yao had been observed by Bai Yumei, who was hiding behind the house. She had timed her arrival to prepare a meal when Bai Feng returned, only to witness this scene. Why was senior sister Yu Yao holding such a garment? Why had the senior sister given Bai Feng spirit stones? Bai Yumei lightly bit her nails. Though her reason told her that as his sister, she shouldn't pry into his private affairs, she couldn't suppress the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. The next day, Bai Feng arrived early at Lu Meng's temporary cave dwelling, and before long, he saw Su Lanqian approaching. With her head bowed, she cautiously edged closer to him. When he showed no reaction, she breathed a slight sigh of relief and stood by his side. 10 minutes passed. Bai Feng glanced at the downcast Su Lanqian. Another 10 minutes went by and he entered the cave to begin the day's studies. Su Lanqian followed silently behind him. Lu Meng seemed to have anticipated this, and had even set up a new desk for Su Lanqian, right next to Bai Feng's, with only 20 or 30 centimeters between them. Bai Feng didn't dwell on Su Lanqian. He immersed himself in his studies. When the midday break arrived, Bai Feng stretched lazily and turned to find Su Lanqian, sitting motionless like a statue, her desk completely bare. Are you all right? He couldn't help but ask. Ah. Su Lanqian jerked her head up, then quickly lowered it again. No, don't mind me. Just treat me like a weed. This state was far from normal. Bai Feng stroked his chin, sensing that Su Lanqian's inner demon wasn't him but something else entirely, or otherwise she wouldn't be acting like this. But seeing Su Lanqian muttering, I am a weed, under her breath, he swallowed the questions he had intended to ask. She clearly wasn't in a state for conversation. He'd ask another time. After a month of studying formations under Lu Meng, Bai Feng grew accustomed to having a colorful statue in class. But today she wouldn't be there. The sect had an important announcement and Lu Meng had given him the day off. So he indulged in a Lian, not emerging from his bedroom until the sun was high, yawning. He spotted Bai Yumei bustling in the kitchen. Brother, you're awake. Please wait a moment. I'll be ready soon. Bai Yumei called out to him before continuing her work. Bai Feng sat down to wait for the meal. Wait. When had he grown accustomed to this life? He fell into thought, expecting that as time passed and his guilt faded, their relationship would gradually normalize. But why, after so long, had it only intensified? Oh brother, I've washed your clothes and placed them in your wardrobe. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds before complaining. I'm already at the golden core stage. You don't need to wash my clothes anymore. This makes me look like a villain who bullies his sister out of jealousy for her talent, you know? No. Even at the golden core stage clothes get dirty. Bai Yumei frowned, retorting, besides I have to wash my own clothes anyway. Washing one more doesn't take much time. Seeing her insistence, Bai Feng said nothing more. After all, it wasn't a loss for him. By the way, Yumei, what do you use to wash the clothes? They always come back looking brand new, totally different from when I washed them. A flicker of unease crossed Bai Yumei's face before she composed herself and explained softly. A very expensive soap said to be produced in the central continent. No wonder the clothes always have a faint floral scent. But using such soap on my clothes is a waste. They're not made of precious fabric. Next time, just use ordinary soap. Bai Feng nodded as if making a casual inquiry and didn't press further. It's fine. I bought many bars. I won't run out. Bai Yumei shook her head, breathing a silent sigh of relief. She quickly ladled the food from the pot and set it on the table. Speaking of which, is the sect announcing something important today? Bai Feng savored his breakfast. Though he no longer needed to eat at the golden core stage, he had no intention of stopping. Partly out of habit and partly because savoring good food lifted his spirits. Yes, it seems to involve the senior brother. Bai Yumei nodded, continuing to secretly add food to his plate. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Bai Feng instinctively glanced at his system. After the sect tournament, it had notified him several times. Lin Yan was trouncing Yitang's underlings and stuffing him with fortune points. He had tried contacting Lin Yan, but Lin Yan claimed the other party had provoked him, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. Though such an absurd story was hard to believe, considering the other was a child of destiny with a knack for attracting trouble, it wasn't impossible. In the end, Bai Feng could only silently curse Yitang for failing to control his underlings. Brother! As Bai Feng cursed Yitang to choke on a pill, Bai Yumei suddenly dragged her chair closer, her expression hesitant. What is it? I've noticed senior sister Yuyao visiting you often lately. Is there something going on? Bai Yumei asked, her tone filled with curiosity. Bai Yumei looked on with curiosity. For the past month, she had been secretly investigating, but could only confirm that the two had transactions involving spirit stones. Occasionally, Bai Feng would bring Yuyao some items which appeared to be books from their packaging. Although it seemed like senior sister Yuyao had simply asked Bai Feng to purchase a few things, the clothes Yuyao occasionally took out were far too embarrassing. Oh, this! Bai Feng was slightly surprised. He recalled that Yuyao always chose secluded corners to meet him, as the clothes she brought were mostly unsuitable for public viewing. He hadn't expected Bai Yumei to discover this. Could it be that she had misunderstood something after seeing the clothes in Yuyao's hands? After a few seconds of thought, he explained simply, it's because senior sister Yuyao and I have some business dealings. Simply put, I invested in her clothing line. When she sells them, I get a share of the profits. After all, learning formations is expensive. Well, investing in risque illustrations was still an investment. Oh! Bai Yumei nodded. That did make sense, but a sliver of doubt lingered in her heart. Why would senior sister Yuyao bring out clothes like that? Can I come along next time? Faced with Bai Yumei's query, Bai Feng suddenly froze. What would you go see? Watch Yuyao lose her mind over the risque drawings your brother made. After a few seconds of deliberation, Bai Feng decided to pass the buck to Yuyao. After all, why couldn't she just make proper clothes instead of always crafting those lewd ones? He didn't even dare to tell Bai Yumei about this matter. Ask senior sister Yuyao about it. She's the one handling this. I'm just here to collect my share. But I guess it should be fine. She'd probably be happy to show you her new creations. Referring to the alleged versions. I will. Bai Yumei took note of Bai Feng's reaction and nodded. Sure enough, their relationship wasn't that simple. Unwilling to dwell on the topic, Bai Feng quickly shoveled a few mouthfuls of rice and said, All right, it should be about time. Let's go see what the sect leader and elders have to announce. In a vast square, so many people. Bai Feng swept his gaze around. The square was already packed with disciples, many gathered in small groups, exchanging rumors they had picked up from who knows where. With public opinion having shifted, he no longer saw other disciples pointing fingers at him. Instead, they greeted him with smiles. Truth be told, he wasn't quite used to it. Junior brother, junior sister, Yumei over here. At a nearby empty spot, Yuyao stood on tiptoe, waving vigorously at Bai Feng, and Bai Yumei even jumping up and down occasionally. With such a commotion, it was impossible for Bai Feng not to notice. Ignoring the stares of the surrounding disciples, he led Bai Yumei quickly to the area where the disciples of Green Bamboo Peak were gathered. Leaning in close to Yuyao, he asked softly, Senior sister, do you know why the sect has summoned all the disciples this time? I'm not too sure either. Yuyao shook her head. I've only heard it might be related to the secret realm discovered a while ago. Oh, and also the sect leader seems to want to replace the senior brother based on the rankings from the last sect tournament. To be honest, I don't really like that guy either. He seems friendly, but his tone always carries a hint of arrogance. Bai Feng nodded. If that were true, it would be good news. Without the title of senior brother, it would be much harder for that child of destiny to target him. His only worry was that the system might take the opportunity to dump fortune points on him. Brother. At that moment, Bai Yumei tugged at his sleeve. Can I have a word with senior sister Yuyao? Huh. Bai Feng's mind blanked for a moment. He looked at her puzzled. Go ahead, why are you asking me? Did she need to report such trivial matters? Was she a child? Thank you, brother. Bai Yumei nodded quickly, then grabbed the slightly flustered Yuyao and led her aside. At that moment, Yuyao's heart raced. Could junior sister Yumei have found out about her risque illustration dealings with Bai Feng? That can't happen. At least wait until 30 years after I'm dead. Bai Feng save me. Shortly after Bai Yumei dragged Yuyao away, a figure appeared punctually by his side. Bai Feng turned to look at Su Lanqian standing beside him. She kept her head down silent as a colored statue. He took a step to the side and Su Lanqian followed suit like a little tail trailing behind him. Apart from moving, she was exactly like she was during lessons. Truth be told, it was damn strange. He simply couldn't fathom Su Lanqian's thought process. He was even starting to suspect that he hadn't actually saved Su Lanqian, but that she had turned into a vengeful spirit clinging to him after her death. Ahem. Bai Feng cleared his throat and Su Lanqian finally lifted her head slightly. Don't mind me. Just treat me like a weed or the air. How could he not mind a person standing right next to him? If he weren't already at the golden core stage, would she follow him to the toilet too? Bai Feng took a deep breath. He felt he couldn't let this continue. He had to make a change. Hey, you're not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, are you? What are you doing here? My heart can only find peace when I'm by your side. Su Lanqian averted her gaze slightly and spoke very softly. Then, as if afraid Bai Feng might misunderstand, she quickly added, It's because of the inner demon. I don't know why, but when I'm near you, the inner demon doesn't appear. Bai Feng was inwardly astonished. He had never heard of such a thing. Could he have a special constitution that blocks inner demons? As he pondered, he suddenly recalled the scene in the illusion where he needed the inner demon. Could it be because of that the inner demon dared not appear near him? It seemed Su Lanqian's inner demon was just as verbally arrogant as its host. But you can't keep following me forever, can you? Bai Feng looked at Su Lanqian stroking his chin. Well, part ways sooner or later. If I had a personal item of yours. Su Lanqian lowered her head even further, a blush already creeping onto her face. I can buy it. Any personal item will do, even clothes. Bai Feng, you're acting a bit like a fangirl. But even though it sounded perverse, he understood she was just trying to reduce the inner demon's influence. Clothes are out of the question. Bai Feng waved his hand. But other things can be negotiated. However, instead of money, I'd prefer some rare and peculiar formation discs. The stranger, the better. Lately, he had been dissecting formations. In the process, he discovered that many useless or meaningless formations could yield interesting functions. These functions were almost useless in normal formations, and even when applied to miniature formations, they were still useless. For instance, Bai Feng had dismantled a formation function that could record steps showing how many steps you took each day. But what use would a cultivator have for that? Aside from nostalgic value, Bai Feng couldn't think of any immediate use for it. Yet he still found himself endlessly fascinated. A bizarre formation disc. Su Lanqian's eyes lit up with sudden interest. She quickly began to ponder, and within seconds, she pulled out a formation disc with multiple cracks from her storage pouch. Will this one do? I found it while shopping. Although it's a bit damaged, it still works. What does this formation do? Bai Feng picked up the formation disc and examined it closely. The patterns on it were quite intricate. He estimated it was at least a 4th-grade formation disc and among the most complex of its tier. But since Su Lanqian claimed she found it by chance, this formation disc likely held little practical use for cultivators beyond studying its formations. It can project images. Su Lanqian scratched her cheek, a bit embarrassed. But only the content from a memory stone. In simple terms, it can play back memory stone recordings so others can watch together. Bai Feng. He truly wondered about the mental state of the person who created this formation. Alright, I'm satisfied with this formation disc. I'll take it. Bai Feng reached out and stored the peculiar formation disc into his storage pouch. After a moment of thought, he handed Su Lanqian a half-used charcoal pencil. This is the pen I use for recording daily. Does it meet your requirements? Su Lanqian quickly took the charcoal pencil. A strange writing instrument with a black core encased in wood. It had been sharpened so many times that only a short stub remained, yet the wood felt smooth to the touch, as if frequently handled by its owner. She held the pen and took 2 light steps away. Upon confirming that the voice of the inner demon had not returned after distancing herself from Bai Feng, her face lit up with excitement. "Thank you. If you ever have anything you want to throw away, be sure to tell me." "Bai Feng. Alright. Also keep your voice down." Even without looking, he knew everyone around was staring at him and Su Lanqian. He hoped no strange rumors would spread tomorrow. Su Lanqian also noticed the gazes of the others, and her face flushed crimson. She quickly lowered her head and froze, still turning into a blushing statue. Bai Yumei was also among the onlookers staring at them. She hadn't expected that in the short time she had been chatting with senior sister Yuyao, Bai Feng had already gained another companion. And it was the arrogant Su Lanqian from before. Bai Yumei strode over quickly. She glanced at Bai Feng, then at the silent bowed Su Lanqian, and wedged herself into the gap between them. She looked up, her face brimming with curiosity. "Brother, what's wrong with her?" "It's a long story related to the inner demon. I'll explain when we get back," Bai Feng replied in a low voice. He disliked discussing others in their presence, especially since there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Even if there had been minor conflicts initially, she had already paid the price. Moreover, with their connection as fellow disciples under the same master, it was better not to reopen old wounds. Bai Yumei nodded, not pressing further. She then put on a smile. "Oh, by the way, senior sister Yuyao agreed. We can design clothes together. She also asked me to help try them on. Brother, you should come too." Bai Feng immediately thought of the clothes Yuyao had designed based on his risque drawings. He looked at Bai Yumei, then silently averted his gaze. Okay, that's good. Yuyao probably wouldn't dare to let his sister try on those kinds of clothes, unless she wanted to be confined by their master. The disciples didn't wait long in the square before the Heavenly Sword Sect's sect leader arrived with the peak masters. Strangely, Bai Feng didn't see the child of fortune Yitang. He wondered if it was due to his injuries or some other reason. Setting aside the initial motivational speech, the sect leader's announcement was largely similar to the news Yuyao had received. "We discovered a secret realm near Choya City, which will open in the next few days. We plan to select a few disciples to venture in for training. Priority for training slots will be based on the sect competition rankings. However, exploring the secret realm isn't just about combat strength, so there will be a small test. Those who pass can also join the expedition." Bai Feng yawned out of boredom. He had little interest in the secret realm, and would rather stay in the sect to learn from Master Lu Meng. "According to our investigation, this secret realm seems to be connected to the Thousand Formation sect, which mysteriously disappeared centuries ago. Therefore, we will prioritize disciples skilled in formations." The sect leader stroked his beard and cast a deliberate glance at Bai Feng. Bai Feng. Damn, it seemed he couldn't avoid it. After all, he had consumed many of the sect's resources. Rare formation materials that were hard to find elsewhere had been given to him first. Now that the sect needed him, it was hard to refuse. But he was no longer the same person as before. Thanks to the efforts of the many children of fortune, his combat power had been boosted. He gritted his teeth. For the next few days, he would deprioritize formations and focus on learning swordsmanship from his master. "Oh, Bai Feng, come with us for a moment later." As if worried Bai Feng wouldn't take it seriously, the sect leader even called him out by name. "Yes." Though still somewhat reluctant, Bai Feng nodded. Deep down, he wasn't too worried. Since the sect dared to send him to the secret realm, it meant the danger wasn't significant. Plus, he had the children of fortune to assist. No, wait. Why did that suddenly make things feel more dangerous? Would the secret realm collapse midway? As Bai Feng's mind wandered, the sect leader began announcing the second matter. After the sect competition, the other peak masters and I held several discussions. Yitang has now reached the golden core perfection stage and is ready to attempt the nascent soul breakthrough. Bai Feng immediately understood. Yitang was stepping down from the position of senior disciple. No wonder he hadn't appeared. The excuse about breaking through to the nascent soul stage was just a pretext. The Heavenly Sword Sect had once had nascent soul senior disciples, but most of them, upon reaching golden core perfection, focused solely on cultivation and chose to resign from the demanding role. That meant Yitang, as a child of fortune, would have less energy and fewer underlings to target him. What a wonderful turn of events. But before he could savor the joy for long, a thought struck him, and he quickly opened his system. As expected, a notification popped up. Ding, detected that host used a minor scheme to topple Yitang from the position of senior disciple. Reward 666 fortune points. An unknown immortal's work. Terrain formations. Traps fragment. Whatever. For the sake of a peaceful life from now on, I'll endure it. Bai Feng took a deep breath, trying to convince himself this wasn't a loss. He had already accumulated so many fortune points before. What was another 600? And as long as the child of fortune stopped bothering him, he would come out ahead. Damn it, he was still furious. Based on his understanding of the child of fortune, Yitang would never give up. After this incident, he might even become more hostile. Better to take the pain now than later. Should he find a chance to eliminate him? Bai Feng began to seriously contemplate this question. After much deliberation, we have decided to appoint Bai Yumei as the new senior sister of the Heaven Sword sect. Ah! Bai Feng instinctively looked at Bai Yumei, seeing the surprise on her face, as well as if she had not expected this outcome. Upon further reflection, he understood the sect's decision. Senior brother Luochen had already reached the perfection of the Golden Core stage, making him unsuitable. Bai Yumei, on the other hand, had only recently attained the Golden Core stage, yet possessed formidable strength, defeating a later-stage Golden Core cultivator in the grand competition to claim first place. Other factors further favored her possessing an immortal bone backing from the Bai family, and being the sister of a formation prodigy like him. Logically and emotionally, Bai Yumei was the rightful choice for the Heaven Sword sect's senior sister. Congratulations, senior sister. With that, Bai Feng smiled and teased Bai Yumei. Brother, don't call me that. Bai Yumei's cheeks puffed slightly. Otherwise, I'll call you junior brother. Oh, then say it once. Seeing the grin on Bai Feng's face, Bai Yumei's cheeks puffed even more. Brother you? Humph. Seeing Bai Yumei's aggrieved and angry expression, yet unable to vent it, Bai Feng burst into laughter. In the sect hall. After the sect leader finished the remaining announcements, Bai Feng and Bai Yumei followed their master Chu Lin Yan into the hall. At that moment, aside from the sect leader, all the peak masters were present. Little Feng and Yumei are here. The sect leader greeted them cheerfully. Don't be nervous, take a seat. Bai Feng. Thank you, sect leader. He had imagined the Heaven Sword sect leader to be a stern figure, but why did the elder seem overly amiable? Once they were seated, the sect leader's smile faded, and he spoke with slight gravity. You must have guessed the reason you were summoned. Although our repeated observations suggest the secret realm poses no great danger, nothing in this world is absolute. You never know which comes first, tomorrow or the unforeseen. He retrieved a jade token from his storage pouch. This jade contains my spiritual energy. As long as your opponent is below the void refinement stage, it can shield you from 3 attacks. Thank you, sect leader. Bai Feng accepted it without hesitation. Such a life-saving item was not to be refused. And here I have some pills I refined. An elder beside him produced several bottles of pills. This one will rapidly heal your injuries. This one enhances the speed of chi circulation. This one, though it leaves you weakened for a time, can boost your combat power by 30 to 40%. Thank you, Peak Master. I have nothing impressive to offer, so here are 3 teleportation talismans, 3 superior speed talismans, and 3 superior shield talismans. Thank you. I recently crafted a set of inner armor with no taker, so I'll give it to you. I have nothing else but plenty of spirit beast meat. Out there, little Feng, don't starve yourself. Take a look at mine. Bai Feng watched the Peak Masters showering him with gifts, suddenly reminded of his childhood visits to his hometown, during New Year being stuffed with candy by relatives. Ahem, enough. Little Feng is only going to explore the secret realm, not leaving forever. The sect leader coughed lightly, interrupting the enthusiastic Peak Masters. Yet he understood their intentions. A skilled formation master greatly benefited the sect from the common spirit gathering arrays that accelerated cultivation to advanced formations that could turn the tide of battle. Bai Yumei, the leadership of this expedition is entrusted to you. The sect leader turned to Bai Yumei, who stood beside Bai Feng, his expression solemn, as he produced a long sword from his storage pouch. This is a replica of the Heaven Sword, but do not underestimate its power. With your strength, it can slay a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator, though it demands great energy. Use it wisely. Thank you, sect leader. Bai Yumei accepted the sword, sensing the sharp sword intent within even through the scabbard. What a magnificent blade. Now go back and rest. Ensure you are well rested. The sect leader waved his hand. After Bai Feng and Bai Yumei departed, he looked at the other Peak Masters. Do you think this secret realm exploration will go smoothly? We've given them so many life-saving and offensive items. There shouldn't be any mishaps. Let us hope so. The sect leader shook his head. If the Thousand Formation sect's legacy were not so beneficial to Bai Feng and the Heaven Sword sect, he would never have sent a growing formation prodigy out. After all, the Thousand Formation sect was not an ordinary minor sect. Rumor had it they had obtained an immortal sect's inheritance, allowing them to rise swiftly, in just a few centuries, nearly shaking the northern domain's strongest formation sect, Sealing Spirit sect. He believed the claim of an immortal inheritance was self-aggrandizement, yet the 1,000 formation sect's formation legacy indeed held merit. Unfortunately, they provoked a force they should not have, and their secret realm collapsed to the point of only admitting Golden Core disciples. Time swiftly arrived on the day of entering the secret realm. Bai Feng sat on the flying vessel, heading to the secret realm, still pondering if his preparations were sufficient. In recent days, he had learned several sword techniques from his master Yan, and crafted a few simple formation plates. Though inferior to meticulously arranged formations, they were convenient and quick. Simply toss them on the ground to form an array ideal for hindering enemies and escaping. Quite a few familiar faces. Bai Feng glanced around. Aside from Bai Yumei at his side, Lin Yan and Luochan were also aboard, and even Yi Tang, who had lost his senior brother position, was present. All 4 of the Heaven Sword Sect's fate-blessed prodigies were gathered. This secret realm might not survive. Additionally, Shao Qi and Yu Yao had come, and even Bai Feng silently turned to Su Lanqian, who stood like a statue. "Why are you here?" "I am also interested in the 1,000 formation sect," Su Lanqian replied softly. Moreover, if she went days without seeing Bai Feng, she would truly go mad, literally. But having learned from past mistakes, she refrained from saying such easily misunderstood words. "Can you handle this state?" Bai Feng expressed doubt. "Never mind, stay close to me or Bai Yumei. If something happens to you in the secret realm, I can't answer to master." Since Su Lanqian was allowed on the vessel, it meant Lu Meng had struck a deal with the Heaven Sword Sect. Not something a minor disciple like him could probe. Su Lanqian nodded, then asked hesitantly, "Could you sell me another personal item of yours?" "Fine, but next time drop the personal." Bai Feng could already feel the stares from others. "And Bai Yumei, what are you looking at? Haven't I already told you the whole story? Why are you making that curious child face?" Suppressing his urge to complain, he pulled out a brush from his storage pouch. One he used for drawing talismans. It was not valuable, but he had used it for a long time, and it had been steeped in his spiritual energy. "Will this do?" "Yes, thank you." Su Lanqian accepted the brush, and according to their deal, took out a formation plate from her storage pouch. This is an amplification array. Due to its small size, it's a 4th-grade formation, and can be attached to other objects. I heard formation masters created it for reading. Bai Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at the formation plate, at least 4th grade. These formation masters really know how to innovate. Couldn't you just grind a piece of glass into a magnifying lens? In a secluded corner, Yi Tang pretended to glance casually at Bai Feng, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Lately, for some reason, he found Bai Feng increasingly irritating, second only to Luochan in his disdain. "So you finally decided to come down from Green Bamboo Peak. Once we're in the secret realm, you won't have a say. I may not defeat Luochan, but can't I beat you?" Outside the secret realm, alongside the Heaven Sword Sect, several other sects from the northern region had also gathered for this expedition. After all, though the Heaven Sword Sect was a colossal force in the north, it could not monopolize all authority. Besides the Heaven Sword Sect, 3 other sects rivaled it closely in strength: the Spirit Sealing Sect mentioned earlier, the Flame-Embracing Peak Sect renowned for its mastery of fire, and the Soul-Forging Sect, which upheld the law of the jungle. As for the demonic cultivation factions, they had been severely crippled by Lu Meng's prior assault, and now lacked the power to challenge any of these 4 major sects. Additionally, Bai Feng spotted several unfamiliar minor sects. Upon inquiry, he learned that these 3 small sects happened to lie near the secret realm's entrance. Thus, after deliberation, the Heaven Sword Sect and others granted them a few entry quotas. This plotline feels tailor-made for a protagonist blessed with heavenly fortune. Bai Feng murmured inwardly. Clearly, these 3 minor sects warranted close observation. "Brother Bai, would you like to join us inside the secret realm?" Lin Yan suddenly approached. "Brother Luo and I have already made plans. We should be more than capable of navigating this realm with our combined strength." Admittedly, Bai Feng felt a flicker of temptation. The protection of a heavenly fortune protagonist was no trivial advantage. Yet such protagonists attracted not only opportunities but also peril. He could not discern whether venturing alone posed greater danger, or whether clinging to the protagonist did. "Let's decide once we're inside." The entrances to such realms usually scatter participants at random. Bai Feng left the door open. Should calamity truly strike, he certainly wouldn't persist in solitary folly. "Fair enough." Lin Yan nodded. "Once inside, Brother Bai, tread with utmost caution. I've heard the Spirit Sealing Sect bears particular ill will toward you. And then there's that man surnamed Yi who remains stubbornly undeterred." Spirit Sealing Sect. Noted. Bai Feng fell into quiet contemplation. No wonder he'd sensed hostile glances from certain figures. Was it due to his own growing reputation, or because of his master Lu Meng? Either way, he feared array cultivators least of all. "Many thanks for the warning, Brother Lin." Bai Feng bowed slightly in gratitude. Yet you yourself must remain vigilant. Among us you alone still linger at the peak of Foundation establishment. Lin Yan merely chuckled and waved dismissively, rest assured. I'm prepared. Bai Feng nodded in silent agreement. After all, as a heavenly fortune protagonist, even if Lin Yan perished, his fate would likely endure unbroken. By the way, where is senior brother Luo? He's speaking with disciples from the Zhixiao Peak. Lately he's been complaining to me about how inexplicably persistent those Zhixiao disciples have become. Lin Yan gestured casually and Bai Feng followed his gaze. There stood Luo Chun, flanked by his junior sister and senior sister, apparently locked in earnest conversation. Yet unlike before, their roles seemed reversed. Luo Chun wore an expression of weary impatience, while his senior sister spoke in hushed, deferential tones. Brother Lin, shall we draw nearer for a closer look? A mischievous grin flickered across Bai Feng's lips. He adored such dramatic entanglements. Lin Yan hesitated him. Wouldn't that be improper? What's improper about it? Perhaps senior brother Luo is even waiting for us to rescue him. Without further ado, Bai Feng draped an arm over Lin Yan's shoulder and steered him toward Luo Chen's vicinity. After a few steps, he noticed Su Lanqian trailing behind and swiftly raised a hand to halt her. Wait here for a moment. I'll return shortly. Oh. Su Lanqian obediently nodded and paused, utterly compliant. Beside her, Lin Yan wore an odd expression. He distinctly recalled her as haughty and arrogant. What precisely had Brother Bai done to render her so docile? Senior sister, didn't you wish me to keep my distance? I complied. Yet why do you still pursue me? Luo Chen's face remained impassive while his senior sister flushed with awkwardness. She lowered her head, stammering, I didn't mean it that way. I was simply overwhelmed with anger. You stole junior brother's pills. That's all. Just apologize and it'll be settled. Understood. Her head snapped up, eyes alight with sudden hope. So, you'll apologize? No. Upon returning, I shall formally petition to leave the Zhixiao Peak. Without glancing back, Luo Chun turned and strode away. This is the last time I'll address you as senior sister. Please withdraw, else your beloved junior brother may throw a tantrum upon learning you sought me out. Junior brother. You? Her face paled in disbelief while her junior sister lunged forward, gripping his arm. Senior brother. How dare you speak thus? Let go. I won't. A pack of hysterical women. Luo Chun muttered under his breath. Yet just loud enough for both to hear. Their faces flushed with equal parts humiliation and fury. Get out. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, flinging the junior sister aside. He cast them a cold, piercing glance. Before you accuse me, have you reflected on your own deeds? Do I lack a mere Foundation establishment grade pill? Senior brother, you're still jealous. Luo Chun watched his junior sister whisper bitterly and sighed. Ah, forgive me. I foolishly hoped for rational discourse. My error. From this day forth you and I are severed. Utterly. As he severed the final thread of attachment to the Zhixiao Peak, the long sword at his waist let out a resonant metallic cry. His aura surged, ascending yet another tier. Only then did the junior sister recall Luo Chen had already embraced the path of emotionless swordsmanship. It's not true, senior brother. I didn't. Her voice trembled. But Luo Chan had already vanished into the distance. Sister, say no more. Let us depart. The senior sister exhaled heavily, her countenance ashen. She shook her head and firmly pulled her junior sister away. Inwardly she pondered. When exactly had their attitude toward junior brother Luo Chan soured so irrevocably? That's it. Done. Bai Feng clicked his tongue. Truly, disciples raised within sects retained remarkable composure, even when confronted with such irrational provocation. I never imagined senior brother Luo endured such trials. Huh? You weren't aware? Bai Feng turned sharply to Lin Yan. Surely if they called each other brother, they ought to know one another better. Lin Yan blinked, curious, aware of what. So Bai Feng recounted everything he knew. Damn. What wretched senior and junior sisters. Why hadn't senior brother Luo slapped them both? How dared they even approach him again? Lin Yan's tongue unleashed a torrent of scathing invective. What are you two doing here? A voice rang out behind them. Lin Yan's tirade halted mid-sentence, his face flushing with embarrassment. Bai Feng turned. Luo Chan had found them. We're here to relieve ourselves. Lin Yan. Luo Chan unsurprisingly dismissed Bai Feng's flimsy excuse with a sigh. My apologies. I fear you've witnessed something unseemly. Not at all. Lin Yan sprang upright and clapped a hand onto Luo Chen's shoulder. Senior brother, this matter cannot end here. If you hesitate, allow me to act. Relax. I won't cripple them. Merely help them grasp reality a little more clearly. A dose of harsh truth is after all for their own good. Watching Lin Yan and Luochen fall into animated discussion, Bai Feng offered a fleeting 0.1 second moment of silent condolence to the Zhixiao peak. To draw the attention of two heavenly fortune protagonists. You truly had it coming. After the gossip about Luochen had subsided, the time finally arrived for the secret realm to open. Bai Feng trailed at the back of the group, walking alongside the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect toward the entrance of the realm. The moment he stepped through the entrance, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, as if the very laws of gravity had been twisted. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing atop a stretch of ruins. These ruins were not remnants of grand architecture, but mere clusters of ordinary dwellings constructed from wood, mud, and stone. Just as I thought. Separated from the others, Bai Feng surveyed his surroundings unsurprised. Such abandoned secret realms, forsaken for various reasons, were often unstable, and entry frequently led to being transported to peculiar locations. Let's take a look around first. Bai Feng chose a direction at random, and began walking forward, stepping over the collapsed houses. Meanwhile, a young woman with a pure and innocent face glanced around. She wore the robes of the Flying Crane sect, a minor sect located near the secret realm. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, and a seductive expression incongruent with her innocent appearance blossomed on her face. I actually managed to infiltrate. It seems these righteous sects aren't so impressive after all. Bai Feng, I've come for you again. I hope you still remember me. The spiritual energy here is quite dense. There should be some treasure. Bai Feng activated his yin-yang pattern. Searching for treasures in the secret realm with it was like having X-ray vision. Within a single hour, he had amassed a collection of spirit herbs, spirit stones, and several formation plates. He strode quickly into a cave and discovered a massive bear dwelling within. As he stepped across the threshold, the bear's eyes snapped open, fixing their gaze upon him. Be a good bear and let me see what you've been guarding. Bai Feng's face showed no trace of fear. He walked past the bear, weaving through the narrow confines of the cave. Yet the bear before him acted as if it hadn't seen him at all, its eyes still locked fiercely on the cave entrance, emitting threatening growls from time to time. A white spirit ginseng, lucky me, and of exceptional quality, perfect for refining recovery-type pills. Bai Feng carefully placed the white spirit ginseng into a wooden box and stored it away. Then he turned and waved at the bear. Thanks. You can go back to sleep now. I won't bother you anymore. With that, he quickly left the cave while the bear guarding the ginseng continued to stare fixedly at the entrance. Only after Bai Feng had completely disappeared into the distance did the bear tilt its head, a flicker of suspicion in its eyes. It turned to look deeper into the cave. The white spirit ginseng was clearly gone, leaving only a small pit in the earth. Yet instead of flying into a rage, it simply turned around and went back to sleep. Illusions really are handy, especially when dealing with these dim-witted spirit beasts. It worked every single time without a sound of protest. A flash of black and white light passed through Bai Feng's eyes. He had initially conceived the idea during a battle with a golden core stage beast, but it had turned out to be surprisingly effective. He even felt like learning that slicked-back hair technique. Just as Bai Feng was pondering where to go next, a group of people suddenly appeared before him, encircling him. All alone, little brother. The leader was a burly man with a kindly face and a tone full of concern. But judging by his robes, he was from the spirit refining sect. Bai Feng swept his gaze over the encroaching disciples of the spirit refining sect. Instead of fear, a smile spread across his face as he looked at them. A robbery? Don't put it so harshly. This is called. The leader shook his head, but then suddenly whipped out a large cleaver from his bosom. His amiable smile instantly twisted into a ferocious grin. Sharing the wealth. As expected of the spirit refining sect, ready to throw down at the slightest disagreement. Bai Feng was not surprised. Running into these lunatics in the secret realm was just bad luck. As the blade approached, he did not dodge. In the next second, the man suddenly pulled back his hand and looked behind Bai Feng with feigned surprise. Not bad, kid. Your movement technique is impressive. Looks like it'll have to get serious too. As he spoke, a blade light materialized on his cleaver, and he swung it with force at the empty air behind him. The single strike carved a deep fissure into the ground. Have fun here. Farewell. Bai Feng strolled past the man as if he were out for a walk. Behind him, all the disciples of the spirit refining sect had broken into a brawl with each other. From the very first moment he had laid eyes on the spirit refining sect disciples, he had activated his illusion technique. If anyone could perceive spiritual sense, they would have seen a vast expanse of it radiating outward from Bai Feng, spreading like twisted tentacles. These tentacles coiled around the bodies of the spirit refining sect disciples, writhing slowly, making them look like puppets being manipulated. The spiritual energy consumption is indeed higher than when using it on spirit beasts. The higher the cultivation, the more energy it drains, and the higher the chance they'll wake up. It seems even with the illusion technique manual, it'll still need to pair it with illusion arrays. Bai Feng analyzed the data from the recent battle. Shortly after he left, the spirit refining sect disciples finally stopped their fighting. They showed no confusion from waking from an illusion, instead clenching their fists in fury. Damn it, he got away fast. Don't let me catch you next time. Senior brother, should we chase him? Chase nothing. Go find the others. Don't waste time on that slippery eel. At the temporary camp of the spirit sealing sect disciples. Have you found that Bai Feng bastard yet? No. I suspect he's gone into hiding. There's no other way he could leave absolutely no trace. Several disciples of the spirit sealing sect gathered together discussing intelligence about Bai Feng. Damn it, where the hell is he hiding? One of them couldn't help but punch a nearby tree trunk. Expand the search area. I refuse to believe he can stay hidden forever. That's right. When we catch him, we're going to give him a thorough beating. How dare he lay a hand on senior sister Su, whom senior brother Song admires. He must have a death wish. As they cursed Bai Feng, their target was currently sitting right among them, even holding a freshly roasted chicken leg. Bai Feng sat cross-legged by the fire. He had been peacefully exploring for treasures when he was suddenly hunted down by a group of spirit-sealing sect disciples. Fortunately, the illusion technique worked quite well on disciples of lower cultivation. After escaping their pursuit, he had simply blended into a squad of spirit-sealing sect disciples to gather information. He listened quietly to the discussions of the disciples nearby and quickly figured out the reason they were after him. The reason was simple. Lu Meng, a master of formations, had a good relationship with the spirit-sealing sect, and the sect had always wanted her to join them. No one expected that she would be lured away by the Heavenly Sword sect, and the reason was that the Heavenly Sword sect had produced a formation prodigy. Furthermore, Lu Meng's disciple Su Lanqian was acquainted with a genius disciple of the spirit-sealing sect. They had once exchanged insights on formations. This genius disciple seemed to have been utterly captivated by Su Lanqian's mischievous personality. When this genius disciple learned that Su Lanqian was forced to stay at the Heavenly Sword sect and had even been bullied there, he seized the opportunity to organize the spirit-sealing sect disciples intent on teaching the so-called formation prodigy Bai Feng a lesson. I knew it. A genius disciple like Su Lanqian, even if she's not a child of fortune, is bound to be trouble. Bai Feng took a bite of his chicken leg, grumbling inwardly. He hoped this so-called genius of the spirit-sealing sect wasn't a child of fortune. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Found any new clues? One of them suddenly turned to look at Bai Feng. Bai Feng bit into his chicken leg and shook his head, answering vaguely with his mouth full. No, he's too cunning. Damn it, where the hell is he hiding? One of them couldn't help slapping his thigh. Bai Feng wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, casually tossed the leftover chicken bone into the fire, then stood up and left the spirit-sealing sect disciple squad. Throughout this entire process, no one noticed anything amiss. Haha, with this divine weapon's aid, Bai Feng, you are doomed. Yi Tang, disheveled and covered in dust, propped up a stone slab and crawled out of an underground ruin. His eyes were bloodshot and his upper body was nearly bare, marred by hideous wounds. Yet he seemed oblivious to them, his gaze intoxicated as he stared at the halberd in his hand. The halberd emitted a faint golden glow, as if a vast power lay dormant within it. However, more than acquiring the divine weapon, he rejoiced that his luck seemed to have returned. Ever since crossing paths with Bai Feng, everything had gone wrong. Even stray cats and dogs dared to target him, and he had lost in a contest meant to showcase his strength. A defeat he still couldn't accept even after his injuries healed. If Bai Feng had heard his inner roar, he would have surely quipped, going up against 3 chosen ones alone. If you're not doomed, who is? I can't wait to see Bai Feng kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy, then give him a sliver of hope only to crush it. Just the thought is exhilarating. Yi Tang gripped the halberd tightly, but after one step he turned abruptly to look at the exit he had just emerged from. Then raising the halberd he swung it fiercely, burying the passage completely. Had anyone observed, they would have seen a faint wisp of malevolent energy rise from the halberd, circle him twice as if in satisfaction, and then vanish into his body in an instant. Strange, why haven't I seen any disciples from the Heaven Sword sect? Bai Feng plucked a spirit fruit and ate it. He had walked for so long encountering disciples from even minor sects, but not a single one from the Heaven Sword sect. Could something have gone wrong? He wiped the fruit and took a small bite, inwardly not too worried. After all, the Heaven Sword sect had sent 4 chosen ones this time. It would be stranger if nothing happened. With chosen ones around, any trouble would be handled anyway. Ha! Looks like there's some excitement over there. Bai Feng suddenly sensed intense spiritual energy fluctuations from the northwest. After checking his system and confirming no chosen ones were involved, he finished the fruit in 2 bites and hurried over. Minutes later he watched the Heaven Sword sect disciples caught between a golden core stage beast and the Seal Spirit sect falling into deep thought. Damn, the trouble had landed right at his doorstep. Good thing they're all ordinary disciples with low cultivation. Dealing with them is simple enough. As he observed, the Heaven Sword sect disciples under the pincer attack were growing exhausted and on the verge of defeat. Bai Feng tossed out a few simple formation discs. Instantly an oval translucent membrane enveloped the Heaven Sword sect disciples, and the attacks from the beast and the Seal Spirit sect merely rippled upon it. Who's there? The Seal Spirit sect disciples, frustrated at being thwarted, just as victory was near, snarled. The esteemed Seal Spirit sect allying with a beast to bully others. Have you no shame? A voice emerged from the dense forest, but no matter how the Seal Spirit sect disciples tried, they couldn't pinpoint its source. Hiding in the shadows. What kind of skill is that? Come out. Since you're so capable, surely you can find me easily, can't you? After taunting the Seal Spirit sect disciples, Bai Feng also sent a telepathic message to the Heaven Sword sect disciples. Head toward the beast, it won't harm you. The Heaven Sword sect disciples exchanged uncertain glances, but seeing the beast indeed halt its movements, they cautiously circled around it, weapons at the ready in case of attack. Yet even as they left, the beast didn't stir. Are we saved? Was it a senior brother who helped us? Isn't it obvious? Though many senior brothers are skilled in formations, being able to set one up instantly that withstands a golden core beast's attacks. Besides Master Liu's apprentice, it can only be senior brother Bai. Exactly. And the reason senior brother Bai didn't show himself is simple: the Seal Spirit sect is after him, so he'd never appear openly. Who knew he could also intimidate beasts besides formations? Then haven't we harmed senior brother Bai? It's all our fault. Let's go. We can't let his kindness go to waste. Find senior sister first and try to divert attention elsewhere for him. Once the Heaven Sword sect disciples were gone, Bai Feng ceased his influence on the beast. The beast let out a furious roar and charged straight at the remaining Seal Spirit sect disciples. The Seal Spirit sect disciples erupted in curses. Don't let me find out who you are. You! Faced with their colorful blessings, Bai Feng wasn't annoyed. Instead he smiled and waved at them. Good luck! With that, he took a step forward to follow the Heaven Sword sect disciples. Outside the cave, a thunderous boom erupted and raging spiritual energy threatened to tear everything apart. I can do this, just need to set this up. Su Lanqian extended her trembling hand, channeling spiritual energy into the formation. But the closer she got to the formation, the harder it became to control the energy. Look at yourself now. Can't even manage a formation. Give up. Only I can save you. You don't want you and the Heaven Sword sect to be devoured by beasts, do you? Shut up. Ha ha ha, what do you have left? You've lost your genius title, shamed your master, and disgraced your family name. You're like a clown. Arrogant, looking down on others, believing only you could restore the Su family and the Northern Domain's glory. And in the end, you fell for a charlatan you despised. Now you still have the nerve to approach him. Is it because you can't beat him in formations, so you're trying another way to reclaim glory? Like being with him? Shut up. Su Lanqian grabbed the brush Bai Feng had used. The voice in her ears faded, but her heart couldn't calm. Another boom shook dust from above. She quickly shielded the brush and continued tirelessly drawing the formation. Outside the cave, Yi Tang stood on a treetop, halberd in hand. 2 nascent soul stage beasts fought nearby against the Heaven Sword sect disciples inside the cave, while another nascent soul beast stood obediently beside him, as if all the beasts followed his command. He glanced at a Seal Spirit sect disciple. Has the message been sent? Of course. The disciple frowned, disgusted by the man's betrayal of his own sect members. But there was no choice. The senior brother had ordered Bai Feng captured, and the other party also sought him. Moreover, he was powerful and had trapped the Heaven Sword sect's Green Bamboo Peak disciples, leading to their alliance. Don't worry, hell come out. Most of the Heaven Sword sect disciples are pinned down. Even if someone breaks through, they'll be spent. Good for us, not bad. His tone was utterly indifferent when mentioning the Heaven Sword sect disciples, as if speaking of strangers. I hope so. The Seal Spirit sect disciple snorted. By the way, any news on Senior Sister Su? I've been here all along. How would I know about Senior Sister Su? Yi Tang replied with a smile. He naturally noticed the contempt in the other's gaze, and a flicker of hatred passed through his eyes. Looking down on me, are you? Once I use you to eliminate Bai Feng and then extort you with Su Lanqian. With ample resources, he could surely break through to the nascent soul stage, then deal with Luo-chan and reclaim his position as senior brother. A wisp of black energy flashed in his eyes. Then with a smile he urged the Seal Spirit Sect disciple. All right, go spread the news quickly. We'll see him soon. Has the Heavenly Sword Sect been targeted? Bai Feng frowned slightly. He had already rescued several groups of disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the number of gathered disciples was gradually increasing. At first, he still needed to lend a hand in secret, but later, he didn't even have to move. A group of disciples charged forward with vigor and drove off the members of the Sealing Spirit Sect. I might as well infiltrate the Sealing Spirit Sect to see the situation. Seeing that the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples no longer needed his help, Bai Feng decided to act alone. Moreover, continuing to follow them would be futile under these circumstances. As their numbers grew, the larger target became easier to expose and more cumbersome to maneuver. Do you think that after we spread the news of the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples being besieged by demonic beasts that Guy Bai Feng will really come? Isn't this obviously a trap? A disciple of the Sealing Spirit Sect stretched his weary body, unable to resist complaining to a companion beside him. Ah, you're mistaken. This is an open scheme. Bai Feng waved his hand, explaining to the Sealing Spirit Sect disciple. We've trapped most of the disciples from Green Bamboo Peak. If he doesn't come, how will his senior brothers and sisters view him? How can he maintain his standing in the Heavenly Sword Sect? The senior brother speaks wisely. The Sealing Spirit Sect disciple nodded. And he would never imagine we've set up layers of traps, even cooperating with Yi Tang of the Heavenly Sword Sect. If he dares to come, well, ensure he never returns. Bai Feng nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even if he grew wings, he could never escape our grasp. Come, junior brother, let's go back and rest. After we've recovered fully, well, continue searching for Bai Feng. All right, senior brother. Let's go. Thus Bai Feng smoothly blended into the Sealing Spirit Sect's ranks and headed toward the location of the so-called trap. At the same time, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He truly hadn't expected Yi Tang to be so unscrupulous, capable of attacking his own sect members without any moral qualms. This meant this child of fortune probably had no moral boundaries. If he didn't eliminate him here, Bai Feng would never have a peaceful day again. Even if it meant the system would stuff him with massive amounts of fortune energy, he had to get rid of Yi Tang. After all, he didn't want to be haunted by a child of fortune with no limits. Along the way, Bai Feng encountered many Sealing Spirit Sect disciples. It seemed that all the sect members who had entered the secret realm had gathered here. It was clear how much importance the Sealing Spirit Sect placed on him. This doesn't seem like something that would happen for just a talented disciple. Bai Feng smiled and responded to the approaching Sealing Spirit Sect disciple, but his mind was constantly pondering. He couldn't believe that an ordinary talented disciple could command such influence, making everyone willingly and earnestly search for him. Even a child of fortune would find it difficult. Unless the higher-ups of the Sealing Spirit Sect also had designs on him. He just didn't know whether they intended to invite him, behead him, subjugate him as a dog, or eliminate him outright. Bai Feng opened the system and took a look, immediately noticing the markers of two children of fortune not far away. One was likely Yi Tang and the other was probably the Sealing Spirit Sect's own child of fortune. Somewhat troublesome, but Bai Feng wasn't surprised. If a major sect like the Sealing Spirit Sect didn't have a child of fortune, that would be truly strange. He just wondered if this child of fortune was the one acquainted with Su Lanqian. The elite of the Sealing Spirit Sect should all be here, and besides that, numerous formations have been set up around the area. Bai Feng observed his surroundings, gradually forming an idea. I might be able to take advantage of this. As the yin-yang patterns in his eyes activated, the structure of the formations became clearly visible before him. Junior brother, let me tell you, I just received a message from a friend. Not far from here, there's an unexplored building with a formation barrier outside. There must be good stuff inside. Let's go check it out together later. Then many thanks, senior brother. Bai Feng smiled and nodded slightly, lowering his head as a talisman slipped from his sleeve. He had almost thoroughly toured the Sealing Spirit Sect disciples' camp, leaving behind many traces. He had even quietly embedded a simple illusion formation into the Sealing Spirit Sect's array to expand the range of his illusory influence. Otherwise, even exhausting all his spiritual energy, he couldn't affect too many people. Hey junior brother Chun, who's that person beside you? Suddenly a voice rang out near Bai Feng and the others. Bai Feng looked up and saw a young man with an indifferent expression standing on a treetop staring down at him. The moment he saw this person, his child of fortune radar went off. Clearly this was the other child of fortune besides Yi Tang. So he's from the Sealing Spirit Sect. I wonder if he's that so-called talented disciple. Bai Feng pondered inwardly. He wasn't surprised that the other party had discovered him. After all, although illusion techniques seemed powerful, the higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to influence them. Moreover, he was applying influence to a group which was certainly less refined than targeting a single person. Plus, with the other's status as a child of fortune, it wasn't easy to bluff through. However, he hadn't intended to bluff his way through anyway. He never deluded himself into thinking he could deal with Yi Tang while avoiding the other child of fortune. Since he dared to come, it meant he was prepared to cross swords with another child of fortune. So he activated the soul-forging art again, extending more spiritual sense tendrils than an ordinary person toward the child of fortune. He's a junior brother. The disciple called Chun looked bewildered and answered blankly. The child of fortune on the tree frowned and pressed on sternly. I asked you, who is he? Who else could he be? He's a junior brother from the Sealing Spirit sect. I've even seen him in the sect. The bewildered Chun turned to Bai Feng. Junior brother quickly explained to the senior brother. No need. Bai Feng waved his hand, looking up at the child of fortune on the tree with a smile. Do I need to reintroduce myself? No need. Even if you covered your face, I'd still recognize you, Bai Feng. The child of fortune on the tree narrowed his eyes. I really didn't expect you to dare barge in alone. I'm starting to admire your courage. I just wonder if your strength can back it up. Wah, what? You're Bai Feng? The Chun disciple's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. Why does your shout make this feel like some urban Dragon King drama? Bai Feng's mouth twitched, struggling to maintain his composure. He suppressed his urge to retort and continued looking at the child of fortune. Are you so sure you can take me down? Your petty tricks are useless against me. Relying on such methods, so recklessly walking right into our laid-out formation. I almost suspect you tricked your way into being a formation genius and deceived Senior Sister Sue. The child of fortune's tone noticeably hardened when he mentioned Senior Sister Sue. He raised his hand and the surrounding formations began to activate. Now regret your actions inside the formation. Facing the pressure of the formation, Bai Feng's face remained unruffled. When did you get the illusion that you weren't caught in my illusion? What? Under the child of fortune's incredulous expression, Bai Feng turned into a pile of bamboo leaves and vanished before everyone's eyes. He quickly looked around, but no matter how he observed or scanned with his spiritual sense, he couldn't find any trace of Bai Feng. Then he hastily activated the formation, trying to cover the entire area, but at that moment he realized he could no longer control it. His face could no longer maintain its calm, and he couldn't help clenching his fist and slamming it against a nearby tree stump. How is this possible? His expression darkened. Was it sabotage from someone who had secretly damaged the formation, or was he still trapped within the illusion? Meanwhile, Bai Feng had seized partial control of the formation, effortlessly moving through the Sealing Spirit sect's camp. However, due to the short time, he hadn't managed to take over the entire grand formation, only part of it, but that was enough. Oh! Yi Tang is here. Bai Feng stopped, frowning slightly. He felt something was off about the person's aura. And beside Yi Tang was a nascent soul-stage demonic beast. No, it was an empty shell. That was a beast nearly twice the height of a man, its gray-white fur concealing taut muscles. On its head were two long ears resembling those of a rabbit, yet it bore sharp fangs with saliva dripping from its mouth onto the ground. However, the beast's eyes were vacant, and Bai Feng detected no spiritual sense from it, as if it were a puppet under someone's control, rendering him unable to exert any influence over it. He averted his gaze and looked toward where the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were trapped. Two nascent soul-stage beasts were locked in fierce combat with them. One was a colossal black serpent, the other a silver-backed gorilla. Like the rabbit-eared beast, both lacked any spiritual sense. Yet precisely because of this, the two beasts could only rely on their physical strength, unable to seize the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who were hiding in the cave. No, perhaps Yi Tang did not intend to directly conquer this place. Otherwise, if he dispatched the rabbit-eared beast by his side, the fragile balance would shatter instantly. No choice. He'll continue modifying the grand formation of the Sealing Spirit sect. Bai Feng naturally would not foolishly charge into a decisive battle with the child of fortune. For one, his cultivation base was a notch lower, moreover his greatest strength lay in formations. Thus he intended to use the grand formation laid by the Sealing Spirit sect disciples to deal with him. He even had to thank the Sealing Spirit sect. Without their grand formation, he wouldn't have dared to act alone. With this formation capable of trapping nascent soul cultivators, he was quite confident that even if Yi Tang unleashed his full potential, he could still fall on the spot. If Yi Tang had only employed legitimate means against him, he might not have gone too far. But unfortunately, this man was clearly a selfish and scrupulous child of fortune. Thus, even for the sake of a peaceful life in the future, he had to eliminate Yi Tang. He had refused the system's forced infusion of fortune points to survive. Now, since his survival was threatened, and he possessed the means to resolve the threat, it was only natural to eliminate the source of danger. Bai Feng swallowed a pill and continued to encroach upon the grand formation laid by the Sealing Spirit sect disciples, modifying it. If an ordinary formation master were present, they would be utterly astounded by his actions. After all, once a formation was established, even altering a minor function required extreme caution. How could anyone dare to overhaul it so drastically? Yet this impossible feat was made achievable through the soul-tempering art and the yin-yang runes. Meanwhile, the child of fortune of the Sealing Spirit sect was still searching for Bai Feng's trail. But this time when he looked at the others, there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Have you found out why the formation malfunctioned? Was it damaged? No. A disciple still bore an expression of disbelief. Part of the control has been seized, but that's impossible. An illusion. Or is this real? The child of fortune fell silent. He found it hard to believe that someone could wrest control from him right under his nose. How was this accomplished? Grand's senior brother, something terrible has happened. At that moment, a disciple rushed over, speaking in a terrified tone. Our formation is being altered. Our people tried to enter to stop it, but once inside we lost all contact with them. The child of fortune turned his head to stare at the disciple, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! So this is your scheme. What an absurd illusion to conjure. In beginning to suspect you became a formation prodigy through illusions. Stop hiding. Get the hell out here. The two disciples beside him exchanged glances, their faces a mix of confusion and fear. What's wrong with Grand's senior brother? I don't know. He was fine just a moment ago. Could he have gone mad from the shock? Ding detected that Pingon has been thoroughly toyed with by the host, unable to distinguish illusion from reality in the short term. Rewarding host 100 fortune points, spiritual power 10. Bai Feng glanced at the system notification with an impassive expression and continued modifying the formation. Almost done. Activate the formation. Bai Feng clapped his hands and the formation behind him whirred into rapid motion. Stone walls rose one after another and trees grew and extended, pressing straight toward Yitang. Who goes there? Yitang snapped open his eyes. Gripping his halberd tightly, he swept it horizontally against the lunging trees, sending splinters flying. The next second he saw his surroundings undergo a dramatic transformation. Stone walls divided the once flat terrain like a maze, and trees seemed alive, constantly stretching toward him. The Sealing Spirit sect. No, there shouldn't be any formations set up here. Yitang's eyes darted around as his halberd swung, incessantly shattering the approaching trees into debris. He also noticed that the beast beside him had been bound by the trees and was being dragged underground, clearly unable to assist him. Whoever you are, if you dare provoke me, be prepared to pay the price. Yitang pulled several hidden weapons from his storage pouch and hurled them directly at the trees. The moment the hidden weapons touched the trees, a violent explosion erupted, accompanied by flames. In an instant, the trees caught fire. But the burning trees did not stop. They surged toward Yitang with flames still licking at them. Damn it! Yitang swiftly dodged to the side, realizing he had dug his own grave. The blazing trees posed a far greater threat than ordinary ones. Landing on the ground, he charged in one direction. Even when a stone wall blocked his path, he blasted a hole through it with his halberd. But the stone walls seemed endless. He had no idea how long he had been running, yet he still hadn't escaped their bounds. As time passed, his expression grew numb. He swung his halberd instinctively at the approaching trees, but this time something was different. Most of the thick branches were shattered, but a slender twig shot toward him at an even greater speed. At the same time, a cluster of spikes emerged around him, and his feet sank into the ground, immobilizing him. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Yitang was momentarily stunned. Just as the twig and spikes were about to pierce him, the halberd in his hand erupted with a violent surge of spiritual energy, forcing back the twig and spikes and snapping Yitang out of the illusion. Yitang's mind cleared instantly. He saw Bai Feng holding a bamboo sword, his face marked with gravity. In that moment, his eyes turned bloodshot. Bai Feng. It's you. You actually dare to deliver yourself to me. Today I will kill you. TCH, as expected, the child of fortune isn't so easy to slay. Bai Feng hadn't anticipated Yitang waking up midway, hoping to land a strike with his sword. But he had already prepared for this. The main objective of this assault was to eliminate the nascent soul stage beast beside Yitang. While Yitang was trapped in the illusion, he used the formation to drag the beast underground and dispose of it. Just as Yitang's weapon was about to strike him, he suddenly vanished. At the same time, golden chains burst forth from the ground, lunging toward Yitang. Yi Tang hurriedly raised his halberd to counter, but the chains seized the opportunity to entangle it. Arg! Yi Tang let out a thunderous roar as torrents of spiritual energy surged into his halberd, unleashing such overwhelming power that the chains binding it shattered instantly. He whirled around and slammed the weapon toward Bai Feng behind him. Black and white light flickered across Bai Feng's eyes, and Yi Tang suddenly felt as though a sledgehammer had struck his skull, plunging his vision into darkness. Thwip! When he regained consciousness, he found a bamboo sword already piercing his chest. Rampant spiritual energy raged through his body, while a talisman fluttered down, igniting into a storm of sword chi. Light flared beneath his feet and thick chains erupted from the ground to bind him tight. Alongside them, jagged earth spikes shot upward, impaling him from all sides. You wretched bastard! I'll kill you 1,000 times! Yi Tang's eyes burned crimson. Violent spiritual energy erupted from his core, swirling in turbulent waves, while wisps of sinister black mist coiled around his body, lending him an aura of chilling malevolence. Damn it! How many times does this protagonist of fate have to awaken his hidden potential? Why is he so damn hard to kill? Bai Feng burst out in exasperation. Yet Bai Feng sensed something deeply amiss with Yi Tang. This repeated escape from death could not possibly be due to skill alone. So what was truly sustaining him? Was it his weapon? Indeed, the halberd in Yi Tang's hand was unfamiliar. Its initial surge of spiritual energy had even repelled Bai Feng's attack. As Bai Feng scrutinized Yi Tang stared back with unblinking lethal intensity. Thick black mist spewed ceaselessly from Yi Tang's bloodied, perforated body, gradually enveloping him like a shroud. Simultaneously, his internal spiritual energy began to burn. Not destructively, but with terrifying ascending intensity, as his aura swelled ever stronger. Just as Bai Feng braced for a frontal assault, Yi Tang seized that immense power and spun away, vanishing into flight toward another direction. The protagonist of fate had fled. You think you can run? If you slip away now, all those fortune points I've expended would be utterly wasted. Without hesitation, Bai Feng gave chase. He had long anticipated precisely such selfish, self-preserving flight, and as a formation master whose greatest mastery lay in illusion arts, he would never rely on just a single array. Other formations now overloaded and ignited binding chains, reformed midair terrain warped violently, a 5-element prison sealed the horizon, earth spikes erupted anew, and a sword chi slaughter array descended like falling stars, all converging upon Yi Tang. Fine. Then let's change the rules. Yi Tang glanced toward the two monstrous beasts still assaulting the cave entrance. The battle had unfolded too swiftly for him to summon their aid earlier, but now they served a new brutal purpose. A cruel, twisted smile curled his lips. Bai Feng, if you wish to return home bearing only the corpses of your senior sister and senior brother, then by all means, keep coming. Explode now. Finished speaking. A single tear of blood traced down Bai Feng's temple. In his palm rested an empty vial, the pills inside swallowed whole in one desperate gulp. In that instant, the dense forest vanished. They now stood upon a barren, wind-scoured wasteland beneath a blood-red moon. What? Where am I? Yi Tang jolted awake, only to find himself nailed to a wooden crucifix, his halberd discarded nearby. Panic contorted his face as he writhed helplessly against the restraints. You are even more revolting than I imagined, Bai Feng murmured, lifting a sharpened green bamboo stalk before driving it deep into Yi Tang's heart. Welcome to hell. Enjoy your stay. No, you can't. I am Yi family's prodigy, senior brother of Tianjian's sect. How dare you? A worthless wretch. Kill me. Once again, black radiance flared from Yi Tang's body, and the halberd lying motionless on the ground abruptly reappeared in his grasp. Ah, I see. So that is what's been aiding you. At that moment, a cold, detached voice echoed beside his ear, and in the next heartbeat he felt sudden shocking lightness in his right arm. His severed limb tumbled silently onto the cracked earth. Farewell. Yi Tang lifted his head, but the world blurred. Reality and illusion fractured, bled into one another, and finally merged into irreversible unity. It was a beautiful bamboo sword, glowing with a soft silvery luminescence like a fallen star descending from heaven. As the blade expanded in his vision, clarity returned, but his limbs refused to obey. His body remained rigid, paralyzed, as though still impaled upon that wooden cross. I cannot die here. I still have. This time his desperate will to survive birthed no miracle. His eyes widened in shock, then froze fixed forever upon a fresh crimson wound blooming upon his forehead. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the protagonist of fate, Yi Tang. Based on comprehensive evaluation of his cultivation realm combat prowess and fate resonance, you are awarded 8888 fortune points. and the immortal flame spirit burning ember. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your fortune points have surpassed 10,000. You receive 1 fragment of the Inyang sigil. System upgrade commencing shortly. Please rest assured system functionality remains fully operational during upgrade. Ha! I'd actually prefer if it did interfere for once. Bai Feng exhaled sharply, ignoring the system notification for now. From his storage pouch, he drew a plain long sword, and cleanly severed Yitang's head, ensuring the protagonistifate was irrevocably utterly dead. Then his gaze fell upon the halberd lying on the ground. Even after losing his right arm, Yitang's fingers remained locked around its shaft, clenched in final defiant grip. Clearly this eerie, malevolent weapon was the source of his unnatural resilience. Better destroy it. An object radiating such palpable ill omen, and whose function remained obscure, was best erased entirely. Besides, Bai Feng lacked for no weapons, and this offered the perfect chance to test his newly acquired immortal flame. Bai Feng summoned the fire, a vibrant dancing crimson blaze that immediately engulfed the halberd. A shrill, unearthly shriek tore from the metal. As expected, it is corrupted. He intensified the flame. Thick black vapors billowed forth, and soon the black mist itself caught fire, burning with unnatural hunger. Recalling the same black mist that had wreathed Yitang's body, Bai Feng extended the flames to consume the corpse as well, until only cold ash remained. Only then did he breathe easier. Having completed all this, exhaustion crashed over him like a wave. His vision dimmed. He collapsed onto the ground, hands rising instinctively to rub his stinging eyes, which now swam with disorienting haze as though afflicted with sudden severe myopia. Damn! Could the Inyang sigil carry side effects akin to the Sharingan? Will overuse blind me? Ding! Host, you are merely suffering from acute spiritual depletion. Full recovery requires only several days' rest. Please refrain from conflating this system's divine artifacts with fictional anime tropes. Bai Feng. System. Are you truly upgrading? Your snark module seems fully intact. Never mind. As long as everything functions, it's fine. Suddenly footsteps approached. Bai Feng turned, but saw only indistinct wavering silhouettes drawing near. You're all right? Junior brother, what happened here? 2 voices overlapped. Bai Feng strained to distinguish them. The timid, hesitant tone belonged unmistakably to Su Lanqian, the incessant, energetic chatter to Yu Yao. Why is blood leaking from your eyes? Yu Yao hurriedly produced a handkerchief to wipe Bai Feng's face, only to freeze, noticing something deeply wrong. His irises had dulled to a lifeless grayish-white, unseeing, unfocused. Junior brother, your eyes. It's nothing. Just spiritual exhaustion. My vision will clear in a few days. Bai Feng waved a dismissive hand. For now. Please let me rest. Oh, right. Let's head back to the cave. Yu Yao raised her arms to support him, then paused, realizing her height made the gesture awkward. She turned to Su Lanqian beside her. Senior Sister Su, could you assist? Yes, of course. Su Lanqian nodded quickly, reaching forward with trembling hands to gently take Bai Feng's arm. Meanwhile, Yu Yao kept her long sword drawn, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for threats. Fortunately, no further enemies emerged before they reached the cave's mouth. Outside the cave, Yu Yao observed the 2 monstrous beasts, now motionless. With Yitang dead and his halberd destroyed, their puppeteering force gone, they stood inert, empty shells without command. So someone was controlling them? Yu Yao's expression darkened in contemplation. She had assumed their earlier departure from the cave was mere luck, but now she understood someone else had been directing the beasts, and junior brother Bai had either driven that person off or eliminated them entirely. Sighing inwardly, what kind of senior sister was she needing protection from her own junior brother? Yu Yao drew her sword and cleanly decapitated both beasts before returning inside. Inside, Bai Feng had already been settled by Su Lanqian. Curious disciples gathered outside the entrance, while beneath him lay layers of bedding and robes, donated anonymously, and beside him sat a small pile of medicinal pills gifted by his seniors. Junior brother, I'm coming in. Yu Yao stepped softly into the chamber, finding only Bai Feng and Su Lanqian within. She tilted her head. Had she entered at an inopportune moment? Come to think of it, Su Lanqian had been the first to sense his presence, and the first to dash out without hesitation. Senior sister. Bai Feng greeted the blurry figure before him. Though others blurred into anonymity, Yu Yao's presence was unmistakable. How did you find me? Yu Yao, unaware of his thoughts, beamed with delight that he recognized her instantly. Hee. Actually, we sensed intense combat energy outside. It was Senior Sister Su who identified you as the fighter, and rushed out immediately. I followed right behind. Spill it. Did you give her some kind of tracking artifact? I had no idea it was you out there. I'd never have let you face that alone. Beside them, Su Lanqian flushed slightly. The truth was simpler as the battle's fluctuations intensified. The ever-chattering inner demon haunting her mind had fallen utterly silent. By the way, I saw the two astral beasts outside stop moving. Is someone controlling them? Yu Yao suddenly thought of something and asked Bai Feng, were you fighting the one controlling the beasts earlier? More or less, Bai Feng nodded. It's complicated to explain. Yu Yao pondered for a few seconds, and for the first time a dangerous expression appeared on her face. Who is controlling these beasts? You wouldn't want to know. Let's talk after we leave, or when you see Bai Yumei. Bai Feng shook his head without answering. After all, Yi Tang was still seen as a reliable senior brother in the eyes of ordinary disciples. It was hard to believe. It would be better to let the sect announce the matter after they left, saving the trouble of explanations. He didn't intend to hide it, either, since Yi Tang's cooperation with the Fengling sect couldn't be concealed. However, he was somewhat curious why Yi Tang dared to cooperate with the Fengling sect. Such an act of harming his own disciples for personal gain, treating them as nothing more than strangers, would be grounds for expulsion from any righteous sect except for demonic paths. Or did he have other means to make the Fengling sect disciples keep this secret? Also, the beasts he controlled were clearly abnormal. But thanks to Yi Tang's choice to collude with the Fengling sect and harm his own disciples without regard for their lives, Bai Feng dared to strike directly. Even if the sect found out, they would say nothing about such inhumane behavior. Yu Yao thought for a few seconds and didn't press further. She smiled and reached out to pat Bai Feng's head. All right, little junior brother, rest well. I won't disturb you. Don't take advantage of me when I can't see. After patting his head, Yu Yao giggled and skipped out of the room, closing the door behind her. Thus, in the hastily carved room, only the lying Bai Feng and the statue-like Su Lanqian, sitting beside him, remained. Forget it, let's rest for a while. The Fengling sect's grand formation had been utterly altered by him. After losing all control over the array, the Fengling sect disciples were now trapped in the formation they had built themselves. It would take considerable effort for them to escape, so for now it was safe here. As he closed his eyes, physical and mental fatigue carried him into dreams. Bai Feng's breathing became steady. At that moment, Su Lanqian, who had been sitting beside him, slightly turned her head to look at him. She reached out, grabbed the fabric at her shoulder, and gently sniffed it. Having supported Bai Feng all the way, her clothes seemed to have absorbed his scent. She could even feel that her inner demon was at its least active state, much more effective than just standing beside Bai Feng. This scent. It's reassuring. Su Lanqian swallowed as she gazed at the sleeping Bai Feng, but then quickly shook her head, turned away, and forced herself to close her eyes to stop the racing thoughts. Damn it, why has our formation turned into this? Who did it? Stop thinking and focus on breaking the formation first. Where's the senior brother? Call him to help. The senior brother is still muttering about illusions. What did he encounter earlier? Inside the Fengling sect's grand formation, the camp was in chaos. Earlier, during the battle between Bai Feng and Yi Tang, they had discovered that someone had altered the formation. They had lost almost all control, and even the back doors they had left were deleted. Now, to get out, breaking the formation was their only option. Disgrace. This is an utter disgrace to the Fengling sect. Let me find out who did this. While the Fengling sect disciples raged in vain, their senior brother Yu Pinggan stood on a tree, muttering to himself. Senior brother, come help. Ignoring the disciples' calls, he continued, Illusion, this must be an illusion. How could anyone alter the formation midway? Even if they could, it wouldn't be a Golden Core disciple. Don't try to disturb my mind. Wake up. On the other side, the instigator Bai Feng yawned as he sat up in bed. He had slept well, and much of his physical and mental fatigue had faded. His eyes were slightly better, though still blurry. Would you like some porridge? I added plenty of spirit beast meat and herbs. It'll help you recover faster. A timid voice sounded beside him. He instinctively turned his head, but could only see a silhouette as if veiled by mist. Even so, from the voice, he knew it was Su Lanqian. You can make porridge. He nodded. Leave it here, I'll drink it later. But this time Su Lanqian didn't obediently comply. Instead, she mustered her courage and whispered, Your eyes are still blurry, right? Let me feed you. As she spoke, her face flushed red, and even her hands holding the bowl trembled. Even Bai Feng, who couldn't see clearly, noticed the silhouette turning red. You don't have to force yourself if you don't want to. Bai Feng shook his head, watching the reddened silhouette, finding the scene amusing. No. Su Lanqian quickly shook her head. She scooped up a spoonful of porridge mixed with spirit beast meat, brought it to her lips, and blew gently. Please open your mouth. Bai Feng didn't overthink it. He simply opened his mouth and drank the spoonful of porridge. After swallowing, a thought struck him. Wasn't the Fengling sect's chosen one pursuing Su Lanqian? Would being fed porridge by Su Lanqian incur a fortune point deduction? He opened the system, but as always it was clear and unobstructed by any white mist with no new notifications. Strange. Had the system changed its ways? Or did it only deduct fortune points when the chosen one witnessed it? Please open your mouth. Forget it, since had already eaten. One more spoonful wouldn't hurt, as long as the Fengling sect's chosen one didn't find out. Wait, thinking like that, was he getting too cocky? Bai Feng fell into thought. No, that's not good. This time he was lucky to only provoke one chosen one. What if next time he provoked two? After all, this world had no shortage of chosen ones. He needed to remain cautious and steady. You should rest some more. I'll wash the dishes. Su Lanqian lowered her head, holding the empty bowl, as she quickly walked out of the room. She glanced around and then chose a direction where no one was present. Got it. In a secluded corner, Su Lanqian picked up the spoon that Bai Feng had used from the bowl, swallowing instinctively. She extended a finger and gently touched the spoon. Then she brought the moistened finger to her face. As she had thought, even far from Bai Feng, the inner demon did not appear. If I used not just my finger but... Su Lanqian's mind wandered, but she quickly shook her head, her ears turning crimson. No, I can't do that. Anyway, I'll just put it away for now. She quickly took a wooden box from her storage pouch and carefully placed the spoon inside. After doing all this, she stepped out of the secluded corner, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. After Bai Feng awakened, though his vision remained blurred, his injuries had largely healed. Thus the disciples who had been trapped in the cave prepared to leave and search for the senior sister. So when you entered the cave to seek treasures, you were blocked by two sudden nascent soul stage beasts. Bai Feng walked beside Yu Yao, inquiring about the reason they were trapped. Yu Yao nodded with some indignation. Yes, but I suspect this cave is a lure. There were only a few worthless stones inside, hidden especially deep. The good stuff was already taken by someone else. At Yu Yao's words, Bai Feng suddenly recalled something. He hadn't looted the bodies, and in the end he had burned them all with fire. Damn, what a loss. This being his first time doing such a thing, he was indeed inexperienced. Bai Feng reflected for a few seconds in his mind. Though he felt a great loss, everything had already turned to ashes and couldn't be restored. At worst, he would be more careful next time. Is that the formation set up by the Fengling sect you mentioned? Yu Yao suddenly spotted a glow in the distance, and faint shouts could be heard. Yes, but I modified it a bit. Now they're trapped by their own formation instead. Bai Feng nodded. Though his vision was poor, sensing formations posed no problem. They're almost out. As expected of the Fengling sect, they truly had some skill. But letting them out now wouldn't do. Let me add another layer to their confinement. A flicker of a smile crossed Bai Feng's lips. He took control and directly manipulated the formation, altering some of the traps. This small change immediately elicited a burst of colorful curses from within the formation. All right, senior sister, let's hurry. If they break out, it'll be trouble. Damn it, if we weren't so few in number, I'd teach them a lesson. Yu Yao ground her teeth. She had also learned from Bai Feng that the Fengling sect was targeting them, and had even cooperated with the one controlling the beasts, attempting to use them to force out the younger junior brother. What a despicable bunch. This grudge she would remember. Beside her, Su Lanqian also lifted her head to glance at the formation's location, then looked away. In the past, she had visited the Fengling sect a few times with her master Lu Meng. She only remembered the pastries being delicious. Beyond that, she had no other impressions. But this time she had gained a new impression of the Fengling sect. A despicable sect fond of petty tricks. When she returned, she would ask her master to distance herself from them. With a thunderous boom, a massive giant eagle crashed to the ground. Most of its tough feathers had fallen off and one wing had been severed. The senior sister is so strong. Indeed, to slay a nascent soul stage beast at the foundation establishment stage, her power is terrifying. Bai Yumei landed on the ground. Listening to the disciples' exclamations around her, her face remained expressionless, with even a slight frown creasing her brow. Still no word about Bai Feng. Not only that, but ever since she entered the secret realm, she felt as though she were being targeted. First, several golden core stage beasts attacked her, and now a nascent soul stage beast had assaulted the group. Even with the aid of the Heaven Sword imitation, killing such a flying beast required considerable time and effort. Rest for 1 hour. After speaking, Bai Yumei sat down directly on the ground and began meditating to recover. She had to race against time. Every second she delayed finding Bai Feng meant more danger for him, Senior sister. Just then several disciples of the Heaven Sword sect approached from afar. Upon seeing the senior sister and the other Heaven Sword sect disciples behind her, they rushed over with faces full of surprise. Bai Yumei ceased her meditation and opened her eyes to look at the Heaven Sword sect disciples hurrying toward her. These individuals bore minor injuries, their clothes were covered in dust, and they appeared quite disheveled. What happened? Did you encounter enemies? Facing the senior sister's inquiry, the few quickly replied, It's the Fengling sect. They seem to have been targeting us all along. They seem to be looking for senior brother Bai as well. Hearing this, Bai Yumei slowly rose from the ground. Though she didn't exude any aura, those nearby still felt a chill. I understand. It'll make them pay later. She nodded, then looked at the disciples and asked softly, By the way, do you have any news of Bai Feng? The disciples quickly said, We did encounter senior brother Bai, but he didn't come out to meet us and left soon after. However, I heard some senior brothers and sisters were trapped in a cave by a nascent soul stage beast, most of them from the green bamboo peak. We initially wanted to go, but many Fengling sect members had gathered there. It seemed like a trap. Bai Yumei was silent for a few seconds. Though the disciples hadn't said it, she could guess that Bai Feng had likely gone to rescue the Green Bamboo Peak disciples. Why didn't he come to me first? We had an agreement. She clenched her fists, a surge of immense power gathering within her. The disciples standing nearby couldn't help but swallow nervously. They were all at the golden core stage, so why was the gap so vast? But soon Bai Yumei's power dissipated. She turned to look at the other disciples. Now I'm going to rescue people. The injured rest here, the rest of you come with me. Yes. Ha, I finally made it out. This is my first time experiencing the formation I set myself, even if it's been altered beyond recognition. Wait, is someone out there? The disciples who had just emerged looked up and immediately saw a group of Heaven Sword sect disciples staring at them with fierce expressions. Their cheers abruptly ceased. Maybe we should go back. The formation feels pretty comfortable inside. Agreed. They were about to turn and flee back in, but in the next instant a sword barred their path of retreat. Are you the ones looking for junior brother Bai Feng? A Heaven Sword sect disciple narrowed his eyes, his sharp sword hovering right at the necks of the Fengling sect members. It was me, MMH. A disciple with little foresight tried to bluster, but was immediately silenced by a quick-thinking companion who covered his mouth. At the same time, he smiled ingratiatingly. We were looking, but we never actually saw him. You never saw him. Another person stepped before them, revealing a solid and massive physique with a ferocious grin on his face. Clearly a disciple of the body-forging peak. The Fengling sect members nodded frantically. Yes, yes. Seeing the increasingly hostile looks, one disciple raised a trembling hand and said, Wait, I have the latest information. Speak. Senior brother Bai Feng did come, but he's already left and he toyed with us all. To prove his point, the disciple pointed at the formation behind him. Look, he even modified our formation. We almost couldn't get out. A nearby Heaven Sword sect disciple nodded. Doesn't seem like he's lying. Then one last question. Bai Yumei stepped forward, her tone cold and icy. Where are the Heaven Sword sect disciples you trapped? There. Over there. After pointing out the direction, the Fengling sect disciple couldn't help but defend themselves. It wasn't us who trapped him, but Yi Tang from your sect. He was the one who insisted on collaborating with us to force senior brother Bai Feng out. Upon hearing this, Bai Yumei frowned slightly. She recalled that Yi Tang was a fellow who always liked to show off in front of her, quite an obnoxious character. However, Yi Tang had a decent reputation among the ordinary disciples. Why would he target Bai Feng? And how dare he lay hands on a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples beside her also furrowed their brows, their faces tinged with barely concealed anger. They clearly doubted the Fengling sect disciples' words. You'd better not be lying. Why would I lie to you? The Fengling sect disciple quickly shook his head. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath to the Heavenly Tao. This was also a scheme devised by Yu Pingan, the senior disciple of the Fengling sect. Though he chose to cooperate with Yi Tang to force Bai Feng out, he had no intention of letting Yi Tang off the hook. Although the Fengling sect and the Heavenly Sword sect were both righteous sects, they were still rivals. The Heavenly Sword sect had dominated the northern domain for too long, and the Fengling sect naturally wouldn't miss an opportunity to strike at them. By using ordinary disciples to spread word of Yi Tang's deeds, they could ensure that Yi Tang, once the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, would find it impossible to remain there. Perhaps even face expulsion. After the Fengling sect disciple swore his oath to the Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Sword sect members were caught between fury and helplessness. They never imagined that their former senior disciple could be such a person. Let's go. We need to find the others first. Bai Yumei struggled to suppress the anger burning within her. Compared to the Fengling sect, she was far more concerned about Bai Feng's safety. Just then Yu Pingan, the senior disciple of the Fengling sect, emerged from the formation. Already seething after being toyed with by Bai Feng, he saw the Heavenly Sword sect members acting so arrogantly and could no longer contain his rage. He bellowed, "After humiliating our disciples, you think you can just walk away?" Clang! Yu Pingan's feet abruptly halted, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. He turned his stiff neck to see a short sword embedded in the tree behind him. The blade had grazed his face, and a few severed strands of black hair still drifted slowly through the air. "Say one more word, and the next time this sword strikes, it will be your head." Bai Yumei turned her head slightly, her expressionless face revealing a pair of nearly lifeless eyes. Yu Pingan swallowed hard. It was the first time he had felt death so close. These madmen, every single one of the Heavenly Sword sect is a damn lunatic. They've already left. There are signs of a fierce battle here, and 2 demon beasts both decapitated with a single sword stroke. It seems they departed safely. Based on the traces they left, they headed in this direction. Several disciples examined the marks on the ground. Special signs left by Yu Yao and the others specifically for their fellow Heavenly Sword sect members before they left. Bai Yumei stood at the cave entrance, her fingers whitening from the force of her grip. Had she arrived too late? She had made a promise to him, sworn to protect him. Had she grown too complacent in her comfortable life? She was truly useless. Bai Yumei averted her gaze, lowered her head, and strode swiftly forward, following the traces left by Yu Yao and the others. A faint glimmer of hope still lingered in her heart. She desperately wished that, at the end of the path, Bai Feng would be standing there waiting for her. Shortly after Bai Yumei left, a woman's figure appeared in the woods behind the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. "Hee, I've finally found you. At last I'll see you again." Bai Feng, meanwhile, Ding detected host's extraordinary cunning. Yu Pingan was terrified by Bai Yumei's sword. Reward 100 luck points, spiritual power 10. Bai Feng, what's happening? Bai Yumei has caught up, and it seems she's already clashed with the Fengling sect. And what does any of this have to do with me? I never schemed anything. But after experiencing this so many times, he was starting to get used to the system, finding excuses to shower him with luck points. He was even a little curious about what excuse the system would come up with next. Since Bai Yumei has already encountered the Fengling sect disciples, it means they must have heard the news and come looking. Should I find an excuse to rest and wait for her to arrive? Just as Bai Feng was pondering, a small dot appeared in the distance. The dot rapidly grew larger, transforming into a human figure in the blink of an eye, charging toward him at incredible speed. Sensing a violent surge of spiritual energy behind him, Bai Feng instinctively gripped his bamboo sword and turned to look. He saw a blurry yet familiar face hurtling toward him. "Brother!" The voice hadn't even arrived before the person had already pounced. Fortunately, Bai Yumei didn't lose her composure in her excitement, and managed to slow her momentum in time, preventing her from crashing into Bai Feng and sending them both flying. Though she successfully slowed down, she didn't stop. Instead, she threw herself directly onto Bai Feng. "Brother, are you hurt? Why didn't you come to me when all this happened?" She gently grasped his clothes, slowly lifting her head, her voice laced with reproach and concern. "Ah, it's Yumei." Bai Feng reached out and patted her head, signaling for her to get off him. Others were watching. Bai Yumei didn't move. Instead, she stared intently at his slightly clouded eyes. Instinctively, she raised a hand to touch them. "Brother, your eyes. Just overexertion. They'll recover in a few days. I can't see very clearly right now, that's all." Bai Feng waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned. "Was it Yi Tang?" Bai Yumei's voice turned cold as she drew the Heavenly Sword replica. "Where is he?" Bai Feng discreetly glanced around. As expected, the other disciples, who had been averting their gazes, all looked over at the mention of Yi Tang's name. Well, since Bai Yumei was asking him this, it meant she already knew about Yi Tang's collaboration with the Fengling sect. "He's dead." He shook his head and said softly. Bai Yumei, however, felt no joy. Though Bai Feng's account was brief, she had seen the site of their battle. It must have been a brutal struggle, and he had even paid with his eyesight. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and whispered, "I'm sorry. We made a promise, and it's all because of me." Having been showered with luck points by Bai Yumei many times before, Bai Feng immediately grew wary. He wiped the expression from his face and spoke in a calm but stern tone. "Bai Yumei." When her name was spoken in full by Bai Feng, she jolted and looked up, only to find his 2 large hands cupping her face. Brother." Bai Yumei's little face flushed slightly. Was this gesture a bit too intimate? But Bai Feng gave her no time to overthink. A trace of anger flickered across his face as his fingers pinched her cheeks, kneading them firmly. Can you spare me the worry and stop crying? Is this your fault? Or do you want me to give you a good scolding? MMPH. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Faced with Bai Yumei's apology, Bai Feng did not stop. Instead, he continued to mold her delicate face. At the same time, he felt that Bai Yumei's emotions were too unstable. Should she encounter any more shocks, she might, like Su Lanqian, give birth to an inner demon. He guessed that Bai Yumei was still affected by the events of the past few years. It wasn't just a sense of indebtedness. Her almost fawning behavior suggested she feared he would distance himself because of what had happened. He had to find a way to cure her of this habit. Watching this from the side, Su Lanqian instinctively reached out and touched her own cheek. If it were her being pinched. No, what am I thinking? Yes, I just think that being pinched like that might keep the inner demon away for a few days. Bai Feng did not notice Su Lanqian's sudden shy expression. After kneading for a while, he released Bai Yumei's no-reddened face, let out a breath, and felt his mood lighten. He also opened the system to check it hadn't forced any fortune value on him. That meant he had successfully prevented the system from doing so. Finally, he had won against the system. Excuse me for interrupting your sibling bonding, but could you tell this senior sister what happened with Yi Tang? At this moment, Yu Yao, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, walked over to Bai Feng and Bai Yumei and asked. Bai Feng glanced at Bai Yumei. As he pondered who should speak, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, who had been unable to keep up with Bai Yumei's pace, finally arrived. Great senior brother Bai is safe. Where's Yi Tang? Isn't he with the group? He dared to attack a fellow disciple and colluded with the Seal Spirit sect to force senior brother Bai out. He must be sent to the Law Enforcement Hall for punishment. He should be expelled from the sect. Such a person doesn't deserve to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect. Hearing the indignant voices of the disciples, Yu Yao finally understood what had happened, and a flicker of anger ignited in her heart. Their ordeal had been orchestrated by Yi Tang. To think that those trapped disciples had nearly died at the claws of those two nascent soul-stage demon beasts. If she hadn't endured injuries to withstand their assault, several of the weaker disciples might not have returned. Don't let me find you. Wait. Yu Yao suddenly recalled what Bai Feng had said to Yumei. He had mentioned that Yi Tang was dead. Was the junior brother truly that powerful? She instinctively looked at Bai Feng. His face showed no expression, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. She reached out and poked Bai Feng's waist, whispering, Junior brother, how did you do it? Aren't you an array master? Yes, I am an array master. Yu Yao grew anxious. Stop being cryptic. How exactly did you manage it? Have you forgotten what the Seal Spirit sect did? It's thanks to the grand array they set up that I dared to make a move against Yi Tang. Hearing Bai Feng's answer, Yu Yao remembered that the Seal Spirit sect had set up a grand array nearby. She scratched her head. So the Seal Spirit sect shot themselves in the foot and took Yi Tang down with them. Still, it was the most plausible explanation. She gave Bai Feng a thumbs up. Well done, junior brother. What a fitting death. As a victim, she felt no sympathy for Yi Tang whatsoever. But junior brother, why didn't you ask for more help? That way your eyes wouldn't have gone temporarily blind, right? First, I can't see clearly. I'm not blind, Bai Feng explained simply. Second, by the time I realized it was too late. That was one reason. He hadn't found Lin Yan or Luo Chun. Another was his fear that Yi Tang's fate would shift from immediate death to being sent to the Law Enforcement Hall. For a child of destiny, that was as good as letting a tiger return to the mountain. Yu Yao nodded but still muttered softly. It still feels unworthy that someone like that caused your temporary blindness, junior brother. Especially in a secret realm. This was only holding back junior brother's growth. All right, since we've found the senior sister, let's find a place to rest. Bai Feng waved his hand. More than anything, he just wanted to rest now. Temporary camp. Yumei, as the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, you must have plenty to do, right? There's no need to stay by my side all the time. Bai Feng lay on a simple wooden bed, speaking somewhat helplessly to Bai Yumei, who was tending to him. There's nothing that needs to be done. Bai Yumei shook her head. She patted her own thigh. Brother, please lie down here. This is the bright eye dew I obtained earlier. It can heal eye injuries. Do I really need to lie on your lap to apply the medicine? This is very precious. I only managed to get 6 drops in total. Bai Yumei frowned slightly and countered seriously. What if some gets wasted? At least you need to be closer to me. Can a Foundation establishment cultivator's hands still tremble? Bai Feng grumbled but still moved closer, resting his head on Bai Yumei's lap. Although his eyes would recover with rest, he wouldn't refuse anything that could speed up the process. After all, not being able to see clearly was quite unpleasant. Bai Yumei did nothing strange. She placed one hand near Bai Feng's eyes and gently dripped the bright dew onto them. A cool sensation spread through his eyes. Bai Feng could feel the yin-yang pattern in his eyes slowly activating, absorbing the bright dew. It really works. Bai Feng felt his vision had cleared slightly. A few more applications and he should be able to make out facial features. By the way, Yuma, can you take your hand off my face? He opened his eyes. Though he still couldn't see clearly, he could tell from her posture that she was staring down at him, and her small hand was restlessly stroking his face. Ah, I'm okay. Bai Yuma quickly withdrew her hand, her gaze darting away, even her ears turning slightly red. She first moved Bai Feng's head off her lap, then quickly stood up from the bedside, speaking in a rush. The rice porridge and cooking should be almost ready. They'll step out for a moment. Brother, you need to rest well. With that, she swiftly left the room, the door closing softly behind her. Embarrassed, Bai Feng turned his head toward the closed door. He had thought Yuma was just playing a prank. He had just started to ponder when he heard the door being pushed open again. From the silhouette, it wasn't Yu Yao. The person wore the robes of a heavenly sword sect disciple, and it wasn't Su Lanqian either. As Bai Feng wondered who it was, a slightly familiar voice sounded from the doorway. Brother, are you feeling better now? I just checked. The porridge isn't ready yet, but I managed to get some spirit fruits. Would you like to eat some to tide you over? Bai Yuma. Hadn't she just left? Back so soon? And her tone was different from usual. What was different? As Bai Feng pondered, Bai Yuma at the door spoke again. Brother, are you asleep? I'm coming in. Then it finally struck him what was different. There was a hint of respect for her elder brother in her tone. He hadn't heard that in years. The current Bai Yuma, aside from calling him brother, showed him no respect at all. You are not Bai Yuma. Who are you? Bai Feng was filled with suspicion. It was like a mother who had always called you by your childhood nickname, suddenly using your full name one day with a hint of formality in her tone. It was enough to make anyone doubt. Could someone be playing a trick on him? Who would dare such a thing? Senior sister Yu Yao had the audacity, but the circumstances didn't allow it. Su Lanqian. When she was beside him, she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Someone from another sect. First of all, how many would dare to impersonate Bai Yuma? Even if someone did, what was the purpose of taking such a great risk to get close to him? Upon careful thought, there were quite a few reasons. Could it be that the Fengling sect refused to accept defeat and planned to capture him by other means? Did they even have the capability? Wait, why was he letting his mind wander like this? Why not just open the system and check? Bai Feng nearly wanted to slap himself for forgetting something so crucial. Yuma, I'd like some water. Could you pour me a bowl? He sat up from the bed and asked Bai Yuma, who was approaching him. At the same time, he opened the system and activated the Child of Fortune search function, seeing the icon representing Bai Yuma outside seemingly walking toward him. This Bai Yuma is actually a fake. Bai Feng was slightly stunned, but his expression remained unchanged. Now the most important thing was to stall her. Of course. Bai Yuma nodded. She directly took a bottle of spiritual spring water from her storage pouch, poured it into a bowl on the table, then turned to look at Bai Feng. Brother, do you need me to help you up? No need. It's not like I'm too injured to get up. Just leave it on the table. Bai Feng waved his hand while forcibly mobilizing his divine sense to slowly approach Bai Yuma. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Is it the yin-yang mark? Although fusing with the yin-yang mark had strengthened the soul-forging art, it wasn't without drawbacks. The connection between the mark and the art was deeper than he had imagined. Excessive consumption of divine sense would affect the mark and consequently the eyes fused with it. He could still use it, but his eyes would ache and it would slow down recovery. Brother, what's wrong? Bai Yuma noticed Bai Feng's discomfort and approached him with a concerned expression, holding the bowl in one hand and reaching out with the other. It's nothing. My eyes just haven't fully healed yet. Bai Feng waved his hand while the tendrils of his forcibly mobilized divine sense began to touch Bai Yuma. All right, give me the water first. Brother, in your state, let me feed you. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Bai Yuma's lips as her hand steadily approached Bai Feng. Just as her hand was about to touch him, the door suddenly swung open from outside. Brother, the porridge is ready. Bai Yuma froze mid-sentence, seeing someone who looked exactly like her sitting by the bed reaching out to Bai Feng. Bai Yuma by the bed looked toward the door, her expression not panicked but rather indignant. Who are you? Why are you impersonating me? But Bai Yuma at the door didn't respond. She gently placed the bowl of porridge on the ground. Then she slowly lifted her head, her face expressionless but her eyes losing their luster. Unforgivable. Boom! A powerful surge of sword chi erupted from her body. She gripped the hilt of the celestial sword replica and slowly drew it from its scabbard. Seeing this, Bai Yumei by the bed twitched her lips, slightly abandoning all pretense. She swiftly reached out to grab Bai Feng on the bed. If you don't want him to get hurt. Bai Yumei suddenly felt something wrong. Turning her head, she saw it was just a pillow. When did this happen? Her face showed surprise, then she frowned and looked toward the door again, only to see Bai Feng covering his eyes, already standing beside Bai Yumei. Illusion art. And it actually affected me. You've piqued my curiosity even more. Bai Yumei licked her lips. Though the face was identical, there was an added allure. Bai Feng, come to me. With your talent, staying at the Celestial Sword Sect is a waste. You are a born sacred son. Bai Feng did not answer her. The answer came from the sword in Bai Yumei's hand. Violent sword chi tore through the bed itself, but Bai Yumei dodged the strike. She landed gracefully in the air, sitting steadily on a chair with a smile. Don't be so rough. A temper like yours won't win anyone over. Then she turned to Bai Feng, her fingers lightly tugging at her collar. But I'm different. I can become whatever you like, even your sister's form, you know. Bai Feng did not respond but countered. Are you the 100-faced saintess? Oh my, I didn't expect young Master Bai to still remember me. I'm truly delighted. The 100-faced saintess smiled, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Don't bother with this violent one. Come with me, and I'll show you much more pleasant things. Die! At that moment, a long sword appeared above her head and swiftly slashed down at her. The 100-faced saintess quickly dodged, staring at the expressionless Bai Yumei with a somewhat serious look. As expected of one with immortal bones, you do have some skill. But unfortunately, she was not in the golden core stage. Though she suppressed her cultivation to golden core using a secret technique, her combat power could reach the late nascent soul stage. Boom! The 100-faced saintess pupils contracted. She reached out and touched her scratched cheek, her face filled with disbelief. At this moment, a strange radiance appeared on Bai Yumei's body. A power different from spiritual energy began to rise slowly within her. She raised the celestial sword, her tone flat but sinister. I missed. I won't fail next time. With that, she charged at the 100-faced saintess once more. Is this the power of immortal bones? How is it so unreasonable? The 100-faced saintess shed her earlier ease and focused all her attention on the defense. Her attacks were effortlessly shattered. Any attempt to counter was overwhelmed by a storm of strikes, leaving her gasping for breath, forced to dodge repeatedly. She could unleash late nascent soul power, so why was she being suppressed? No, if this continued, she would truly fall to a mere golden core initial stage opponent. Bai Feng, next time. The 100-faced saintess flashed a seductive smile at Bai Feng, but the next second the celestial sword came for her. She could only curse inwardly, abandoning all dignity as she smashed through the wall to escape. There was plenty of time. Rather than fighting to the death, she preferred to take it slow. If this attempt failed, there was always next time. Bai Yumei stared at the fleeing figure, but chose not to pursue. Her body swayed twice, then suddenly fell backward. Careful! Bai Feng quickly reached out to catch her. She fell into his arms as if devoid of all strength, a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity. Brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left the room. Bai Yumei lowered her head, her hands gripping her clothes in frustration. All right, you should rest now. Thanks to you, I managed to escape from that enchantress. Bai Feng lifted Bai Yumei into his arms and surveyed the room. Even with his blurred vision, he could tell the place was no longer livable. The bed, chairs, and table had all been destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle, and the walls were marred with sword scars and gaping holes. Yet the bowl of kanji by the door remained untouched. Junior brother, what happened? Yu Yao cautiously poked her head in. In truth, she and the others had noticed the commotion from the very start of the fight. But the battle had been so fierce that they dared not approach. Could this really be the kind of fight a golden core cultivator could unleash? The 100-faced saintess sneaked in earlier, but Yumei drove her off. Bai Feng explained briefly. Senior sister, could you prepare a new room for us? Yu Yao was stunned. What? The 100-faced saintess. Should I help check the ordinary disciples? I'd appreciate that, senior sister. Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao's height and felt reassured, entrusting the task to her. Su Lanqian slowly peeked in as well, speaking timidly. You could come to my room. I'm right next door and I don't need to rest. All right then, sorry for the intrusion. Bai Feng nodded, carried Bai Yumei quickly to Su Lanqian's room and gently laid her on the bed. He sat by the bedside while Su Lanqian stood in the corner, head bowed like a statue. She looked as if she were being bullied. Maybe you should. Bai Feng could hardly bear to watch, but before he could finish, Su Lanqian hurriedly interrupted. No, I'm fine here. Please don't mind me and please don't send me away. Bai Feng fell silent. Was she being too humble? Well, as long as she was content. He shook his head and looked at Bai Yumei resting on the bed. Come to think of it, this might be the first time he had seen Bai Yumei so frail. After feeding her a recovery pill, he pointed to the kanji on the table. By the way, I brought your kanji. Want some? Bai Yumei shook her head. No, your eyes haven't healed yet. I can ask senior sister Yu Yao for help. No need. Just stay with me for a while. Bai Yumei slowly grasped his hand. Just for a moment. Bai Feng looked down. Her hand emerged from under the blanket, gripping his tightly, as if afraid he would leave. It seemed that even a prodigy like Bai Yumei craved family companionship when wounded. Yet her earlier reaction had been a bit too intense. It had even startled him a little. Then he noticed Bai Yumei was still staring at him, a hint of tension on her face. He smiled helplessly and squeezed her hand firmly. Don't worry. In my current state, I couldn't go anywhere even if I wanted to. Bai Yumei nodded softly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Exploiting her weakness to seek Bai Feng's attention felt a little underhanded. Yet it brought her so much comfort. Soothed by that feeling, she slowly closed her eyes and breathed evenly, though her hand still clung to Bai Feng. Asleep. Bai Feng glanced at the slumbering Bai Yumei but did not leave. Instead, he sat by the bed pondering how to prevent the enchantress from infiltrating again. It was fine that Bai Yumei had been the one. He could verify her through the system's query on the Child of Destiny. But what about others? For instance, Yu Yao. Well, no need to worry there. Her height was impossible to mimic. Or Su Lanqian, or even an ordinary disciple in disguise. The 100-faced saintess abilities were indeed troublesome. No wonder she had evaded capture for so long. Il set up a few arrays around the camp. That should suffice for now. In a few days they would leave the secret realm, and returning to the Heavenly Sword Sect would ensure their safety. It was a shame that Yi Tang had ruined his chance to thoroughly enjoy exploring the secret realm. Brother, no. Il change, don't leave. Bai Yumei suddenly sat up in bed, staring blankly at her surroundings. After a few seconds, she remembered exhausting her spiritual energy, fighting the enchantress, and was now resting. It felt like she hadn't slept so soundly in ages, and the first time she did, she had a nightmare. She tried to raise a hand to rub her drowsy head, but then realized she was still holding Bai Feng's hand, who was now asleep, leaning against the bed. Brother! The fear from her nightmare instantly dissipated. She lowered her head, then suddenly thought of something, and looked toward the corner of the room, finding Su Lanqian also asleep, leaning against the wall. Her gaze returned to Bai Feng. Her heart raced. She leaned down, slightly hesitated for a few seconds, and finally just kissed the back of his hand. Thank you. Her cheeks flushed. She quickly straightened up and moved Bai Feng onto the bed to rest. Watching him lie beside her, a satisfied smile crept onto her face. Though she longed to savor the moment, she feared he might wake up midway. Besides, there was an outsider in the room. It wouldn't do to be discovered. I'll reheat the kanji. Bai Yumei quietly slipped out of bed. This time having learned from before, she left a sword intent by the bedside before picking up the cooled kanji from the table and quickly stepping out of the room. After she left, Su Lanqian suddenly opened her eyes, trembling as she lowered her head. This sibling relationship seemed rather odd. If Bai Yumei found out she hadn't actually been asleep, would she be silenced? Senior Sister Su, can you set up the arrays now? Bai Feng stood atop a pile of rubble. After waking, he had begun preparing for the arrays. Though this was their temporary camp, he found the terrain favorable and planned to set up several arrays to turn it into a stronghold. Injured disciples exploring the secret realm could come here to recuperate. Most importantly, the arrays would prevent the enchantress from sneaking in again. If I'm near you, I should be able to. Su Lanqian kept her head down, appearing no different from usual. Good. Then I'll trouble you to help inscribe the arrays. Bai Feng nodded. I'll handle the overall structure. You help with the details. My vision is still too blurry. Though he could use his divine sense to assist in inscribing, it was best not to overuse it while his eyes were still healing. For the same reason, he couldn't yet fuse the yin-yang mark fragments he had obtained. He had hoped they might restore his eyesight. All right. Once Su Lanqian agreed, Bai Feng began explaining the arrays he intended to set up. It was a composite layered array incorporating multiple 4th-grade formations and one 5th-grade formation. Its most crucial function was to identify those who entered. Additionally, he planned to modify the array using the terrain array trap fragment. All right, let's begin. Bai Feng stretched his body. To motivate Su Lanqian, he even dangled a carrot. Once this is done, I'll grant you one request within my power. Su Lanqian paused, then lowered her head and uttered a faint As Bai Feng focused on constructing the array, a commotion erupted in the camp. Several disciples carried a man hurriedly into the grounds. The man's body was covered in ghastly wounds, his heavenly sword sect robe soaked in blood. Jolted by the movement, he awoke from his coma, forced his eyes open, and croaked to those around him, "Go save junior brother Lin Yan and senior brother Luo Chan." Roar! At that moment a roar echoed from outside the camp. A black and white tiger with two tails. Its sharp claws were stained with blackish red blood, with a few strips of fabric still hanging from them, clearly indicating that the injured disciple had been struck by this beast. Is it a nascent soul beast? Wretched beast! How dare you harm the disciples of our heavenly sword sect? No good, it's charging. Stop it. The beast charged straight into the camp, targeting the injured disciple. Everyone hurried to block its path. In an instant, sword aura flew in all directions, mingling with the roars and battle cries. This beast. Yu Yao stood not far away, her expression grave. Why does it resemble so closely the two beasts that trapped us? It too relied solely on physical strength without even channeling spiritual energy. Logically, a nascent soul beast should be able to speak human language no different from humans. But why did it remain like an ordinary wild animal? Could it be that Yi Tang wasn't dead? Meanwhile, Bai Feng had also stopped setting up the formation. He too noticed the beast intruding into the camp and furrowed his brow. Why did this nascent soul beast also lack divine sense? Could it be that Yi Tang fellow had revived again? If so, he would truly want to curse. No, perhaps it's that strange weapon. If Yi Tang obtained it in the secret realm, there might be more than one. Brother, a beast is invading. Please stay close to me. As Bai Feng pondered, Bai Yumei hurried to his side. This beast is the same as those Yi Tang commanded. Bai Feng spoke. What? Bai Yumei was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowing. Is Yi Tang not dead? Bai Feng shook his head. Very unlikely. I burned him to ashes. I'm worried about something else. Bai Yumei's expression turned serious. She understood exactly what Bai Feng meant. It was highly possible that others knew how to control beasts and had set their sights on the heavenly sword sect. Yumei, please help deal with the beast. Try not to use the heavenly sword. I'm concerned there might be more than just this one. But the demoness might still be nearby. Bai Yumei hesitated. If she went to fight the beast, Bai Feng's safety would be hard to guarantee. Just have the other disciples stay away from me. Bai Feng no longer took his time. He joined the group in carving the formation. I can recognize you, but I may not be able to identify the other disciples. As long as they don't come near me, I'll be safe. What's most important now is to finish building this formation quickly. After he spoke, there was no response for a long while. He instinctively looked up and found Bai Yumei staring at him, somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Ah, nothing. Bai Yumei seemed to snap out of it, quickly shaking her head. She lowered her gaze, feeling her cheeks grow slightly warm. Let's do as you say, brother. With that, she turned and walked away swiftly. Bai Feng. Had he said something strange? On the other side, Bai Yumei relayed the message. Bai Feng was constructing the formation and was at a critical stage. Other disciples were forbidden to approach. She glanced back in Bai Feng's direction, placing one hand over her chest, feeling her heartbeat quicken. Though to Bai Feng it seemed like a perfectly normal remark. After all, he could identify the chosen ones through his system. To her it carried a hint of something more. Did this mean she held a special place in Bai Feng's heart, that she wouldn't be replaced by others? Meanwhile, outside the camp, an unexpected find. Which senior of the demonic path left behind this legacy? The hundred-faced saintess gazed at the vacanted beast, a playful smile curling her lips. She turned to look in Bai Feng's direction. Though Bai Yumei was currently battling the nascent soul beast, and Bai Feng was left unguarded, seemingly the perfect moment to approach. Yet she found this very situation most perilous. As a demoness who often toyed with others, she knew well that such moments demanded the utmost caution. Moreover, that Bai Feng was quite cunning. This might well be a trap to lure her into action. Better to first see which senior it is. After much deliberation, the hundred-faced saintess decided to forego this seemingly tempting opportunity. After all, there was plenty of time. She would first see which senior was dropping their treasures. It seems we've failed. A black-clad figure wearing a dark cloak and a mask over their face spoke to another similarly attired person. The other's tone was displeased. Even a nascent soul beast couldn't stop them. You know well enough that among the four sects, the heavenly sword sect has the strongest combat power. Besides, the beasts we control are reduced to mere battle instincts, losing most of their abilities. If it weren't for that arrogant Yi Tang borrowing 3 nascent soul beasts, we wouldn't be so passive. He's dead now. What's the use of saying this? What a waste. Couldn't even defeat a mere early-stage golden core disciple. How did he get chosen by the Divine Lord? Enough arguing. The storage pouch Yi Tang left with us is enough to cover our losses. The first speaker silenced the others. Speed up. We need to secure the 1,000 Array sect's inheritance. Rest assured, this is the 1,000 Array sect's most renowned formation, the 1,000 Arrays. Though it can only unleash the power of a 5th grade formation now, and only one form at a time, it's more than enough to handle a few Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Inside the formation, the flames seem fiercer. Have our opponents grown impatient? Luo Chun frowned, swinging his long sword to cleave an incoming fire dragon in one stroke. Around them, a translucent membrane held back the raging flames. But as the fire grew more intense, the membrane began to falter, and the temperature inside started to rise. Don't push yourselves. Switch out as soon as you can't hold on and recover quickly. He shouted to the Heavenly Sword sect disciples behind him, all while continuously slicing through the endless fire dragons to prevent them from breaking the flame barrier membrane. Junior brother, you also. The senior sister from the Purple Cloud Peak mustered the courage to look up and say something to Luo Chun. But Luo Chun cut her off. Rest up and take over when you're ready. Understood. The senior sister's expression was bitter. When Luo Chun had come to rescue them earlier, she had harbored a flicker of hope, but now it seemed she might have just been an afterthought. At that moment, she finally realized that their relationship could never return to what it once was. Luo Chun paid her no further attention, instead turning his gaze to Lin Yan outside the membrane. Unlike them, Lin Yan seemed utterly unaffected by the flames. In fact, he was reversely absorbing them to cultivate. Brother Lin, keep it up. Under the siege of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, the demon beast was already covered in wounds, its movements no longer as swift as before. Bai Yumei effortlessly sidestepped the tail lashed at her by the demon beast, raised her long sword, and with a single stroke cleaved off the head of the nascent soul stage beast. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave without a second glance at the fallen beast. She hurried to Bai Feng's side, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she allow herself a faint sigh of relief. Brother, it's dealt with. I'm almost done too. Bai Feng nodded. As he carved the final array pattern, a translucent membrane rose above their temporary camp. Due to the sudden turn of events, he had simplified many steps. Though the formation barely reached the 5th rank, now its functions were far more limited. He had retained only the identification function, channeling all remaining energy into defense. This will have to do for now. Bai Feng surveyed the formation with a nod. Should another beast invasion occur, it could at least hold for a while. He turned to Su Lanqian, who had contributed greatly to the formation. Senior Sister Su, thank you. If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to seek my help, provided it's within my ability. Su Lanqian quickly nodded. In truth, there was already a matter she wished to ask of Bai Feng, and one he could certainly handle. But she was simply too embarrassed to voice it. Brother, some Heavenly Sword sect disciples are trapped by a mysterious group. As the senior disciple, I must go to their aid. You. Bai Yumei's tone was hesitant. Bai Feng's injuries had not yet healed, making it unwise for him to accompany her, yet leaving him alone in the camp filled her with unease. She suddenly felt that the position of senior disciple was not so desirable. If she weren't, she wouldn't have to wrestle with this dilemma, and could simply choose to stay by Bai Feng's side in the camp. I'll come along too. Bai Feng had no intention of remaining in the camp. Though the formation he set up offered relative safety, according to the laws of fates favored, it was often safer to stay close to them. If all three of fates favored were absent, staying behind might invite trouble. Moreover, since this action benefited the favored ones, he needn't worry about the system burdening him with fate points. Conversely, staying idle in the camp might brand him as a bystander, forcing the system to dump fate points on him. I'll protect you. Bai Yumei ceased her hesitation. Since Bai Feng wished to go, her sole task was to keep him safe. After Bai Yumei announced the rescue mission for Lin Yan and Luo Chun, the camp quickly buzzed with activity. Su Lanqian hurried into her quarters to pack her belongings. First, she collected the bowl Bai Feng had used for his porridge the day before. Then came the most important item, the bedding. She stared at the quilt on the bed and swallowed hard. That night, gathering her courage to invite Bai Yumei to rest in her room had been the most brilliant decision. She slowly reached out, gently folding the quilt. Burying her face in it, she could even catch the faint scent Bai Feng had left behind when he lay there. She dared not imagine what it would feel like to wrap herself in that blanket. It would probably feel like being held by Bai Feng. Ugh, what are you thinking? Su Lanqian tapped her own head to stop her wandering thoughts. I need to hurry. She forced her mind blank, stuffing the quilt and bed sheets into her storage pouch. With one last reluctant glance at the bare wooden bed, she quickly stepped out of the room. Minutes later, a disciple who had stayed behind due to injury sought a place to rest. Through the half-open door, he saw a room with nothing but a naked bed frame. Was this room unoccupied before? The heavenly sword sect is almost here. Are you not ready yet? The black-robed man was growing impatient. These were merely a few golden core disciples. Why were they as stubborn as unkillable cockroaches? It's strange. The flames within the formation seem to be absorbed by something, and their power is even waning. One of them replied, his face behind the mask a mask of bewilderment. Just then a commotion erupted from within the formation, adding fresh cracks to the already time-worn array. "Ha-ha, I've done it." Inside the formation, Lin Yan exhaled a plume of flame. Though seated amidst the fire, the flames dared not draw near him. He slowly raised his right hand, and a wisp of fire danced upon his palm, as docile as a tamed puppy. "Brother Luo, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Lin Yan turned with a smile to Luo Chun, then waved his hand, instantly dispelling the flames that had proven so troublesome for Luo Chun and the others. Luo Chen's face lit up with joy. "Congratulations, Brother Lin, on your breakthrough. It's merely forming a golden core. I'm still far behind you." Lin Yan rubbed his nose. Not to mention Luo Chun, who was already an established golden core cultivator. Even Bai Feng, whose cultivation had once been lower than his, had reached the golden core stage a day earlier. Yet he was not discouraged. Others had their fortunes, and he had his own. All he needed was to steadily advance. Moreover, that Bai Feng had reached the golden core stage before him only made him glad. After all, Bai Feng's talent was ordinary, and even with opportunities he had to work tirelessly day after day. For that, Lin Yan truly admired him. "You've truly surprised me." A voice came from outside the formation. Lin Yan and Luo Chun tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. "I had intended to show the heavenly sword sect some face and let you slowly yield the Thousand Array sect's legacy. But it seems I must resort to harsher measures." As his words faded, the surrounding flames dissipated, and in their place countless blades materialized within the formation. "Enjoy yourselves. But if you hand over the Thousand Array sect's inheritance, I might just spare your lives." "Pa! Do you think a few broken swords can intimidate me?" Lin Yan spat. "You want the inheritance. Dream on." Very well, very well. Let's see if your tongue remains as sharp." With that, the blades within the formation surged toward the heavenly sword sect disciples. "Bring it on." Lin Yan's body erupted in flames, forming a colossal hand of fire that crushed the incoming blades. Meanwhile, Luo Chun tightened his grip on his longsword, his sharp sword energy clashing with the blades within the formation. "Careful, someone's there." Bai Yumei halted abruptly. Ahead of them stood two black-robed figures in dark cloaks. "How about we sit down for a cup of tea?" One black-robed figure sat on a stump, a teapot floating before him. "Move aside." Bai Yumei gripped her sword hilt, her eyes growing wary. She sensed something uncanny about the foes before her. They seemed to be suffused with a strange power. "That won't do." The black-robed figure shook his head. "The area ahead is already under our control. Wait until we've retrieved the treasure before you pass." "Just the two of you?" "Of course not. I wouldn't dare face the senior disciple of the heavenly sword sect alone." The black-robed man shrugged, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a horde of demon beasts emerged from the forest behind him, their cultivation levels ranging from foundation establishment to golden core, and even one nascent soul beast. Conservatively, there were at least 300 of them. But all the beasts had vacant stares, exactly like the nascent soul beast they had slain earlier. Bai Feng fixed his gaze on the silent black-robed figure, murmuring inwardly, "Why have I run into another fate's favored one? Could this be a villainous fate's favored one?" Ding, the system has completed its upgrade. New functions added: querying the chosen one's information and marking. Query function allows viewing of the chosen one's basic information, enabling the host to formulate plans based on their identity in advance. As the host's luck value increases, the information obtained will become more detailed. Marking can mark a chosen one. Even if the chosen one is far from the host can ascertain their direction through the mark. It can also be used on non-chosen ones, but cannot reveal the marked person's location. Current marking capacity 0, 1 person. Bai Feng was momentarily stunned. The system upgrade had not affected its functionality, and he had nearly forgotten it was ongoing. "System, can you check favorability?" "No, to reiterate, this system is a villain system. Please do not entertain unrealistic fantasies." Bai Feng clicked his tongue in mild regret. Since it couldn't be done, so be it. He would first examine the identity of the chosen one before him. He tossed out array disks, setting up simple formations one by one, while simultaneously using the query function on the chosen one clad in a black cloak. Soon the person's information appeared before him: Chunqiu, female golden core midstage. Her family met with tragedy in her childhood, leaving her parents dead. She later joined the Lianshan sect by chance, and is now an ordinary disciple deeply craving power. It's a woman. Bai Feng felt a flicker of surprise. He stole a glance at Chunqiu. Without the system's prompt, he would never have guessed. As for the rest of the information, it aligned perfectly with his stereotypical image of a chosen one. Meanwhile, Chunqiu also noticed Bai Feng not because of his identity, but because the sight of him stirred an inexplicable irritation within her. Especially his covert glances, which only fueled her annoyance. Was he looking down on her? Stop staring. Let's make our move. Chunqiu turned to her ally who was sipping tea on a tree stump. Her voice was hoarse, betraying no hint of her gender. Ha! Isn't it better to let them fight the beasts? Do you think these beasts can hold them off for long? Chunqiu glanced at the battlefield. The Heavenly Sword sect lived up to its reputation. Despite the beast's numerical advantage, the sect's disciples were pushing them back. If not for the beast's sheer numbers, the disciples would have already broken through the encirclement. Alas, I knew I shouldn't have taken this thankless task. The ally shook his head helplessly, then drew a fan from his bosom, from which wisps of black chi emanated. Chunqiu also drew a long sword etched with black patterns. I'll deal with the one setting up formations. You hold off the others. No problem. The ally opened his fan, unleashing a black wind that swept toward the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, especially near Bai Feng. Watch out. Bai Yumei instantly kicked the nascent soul stage beast's head, intending to return to Bai Feng's side, but a fan barred her path. Apologies, this road is closed. Facing the black-robed interceptor, Bai Yumei said nothing, simply drawing the heavenly sword at her waist. A torrent of violent spiritual energy erupted, surging toward the fan-wielding black-robed figure. Damn it! The black-robed man could no longer maintain his elegant demeanor. He hurriedly raised his fan to parry, cursing inwardly. Who starts with an ultimate move right off the bat? That bastard Yu Lao must have known the Heavenly Sword sect's senior sister, had a special relationship with the Formation Master, and dumped this miserable task on him. Meanwhile, Bai Feng, who had been monitoring the Chosen One's movements, instantly sensed her flying toward him. He dropped several array discs to form formations, but she seemed unwilling to dawdle. The long sword in her hand suddenly erupted with immense spiritual energy, easily shattering the simple formations. Just like Yitang's halberd, a weapon of the same kind, Bai Feng hadn't expected the simple formations to stop the Chosen One. He only needed them to buy a moment. Suddenly, a black shadow hurtled towards Chunqiu. She swiftly retracted her sword, turning to strike the shadow with her palm. The shadow coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, slammed into a thick tree, and fell unconscious. This shadow was none other than her ally. But Chunqiu had no time for shock. A tempest of sword chi was already surging toward her. She hastily raised her sword to defend, unleashing a burst of violent spiritual energy. Yet the once unbeatable eruption proved futile, easily shredded by the sword chi. Had she not sensed the danger in advance and continuously dodged backward, more than just the spiritual energy would have been torn apart. Even so, her robes were torn in many places, revealing pale skin and gruesome wounds. As expected of the Heavenly Sword sect's senior sister, I admit defeat. Chunqiu quickly retrieved a new cloak from her storage pouch to cover the damaged garments. Faced with such a vast gap in strength, she abandoned any hope of obtaining the Thousand Array sect's legacy. She shot a deep glance at Bai Feng, left no harsh words, and turned to depart. As for her unconscious ally, he was merely a temporary companion, with a coincidental shared heritage in the secret realm. What did she care about the fate of such ill-intentioned individuals? But Bai Yumei had no intention of letting her leave so easily. She raised the heavenly sword and slashed forcefully towards Chunqiu. 2 seemingly ordinary sword chi streaks appeared beside Chunqiu in an instant. A profound sense of danger gripped her heart. Without hesitation, she hurled her long sword forward. The sword struck the incoming chi, but in the next second it was knocked away, bearing 2 deep notches. The chi still pursued her relentlessly. Gritting her teeth, she once again directed the sword at the chi, and just before impact she whispered, "Explode." A violent explosion erupted behind her. Using the blast's shockwave, she accelerated once more, vanishing into the sky. The 2 sword chi streaks were consumed in the blast. She got away. Bai Yumei clenched her fists. She had been so close to stopping the one who tried to harm Bai Feng. As resentment and fury swelled within her, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. "Yumei, thank you. I knew you'd make it in time." Bai Feng gave her a thumbs up. "Brother." The fire in Bai Yumei's heart dissipated instantly. If not for the ongoing battle and the presence of others, she would have thrown herself into Bai Feng's arms for a cuddle. She looked up at him, unable to suppress her smile. "It's our promise after all." After a few words of praise, Bai Feng didn't linger. He tossed more array discs onto the battlefield to set up simple formations aiding the other disciples, then glanced at Bai Yumei, who sat cross-legged hurriedly recovering her spiritual energy. He nodded slightly. The praise method seemed effective. At least her emotions were more stable. He should praise her more often. Ding detected that the host, in short, acted despicably by using Bai Yumei to injure Chunqiu. Reward 200 luck points, all attributes 20. Bai Feng. System, you're not even pretending anymore, are you? Damn it, this is endless. Lin Yan crushed the flying blades with his flame-formed hands once again, but no matter how many he destroyed, the formation continued to generate more. The others can't hold on much longer. Isn't there a way to break this formation? Luo Chen's face was beaded with sweat. As the highest cultivation disciple, he not only had to fend off blades aimed at him, but also shield his fellow disciples bearing the greatest pressure. Lin Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. No, brother Bai. I can handle alchemy and pill refining, but formations are beyond me. Just then an ordinary disciple made a slip and a long sword flew straight toward his face. Luo Chen swiftly shattered the incoming sword, but that disciple's mistake triggered a chain reaction and errors began to multiply among the group. Yet it was hardly their fault. After enduring for so long, both their bodies and minds were on the verge of exhaustion sustained only by sheer willpower. Lin Yan gritted his teeth at the sight. His gaze shifted as if communicating with someone. Finally he closed his eyes, and when he opened them a second later they held a mix of resolve and sorrow. Seeming to have made a decision, he looked up at Luo Chen. Brother Luo, have the senior brothers and sisters gather behind me. I have a wa. But before he could finish, a clamor of battle cries erupted from outside the formation. Luo Chen's face lit up with joy. Someone's come to rescue us. Hold on everyone. Just a little longer and we'll break free from this cursed formation. Have they failed? A black-robed figure turned to look at the heavenly sword sect disciples rushing toward him. Though he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could stop them all, wasn't this a bit too fast? And the two who had gone to intercept them hadn't returned. Had they fled or been captured? Meanwhile, Bai Feng was sizing up the remaining 3 black-robed figures from a distance. Glancing at the system, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no more children of destiny. If another one showed up, he truly wouldn't be able to handle it. I advise you not to make any rash moves. A black-robed figure stood before the heavenly sword sect disciples. Though surrounded, his voice betrayed no fear. He half-turned, raising his right hand to point at the formation behind him. Unless you want to bring back a pile of mangled flesh, I suggest you retreat immediately. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes and subtly reached out to touch Bai Yumei. Yumei, hold them off for me later. Bai Yumei didn't ask why. She nodded swiftly, her right hand resting on the hilt of the heavenly sword. What's the matter? Do you want your dear senior brothers and sisters to be minced? Then step back. The black-robed figure let out a wild laugh. He knew all too well how these righteous sect disciples operated. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never abandon their fellow disciples. This gave him an opening. Now! Bai Feng charged straight for the formation, while Bai Yumei drew the heavenly sword and slashed at the black-robed figure blocking their path. The black-robed figure hurriedly raised his blade to parry, but was sent flying by the single strike, tumbling through the air before landing steadily. Fine, fine. Excellent. The man gritted his teeth, fury nearly spewing from his mouth. Since you're so ungrateful, prepare to collect your senior brothers and sisters' corpses. He raised his right hand, and with a surge of his spiritual energy, the formation began to spin faster. Bai Feng, I've heard of you. The formation prodigy who defeated Lu Meng's disciple. He turned to watch Bai Feng rushing toward the formation. But what can you do even if you come? This is the 1,000 Array sect's famed formation 1,000 Arrays. No ordinary person can break it from the outside. Watch helplessly as your senior brothers and sisters are torn to shreds. Or if you agree to one condition, I might choose to spare. Bai Feng turned around looking at the black-robed figure, who was cackling cruelly, a puzzled expression on his face. What were you saying just now? Behind him, the formation that should have been running at full power suddenly ground to a halt. The next moment it began to collapse from where he stood like a row of toppled dominoes, the disintegration spreading rapidly across the entire formation. How is that possible? The black-robed figure's eyes widened behind his mask. He couldn't believe that the formation hailed as the most unbreakable had been so easily dismantled and shattered. This formation has been left unattended for too long without maintenance. Its interior is already falling apart. Bai Feng kindly explained. Destroy a few key nodes and the entire formation can no longer function. Collapse was inevitable. No, impossible. Even I, as its controller, can't see through its internal structure. How could you discern it from the outside with just a glance? Suddenly a thought struck the black-robed figure. Gripping his long blade, he slashed at his own arm. I remember now. You're also skilled in illusions, aren't you? You're trying to buy time with an illusion. Dream on. Why did people keep thinking they were trapped in an illusion? Unlike the disbelieving black-robed figure, Su Lanqian, with her spiritual eyes, had clearly seen what Bai Feng did. Just as Bai Feng had said, he simply used his spiritual energy to block the flow of a few nodes, and the 1,000 arrays collapsed one after another. It seemed simple, but she understood the difficulty involved. It wasn't just about destroying any nodes. Even the formation master who set up the 1,000 arrays might not have been able to do it, especially since the formation had deteriorated over time with many nodes failing and its operational logic altered. Unless Bai Feng could see the formation structure, and possessed a solid, profound foundation, allowing him to pick out the key nodes from the chaotic web. But was that truly possible? If the former relied on talent, the latter could only come from hard work. Su Lanqian tightened her fingers slightly, then relaxed them after a few seconds. She truly had no reason to feel wronged. Whether in talent or effort, she had been utterly outclassed. How laughable my former arrogance was. Su Lanqian lowered her head. Perhaps she wasn't as brilliant as she had believed. At that moment she felt a sudden lightness in her heart, and even her inner demon seemed to weaken. She paused in realization. Could this be my inner demon? Why haven't I escaped the illusion yet? I must not be cutting hard enough. The black-robed figure's arm was covered in wounds, blood dripping steadily, yet he kept swinging his blade, as if he were the one trapped in an illusion. Bai Feng felt helpless. He couldn't wake someone who believed they were deep in a hallucination, so he turned to Bai Yumei. What about his two teammates? They fled long ago. What's left here are two puppets. Bai Yumei shook her head. They ran off like rats. Fast. Bai Feng waved a hand in consolation. Forget it. Including the one with the fan catching too is enough. Bai Yumei nodded, saying nothing more, though her reluctance was evident. Meanwhile, as the 1,000 arrays collapsed, Lin Yan, Luochan, and the others trapped inside emerged from the formation. The first thing they saw was the black-robed figure mutilating himself. Lin Yan was utterly baffled. What's wrong with him? What method did Brother Bai use to drive him to this state? Not just him, but even the other disciples who had witnessed everything were equally confused. From then on, a rumor began to circulate among the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples that Bai Feng could drive an enemy mad with a single sentence. In an underground cavern seldom discovered by ordinary people, a white-haired maiden traversed the narrow passage holding a sword that dripped black blood from its blade. Squelch, squelch. Congratulations on passing the trial. A melodious voice echoed in her ears. The next moment, the narrow passage before her shifted apart, revealing a vast underground chamber. Xiao Qi's face bore no joy. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the female figure emerging ahead. A blurred silhouette as if captured through a frosted lens, with only her graceful form faintly discernible. Where's the exit? She raised her long sword, pointing it at the indistinct figure, her usually calm tone now tinged with impatience. Yet the woman seemed not to hear, continuing as if to herself, since you've passed the trial, a reward is due. But before I grant it, I have a question for you. The woman suddenly appeared before Xiao Qi, who swiftly swung her sword only to cut through empty air. The phantom was indeed severed at the waist, but it reformed instantly. You deeply resent this world, don't you? The woman's voice, like a demon's whisper, easily pierced her eardrums and stabbed into her heart. As if lost in random thoughts before sleep, she couldn't help recalling the trials of her childhood. Hated and resented by her parents at home, then cast out and beaten as a monster by others, she dared only hide in deserted corners during the day. Even now she loathed her own hair. If not for its white color, her biological parents would never have abandoned her. She also harbored hatred for this world, which had offered her no warmth since birth, only endless suffering. But the image of Bai Feng surfaced in Xiao Qi's mind, the first time she had ever felt warmth. She remembered that morning curled up in a deserted corner, her body weakened from days without food. She could feel death approaching. Even with no strength left, she still tugged at her hair, hating its white color even as she neared the end. Then a steaming bun suddenly appeared before her. Instinctively, she looked up to see a youth slightly older than her with strikingly handsome features. Want some? Driven by hunger or perhaps a reckless abandonment of hope, she snatched the bun without a second thought and devoured it. The youth watched her until she finished the entire bun, then asked, I run an orphanage. Would you like to come with me? I promise you can eat buns every day until you're full. She stared blankly at the youth, not finding his gentle smile irritating at all. Her only thought was that she wanted to eat her fill. Even if it led to a hellish fate, she would rather go to the underworld with a full stomach. Later, she entered the orphanage. The youth arranged for her to be bathed and used spiritual medicines whose value she then didn't know to nourish her frail body. And indeed she ate buns every day until she was full. Moreover, the youth never despised her white hair. Instead, he often praised it, and even affectionately stroked her hair daily, arousing envy among the other children in the orphanage. The warmth she had never felt from her own parents was finally experienced from a stranger. The wounds in her heart would not vanish, but they could be filled with something else. She still loathed her white hair and resented the world that had scarred her, but because of Bai Feng she accepted her detested hair and began to look forward to the future once more. I see it. I see the hatred within you. The woman's figure suddenly emitted a melodious laugh. It's been so long since I've found someone so suitable. Get lost. Chunqiu snapped out of her reverie, her expressionless face furrowing as she thrust her sword at the blurred figure once more. The next moment the figure reformed without a trace of anger. I like your spirit. Erase the key. I look forward to the day we meet again. Under Chunqiu's assault the blurred figure dissipated, but its voice lingered. Suddenly a surge of black energy shot toward her. Despite her quick dodge it coiled around her sword, leaving a black lotus-like mark on the blade. Chunqiu frowned, sensing an inexplicable connection between her and the sword. She wanted to discard it, but without it she would be weaponless with unknown dangers ahead. Moreover, she had a premonition that the sword could not be abandoned. It would follow her. After a moment's hesitation she decided to take it and leave first. As if the inheritance had concluded, a sloping upward passage appeared in the cavern. Without hesitation she stepped into it and ascended. So during your battle with the Fengling sect you accidentally fell into a cave, and discovered it was the inheritance site of the Chunqiu sect. Bai Feng rubbed his forehead. So while I was figuring out how to deal with Yitang, you guys triggered the main quest. He couldn't help but think that this was just like a child of fortune. The way they acquired inheritances perfectly matched his stereotypes. Lin Yan nodded. I barely passed the trial and obtained the Chunqiu sect's inheritance. The Fengling sect disciples outside were handled by senior brother Luo, but then those black-robed men appeared. They somehow gained control of the sect's formations and trapped us. Indeed, if not for junior brother Bai and senior sister arriving in time, we would have been in danger, Luo-chan added gratefully. I never thought a simple secret realm exploration would lead to such trouble. Bai Feng glanced at the 3 children of fortune before him. Just from the Tianjian sect there were 3 or 4, including the deceased plus several from other sects. If this realm didn't stir up trouble it would be strange. Thinking this, Bai Feng silently mourned for the realm for a second. With so many children of fortune, this world's secret realms probably wouldn't last long. By the way, brother, this is the Chunqiu sect's inheritance. Lin Yan pulled out a jade-like formation plate from his storage pouch. None of us understand formations, so the inheritance is yours. Well. So I get an inheritance without lifting a finger. As for how Lin Yan, who knew nothing about formations, obtained the Chunqiu sect's inheritance. Well, one shouldn't pry too deeply into the adventures of a child of fortune. Perhaps Lin Yan had an old man helping him. Bai Feng didn't stand on ceremony, and directly accepted the inheritance formation plate. Thank you. I won't say much, but if you ever need anything related to formations, just come to me. Lin Yan smiled as Bai Feng took it. Don't worry, I won't hesitate to call on you when needed. After acquiring the inheritance array disc of the Thousand Array sect, Bai Feng did not hasten to comprehend it. Now that he had received the inheritance, they would not be able to stay in the secret realm for many more days. It would be better to return to the sect and find a quiet, safe environment for contemplation. Moreover, he was quite worried about Chunqiu's safety, wondering where that child had gone to explore. At that same moment, just as Chunqiu emerged from the cave passage, she saw a woman standing near the entrance. The woman was eyeing her with a playful smirk. So it's the Black Lotus inheritance. It seems that one also participated in the destruction of the Thousand Array sect. The woman immediately noticed the Black Lotus pattern on Chunqiu's sword. Coupled with Chunqiu's Heaven Sword sect attire, her face showed even greater surprise. Oh, who would have thought the Heaven Sword sect harbors such hidden talents? Little sister, how about coming with me? The Heaven Sword sect is not fit for you. Scram, Chunqiu replied, seeing through the woman's ill intentions at once. From the information and attitude revealed, this woman likely did not belong to any of the sects exploring the secret realm. She was probably a demonic disciple who had infiltrated for the so-called Black Lotus inheritance. Big sister doesn't quite like your attitude. The woman's smile turned a degree colder. She might have no way against Bai Feng, protected as he was by Bai Yumei, but a mere disciple of the Heaven Sword sect could not possibly defeat her. The next moment the woman charged at Chunqiu. Just as she was about to close in, Chunqiu instinctively raised her long sword to block. But then Chunqiu's sword suddenly erupted with immense spiritual energy, forcing the woman back. Tisk, that one really spared no expense. The woman's face grew solemn. With just a single inheritance mark, it could unleash such formidable power. It seemed that one truly favored this little disciple of the Heaven Sword sect. But the more so, the more interesting it became. A smile reappeared on her face as spiritual energy, far exceeding the golden core stage, burst forth from her. Be careful now, little sister. Big sister is about to get serious. Seeing this, Chunqiu, without time for surprise, raised her sword again to block and counter. It was then she realized that her swings no longer felt clumsy. It was as if the sword had come alive, guiding her strikes. Against the woman's fierce assault, she could actually trade blows evenly. With a boom, the woman crashed into a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She stared at Chunqiu in shock. How was this one so strong? No, it wasn't her strength. It was the sword. Chunqiu's light-colored pupils seemed tinged with red, and her techniques grew ever more aggressive. After enduring a few more exchanges, the woman began to retreat. She glanced at Chunqiu, who appeared to be losing her sanity, then leaped high onto a tree to create distance. Big sister won't play with you anymore. Before I leave, let me give you a piece of advice. The Heaven Sword sect won't let someone with the Black Lotus inheritance stay. But if you can't survive their pursuit, you can always come find me. With that, she dodged a flying sword aura and vanished in an instant. After the woman disappeared, the red in Chunqiu's eyes did not fade. She wanted to vent her anger, wanted to. No, stop, she murmured, pressing her hand to her forehead. She couldn't be like this. Bai Feng would hate her. Gradually, the red receded from her eyes, and the violent aura dissipated. She let out a breath and looked down at the long sword in her hand. In that battle, she understood one thing: the connection between this sword and her ran far deeper than she had imagined. Even if she destroyed the sword, she probably couldn't shake off the so-called Black Lotus inheritance. She wanted to go back to find Bai Feng, but the woman's words reminded her that returning like this would only bring him trouble. Now that Bai Feng had finally gained the attention of his family, and the sect through his display of array talent, her return would surely implicate him. What should I do? Chunqiu. At that moment, a voice she knew all too well and missed dearly came from afar. She turned instinctively to see Bai Feng rushing toward her, accompanied by Bai Yumei, whom she did not particularly like. Big brother. Chunqiu instinctively hid the sword behind her back, lowering her head like a child who had done wrong. Why are you here? No. How did you find me? Of course, because the commotion of the battle was too loud, Bai Feng said, reaching out to ruffle her hair. As it happened, worried about Chunqiu's safety, he had not only asked other disciples to help search, but also brought Bai Yumei along to look for her. They happened to catch the fluctuations of a battle far exceeding the golden core stage in the distance. Though it was unlikely Chunqiu was there, he clung to hope and sneaked over with Bai Yumei to investigate. Yet Chunqiu appeared in the least likely place. It seems you've gained a remarkable opportunity unleashing such power, Bai Feng said with a smile, looking Chunqiu over before noticing her furtive movements and the sword hidden behind her back. This aura felt familiar. Once discovered, Chunqiu no longer hid the sword, pulling it out with a downcast expression. I'm sorry, big brother. I might not be able to go back with you. This is... Bai Feng examined it closely. The aura on this sword was far denser than those weapons of Yitang and the others. Was it a Pro-Max version? He glanced at Bai Yumei, who also shook her head, unfamiliar with the object. Chunqiu, don't worry. Can you tell me what happened? Bai Feng stroked her soft white hair, soothing her gently. Feeling the warmth from the large hand on her head, Chunqiu's unease dissipated. She nodded and spoke softly. While exploring, I accidentally fell into a cave. Inside, I met a female spirit who said I was perfect for her inheritance and wouldn't let me leave. The way back was blocked, so I had to go forward. After I finally killed a beast blocking the path, she appeared again, saying I passed the trial, and then she attached this thing to my sword. Bai Feng nodded thoughtfully and continued, Do you know what inheritance it is? Chunqiu shook her head first, then nodded. The female spirit didn't say. But when I came out, I met a very strong woman who said I had the Black Lotus inheritance. She tried to capture me, but I know this sword drove her away. A very strong woman. Could it be the 100-faced saintess? Bai Feng mused. Only she would know about such things. That wretch was truly persistent. Still, as a demonic prodigy who had suppressed her cultivation, to enter suffering 2 defeats in a row was quite pathetic. He hoped her mindset would falter, perhaps even lead to chi deviation, so he wouldn't have to worry about her continuing to trouble him. This matter will cause great trouble, won't it? If it's too much, let me leave. I cannot bring trouble upon you. Chunqiu lowered her head, fixing her gaze on the Black Lotus engraved on the sword blade. Though her tone was calm, the hand gripping the hilt betrayed a turmoil far from serene. Bai Feng reached out and tapped her head. What nonsense are you speaking? Where would you go if you left? Leave this matter to me. But... Xiaoqi looked at the sword in her hands, a sense of vexation surging within her. It seemed this world had never shown her a sliver of kindness. Every time she began to live peacefully, it would tear her blissful life apart. Bai Feng did not press further. Instead, he pulled a handkerchief from his storage pouch, dabbed at the corner of his eye, and spoke with feigned sorrow. Or could it be that Xiaoqi has grown weary of this brother of yours and wishes to live alone? No, not at all. I would never grow weary of you, brother. Xiaoqi immediately panicked, but before she could explain, a warm, large hand came to rest upon her head. Then will you trust my arrangements? Let me handle the difficulties. Bai Feng tousled her hair, his tone carrying an air of unyielding authority. Xiaoqi lifted her head slightly, meeting Bai Feng's solemn expression. Much like the day he had found and taken her in. Her eyes reddened faintly as she nodded gently. Excellent, she's finally pacified. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He kept Xiaoqi close not only out of genuine reluctance to part, but also because he had clearly discerned that she was holding the antagonist's script. If he let her go, she might cross paths with the child of fortune at any moment. Given her bond with him, wouldn't the system then deluge him with fortune points? Even if fortune points were manageable, what if Xiaoqi were slain like a boss by the child of fortune? In short, he absolutely had to keep her by his side. Meanwhile, Bai Feng failed to notice that Bai Yumei, who had remained silent, was gazing at him, and Xiaoqi with a peculiar look. She couldn't help clenching her fists. The title of brother was meant for her alone. But in the end, she relaxed her grip. Perhaps this was her penance for evading Bai Feng in years past. At least he still acknowledged her as his sister. That was enough. By the way, Xiaoqi, let me have a look at your sword. A thought struck Bai Feng. After slaying Yitang, the system had rewarded him with a celestial flame. It was with this flame that he had incinerated that bizarre weapon and the black aura within it. Perhaps he could use the celestial flame to destroy the inheritance. Please be careful. Xiaoqi nodded cautiously, handing the long sword adorned with the black lotus pattern to Bai Feng. Should the sword ever threaten him, she would snatch it back in an instant. Bai Feng did not overestimate his abilities. He summoned the celestial flame, directly coating his hand before taking the sword. The blade, docile in Xiaoqi's grasp, quivered restlessly in his, as if eager to break free. Stay still. Bai Feng frowned and intensified the flame. Under the searing heat, the sword emitted a piercing metallic screech, as if crying out in agony. But after a moment of burning, he halted and fell into thought. First, the celestial flame could indeed destroy the sword and the inheritance within. However, unlike the black aura in Yitang's weapon, this inheritance would flee when threatened. And since he had never mastered flame control, he could not precisely block its escape. If the inheritance got away, he dared not imagine the consequences. Should he take the gamble, expanding the celestial flame's range to incinerate both weapon and inheritance in one go? Yet there was the risk it might escape too swiftly to be fully eradicated. Bai Feng turned to Xiaoqi. I can't guarantee complete destruction, but I can seal it for now. Once we return, I'll learn a few flame control techniques and help you obliterate the Black Lotus inheritance. Let's do as brother says. Xiaoqi nodded, her heart easing considerably. Since her brother said it could be done, it surely would be. Then it must linger for a few more days. Bai Feng planned to seek Lin Yan's guidance on flame control upon returning. With the Yin-Yang mark's ability to mimic and learn, mastering several techniques should be feasible. For now, though, he could not destroy the inheritance, sealing it with the celestial flame was within his power. After all, driven only by instinct, the inheritance would merely evade the celestial flame, rather than forcibly breach its barrier at the cost of self-damage, unless its own survival was at stake. To prevent mishaps, he added several layers of sealing. There, the seal is complete. When we return, I'll learn some flame control methods to resolve it entirely. For now, this sword stays with me. Bai Feng stored the sword in his storage pouch. By then, the black lotus pattern on the blade had been overlaid by a crimson flame motif. Upon close inspection, only a rich, fiery spiritual energy could be sensed, with no trace of anything unusual. Moreover, Xiaoqi felt that her connection to the sword had grown tenuous. So faint that, without deliberate focus, she could barely perceive it. Thank you, brother. On Xiaoqi's nearly expressionless face, the corners of her lips seemed to strain upward, adding a hint of a smile. Unlike Xiaoqi, who showed no curiosity about the celestial flame, Bai Yumei stood nearby, staring somewhat dazedly at the fire in Bai Feng's hand. She could sense the trembling of the celestial bone within her. The flame seemed extraordinarily likely at least a celestial-level fire. Yet she asked no questions. In fact, she was glad that Bai Feng had encountered such a divine fortune. Though Bai Feng had displayed remarkable talent in formations and other arts, His cultivation aptitude was mediocre. Now with this celestial artifact he might be able to compensate for that weakness. Brother, don't show that flame to others in the future. Still she offered a word of caution. Such a divine treasure would tempt any cultivator immensely. Unlike the celestial bone which had its limitations, the flame in Bai Feng's hand could be seized and used directly. If discovered, even some old monsters might be unable to resist making a move. Don't worry, I know. Bai Feng extinguished the flame in his hand. He was well aware of the allure such a celestial treasure held for other cultivators. If anyone else had been present besides Bai Yumei, he would not have dared to summon the celestial flame to seal Shao Qi's inheritance. All right, let's head back. Bai Feng ruffled Shao Qi's hair. Once back, he would need to procure a special spirit flame to justify learning flame control techniques. Upon returning to the temporary camp, the first thing Bai Feng saw was Su Lanqian, standing at the entrance glancing around anxiously. The moment she spotted him, she quieted down. Bai Feng fell silent for a few seconds. If this girl didn't rid herself of her inner demon, would she keep trailing him forever? Suppressing the urge to complain, he greeted Su Lanqian and entered the camp. There he immediately spotted a disciple from the Purple Firmament Peak pestering Luochun with chatter. That senior sister. Wasn't she the one trapped in the formation earlier? Bai Feng's mind began weaving an elaborate drama. Come to think of it, wasn't Luochun, as a child of fortune, bound to his senior and junior sisters? Why did it seem like he was always being entangled by someone from the Purple Firmament Peak? Would Luochun encounter them on every mission from now on, and then reenact a scene of regret? He could only hope Lin Yan would help Luochun eliminate the disciples of the Purple Firmament Peak soon. Seeing that Bai Feng and the others had returned, Luochun shook off the Purple Firmament Peak senior sister's grip on his sleeve, and turned to walk toward Bai Feng, leaving her standing there bewildered and at a loss. Junior brother by senior sister, the interrogation results for those two are out. Bai Yumei perked up instantly. She nodded at Luochun and said, Good work. Have you found out who they are? Well, one of them is from the Lianshan sect and the other from the Fengling sect. They banded together because of the Divine Lord's legacy, plotting to split the inheritance of the Chenzhen sect among themselves. Luo Chen's tone grew heavier and his face showed more anger. And junior brother, by your guess was right. Yi Tang was one of them. That beast in human form is utterly unworthy of the heavenly sword sect's nurturing. In short, the information from the two black-clad men completely confirmed Yi Tang's guilt. If Bai Feng might have faced sect punishment before now, he might even receive commendation. Forget that wretched fellow. Bai Feng waved his hand. Compared to the dead Yi Tang, he was more curious about what the Divine Lord was. Let's talk about the Divine Lord's legacy instead. I feel its aura is connected to the demonic path. Luochun nodded. Yes, though it's called the Divine Lord, it's actually a demonic organization from the central province. But this group is very mysterious and I don't know much about it. Why would a demonic organization from the central province scatter its legacy in the northern domain? Bai Feng couldn't help but complain. At that moment Bai Yumei asked, Did you find out anything about the others? Unlike Bai Feng, she was concerned about the black-clad man who escaped. Anyone who dared to attack Bai Feng was no ordinary enemy and must be dealt with severely. All we know is that among those who fled, one is from the Lianshan sect, one is a disciple from the small Feihe sect, and the other carefully concealed his identity, only known as Right Elder. Luochun shook his head. But aside from Right Elder, we can guess the identities of the other two. After all, those who enter a secret realm to explore are hardly unknown disciples, but we lack evidence. Bai Feng's expression turned odd. So only Yi Tang exposed his identity. Yes, that's what puzzles me. Yi Tang made no effort to hide himself. But according to one of them, Yi Tang obtained a general-level legacy, while they only got soldier-level. He might have special means to handle it. Also, unlike the others, Yi Tang is too famous. Even hiding his identity would be easily seen through. This legacy system is quite detailed. Bai Feng muttered a quiet complaint. But during the battle, Yi Tang's weapon was indeed far more powerful than the others. I have a guess. Luochun looked at them seriously. At the place where they received the legacy, I found several dried corpses. It's highly likely Yi Tang did it. Why did this feel familiar? Were the weapons that drained people into dried corpses spider legs? Are you saying Yi Tang planned to eliminate all the disciples in the secret realm? No, he probably only intended to deal with the Fengling sect. Luochun shook his head. I asked around. Su Lanqian and Yu Yao were hiding together in a cave. Coincidentally, the Fengling sect's senior brother was searching for her. Yi Tang would likely use her to threaten the Fengling sect, then, after dealing with them, he would rescue Yu Yao and the others like a savior. That way, even if the Fengling sect spread rumors about Yi Tang, collaborating with them to harm the heavenly sword sect's disciples, the story would collapse. He could even claim to have thwarted the Fengling sect's plot and saved the sect's disciples. After all, between a sect that constantly opposes them and their former senior brother, who would the disciples believe? The answer is obvious. As for why he showed his true face, I think it's because he's too famous to hide. Besides, if he concealed his identity, the Fengling sect might ignore him. He might have also calculated his reputation. Before this, he was well liked among ordinary disciples. Even if news spread that Yi Tang collaborated with the Fengling sect to harm Heavenly Sword sect disciples, everyone would likely dismiss it as a joke. Once the Fengling sect members are dead, there's no evidence. If Yi Tang turns them into dried corpses, everyone will suspect demonic interference, not the pure and spotless former senior brother. After speaking, Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. But this is just my guess. I might be overthinking it. Only Yi Tang knows the truth. Bai Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In all likelihood, Luo Chen's speculation was close to the truth. Earlier he had wondered why Su Lanqian was right under the Fengling sect's noses yet remained undiscovered. Now it seemed Yi Tang had deliberately kept it from them. Anyway, he's dead now. It's pointless to dwell on this. Let's leave it to the sect to handle when we return. We don't need to worry about it. Bai Feng stretched. After all this work, he just wanted to go back and rest. Matters involving the demonic path of the central province were best left to the Heavenly Sword sect's elders to fret over. On the final day of the secret realm, most of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples began gathering at the base waiting to leave. Though the most valuable legacy of the Chunqiu sect was already in Bai Feng's storage pouch, the realm still held many other treasures, so the other disciples continued exploring tirelessly. Lin Yan also went out to explore and returned with a rich haul collecting the Chunqiu sect's alchemy formulas, cauldrons, materials, and other alchemy-related items. Though the Chunqiu sect wasn't renowned for alchemy as a major sect's legacy, it was far from shabby. Brother Bai, I heard you injured your eyes. This is a vision-clearing pill I refined. It can heal eye injuries. Lin Yan took a bottle of pills from his storage pouch, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Bai Feng. Thank you. Bai Feng accepted the pills. Though his eyes had mostly healed with only slight blurriness when looking into the distance, he wouldn't refuse the kind gesture. After putting the pills away, he suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Yan. By the way, Brother Lin, could you recommend some flame-controlling techniques? Of course. But why are you interested in flame control, Brother Bai? Are you taking up alchemy? Bai Feng shook his head and sighed. Alas, it's because formations are so expensive. Especially processed materials, they cost several times more than raw ones. I thought I'd learn flame control to process raw materials myself and save a bit. Brother Bai, as the young master of the Bai family, you're quite frugal. Lin Yan teased with a smile. But you're in luck. I just obtained a complete flame-controlling technique. I'll give it to you. Thank you. Before Bai Feng could finish his thanks, Lin Yan pulled out a small jar from his pouch and pushed it over. Brother Bai, you probably lack a usable spirit flame too. I found this while exploring the realm and I have no use for it. Take it as well. Bai Feng. Ha! Was this child of fortune being a bit too generous? Brother Lin, this is too valuable. Bai Feng quickly waved his hand like the cat meme head, once seen online, where the cat's joy turned to retreat as the food pile grew. This gift was simply too extravagant. He even worried Lin Yan might have ulterior motives. Brother Bai, just take it. Actually, I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Yan's smile faded, replaced by seriousness. What is it? I found a cauldron in the realm, but I can't activate it with my current strength. I'd like you to set up a formation for me. Lin Yan took out the cauldron, and it trembled as it hit the ground. This is it. I need a formation to control the flame's intensity with a function to gather spiritual energy and also. Bai Feng nodded, jotting down Lin Yan's requirements. Alright, no problem. Give me a few days to draft a design. Thank you, Brother Bai. The final day of the secret realm passed without incident, and soon Bai Feng left the realm with the other disciples. But unlike the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples, the nearby Fengling sect seemed in dire straits, with almost everyone bearing injuries. He didn't need to ask. It was clearly the work of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples. After all, the Fengling sect had started targeting them first. Just as the group prepared to leave, the Fengling sect's senior brother, Yu Pingan, suddenly approached. Senior sister Su, long time no see. He stopped 2 meters in front of Su Lanqian. I was often worried about you in the realm, but seeing you safe and sound puts my mind at ease. Su Lanqian frowned slightly. Who are you? Yu Pingan's smile faltered, but he forced himself to continue. It's natural for senior sister not to remember. I was just an ordinary disciple before. Thanks to your guidance, I managed to become the Fengling sect's senior brother. Oh! Su Lanqian showed no interest. When she and her master were guests at the Fengling sect, the old fogies there often brought disciples to challenge her in formations, and she would take the opportunity to bully those so-called genius prodigies. Looking back, she found herself quite childish. Thinking a single word might be too curt, she added, "If you have nothing else, please leave. I'm returning to the Heavenly Sword sect." Yu Pingan's expression was truly on the verge of breaking. He could only force a smile and say, "Su Shiji, if you are uncomfortable staying at the Tianjian sect, especially if someone is bullying you, you can come to the Fengling sect. I can step down from my position as senior brother." Su Lanqian, seeing the repeated interruptions, grew increasingly annoyed and replied, "No need, I'm not interested. Shiji, if someone is threatening you, I can help." This time Yu Pingan was cut off by Su Lanqian, who glared at him and spat a single word, "Get lost." Instantly, the last trace of a smile on Yu Pingan's face vanished. Seeing that he still refused to leave, Su Lanqian simply circumvented him and hurried to catch up with Bai Feng, who was waiting in place. She quietly glanced up at Bai Feng, seemingly noticing the strange expression on his face. She softly explained, "Don't blame me, he is just too annoying." Then, sensing that this might leave Bai Feng with an impression of her being willful, she quickly added, "If you don't like it, I can change." "Bai Feng, what do you want to change? Don't say something that could be misunderstood." "Can't you see?" Yu Pingan's eyes are almost bursting with flames. Ding detected that the host used Su Lanqian to strike hard at Yu Pingan's arrogance, earning 150 fortune points with a 15 increase in spiritual energy absorption speed. "Hey, I knew it." Bai Feng had realized when he saw Yu Pingan approaching that the system wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He had been forced into various situations by the system more than once or twice and felt he was almost used to it. Just as he was complaining about the system, he suddenly noticed the rejected child of fortune glaring at him with a furious expression. This made him feel as if he had stolen someone else's yellow hair. But the problem was that Su Lanqian didn't even know you. This was purely unrequited love. "This has nothing to do with me. The system forcing me to take the blame is one thing, but now you're hostile towards me." "Bai Feng." At this moment Yu Pingan suddenly called out to him, "If I find out that Su Shiji has been wronged, I won't let you off. Just wait." With that, he turned and returned to Fengling sect's group, leaving Bai Feng standing there feeling utterly baffled. Damn. Could it be that I've encountered a dog-like child of fortune? Did I cause you trouble?" Su Lanqian lowered her head, her body slightly trembling, looking somewhat scared. "No, he has a problem with his head," Bai Feng said expressionlessly. "Let's go back." As for the challenge from the child of fortune, what could he do about it? He couldn't possibly just shut the other person's mouth and prevent them from speaking. Fortunately, since the other party belonged to Fengling sect, he didn't have to worry about any immediate harm. Once back, he planned to find someone to help gather detailed information on Yu Pingan and see how to deal with him. Although the system also had a query function, the information it provided was too rough. It was fine when dealing with an unknown child of fortune, but for someone like Yu Pingan, it was better to gather information in a more traditional way. After leaving the secret realm, everyone did not immediately return to their sect. Because it involved the demonic path of Zhongzhou, which was among the most troublesome organizations, it caused all sects to be on high alert. At the same time, the appearance of the 100-faced saintess prompted each sect to inspect their disciples to prevent any demoness from infiltrating. "Xiao Feng, can you tell me what happened?" In a solid and comfortable room, a middle-aged man with a short, stiff beard kindly asked Bai Feng. He was an elder of the Tianjian Peak, and the strongest among the elders leading this expedition, maintaining a brotherly relationship with the sect leader. The details of the incident should have been written up and submitted by the Shiji, right? Bai Feng asked, a hint of confusion on his face. Then he seemed to recall something and asked the elder, "Is the elder referring to Yi Tang's case?" The elder nodded. Yes, Yi Tang was previously the senior brother of Tianjian sect. We cannot pretend not to see such matters, but the report was rather sparse, which is why I wanted to ask you what happened before Yi Tang's death. Bai Feng was not surprised. After all, Yi Tang had been the senior brother of Tianjian sect. It would indeed be strange for the sect not to inquire about his death in the secret realm. Actually, the Fengling sect knows more about this matter than I do. He pondered for a few seconds. What I know is also limited. I only know that Yi Tang was collaborating with Fengling sect against us. After I learned about this, I wanted to rescue Shiji Yu Yao and the others and discovered that Yi Tang was indeed working with people from Fengling sect controlling nascent soul beasts to attack Shiji Yu Yao and the others. You should know what happened afterward, elder. Yes, I will go ask them later. The elder nodded. Since there were witnesses and evidence, he naturally wouldn't suspect others without cause. However, this matter was rather significant, which is why he asked a few more questions. Seemingly worried that Bai Feng might overthink, he explained further. You should go back and rest. Don't worry, in battle blades and swords are blind. Moreover, as a golden core cultivator in the early stage, it's normal not to control your strength. The sect won't punish a disciple who cares for their fellow disciples indiscriminately. Then he took out a bottle of pills from his storage bag and handed it to Bai Feng. I heard you were injured in the secret realm. This bottle of pills is for you. Take care of your injuries. The rest is beyond what you can intervene in. Thank you, Elder. After Bai Feng accepted the pills and left, the Elder stood still. A few seconds later, he reached up to rub his somewhat stiff face, murmuring, "What kind of monster has my senior brother taken in?" A golden core cultivator in the early stage actually defeated a golden core cultivator in the perfected stage, and this was Yi Tang, a genius capable of holding his own against a nascent soul cultivator for a few exchanges. Although Bai Feng explained that he had defeated Yi Tang by using the formation of the Fengling sect, in a sense, it was even more terrifying that he could utilize the formation laid out by Fengling sect. Fengling sect was not a small sect. Formations were their forte. Did this mean Bai Feng had completely outstripped all the younger generation disciples of Fengling sect? Thinking of this, the Elder couldn't help but stroke his bristly beard, a smile creeping onto his face. Finally, the array path of Tianjian sect was about to rise. In the future, if there are issues with the formations of Tianjian sect, there would be no need to look at the faces of those from Fengling sect. While the higher-ups of each sect were busy, Bai Feng and the other disciples had nothing to do. After confirming there were no issues, they were sent directly back to their sect. "Ah, my big bed, I really miss you." Bai Feng directly flopped onto his soft bed, missing not just the bed but also his stable life. Just a short outing had led to so many encounters with children of fortune, a heap of troubles, and being forced into countless battles. Indeed, his previous plan to stay at home was correct. He should continue executing the plan to stay at home. However, although I am back, there are still a ton of things to do. Bai Feng lay on the bed and couldn't help but sigh. First, let's see how to use the newly acquired Yinyang rune fragments. Bai Feng opened the system, and the fragments of the Yinyang mark stored within swiftly flew out. He could sense the two fragments attracting and merging with each other. Gradually, the scenery before him shifted from his room to a patch of damp soil, and he transformed into a small sapling. Absorbing nutrients, he strove to grow, and as time passed, the surrounding environment began to change as well. Scorching sun, fierce winds, hailstorms, blizzards. Amidst the unrelenting harsh weather, the sapling stood firm. Drought forced its roots to delve deeper, gales bent its form, hail battered its leaves and branches, and snow buried it entirely. Yet, in the end, the sapling tenaciously survived. Its trunk grew sturdy, new branches sprouted continuously, and even the broken limbs took root in the soil, rising as young saplings beside it. With a soft exhale, Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy within him surged, only ceasing its ascent upon reaching the mid-golden core stage. He turned to glance out the window. Outside, it was already pitch black. My cultivation has risen again. Bai Feng examined his body. Just as with the previous fusion of the Yinyang mark, his cultivation had advanced another notch. Now he had even surpassed Bai Yumei. Moreover, his divine sense had grown significantly. Even a nascent soul cultivator's divine sense might not compare to his. It seems there's a new ability. Bai Feng quickly sat upright and began to focus his divine sense. Soon he separated a small fragment from his own divine sense. This small fragment of divine sense, even at a great distance, he could continue to manipulate until its energy was depleted. Bai Feng instantly thought of the games he played in his past life. He could use these separated fragments of divine sense as eyes to observe. This was merely the simplest application. If combined with illusion techniques, even if an enemy fled beyond the range of his divine sense, they could still be trapped in an illusion. Furthermore, he could even conceal the separated divine sense to reduce its consumption, triggering the illusion only under special circumstances. He couldn't help but wonder what Yumei was doing. Most people upon acquiring a new toy are eager to test it out, and Bai Feng was no exception. So he walked to the window, attached a strand of divine sense to a talisman, and then sent the talisman flying toward Bai Yumei's house next door. Given Bai Yumei's personality, she was probably still cultivating at this hour. He muttered to himself as he guided the talisman to her window. Just as he expected, Bai Yumei was sitting cross-legged on her bed cultivating, and her aura was still rising. It only stopped upon breaking through to mid-golden core. Bai Feng was speechless. Well, she truly was the child of fortune. He had only been ahead for a few minutes before she caught up. Who's there? Bai Yumei instantly opened her eyes and looked toward the window where a talisman hovered in midair. A puzzled expression on her face, she walked to the bedside, pushed open the window, and the floating talisman landed in her hand. The talisman carried Bai Feng's aura, and judging by the symbols on it, it seemed to be one he had drawn himself. Brother, isn't he usually asleep at this hour? She instinctively looked toward Bai Feng's house next door, as if in response a faint light flickered inside his room. Bai Feng withdrew the finger he had used to ignite the light, unsurprised that Bai Yumei had detected his talisman. Firstly, Bai Yumei had been extremely sensitive to her surroundings since childhood, as if lacking a sense of security. Secondly, he hadn't made much effort to conceal it. With his eyes slightly closed through the divine sense attached to the talisman, he could easily see Bai Yumei's every move, even her subtle expressions. If only we could communicate. Bai Feng shook his head. It was frustrating to only observe without being able to speak. Wait. A thought struck him. He recalled that, in the illusion arts chapter, there was a technique to pull someone into a self-created illusion realm. However, since it was forcibly dragged in, the difficulty was high. But if the other party didn't resist, it might work. As Bai Feng pondered whether to test it on Bai Yumei, he saw her suddenly appear at his window. Brother, what are you doing up instead of sleeping? Bai Yumei placed her hands on the windowsill and vaulted inside. Bai Feng watched her climb through the window, wondering if that move was becoming a bit too practiced. Could you at least ask the owner of the house before climbing through the window? He couldn't help but remark. Bai Yumei tilted her head, thinking for a few seconds. Should I climb back out then? Never mind, just behave yourself. Bai Feng waved his hand in slight exasperation. By the way, you've come at just the right time. I have a new idea and need your help. Bai Yumei blinked, curiosity lighting up her face. What is it? I've learned some illusion techniques and now I've picked up a new trick. So, before he could finish explaining, she interjected. Are you going to cast an illusion on me? More or less, Bai Feng nodded. But if you're not willing, it's fine. No, I'm very willing. Bai Yumei quickly shook her head, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Brother, what kind of illusion are you going to cast on me? Even if it's a bit excessive, it's okay. It's nothing excessive, Bai Feng said, waving his hand. Hold this and don't resist. In a moment, he took out a new talisman, and the previous one had too little divine sense attached to drag someone into an illusion. Bai Yumei reached out and took it, examining it with curiosity. She couldn't see any difference, only faintly sensing that the aura of Bai Feng on this talisman was denser than the previous one. Then she felt the talisman emit a series of ripples. Her instinct was to resist, but remembering Bai Feng's request, she forced herself to hold back. Gradually, a mist seemed to veil her eyes, and the scenery around her began to warp. When she came to her senses, the scene had shifted from Bai Feng's bedroom to the study where they used to play together as children. In the middle of the study, Bai Feng sat in a chair watching her. Brother, is this the illusion realm? Bai Yumei walked over slowly, reaching out to touch the table before her. The texture felt real yet unreal, as if with a single push she could break free from it. Yes, Bai Feng nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He muttered inwardly, the divine sense attached to the talisman isn't much, it can only last a few minutes, and it seems the consumption increases with distance. Unlike ordinary illusions that trigger the subconscious, this technique pulled the target into an illusion realm he created, and he himself entered it as well. Thus it was hard to trigger if the distance was too great. However, it might be possible to extend the range using illusion arrays. It was a bit like a signal amplifier. Could he build multiple illusion arrays as relay stations? Bai Feng's thoughts began to drift. Meanwhile, in the illusion realm, Bai Yumei was like a curious child, constantly touching the objects around her, finding everything fascinating. She couldn't help but ask Bai Feng, "Are we meeting in the illusion realm now? Is there a distance limit?" "Yes, but I have some ideas for improvement. Perhaps in the future, even if we are separated in the northern domain and southern domain, we can still communicate." Bai Feng nodded, painting a grand vision. I'm not going to leave. We promised that I would protect you," Bai Yumei murmured softly. Then she looked at Bai Feng, curiosity and anticipation glimmering in her eyes. "Brother, can I touch you?" She had already touched everything else in the illusion realm, and the only thing left she was most eager to touch was Bai Feng. "Brother, can I touch you?" Before Bai Feng could answer, Bai Yumei quickly added a few explanations. "I'm just curious what it feels like to touch someone else in an illusion. If I ever fall into one, I can use this to find out." "Oh, you've reminded me. I'll make you an anti-illusion amulet tomorrow." Bai Feng quickly came up with several plans in his mind, especially after being able to separate his divine sense. There were even more methods at his disposal. Sensing the urgency in Bai Yumei's expression, he finally stood up from his chair with a smile and spread his arms. "Come on, touch as much as you like. See how the me in the illusion differs from the real me." In the past he might have refused, but ever since some events in the secret realm, he noticed that Bai Yumei's emotions were somewhat unstable, and whenever that happened the system might stuff him with luck value. He guessed it might be related to her lack of security, which seemed to have worsened as she grew older, likely stemming from the bone extraction incident and their years of estrangement. To prevent the system from giving him more luck value in the future, he decided to address Bai Yumei's emotional instability. First, he would show the magnanimity and tolerance of an elder brother, presenting himself as a reliable figure just like in their childhood. When Bai Yumei realized she had a tolerant brother to rely on, wouldn't her sense of insecurity greatly diminish? When Bai Yumei heard Bai Feng's answer, she instinctively swallowed. She had prepared herself for rejection, but he actually agreed. Should I really touch him? No, this is just an illusion, not reality, so it doesn't matter. She slowly extended her hand as if both afraid and shy. Then she took a deep breath, mustering her courage, and placed her slender fingers on Bai Feng's shoulder. It feels just like the real thing. As if discovering a new continent, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe, her fingers gently pinching his shoulder. Once the first step was taken, the second and third became much easier. So she extended her other hand, cautiously touching Bai Feng's arm, and at the same time she glanced up at him secretly. Confirming he didn't refuse, she continued to explore other areas. How does it feel? A very strange sensation. Bai Yumei withdrew her small hand, but I can still sense a hint of falseness. If I were deeply trapped in an illusion, such a minor difference would probably go unnoticed. I see. Bai Feng nodded, then suddenly froze as if stuck, remaining motionless for over 10 seconds before moving again. And now? Bai Yumei reached out and touched him again, a look of surprise spreading across her face. Feels exactly the same. Brother, how did you do that? As she spoke, she leaned in, pressing her face almost against his chest to sniff. Even the scent is so real. Is your illusion art really this powerful? Brother, can I come a little closer? Bai Yumei's eyes sparkled. This was inside an illusion, not reality. Even if she went a bit too far, it wouldn't matter, right? She would regret it if she missed this chance. Better not. But Bai Yumei seemed not to hear him. She directly wrapped her arms around him, pressing her head tightly against his chest. She even tugged slightly at his collar, her fingers landing on his exposed skin. The scent, the warmth, the heartbeat, the touch. All so real, it's like I'm really holding you, broth. She looked up and suddenly froze. The surroundings had shifted from the study to Bai Feng's bedroom, and the Bai Feng she was holding now wore an embarrassed but polite smile. Bro, Bai Yumei felt her face burn hot, her mind going completely blank. After a full 10 seconds, she came to her senses, slowly released her hold on him, her eyes fixed on her toes, and even her voice stammered, Is the experiment over? Ahem, yes, it's over. Thanks for your help, Yumei. Embarrassed by the prank being exposed, Bai Feng also felt awkward. Seeing that Bai Yumei was only pinching his arm, he had a sudden whim to tease her with a joke. But Bai Yumei, fooled by the realistic texture, had actually pressed herself against him. Then I'll take my leave. Bai Yumei lowered her head, quickly climbed over the windowsill, and vanished in an instant. Watching her leave, Bai Feng shook his head helplessly. Oh well, what's done is done. Time to sleep. Meanwhile, in Bai Yumei's bedroom, she climbed in through the window, jumped onto her bed, and buried her face in her pillow. What a mischief! Though she murmured complaints, the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably. It felt like being back in childhood, when Bai Feng would occasionally tease her with little jokes like this. She slowly removed the pillow, but the memory of the sensation of holding Bai Feng lingered in her mind. She unconsciously rubbed her fingers, the ones that had touched his skin. Decision made. This feeling must be etched deeply into her memory. The next day, Bai Yumei acted as if nothing had happened, going to the kitchen, as usual, to prepare breakfast for Bai Feng. Here, as promised last night. Bai Feng yawned and handed Bai Yumei a circular white jade. With this, you won't have to fear ordinary illusion arrays. He had made it using his own divine sense, and not just the few strands casually separated last night. He had taken a sliver from his very origin. However, this wouldn't harm him. He could fully recover in less than half a day, at most, feeling a bit mentally fatigued during that time. This was also the power of the yin-yang mark. Besides, he planned to give a few to others as well, such as Xiaoqi and his business partner Yu Yao. As for the Child of Destiny, he could give one too. After his journey through the secret realm, he realized that befriending the Child of Destiny had its benefits, and maintaining the relationship wouldn't hurt. However, he wouldn't go out of his way to curry favor. Not to mention the increase in luck value would raise his hatred level, making it uncertain whether approaching the Child of Destiny would end well. Thank you. I'll treasure it. Bai Yumei quickly took the jade, but her eyes still looked a bit unnatural when meeting Bai Feng's gaze. Her hands behind her back rubbed her fingers, and her ears began to redden again. Controlling fire is actually quite simple. Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes. Next to him lay a jade slip inscribed with the mystic fire technique, the fire control method previously given to him by Lin Yan. He summoned the spiritual fire given to him by Lin Yan. According to the jade slip, the spiritual fire was called mystic fire, and as it burned, faint, indistinct images flickered within the flames, appearing exceptionally mysterious. Such an extraordinary spiritual fire, and he just gave it away casually. It seems Lin Yan must have flames even better than mystic fire. He stared at the spiritual fire in his hand. Could it be that he really has an old grandpa with him? Never mind, it has nothing to do with me. Bai Feng ceased his idle thoughts and summoned the immortal fire, causing the temperature in the room to seem to rise several degrees. And the mystic fire he had not retracted seemed to shrink rapidly, as if in fear, from the size of a fist to merely the size of a peanut. Indeed, the immortal fire is not so easy to control. Bai Feng furrowed his brow. Unlike the mystic fire, which was as malleable as clay and could be easily shaped, the immortal fire of burning spirit was like a hard block of marble, and he could only carve it slowly. It was as if the mystic fire was a bicycle. Even if he didn't know how to ride it, he could push it along or even carry it. But the immortal fire was like a large truck, requiring mastery of driving skills to maneuver it according to his wishes, rather than just flooring the accelerator and charging ahead. To start the truck, one must either diligently familiarize themselves with the operation or transform into an Ultraman and carry the truck along. Obviously, Bai Feng could not transform into Ultraman and could only choose the former. Fortunately, I have the yin-yang pattern to assist me. The yin-yang pattern could not only imitate and learn the techniques of opponents, but could also accelerate learning speed in normal practice. Bai Feng once again activated the mystic fire technique to urge the immortal fire, striving to master it proficiently in the shortest time possible and destroy the Black Lotus inheritance. With the help of the yin-yang pattern, the various intricacies of the mystic fire technique seemed to have been laid out directly before him. In less than a day, he had already mastered it proficiently, and the onset difficult to summon immortal fire began to slowly change into different shapes in his hands. Then, without hesitation, he took out Shao Qi's sword from his storage bag. Such items become increasingly dangerous the longer they are kept. They must be dealt with quickly. At this moment, the sword emitted a faint red glow, and was even trembling, continuously indicating that the sealed inheritance within was becoming restless. Is it because too much time has passed since Shao Qi last had it? Bai Feng murmured. But it doesn't matter, soon you will be able to leave Shao Qi forever. Burning spirit, rise. The flames transformed into countless fine threads, directly wrapping around the sword's body. Instantly the sword began to tremble violently, and the clash of their powers caused the sword to be covered in cracks. Crack, crack. Bang. The long sword, originally a mere ordinary spiritual weapon, could no longer withstand the clash of powers and shattered into pieces. Now is the time. Bai Feng opened his eyes, and the burning spirit released more fine threads, completely binding the internal Black Lotus inheritance. The fierce flames began to burn, while the tightly bound Black Lotus inheritance could only watch as it was gradually incinerated. Just as the last remnants of the Black Lotus inheritance were about to be burned away, a wave of energy suddenly emanated from it. A pleasant voice echoed in the room. It seems you are the one she cares about the most. Shall we have a chat? Bai Feng remained silent, or rather his actions provided an answer. He directly increased the intensity of the flames, which continued to scorch the last traces of the inheritance. It's useless. Even if you can destroy the inheritance I left behind, you cannot protect her for a lifetime. It's not that I chose her, but that she is destined to join us. This is her fate. The melodious voice continued to resonate in the room, but Bai Feng turned a deaf ear until the immortal fire burned away the last remnants and the sound in the room abruptly ceased. After completing all this, he slowly exhaled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and spat at the broken sword. What a load of nonsense! Talking to a villain like you is bound to bring no good. Then he ignited another flame, incinerating the broken sword completely. After all this, he finally relaxed a bit. He hadn't expected that, in the end, the Black Lotus would come looking for him. From what she said, it seemed she had not given up yet, and he might even be targeted by her. He could no longer leave the sect. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Bai Feng then retracted the immortal fire and took out the inheritance disc of the Chunqiu sect, which was what he had risked so much to obtain by entering the secret realm. I hope it was worth the risk I took. Let me see what the inheritance that the 4 major sects of the northern region covet is truly made of. Zhongzhou. Oh, so it can actually destroy the inheritance I left behind. A woman dressed in black silk lay on her bed, her pale arm resting on her forehead as she sighed. Alas, if only they were in Zhongzhou. I never expected that the inheritor I had finally found would be protected by someone else, and that her inheritance would be destroyed. But isn't that rather interesting? If the person who destroyed her inheritance were to die, what kind of inheritor would she have left? How exciting! The woman licked her lips, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. Fortunately, among the few who accepted the low-level inheritance, there was a rather good little fellow, let her go. Chunqiu sat cross-legged on her bed cultivating. She had inadvertently gained a fortune. Because the long sword was destroyed by Bai Yumei, she had escaped the search and was not captured like the others. However, every time she thought of that scene, she couldn't help but clench her fists. She was still too weak, lacking power. The other party had repelled her with just a single sword strike. Is this the master sister of the Tianjian sect, the possessor of the immortal bone? Even if she had obtained that kind of inheritance, she was still no match for her. Although she encountered some opportunities in the secret realm, it was still not enough. To defeat Bai Yumei? No, it was better to avoid her. With her talent, she could never catch up to that monstrous freak. Unless... Do you desire power? At that moment, a melodious voice sounded in her ear. Who? Chunqiu instantly became alert. I can give you power, a power stronger than that sword. Upon hearing the mention of the sword, Chunqiu immediately understood. Was it the God Lord organization of the demonic path in Chunqiu that the elder spoke of? How did the God Lord's people find her? Seemingly sensing her inner question, the voice laughed and explained, Have you forgotten that you infused spiritual power in the land of inheritance? Chunqiu's expression shifted to one of anger. Did you tamper with my spiritual power? Damn it, she shouldn't have let her eyes be blinded by power and touched that ominous inheritance. Don't say it so harshly. It's just a minor observation technique. Chunqiu fell silent. She knew it was likely she couldn't shake off the God Lord's people. So what is the price? She raised her head, not agreeing immediately. After the incident with the inheritance, she knew that gaining power comes at a cost. Very simple. I want you to take down Bai Feng of the Tianjian sect. Chunqiu was suddenly taken aback, pointing at herself. Me. Bai Feng set down the formation plate and rubbed his throbbing head. The Thousand Array sect's legacy truly had something to it. Even with his mastery of formations, studying it proved quite strenuous. No wonder some say the Thousand Array sect inherited an immortal's teachings. Such ingenious designs are indeed beyond ordinary minds. He tapped his forehead lightly. The essence of the Thousand Array sect's formations was simple in summary. Stacking arrays upon one another. Typically, stacking formations leads to mutual interference, and even expanding the arrays, it's difficult to exceed 10 layers. Yet the Thousand Array sect could stack formations dozens of times, and theoretically they could reach over 1,000 layers. Hence the sect's name. Unfortunately, that remained mere theory. At its peak, the Thousand Array sect only managed to stack over 200 arrays, most of which were simple formations with single functions, and further breakthroughs proved elusive. Still, stacking formations may look impressive, but it's a money pit. Bai Feng's side, since he began studying formations, the small fortune he had saved over the years was nearly depleted. With this voracious consumer added to the mix, he truly couldn't bear it anymore. Do I have to take on freelance work? Bai Feng began to seriously ponder this question. Previously, he hadn't earned money by building formations for others, partly because he had just joined Heavenly Sword sect and had no reputation, and partly because someone within the sect had always been targeting him. Now that the favored son of destiny opposing him was gone, and his fame had grown during his exploration of the secret realm, if he let it be known that he could help construct formations, wouldn't many people be willing to pay him? For now, he'll finish setting up Lin Yan's formation first, then see if he can help spread the word. Bai Feng had a plan in mind. After all, formations were tied to his survival, and he had to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Moreover, these favored sons of destiny were far too numerous. Avoiding them could only reduce encounters, not completely sever interactions. He even had a premonition that even if he hid in a remote mountain forest, a favored son of destiny would fall from the sky and land right before him. Thus, strength was indispensable, at least enough to protect himself. Even during his most idle days in the Bai family, he had never abandoned cultivation, and now he certainly wouldn't. As Bai Feng picked up the inherited formation plate once more to study the Thousand Arrays, knowledge within a thought suddenly struck him. This Thousand Array technique seemed more suited for miniature formations than ordinary stacked arrays. Stacking multiple formations together could compensate for the low power of miniature arrays, and even a collection of simple single-function arrays could be combined into a complete formation. Perhaps, could even be used to improve the animation stones, pushing them to a new level. It might even cause a slight stir in this world's entertainment industry. Senior sister, the latest issue of Spring and Autumn is here. Bai Feng knocked on Yu Yao's door. Normally, he wouldn't come directly. They would arrange a meeting spot, exchange the goods face-to-face, and quickly part ways. But today was different. It was payday, and he had a money-making plan to discuss with Yu Yao. So he brought Spring and Autumn along. After a few seconds, Bai Feng heard hurried footsteps behind the door. Then the door swung open abruptly. Shoo, keep it down, Yu Yao said, poking her head out to look around. Only after confirming no one was there did she relax. What's wrong? Not many people should know what spring and autumn is, right? Especially on Green Bamboo Peak. The senior brothers and sisters don't seem to care about it. Faced with Bai Feng's confusion, Yu Yao sighed, a hint of frustration on her face. I am puzzled too. I don't know who's been spreading spring and autumn among the ordinary disciples, but now a lot of people know about this book. If her friends found out that the clothes she made were actually based on spring and autumn, she would never be able to hold her head up in front of them. Damn it, don't let me find out who's spreading spring and autumn. And you disciples, why aren't you cultivating? Why spread this book around? Can't you act like a proper righteous sect? Alright, hurry inside before anyone sees you. After a silent complaint, Yu Yao quickly pulled Bai Feng into the room. You make it sound like we're sneaking around doing something wrong. Before he could finish his complaint, Bai Feng saw Yu Yao lock the door and his eye twitched. Senior sister, don't do this. You're scaring me. Scared or not, for the sake of my reputation, you'll have to bear with it. Wouldn't that make things more suspicious? Bai Feng couldn't help but retort. And I feel like if someone saw us, your reputation, senior sister, would get even worse. Then just make sure no one finds out. Senior sister, people who say that always get caught. Don't say things like that. I don't want to be mistaken for a leprechaun. I feel like you're saying something bad. Yu Yao shot him a glance and pulled him further inside. By the way, where's Bai Yumei? She came to me earlier asking to try on clothes. Didn't she come with you? How could I dare bring her for something like this? She went out on a mission. I only came to deliver spring and autumn while she's away. I think your words, little junior brother, are more likely to cause misunderstandings. The path was strewn with fabrics nearly covering the entire floor, and even the walls were hung with finished clothes. Only in the inner room was there a bit more space, though the floor was still cluttered with piles of fabric and half-finished garments. Alright, since you came personally, it means besides spring and autumn you have other business, right? Yu Yao sat on a small stool, tearing off the paper wrapping from spring and autumn as she spoke. Bai Feng nodded. Yeah, I'm here to collect the money. Don't worry, I won't short you. Yu Yao sighed inwardly. This little junior brother was good in every way except his love for money. As the young master of the Bai family, he shouldn't be short of funds. She didn't understand the hobbies of children from noble families. Rising, she walked to a nearby table, picked up a prepared storage pouch and tossed it to Bai Feng. Here. Bai Feng quickly caught the pouch and peeked inside. It was packed with high-grade spirit stones. So much. He looked up, bewildered. What kind of clothes could sell for this much? Well, the clothes Master Spring and Autumn has been drawing lately are quite beautiful. Many are willing to pay, especially the wealthy from big families. They often buy several pieces at once and order again every few days. Yu Yao nodded. Merchants from the southern domain have even placed orders with us. I'm considering whether to hire more help. Bai Feng fell silent. He had thought Yu Yao was working alone, but this sounded like she was running a capitalist factory. He asked quietly, Senior sister, what does your family do? Little junior brother, you don't know. Yu Yao was taken aback. She had assumed Bai Feng partnered with her, because he recognized her family's background. My family is far inferior to the Bai family, but we've achieved some success in business. Yu Linglong is our establishment. The largest auction house in the northern domain. The one that claims it can sell anything. Yu Yao nodded. Yes. Bai Feng fell into silence. He hadn't realized a wealthy heiress was right beside him. Little junior brother, what's wrong? Yu Yao reached out her small hand and waved it in front of Bai Feng's face. It's nothing, just a little startled. Bai Feng looked at Yu Yao, feeling as though her entire being radiated the blinding light of spirit stones. So you really didn't know? Yu Yao didn't know what expression to wear. She hadn't expected that the young master of the Bai family chose to cooperate with her, not because of her family background. It was complicated yet also somewhat pleasing. How did you become the young master of the Bai family? I thought you recognized me from the start. Rather reclusive, I suppose. Bai Feng let out an awkward chuckle. Previously his mind had been consumed with avoiding the child of fortune, and he never left the Bai estate, at most going out to listen to some music. Naturally, he hadn't paid much attention to the other powers in the northern domain. Forget it. Since you gave me the spring and autumn, I won't hold it against you. Yu Yao spoke as she flipped open the spring and autumn, reading it right in front of Bai Feng. Tisk, no wonder it's from Master Spring and Autumn. The drawings are truly exquisite. Just as she was engrossed, an untimely voice interrupted her appreciation. Could you at least wait until I've left before reading that? Yu Yao looked up and glanced at Bai Feng. Oh, you're still here. Hey, we're all old fans here. It's not like we haven't seen spring and autumn before. What's there to be shy about? Yu Yao waved her hand dismissively, and continued reading the spring and autumn. But you can't just read it in front of me. Bai Feng couldn't help but complain. Aren't you afraid I might take liberties with you? Being taken liberties with by the young master of the Bai family wouldn't be a loss for me. Yu Yao looked up and smiled at Bai Feng, but upon seeing his aggressive gaze, she immediately dropped the book and hugged her slender frame. Wait, I was joking. Humph. Bai Feng averted his gaze and pulled a new book from his storage pouch. Originally, I wanted you to help design some clothes, but now I've changed my mind. Did Master Spring and Autumn release 2 books this time? Yu Yao's eyes widened, and she immediately slid to her knees, grabbing Bai Feng's hand. Forgive me, Godfather. Senior sister apologizes. You must let me help design the clothes. Now you're calling me Godfather. Bai Feng held the book high with one hand, while using the other to restrain Yu Yao, who was bouncing around trying to snatch it. After a brief scuffle, he stopped teasing her and spoke seriously. It's not that I don't want you to make clothes, but I have a plan to make money. A plan to make money. Yu Yao was initially skeptical, then nodded earnestly. Tell me about it. Senior sister can use her extensive business experience to help you improve it. Hey, race the thing. I discussed it with Master Spring and Autumn. He's very interested in making clothes, and has given me full authority over the matter along with a design collection. Bai Feng handed the book to Yu Yao. Originally, I just wanted you to make a few sets of clothes to sell, but now I think we can be more ambitious. Yu Yao blinked and asked cooperatively, what do you want to do? Licensing. Bai Feng laid out his plan. I suspect that by now, besides your family's Jade Exquisite, other merchants have also started releasing similar clothes, haven't they? Yu Yao nodded. Yes, we don't have a good solution either. So I'll propose to Master Spring and Autumn that we grant you a license. You just need to print Master Spring and Autumn's emblem on the clothes to prove they are authentic, while other merchants sell counterfeits. At the same time, Master Spring and Autumn will provide you with exclusive design albums not sold elsewhere. Even if some people don't care about authenticity, if they want to get the latest styles first, they'll have to come to Jade Exquisite. This was something he had noticed from observing the shops in this world. The goods sold in stores had no concept of branding. The closest equivalent was pills or spirit artifacts crafted by a renowned master. Even the largest merchant guilds relied solely on high quality and a wide selection. However, he wasn't entirely sure his plan would work given the different environment and his limited understanding of the world's commerce. So after finishing his explanation, Bai Feng looked at Yu Yao. Senior sister, do you think it's feasible? Any areas that need improvement? Yu Yao stared back at him wide-eyed and utterly motionless. Senior sister. Hey! After Bai Feng called out to her several times, Yu Yao finally blinked. Then she reached out, grabbed his head, and began examining it from all angles. Let senior sister see how your head is made. Bai Feng. Little junior brother, you're an absolute genius. Yu Yao was inwardly thrilled. With the license, we can hold the moral high ground and criticize other shops. And those wealthy people care most about face. Even if other shops sell for less, the rich won't choose to buy counterfeits. This method seemed similar to pills made by a master, but it was fundamentally different. Pills were personally refined by the master, and the merchant guilds could only sell them on commission. But licensing didn't require the master's direct involvement in production, yet it still had the master's anti-counterfeiting effect. If she broadened her thinking, could other goods also be? No. This method might not be entirely novel. Perhaps others had thought of it but failed, which was why it was unknown. She needed to take it slow. As for Bai Feng's proposed plan, she felt it could succeed. She knew very well how popular the clothes designed by Master Spring and Autumn were. With that thought, Yu Yao looked excitedly at Bai Feng. Now, I suddenly think it's a good thing that we were caught reading Spring and Autumn together. Bai Feng, I kindly brought you along to make a fortune, and you're thinking of repaying kindness with enmity. Just kidding, just kidding. Yu Yao waved her hand with a smile. Leave this to me. I guarantee you and Master Spring and Autumn will make a fortune. Oh, and let's change the profit split. Senior sister can't let you suffer. How about we go 50-50? All right, I trust you, senior sister. Bai Feng nodded without hesitation. After all, he had only provided a design. The rest, from making the clothes to sales channels, was all handled by Yu Yao. This split was incredibly generous. He believed that before long he might truly achieve financial freedom. Once he did, he wouldn't have to exhaust himself building formations for others. Under the sun, Bai Feng sat wearily under a tree on the alchemy peak to rest. He had merely mentioned to Lin Yan while building a formation for him that he wanted to earn some money by constructing formations. The next day his order book was overflowing, and all the orders were from the alchemy peak. Thankfully, they're all low-level formations. Bai Feng activated the formation, confirmed it was working, and prepared to go back and rest. Then he noticed Su Lanqian seemed to be hiding nearby, secretly watching him. Why does it feel like I've been running into her more often lately? Was Su Lanqian following him? Just as Bai Feng was wondering how to shake her off, an idea struck him. The recent orders were overwhelming. He couldn't handle them all alone. Should he hire a helper? And there was a perfect candidate right in front of him. With that thought, he walked straight towards Su Lanqian. When she saw him approaching, she tried to flee, but Bai Feng blocked her path in the next second. I didn't mean to follow you. Su Lanqian lowered her head, her voice trembling like a little girl who had done something wrong. Bai Feng put on a smile and let out a soft hum. Oh, so you were following me? No, I wasn't. Su Lanqian stammered, even more, looking as if she wanted to dig a hole and bury her head in it. Bai Feng didn't continue teasing her. Instead, he began his persuasion. By the way, have you been feeling better lately? Can you build formations now? Seeing that he wasn't pressing the issue, Su Lanqian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. A little better. Then how about some rehabilitation training? Build formations with me, Bai Feng said with a smile. Of course I won't let you work for free. I'll give you some of my personal belongings. Su Lanqian immediately lifted her head, disbelief in her eyes. Being able to get close to Bai Feng and receive his personal items. Was there anything better in the world? Although she had begun to vaguely understand the origin of her inner demon, she had no clear idea how to eliminate it. So she still needed Bai Feng's help to suppress it. Thus she quickly nodded. I'll do it. Please let me. The smile on Bai Feng's face grew even wider. Perfect, a free laborer had been secured,